I possess a sword that can cleave the heavens. I hold a cauldron that can bury the gods. I am but a mortal vessel, yet I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine. A day within the cauldron equates to a century outside. Upon emerging, I shall be invincible. The young master of the imperial clan, endowed with an indomitable lineage, is cast down to the celestial realm, presumed to be a discarded pawn, yet it unfolds as a grand scheme of astonishing magnitude. Thus, the youth, bearing the cauldron of the gods and wielding the sword of the gods, strides forth, singing triumphantly, facing adversaries at every turn, embarking on a path of bloodshed to prove his unrivaled prowess. Chapter 1. The innate mortal body. Am I not dead? Xian opened his eyes, only to feel a piercing headache. He was the young master of an imperial clan in the celestial realm, with an invincible father, an invincible mother, and an invincible family background. Yet, it was precisely this invincibility that cultivated his arrogant and overbearing demeanor. Just moments ago, his emperor father, unable to endure his insolence any longer, had expelled him from the clan and kicked him down from the celestial realm. Look, there's someone over there. Damn it, trying to steal our business? Get him. His clothes look decent. Let's strip him. At that moment, 3 voices suddenly rang out, and Xian beheld 3 middle-aged men resembling beggars, their faces twisted with malice, lunging towards him. Get lost! Xian's gaze turned icy. It was then he realized he was beside a heap of garbage, his body filthy and reeking. He disregarded his disgust and intended to take down the 3 men first. However, he was horrified to discover that he had completely lost his strength, not a trace of celestial energy remaining within him. My cultivation is gone. Xian was taken aback, just as the 3 men pounced on him like famished tigers. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked out with lightning speed. Bang! 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 The 3 men cried out in agony, doubling over in pain as they were flung away. Xian stumbled back a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Had he truly become so weak that defeating 3 ordinary men was such a challenge? The trio, now filled with terror, scrambled to their feet and fled without a word. Xian paid them no heed and quickly examined his own body. After a moment, he let out a sigh of relief. His body was unharmed. It was merely his cultivation that had vanished. This, Xian forced a bitter smile. Without cultivation, did that not mean he was akin to an ordinary mortal? The young master of an imperial clan reduced to a mere commoner. Such a stark contrast was indeed difficult to accept. Oh, so you're the fabled innate mortal body? Young one, you are fortunate. Encountering the great cauldron is a blessing for you. Fear not. With the great cauldron at your side, you shall certainly ascend to the pinnacle and become invincible. Just as Xian was about to channel his family's cultivation techniques and attempt to cultivate, a voice suddenly interrupted him, startling him. Who goes there? Youngster, do not be so alarmed. As a future emperor destined for the heights of invincibility, you must remain composed. The voice came again, and this time Xian discerned that it emanated from his chest. He hurriedly looked down and saw a small black cauldron mark there. A mark? Xian was bewildered. Where had this come from? He had no such thing on him. Soon, a memory surfaced. When his father had cast him down from the celestial realm, it seemed he had also infused a black object into his body, which must have been his cauldron. Xian inquired, Are you the treasure my father bestowed upon me? Your father? The small cauldron replied, puzzled. What is that? The cauldron continued, I, the great cauldron, have just awakened. Upon awakening, I found myself merged within you. Thus, I am unaware of the events that transpired prior. What exactly are you, and what purpose do you serve? Xian asked. Having once been the young master of an imperial clan, he had encountered numerous celestial artifacts, many of which possessed sentience. Thus, he was not particularly surprised that the great cauldron could speak. However, he was perplexed as to why his father, having expelled him from the clan and stripped him of his cultivation, would wish to implant this small cauldron within him. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The great cauldron retorted, clearly displeased. I am the first cauldron to split heaven and earth, capable of burying the heavens, the earth, the celestial beings, the gods, and all things in the world. Should I regain my full strength, if you meditate within me for 100 years, only a single day will pass outside, and upon your emergence, you will be invincible. Your acquisition of me is a stroke of fortune, understand? Xian scoffed. The great cauldron continued. However, I currently require a substantial amount of celestial energy to restore myself. Ah, forget it. This wretched place lacks celestial energy, so we shall make do with spiritual energy for now. Next, you must assist me in seeking out heavenly spiritual materials and rare treasures. The more, the better, understand? Only in this way can I aid you. Do you comprehend? Xian remained silent. I trust you as much as I would ghost. Do you expect me to work for you for free? However, since this cauldron was given to him by his father, it must possess some extraordinary qualities. Could it be that his father's expulsion of him from the clan held deeper significance? At this moment, Xianxia remarked, "Young man, cease your reckless practice of those worthless techniques. You are the legendary natural Fanti, and now I shall impart the Fanjia to you, which is most suitable for your type." As his voice faded, the small Ding imprint emitted a mysterious glow, and a technique surged into Li Xuan's mind. Upon receiving it, Li Xuan did not hesitate and immediately began his cultivation. He was well aware of being a natural Fanti, a remarkable asset. Otherwise, he could not have become the young master of the imperial clan. As he practiced, an instant later, with a whoosh, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth suddenly surged towards his body, initiating the cleansing and refining of his bones and tendons. Refining Qi Realm, first level. Refining Qi Realm, second level. Refining Qi Realm, third level. In just a fleeting moment, Li Xuan's cultivation astonishingly reached the refining Qi Realm, third level. Within a radius of 100 miles, the already sparse spiritual energy had been completely depleted. Refining Qi Realm, third level. Li Xuan opened his eyes, filled with immense shock. This Fanjia was indeed more extraordinary than his original cultivation technique as the young master of the imperial clan. The early stages of cultivation comprised 3 realms: refining Qi, innate, and with each realm divided into 9 levels. Li Xuan recalled clearly that in his previous cultivation to the refining Qi realm 3rd level, he had taken an entire day. At that time, he was still in the celestial realm's imperial clan, absorbing celestial essence, supplemented by many precious elixirs. Yet now, in this place where spiritual energy was scarce, he had achieved the refining Qi realm 3rd level in less than a quarter of an hour. How extraordinary was that? Xianxia, you are truly impressive. Li Xuan finally sensed that this small Ding was not ordinary, and he sincerely praised it. Hurry, if we delay, that brat might escape. He is over there, still here. Damn it, daring to lay hands on our people. We must break his legs. Just then, a cacophony of curses erupted. The 3 beggars previously driven away by Li Xuan returned, accompanied by over a dozen furious individuals. These thugs wielded clubs, their faces twisted with malice, clearly forming a gang. Li Xuan cast a glance at them, and in the next moment, he charged out. Bang, bang, bang. Before the dozen or so could approach Li Xuan, they were all sent sprawling, bloodied, and disoriented. Li Xuan skillfully rummaged through their pockets for money and turned to leave. The group of men wore expressions of terror, cold sweat pouring down their brows. A gurgling sound emerged, and Li Xuan quickly felt a pang of hunger. He couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. How many years had it been since he experienced such a sensation? If the acquaintances from his past were to hear this, they would surely laugh themselves to death. He hurried onward and soon spotted a small eatery. The restaurant was quite humble, featuring only 3 tables, and at that moment, it was desolate, devoid of any patrons. Big brother, are you here to eat? A 7 or 8-year-old girl, upon seeing Li Xuan enter, fluttered her big eyes and joyfully ran over. Not far away stood an elderly man, his demeanor kind. Li Xuan nodded, casually ordered a few home-style dishes, and began to wait. Before long, steaming hot dishes were served, and Li Xuan indulged in a hearty feast. After satisfying his hunger, he paid the silver and was just about to leave. With a bang, the courtyard door was kicked open, and 2 fierce-looking burly men swaggered in. Chapter 2. Even if your father is the emperor, you cannot act so arrogantly. The young girl, upon seeing the 2 burly men, trembled involuntarily, fear evident in her eyes. The elderly man also turned pale, humbly addressing the man in the center. Young Master Zhao, I apologize, but our humble establishment is not open for business today. Not open for business? Young Master Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you jesting with me? He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Xian, spitting with indignation. If you're not open, then what is this situation? Do you take me for a fool? The young girl, frightened by Zhao's fierce demeanor, instinctively stepped back. The elderly man quickly shook his head. No, young Master Zhao, he is a distant relative of mine, not a customer. As you know, business has been quite poor lately. Throughout the exchange, he appeared exceedingly subservient. Hearing this, young Master Zhao not only displayed no sympathy, but grew even more tyrannical. Old man, your poor business is of no concern to me. Regardless, you must serve me 8 dishes today, all meaty. If you fail to deliver even one, I shall demolish your wretched establishment. The elderly man's face darkened at these words. The young girl, unable to endure the situation any longer, mustered her courage and spoke out. Do you people even have a sense of reason? It is one thing to consume free meals, but to bully and destroy others? If it were not for you, how would my grandfather and I have fallen to such depths? She felt genuinely aggrieved. How could these individuals be so vile? Why had they not met their demise? Upon hearing her words, the elderly man was taken aback and hurriedly tried to intervene. However, at that moment, young Master Xiao suddenly advanced a step, swinging his hand towards the young girl's face. You little wretch, who allowed you to speak while adults are talking? Smack! A sharp sound echoed. Just as young Master Zhao's hand was about to strike the young girl's face, it was unexpectedly caught by a hand that had appeared out of nowhere. Li Xian's grip was like that of vice. No matter how hard Zhao struggled, he could not break free. He looked at Zhao, frowning as he spoke. Is there no line you will not cross in treating a young girl so? Furious, young Master Zhao could hardly believe that this young man dared to interfere. He bellowed, You little cur, who do you think you are? Mind your own business. Let go of me. The other burly man, regaining his composure, glared fiercely and lunged at Li Xian. You little brat, are you tired of living? Release young Master Zhao. Smack! Smack! Two crisp sounds rang out. Before the man could even reach Li Xian had already delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. Blood and broken teeth flew as he let out a wretched scream, crashing heavily to the ground. Shout again, and I will end you. Li Shuang coldly threatened, turning his gaze back to young Master Zhao. You little cur? He felt both angered and amused. When did anyone dare to insult him so? You are so arrogant. Do you think your father is the emperor? Even if your father is an emperor, it is quite audacious of you to exhibit such arrogance. Li Xian discerned through their exchange that these 2 individuals were not virtuous, often indulging in the spoils of others while bullying the weak, typical miscreants deserving of a good reprimand. Young Master Zhao was bewildered. What emperor? Li Xian refrained from elaborating further and swiftly delivered several resounding slaps across his face. He held no sympathy for this young Master Zhao, who sought to strike a young girl and insulted him in the process. It is worth noting that even during his time as a scion of the imperial clan, he had never sunk to such depths of depravity. He was indeed arrogant, yet he never preyed upon the feeble nor behaved without boundaries. With a series of slaps, young Master Zhao found himself with a mouthful of broken teeth, his cheeks swelling grotesquely, collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. Who are you to strike me so? Do you even know who I am? He spat, his voice laced with venom and an intent to kill. The humiliation of receiving such a beating was unbearable. However, before he could utter another word, Li Xian had already placed his foot on Zhao's face. Silence. If you dare to refer to yourself as this lord again, I shall crush your skull beneath my foot. Young Master Zhao's mind raced with fury, yet he dared not utter another syllable. Young Master, perhaps it would be wise to let this go. They are members of the Zhao family, and we cannot afford to provoke them. The elder finally reacted, hastily addressing Li Xian. Li Xian turned to the elder. The Zhao family? How formidable are they? Had this been the past, he would have dismissed such concerns without a second thought, for in terms of lineage, none could surpass his own. Not even the so-called Zhao family, nor the ancient imperial clans, held any significance in his eyes. However, the present circumstances were different. He had lost his background and nearly all his cultivation, requiring him to tread carefully. The elder sighed. The Zhao family is the foremost family in Pingyang town. Through the elder-s narrative, Li Xian quickly grasped the situation at hand. This place was a small town named Pingyang, and the Zhao family had risen to prominence over the past 2 years, establishing themselves as the leading family. Since Zhao Yuan, a member of the Zhao family, entered a sect 2 years ago, their power had surged. Within the Zhao family, Zhao Yuan was the strongest, having reportedly attained innate prowess at the tender age of 19. In addition to Zhao Yuan, the family boasted 2 other guardians, Chen Honghai and Jiang Wuyo, both of whom were 7th-level Qi refinement cultivators. The Zhao family exerted tyrannical dominance in Pingyang town, oppressing the populace and exploiting the local residents, effectively ruling over them. The elder, once a wealthy man in Pingyang, had fallen to his current plight due to the Zhao family's relentless pursuit. Such incidents were not isolated. It was evident that the Zhao family sought to eliminate any potential threats entirely. Now do you understand the power of the Zhao family? If you kneel and apologize, perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, your demise is inevitable. Underfoot, the once fearful young master, Zhao, found himself trembling at the possibility that Li Xian might be a reckless youth, unaware of the significance of the Zhao family, and might impulsively eliminate him. However, upon hearing the elder elucidate the formidable power of the Zhao clan, his confidence surged anew. Insufferable. Li Xian cast a frigid glance at young Master Zhao and, without hesitation, brought his foot down. A pained gasp escaped Zhao's lips as his mouth was crushed, blood and flesh mingling grotesquely, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. The burly man, who had intended to threaten Li Xian, swallowed his words in shock at the scene before him. Li Xian regarded the two with a singular command: depart. Fuming, young Master Zhao seethed, but dared not utter another syllable. He crawled and scurried out of the restaurant. The other man followed suit, silenced by fear. Brother, shall we let this go? Once outside the small eatery, the burly man inquired. Let go. Are you a fool? Young Master Zhao erupted in fury, striking the man across the face. If I do not avenge this, how can I, Zhao Tao, ever show my face in Pingyang town again? Come, we must gather reinforcements. I shall methodically shatter that brat's bones. His gaze was icy, his voice laced with malice. Inside the restaurant, the elder watched the two depart with unease. He understood that this matter would not simply resolve itself. The Zhao family would undoubtedly seek retribution, not only against Li Xian, but also against him and his grandson. As he prepared to speak to Li Xian, the latter preempted him, saying, Do not worry. I will handle this matter and ensure you remain unharmed. With that, Li Xuan swiftly exited. The elder was taken aback, wishing to intervene, but Li Xian had already vanished into the night. Chapter 3. It is you, Zhao family, who will suffer. Pingyang town was merely a small settlement, modest in size. Li Xian followed the trail, and it wasn't long before he arrived at the Zhao family estate. Brother Tao, what has transpired? Who dares to provoke my family? At the entrance of the Zhao estate, two guards, upon witnessing the disheveled state of Zhao Tao and his companion, were instantly incensed. Zhao Tao turned to the guards, ready to explain, but before he could utter a word, a voice rang out, and in an instant, Li Xian was upon them. Do you think the Zhao family is invincible? You believe that retreating to your estate will shield you? Dare to provoke me, and I will end your existence. Zhao Tao and his companion were struck with terror. They could not fathom that Li Xian had followed them to the Zhao estate. How dare he? Yet, they had no time to respond. Li Xian would not grant them the opportunity. With a swift gesture, he unleashed two blades of wind. With a sickening sound, two geysers of blood erupted, and their heads fell to the ground. Li Xian listened intently, fully aware that these two individuals intended to return for reinforcements to shatter his bones. Thus, he showed no mercy and swiftly ended their lives. The reason he chose to strike at the entrance of the Zhao family estate, rather than on the way, was to provoke animosity and avoid implicating the elderly. Witnessing this scene, the two guards from the Zhao family were utterly stunned, their minds completely incapacitated. Zhao Tao and his companion had perished? Who dared to murder members of the Zhao family at their own doorstep? Li Chuan, without even casting a glance at the Zhao guards, prepared to depart when suddenly, Master Ding's voice interrupted. Ah, how the mighty have fallen, yet even in their diminished state, they must suffice. As the words echoed, a spectral light flashed and swept away the bodies of Zhao Tao and his companion. Li Xian paused, about to inquire, when a faint stream of pure spiritual energy surged into his body. The mortal technique activated automatically, and he felt his cultivation advance slightly. Li Xian was taken aback. What was happening? At that moment, the shrill cries of the two guards broke his train of thought. Someone, quick, there's been a murder. Li Xian glanced at the duo, a smirk forming on his lips. Zhao family? What are they worth? Let be known, I am Li Xian, and I have slain your kin. With that declaration, he strode away. He had no time to concern himself with those insignificant ants or the Zhao family. The pressing matter was to comprehend what had just transpired, how Master Ding had begun to collect the corpses, and why he had bestowed spiritual energy upon him. As over a dozen Zhao guards burst forth, Li Xian had already vanished without a trace. The surrounding crowd, equally astounded, bore expressions of disbelief and shock. Li Chuan, who is he? He dared to kill Zhao Tao, to slay members of the Zhao family at their doorstep. Does he intend to shake the very foundations of Pingyang town? Incredible. Li Xian soon found himself in a secluded area. Master Ding, what just happened? You can even refine corpses? Refine corpses? Master Ding scoffed. What is that? I am the divine grave cauldron, the first cauldron to emerge at the dawn of chaos. Do you understand the significance of being a divine grave? I can entomb not just mere ants, but even the great emperors and deities. His pride was palpable, and he added, Young man, if you cannot gather heavenly treasures and earthly materials, you may resort to slaying more individuals. Anything imbued with spiritual energy can be refined by me. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart exclaiming in disbelief, and his gaze sharpened with newfound clarity. Master Ding indeed possessed the ability to refine, a most unexpected boon. He decided against returning to the old man's tavern, opting instead to procure a new outfit and seek out areas rich in spiritual energy to cultivate and enhance his strength. As for the Zhao family, he paid them no mind. It is merely a family of insignificant stature, with the most formidable member barely at the innate level. What is there to fear? Moreover, that innate level Zhao Yuan is not even in Pingyang town, but rather at the distant Xinyanzong. Thus there is no cause for concern. The Zhao family? If they do not seek trouble with me, that would suffice. Should they dare to provoke me, I shall eliminate one with ease. And if two come, I shall dispatch them both. As he contemplated, Li Xian arrived at the entrance of a clothing shop. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family, Li Chuan, I have not heard of him. Who is he? Where did he emerge from? And why does he wish to kill members of the Zhao family? Search for him. Everyone, go out and find him. Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground, we must locate Li Xian. The dignity of the Zhao family cannot be tarnished. How audacious to dare kill our kin at the doorstep of the Zhao family. He must be eliminated. A gathering of Zhao family higher-ups convened in the council hall, their anger palpable and their indignation fervent. Zhao Pingzhuang, the patriarch of the Zhao family, wore a grim expression. He fixed his icy gaze upon the 2 trembling guards below and demanded, what else did Li Xian say? Relay every detail without omission. The guards, fearing retribution, hastily recounted the events. Upon hearing their account, Zhao Pengzhuang furrowed his brow. Was it Zhao Tao and the others who provoked this individual? Or was this merely a ploy to instigate conflict? He found himself uncertain. The Zhao family was notoriously arrogant, offending many on a daily basis, making it truly difficult to ascertain the truth. Elder Zhao Chongqing interjected, discussing this matter further serves no purpose. The immediate priority is to mobilize all Zhao family resources to locate this Li Xian. Regardless of his motives, he has severely undermined our family's reputation by committing murder at our doorstep. If we cannot avenge this affront, where lies our dignity? His greatest concern was whether Li Xian was a cultivator. If he were a practitioner, that would indeed pose a significant threat. A cultivator? The third elder, Zhao Chonglong, scoffed with disdain. Rest assured, even if he is a cultivator, he is certainly not a formidable one, at least not one who could rival our 2 esteemed protectors. Otherwise, how could he have escaped? Zhao Chongqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his brother's words. Zhao Pengzhuang wasted no time, swiftly inquiring about Li Xian's approximate age and appearance before mobilizing the entire Zhao family to take action. At the entrance of the clothing shop, a disdainful voice pierced the air. Filthy beggar, get away! This is no place for you. Do not soil our garments. Li Xian had merely paused at the entrance. Yet before he could enter, a woman in her 30s covered her nose in disgust, her eyes filled with contempt. Li Xian's gaze turned icy. I wish to purchase clothing. What is this attitude? Is this how you treat your customers? His attire may have been somewhat soiled, but must one be treated with such disdain? As the scion of an imperial family, to be subjected to such humiliation was utterly intolerable. The woman, upon hearing his words, became furious. With one hand on her hip, she pointed a finger at Li Xian and berated him. Customer? What kind of customer do you think you are? You filthy beggar, we do not entertain your kind, nor do we wish to conduct business with you. If you have any sense, you should leave at once. She was exceedingly arrogant and domineering, exuding an air of superiority, and concluded with a disdainful remark, this is the Zhao family's establishment, not a place where scoundrels like you can run amok. Chapter 4. Zhao family's offerings. 7th layer of Qi refinement. The Zhao family? Li Xian narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated that it would be this Zhao family again. The woman sneered, that's right. It is indeed the Zhao family, the foremost clan in Pingyang town. Are you frightened now? Impatiently waving her hand, she added, I warn you, leave quickly, or I will summon someone to force you out. Do not linger here and waste our time. Suddenly, 3 sharp slaps echoed through the air. Li Chuan, no longer holding back, delivered 3 resounding slaps to the woman's face. She stumbled and fell to the ground, her head striking the doorframe, instantly swelling into a large bump. The Zhao family is nothing but trash. Get lost, Li Xian said coldly, kicking her aside before he began searching for clothing inside. Had she not been a woman and an ordinary person at that, he would have killed her on the spot. You, the woman, filled with rage and disbelief. covered her face, and stared at Li Xian for a long moment before she shrieked towards the inner room. Manager Wang, someone is causing trouble. Who? Who dares to stir up trouble? A voice filled with anger erupted. How dare someone act recklessly on Zhao family territory? Where are they? Shortly thereafter, 5 individuals rushed out from the inner room. As they emerged, they beheld the woman on the ground, her face resembling that of a pig, and Li Xian, who was selecting clothing. Without uttering a single word, they charged at him with reckless abandon. Li Xian could tell that although these 5 were not cultivators, they were far from ordinary. Each bore a faint aura of spiritual energy, and their demeanor suggested they were accustomed to brawling, even to killing. Li Xian wasted no time. Spiritual energy surged within him as he swiftly delivered a series of kicks. Bang, 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 bang. Just 5 simple kicks. The 5 men, unable to discern his movements, were sent flying, each one howling in pain, their bones likely shattered. Crash, Li Xuan disdain fuyutarat. Selecting an outfit before swaggering over to the counter to seize all the silver within, departing with an air of confidence. Those outside the shop, witnessing this scene, could not help but part ways, their faces etched with shock. Some well-informed individuals could hardly contain their astonishment, mouths agape. They had just heard about someone being killed at the Zhao family's doorstep, and now another incident was unfolding within the Zhao family's establishment. Was this mere coincidence? When the 3rd elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Changlong, arrived at the shop with his men, Li Xian had long since vanished without a trace. Damn it! How could he escape again? Zhao Changlong seethed with fury. That wretch, I, Zhao, will not rest until I have torn you to shreds. Zhou Li, return to the Zhao family immediately and summon Elder Chun from his retreat. Zhao Changlong roared, his rage nearly eclipsing his reason. The audacity of killing at the Zhao family's doorstep and plundering their shop was utterly unforgivable. Elder Chun, known as Chun Honghai, was one of the Zhao family's 2 esteemed elders, with cultivation reaching the 7th level of qi refinement. Zhao Changlong's decision to summon him indicated that Li Xian's actions had thoroughly incensed him. After departing the shop, Li Xian soon arrived at a restaurant. The sign above the establishment read, Zhao Family Restaurant. Li Xian's eyes flickered. The Zhao family seemed to linger like a haunting specter, with their enterprises scattered far and wide. His impression of the Zhao family had soured considerably, first with Zhao Tao and his companion, and now with that woman. The reason for his visit was the palpable aura of spiritual energy he sensed emanating from a place. He entered the restaurant, making a beeline for the source of the energy. The restaurant staff were completely oblivious to Li Xian's identity, and they could hardly fathom his audacity in coming to the Zhao family restaurant after having slain their kin and looted their shop. Following the spiritual energy's resonance, he swiftly arrived at the back courtyard, where he found some livestock, the source of the energy being a bull, a demonic bull. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? The 2 guards in the courtyard stood upright upon seeing Li Xian's entrance, coldly questioning him. Li Xuan smilat finally, to slay the bull. With that, a wind blade sliced through the air. Splatter. In the next instant, the demonic bull's carcass vanished. A surge of pure spiritual energy flooded into Li Xian's body, and his eyes brightened. 4th level of qi refinement. Who are you? The 2 guards had initially planned to attack, but upon witnessing Li Xian effortlessly slay the demonic bull and make its body disappear, they were nearly paralyzed with fear, halting their movements. Li Xian turned to them. Where did this bull come from? Are there areas near Pingyang town where demonic beasts abound? Why, yes, the Black Wind Mountains, there are demonic beasts roaming there. And the bull was hunted from that region. They stammered, fearing to conceal any information. Li Xian did not linger for further inquiries and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the restaurant, he was met by a throng of people. Among them was one radiating spiritual energy, a practitioner of the 7th level of qi refinement, Elder Chun Honghai of the Zhao family. Beside him stood the furious Zhao Changlong, the 3rd elder of the Zhao family. Upon seeing Li Xian emerge from the restaurant, Zhao Changlong's expression was one of palpable enmity, as if he had encountered a sworn adversary. He sneered, "You must be Li Xian, the one who killed Zhao Tao and his companion at the entrance of the Zhao family and plundered our store. If mere glares could kill, Li Xian would be in pieces by now, beyond any hope of revival." Li Xian regarded Zhao Changlong with an air of calm composure. "Indeed, I am Li Xian. I did slay Zhao Tao and his companion, and I did ransack your Zhao family's shop." From the outset, he had never regarded the Zhao family with any semblance of respect, nor did he conceal his whereabouts. He simply acted according to his own rhythm, leaving no room for denial. "Good, very good. Zhao Changlong's rage intensified upon hearing Li Xian's admission. Young man, my Zhao family has had no grievances with you in the past, nor any animosity recently. Why then did you choose to kill my kin? Do you believe that your modest skills grant you the audacity to act as you please? Are you under the impression that my Zhao family is without defenders? Li Xian looked at Zhao Changlong with disdain, retorting, Old man, we are all adults here. There is no need for such foolish rhetoric. You know full well the character of your Zhao family and what sort of person Zhao Tao was. Should he not have met his end? If you wish to fight, feel free to come at me. Do not pretend to be virtuous while acting as a harlot. Upon hearing these words, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Zhao Changlong was utterly enraged. Such arrogance. It was as though he held no regard for him or the Zhao family. He turned to Qin Honghai, saying, Now it falls to you. Do not kill him just yet. I want him to kneel at the entrance of the Zhao family, repenting. I will personally tear his words apart and see why he speaks with such defiance. Qin Honghai nodded and stepped forward. Chapter 5, Black Wind Mountain's Common Sword. Throughout the encounter, Qin Honghai maintained a demeanor of serene composure, his gaze upon Li Xian reminiscent of one looking down from great heights. Young man, cultivation is no simple task. Why seek your own demise? I do not wish to soil my hand with an ant such as you. If you are willing to kneel and allow me to strip you of your abilities, I can spare you the agony of bodily harm. Li Xian regarded this elder's presumption with 2 words, foolishness. Qin Honghai's fury ignited. This insolent brat was utterly intolerable. With a thunderous roar, the aura of a 7th-tier Qi condensation burst forth from him, and he prepared to strike. However, Li Xian acted with swifter resolve. The aura of a 4th-tier Qi condensation erupted from him, and with a flash, he closed the distance to Qin Honghai. Qin Honghai was taken aback. How could Li Xian be so fast? He had no time to react or strike, as Li Xian's fist was already aimed at his head. With a dull thud, Qin Honghai's skull shattered, blood and matter spraying forth in a gruesome display. The god burial cauldron emitted a ghostly glow, swiftly enveloping Qin Honghai's remains, while Li Xian pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Changlong. Zhao Changlong was hurled into the air, a sharp pain escaping his lips in a blood-curdling scream. As he regained his senses, he found himself in a state of disbelief, grappling with the impossibility of what had just transpired. How could it be? How could this happen? He struggled to accept the reality that the formidable Qin Honghai, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, had been vanquished so effortlessly. What on earth was happening? The remaining members of the Zhao family, now coming to their senses, wore expressions of shock, soon replaced by horror. This was Qin Honghai, a master who had slain countless experts and annihilated numerous families over the years. Yet now, he lay defeated in an instant. What madness was this? To kneel in repentance and tear my own lips? Who are you? And what is the Zhao family? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Li Xian looked down upon Zhao Changlong with an air of disdain, though he was merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. He was a former heir of an imperial clan, far beyond the likes of Qin Honghai. While he might feel pressure against other 7th level prodigies, dealing with Qin Honghai was a trivial matter. Who on earth are you? Zhao Changlong gazed at Li Xian with profound terror, his eyes devoid of anger and malice, replaced solely by fear. You are not worthy to know, Li Xian replied, raising his hand to mercilessly tear apart Zhao Changlong's lips, returning the favor in kind. Writhing in agony, Zhao Changlong rolled on the ground, while the onlookers were left in stunned silence. If you wish to spare your family from annihilation, do not provoke me again. Otherwise, even Zhao Yuan will be unable to protect you. With a swift kick, Li Xian sent Zhao Changlong flying, striding away with those final words echoing in the air. The scene descended into utter silence. At the Zhao family estate, brightly illuminated, the family head, Zhao Pengzhuang, was struck with darkness upon hearing of the events of the tavern, nearly fainting from shock. Qin Honghai, at the 7th level of Qi refinement, had been defeated in an instant. It was as if the heavens themselves had shattered above him. In the Black Wind Mountains, Li Xian stepped forward, planning to hone his skills in this treacherous terrain for the foreseeable future. As for the Zhao family, they were of no concern to him. As he walked, a beast equivalent to the 1st level of Qi refinement emerged before him. It was far too weak. With a mere flick of his fist, he dispatched the creature effortlessly. The god burial cauldron emitted a ghostly glow, consuming the beast's corpse, while Li Xian pressed on without pause, delving deeper into the mountains. Such trivial beasts offered negligible enhancement to his cultivation and yielded no substantial challenges. He had come here to elevate his powers and to temper his body and foundation. Since he was destined to rebuild, he understood the importance of solidifying every step. Thus, Xian continued his path, slaying as he ventured deeper into the Black Wind Mountains. Soon, he encountered a massive serpent at the 7th level of Qi refinement, coiled upon a great tree. Upon spotting Xian, it opened its jaws wide, lunging at him. Come forth. In Xian's eyes, a glint of cold light flickered as he charged forward, engaging in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 3 breaths, the enormous python was obliterated, blood splattering everywhere. Master Ding collected the python's remains, and an influx of energy surged into Xian's body, which he swiftly absorbed using the mortal technique. Moments later, he opened his eyes, now at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Xian felt an immense satisfaction. Young man, continuing to kill like this is far too slow. Do you dare to engage in something more ruthless? At that moment, Master Ding's voice unexpectedly echoed, tinged with an eerie quality. Xian paused slightly. Ruthless? What do you mean? Little Ding grinned mischievously. Just say if you dare. I guarantee it will be thrilling enough while also efficiently honing your foundation, tempering your physical form, and elevating your cultivation. Xian gritted his teeth. What does this young master have to fear? Let's do it. A quarter of an hour later, Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. A wave of dread coursing through him. He could only exclaim, damn. Surrounding him were nearly 100 demon wolves. Among these, around 50 to 60 were at the 6th level of Qi refinement, 30 to 40 at the 7th level, and even more than 10 at the 8th level. Such a terrifying scene made even Xian's heart race. Master Ding, you're not toying with me, are you? Xian felt a pang of anxiety. Master Ding, with a nonchalant attitude, replied, Young man, as the saying goes, danger begets opportunity. Only through life and death encounters can one unlock their potential. This sword is a mortal sword, perfectly suited for your innate mortal body. It will grow stronger as you do. I bestow it upon you, and from now on, you may pursue the dual cultivation of sword and body. Go forth and kill. I have given you all that you need. I have faith in you. If you can't kill them, then you'll be the one to perish. With a wicked grin, Master Ding placed a black long sword before Xian. Mortal sword? Xian grasped the sword, but before he could examine it closely, a piercing wolf howl erupted. The next second, boom, 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 as if igniting a chain reaction. The demon wolves around him erupted into a furious charge, a torrent surging towards Xian. Damn it, here goes. Witnessing the scene, Xian gritted his teeth and charged forward with a mortal sword in hand. Chapter 6, Trials and Slaughter. Puff, puff, puff. The sword light shimmered, blood rain fell. The wind from his punches danced, blood splattered everywhere. Xian soon found himself embroiled in a frenzied battle with the demon wolves. He unleashed punch after punch, drew his sword repeatedly, fully entering a desperate mode, leaving no room for carelessness. His body and swordsmanship were simultaneously tempered. We finally paused. The ground was littered with the corpses of demon wolves, piled high, their blood flowing in torrents, the stench of carnage filling the air. He was on the brink of collapse, his face ashen and his body marred by numerous wounds, covered in blood. Hey, young man. Congratulations on successfully challenging your limits and conquering yourself, chuckled Master Ding. In the next moment, a terrifying, ghostly light swept in, instantly collecting all the corpses of the demon wolves. Xian, feeling a surge of pure energy coursing through him, endured the pain and fatigue as he struggled to rise, activating the mortal technique to begin his cultivation. After approximately an hour, Xian concluded his practice, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, and it was an exceptionally solid 6th level, devoid of any superficiality. With this breakthrough in cultivation, the spiritual energy flooding his body eradicated all his wounds, and the fatigue and soreness vanished entirely. Xian sprang to his feet, raising his hand with exuberance. Let us go onward. At the Divine Flame sect, in the outer sect, Zhao Yuan was seething with rage after receiving an urgent family letter. How audacious! Seeking death. A mere 4th level Qi refiner dared to provoke the Zhao family and challenge Zhao Yuan himself. Was he insane? Xian, was it? I shall see what capabilities you possess that embolden you to act so arrogantly. A 4th level Qi refiner daring to confront a congenital master. Surely even the top prodigies of the 3 divine sects and the great Zhou dynasty would not be so presumptuous. How audacious! Zhao Yuan was immensely furious, almost on the verge of exploding. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened back to Pingyang town, consumed by overwhelming anger. 5 days had passed since the death of Chun Honghai, and during this time, the Zhao family had been suppressing their indignation to the utmost. Since Zhao Yuan joined the Divine Flame sect, this was the first time someone dared to provoke the Zhao family, which made the usually domineering Zhao clan find it difficult to accept. They had even adopted a much lower profile, no longer daring to act arrogantly in Pingyang town for fear of incurring Li Xian's wrath. This feeling was utterly suffocating, so much so that they felt ready to explode. They were all waiting for Zhao Yuan's return, as only he had the power to subdue Li Xian. In the Zhao family's council hall, Zhao Pengzhuang looked down at the gathered clan members, his face dark as he inquired, "Yuan is returning tomorrow. Have there been any updates on that Li Xian?" Elder Zhao Changqing shook his head. "No, it seems that Li Xian might have fled. He has not shown himself in Pingyang town these past few days." Upon hearing this, Zhao Pengzhuang could not suppress his frown, and the expressions of his Zhao family members turned exceedingly grim. Fled? They found it hard to accept. Indeed, they could not accept it. It was an unbearable situation. Moreover, as long as Li Xian lived, he would remain a threat, leaving them unable to find peace or rest. At that moment, a tribesman suddenly reported, "Master, there is someone outside seeking an audience, claiming to possess vital intelligence." Upon hearing this, Zhao Pengzhuang promptly replied, "Let him enter." Shortly thereafter, a slightly disheveled middle-aged man was ushered in. This man was none other than He Wu, one of the 3 beggars who had clashed with Li Xian upon his arrival in this realm. As He Wu stepped inside, he immediately donned a sycophantic expression, bowing and scraping as he addressed Zhao Pengzhuang and the elders. "I am He Wu, pleased to meet you, Master Zhao and esteemed elders." However, Zhao Pengzhuang was not in the mood for pleasantries and said curtly, "Speak of your intelligence directly. Do not squander our time." He Wu quickly stated, "I know why Li Xian killed Zhao Tao, and I am aware of his connection with the Yun family." At these words, everyone in the Zhao family could not help but rise to their feet, and Zhao Pengzhuang fixed He Wu with a piercing gaze, coldly commanding, "Continue, and provide more details." He Wu, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, did not dare to withhold anything and recounted everything he knew. After being reprimanded by Li Xian, he had been terrified but had resolved not to let the matter drop, thus commencing his own investigation. Coincidentally, one of his subordinates had seen Li Xian enter the Yun family restaurant, followed by Zhao Tao and his companion, and had witnessed them being expelled shortly thereafter. At that time, Li Xian was still at a low cultivation level, merely at the 3rd stage of qi refinement, hence he had not perceived the other party's presence. After learning these details, He Wu had not yet devised a plan for revenge against Li Xian when he received the news of Zhao Tao's murder. The subsequent revelations left him trembling with fear, nearly causing him to lose his wits. The death of Chun Honghai, in particular, instilled a profound terror in him, extinguishing any thoughts of retaliation. He initially intended to bury this information in silence, but as Li Xian remained silent for 5 days and Zhao Yuan was about to return, he began to entertain other thoughts, wishing to seek a reward for his intelligence. Thus, driven by greed, he arrived at the Zhao family. The Yin family? Upon hearing the account, Zhao Pengzhuang's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. He was well aware of the Yun family. The elder Yun had once been a prominent figure in Pingyang town, and it was due to his scheming that they had fallen to their current state. He could hardly fathom that the origin of this matter lay with the Yun family. Had He Wu not mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about that individual. "You have done well. Come, someone reward him," he commanded. "Elder, take a group and pay a visit to the Yun family. Capture that grandfather and granddaughter. If Li Xian does not appear tomorrow, I shall use them to force him out." Meanwhile, at the Yun family, Elder Yun and his granddaughter Yi were just about to rest when Zhao Changqing burst in with a throng of followers. "Old man, I, Zhao, have spared your wretched life out of pity, yet you dare conspire with outsiders against my family. Do you long for death?" In a fit of rage, Zhao Changqing charged forward, kicking Elder Yun to the ground. "Do not harm my grandfather." Upon witnessing her grandfather being struck down, despite her overwhelming fear, Yaya rushed forward and cried out, "Get away!" A swift slap from Zhao Changqing sent her flying several meters away, her small face swollen and eyes swirling with stars. Unable to rise again, he seized her by the hair and sneered, "Little girl, don't think your youth will spare you. Do you believe I have countless ways to torment you, rendering you incapable of even wishing for death?" Old man Yun, seeing Yaya being harmed, grew anxious and implored, "Do not hurt her. She is still young and naive. Direct all your ire towards me, towards me. With a resounding thud, Zhao Chongqing kicked him away, sending him sprawling several meters and causing him to spit blood. He grinned maliciously. Did you think you would have a favorable outcome? Dream on, you foolish wretches. Both you and your grandfather will pay dearly. None shall escape. Bring them all to me. At his command, the Zhao family members ready to charge, but at that moment, whoosh, a flash of sword light appeared, followed by a series of thuds as heads began to roll. Those from the Zhao family who rushed forward lost their heads, blood splattering several meters high. Zhao Chongqing was taken aback. Chapter 7. In the 7th layer of qi refinement, like ants, who can stand in their way? With a thunderous roar, Li Xian surged in with a murderous intent, striking Zhao Chongqing viciously across the face. Zhao Chongqing screamed in agony, propelled through the air. Li Xian did not wait for him to land. His sword flashed like lightning. With swift cuts, blood erupted from Zhao Chongqing's body as he emitted chilling cries. By the time he collapsed, all his tendons had been severed, and his body was riddled with countless sword marks, convulsing uncontrollably. Li Xuan. Zhao Chongqing gazed at him, his eyes wide with terror, disbelief, and fear. Didn't he flee? How could he be here? It is I, Li Xian responded, his expression chillingly cold. At this moment, Yaya and Old Man Yun had already succumbed to unconsciousness, not from fright, but rather due to Li Xian's desire to shield them from such a bloody scene. You Zhao Chongqing's heart ached with despair. He had struggled for words, but failed to utter a complete sentence. Li Xian raised his right hand, extinguishing the lives of the remaining Zhao family members, then coldly declared, the Zhao family, very well. I had not intended to visit you, but it seems I have been overly merciful. Horrified, Zhao Chongqing trembled. What do you intend to do? Li Xian paid him no heed. He first checked on the condition of Old Man Yun and Yaya, administering them a brief healing. After dealing with the corpses and blood, he casually lifted Zhao Chongqing as if he were refused and departed. When Li Xian emerged onto the street, dragging the seemingly lifeless Zhao Chongqing, the entire Pingyang town was set abuzz. Look, Li Xian has appeared. Isn't that Zhao Chongqing he is holding? How utterly wretched. He has brought this upon himself. It is divine retribution. Hurry, let's rush to the Zhao residence. Something significant is about to occur. The murmurs echoed through the streets and alleys, and it wasn't long before nearly half the townsfolk poured out into the open. However, none dared to approach Li Xian too closely. They merely followed from a distance. Zhao Chongqing, witnessing the throng, felt as if he were on the brink of death. When had he ever endured such humiliation? He longed to faint, even to perish on the spot, yet found himself utterly powerless to do so. At the Zhao residence, chaos erupted upon the news of Li Xian's arrival. He has incapacitated the Grand Elder and is heading straight for our Zhao family. What? Quickly, summon Elder Jiang. The Zhao family members were thrown into a frenzy upon hearing this dire news. Zhao Pengzhuang's face drained of color in an instant. Li Xian had indeed appeared, having decimated the Grand Elder and was now en route to their home. It was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky. This was an alarming calamity. How could this happen? If Zhao Yuan had returned, he would have felt no fear. Yet, the grim reality was that Zhao Yuan was still absent. He Wu, who had just received his reward, nearly dropped the gold in his hands, trembling with fear. An unprecedented sense of terror washed over him, and he wished to flee. But seeing the grim faces of the Zhao family around him, he suppressed his instincts. Before long, Jiang Wuyo arrived, his expression gravely serious, as if facing a formidable foe. Brother Jiang, Zhao Pengzhuang rushed to greet him. Li Xian is advancing towards our Zhao family. We must rely on you now. This was their last hope, at least until Zhao Yuan's return. Jiang Wuyo regarded Zhao Pengzhuang with a solemn nod. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. If Li Xian truly is merely at the 4th level of qi refining, I can certainly defeat him. According to Zhao, Changlong, and the others, Li Xian's cultivation was indeed at the 4th level of qi refining, having only managed to slay Chun Honghai through surprise and unknown tactics. If that were the case, Jiang Wuyo felt no trepidation. After all, as long as Li Xian had not reached the innate level, he was confident he could engage him in battle. Zhao Pengzhuang nodded. The 3rd elder and the others would not jest about such matters, so it was likely true. However, even so, Brother Jiang must exercise caution and never underestimate the opponent, lest they fall into the same trap again. Jiang Wuyo nodded. Rest easy, Master. I will be vigilant. Boom! As the two engaged in conversation, A sudden, deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by a swift whoosh as a figure hurtled in from outside, crashing heavily onto the ground. Both Zhao Pengzhuang and Jiang Wuyo were taken aback, hastily lowering their heads to behold the fallen figure of the once mighty elder, now rendered incapacitated. Witnessing the elder's body convulsing and twitching, a shiver of dread coursed through everyone present, a chilling sensation that surged to the very crown of their heads. They turned to gaze outside, only to see Li Xian striding in with a sword in hand, his presence commanding and resolute. Li Chuan. The sight of him filled Zhao Pengzhuang with terror, his eyes widening in rage. This was the very person who had kept them on edge and brought them immense disgrace in recent days. Jiang Wuyo's expression mirrored his dismay. He stepped forward, brimming with fury, demanding, "What do you intend to do, Li Xian?" Li Xian fixed his icy gaze upon Jiang Wuyo and retorted, "What do you think?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he unsheathed his sword. With a swift motion, the head of the convulsing Zhao Chongqing was severed, soaring into the air. "You!" Jiang Wuyo gasped in horror. But Li Xian was already unleashing a second strike aimed at him. Not daring to underestimate the threat, Jiang Wuyo unleashed the full force of his 7th-tier qi cultivation, pivoting to unleash a punch towards the glowing blade. With a sickening thud, an arm flew off, and Jiang Wuyo staggered backward, utterly aghast as he stared at Li Xian. You are not at the 4th tier of qi cultivation, but rather the 8th. Li Xian remained silent, executing a backhanded strike aimed directly at Jiang Wuyo's head. Why did the Zhao family dare to act so arrogantly? Individuals like Jiang Wuyo were beyond redemption. Their existence only bolstered the Zhao family's audacity. After 5 days of life-and-death trials, combined with the god-burying Cauldron, he had indeed broken through to the 8th tier of qi cultivation. Eliminating Jiang Wuyo would require no more effort than a mere breath. As Li Xian, uninterested in further words, launched yet another strike, Jiang Wuyo's heart sank. He roared in defiance. "Zhao Yuan will return shortly. If you dare to harm me, you will surely perish." With a sickening splatter, the moment his words fell, a head rolled to the ground, blood spraying forth like a fountain. The Zhao family members, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt an icy dread wash over them, their hearts plummeting to the depths of despair, engulfed in sheer terror. Li Xian's ruthlessness and decisiveness in slaughtering his foes left no room for doubt. With Zhao Yuan absent, who could possibly stand in his way? Zhao Pengzhuang trembled violently, his voice quaking as he shouted, "Li Xian, my son Zhao Yuan will return imminently. If you dare to touch me, he will not spare you." Li Xian was poised to end Zhao Pengzhuang's life when those words halted him in his tracks. "Is that so? In that case, I shall await his return here." Chapter 8. How do you wish to die? A profound silence enveloped the Zhao family. Li Xian's gaze shifted to He Wu, for as the saying goes, the wheel of fate turns. Does heaven spare anyone? Even though He Wu had concealed himself in a corner, striving to minimize his presence, how could he evade Li Xian's discerning eye? With a soft thud, the tension in the air thickened. He Wu felt the piercing gaze of Li Xian, causing his hand to tremble, and, as the gold fell to the ground, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. "Senior," he stammered, his legs shaking, his entire body quivering. He wished he could slap himself twice, regretting his foolishness in being tempted by mere few taels of gold. Why had he not fled immediately upon acquiring the gold? Was it you who informed the Zhao family about my visit to the Yun family restaurant? Li Xian was no ordinary person. Upon seeing the gold in He Wu's hand and recalling the events of the Yun family, he quickly connected the dots. "Senior, I was wrong. I acknowledge my guilt." He Wu was nearly paralyzed with fear, his soul almost escaping his body. Li Xuan spoke indifferently. "We shall discuss your guilt later. For now, I offer you an opportunity. It is up to you to seize it." He Wu's heart leaped at the prospect. What opportunity? Li Xian continued. "You are familiar with the Zhao family members, are you not?" He Wu nodded. "Oxygen, Li Xuan smilat. Go, eliminate them. Anyone who has committed evil, anyone who deserves to die, must not be spared. Not a single one, starting from this grand hall." Li Xuan. As these words fell, before He Wu could respond, Zhao Pengzhuang abruptly lifted his head, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. He glared at Li Xian, roaring, "Do not overstep your bounds." Turning to He Wu, his face contorted in a grotesque snarl, he threatened, "He Wu, I, Zhao Pengzhuang, swear that if you dare to act recklessly, I will ensure you have no place to be buried." With a sudden pop, half of Zhao Pengzhuang's tongue flew out. Li Xuan remarca coldly, "Silenza. Did I permit you to speak?" The reason you are still alive is that I am granting you an opportunity for Zhao Yuan. You have yet to earn the right to speak." Furious, Zhao Pingzhuang glared at Li Xian, his fists clenched, his teeth grinding, but he could utter no further words. Li Xian ignored him, turning his attention back to He Wu. "You may begin, but let me make this clear. Should you miss even one, you know the consequences." At that moment, everyone in the Grand Hall was engulfed in panic. They realized that catastrophe loomed. In the entire Zhao family, who could be deemed innocent? Was there even a single clean one among them? He Wu's complexion turned pale as he trembled uncontrollably. This was not a task to be taken lightly. Yet, he dared not defy Li Xian. Everyone present understood Li Xian's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Gritting his teeth, He Wu stood up. With a metallic clang, he drew a knife from the waist of a person not far away and, steeling himself, began the massacre. With a swift motion, a member of the Zhao family was the first to be decapitated. Zhao Pingzhuang, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes nearly bulge out in rage. He was on the verge of exploding. Unfortunately, he could do nothing to stop it, unable even to voice his outrage, only able to roar in his heart. Li Xian remained indifferent, coldly observing He Wu and the Zhao family members. These ordinary individuals, unless provoked to the extreme in person, are utterly disinclined to take action, even to the point of disdain for taking lives. Since He Wu enjoys creating chaos, it is fitting to leave the matter in his hands. In an instant, blood surged skyward and heads rolled. He Wu did not dare to show any hesitation, to the point that his arms began to ache from the relentless slaughter. The Zhao family quaked with fear, utterly horrified. Some contemplated resistance, but were swiftly subdued by Li Xian's oppressive aura, rendering them immobile. Soon, the ground of the Zhao family estate was awash with blood. Outside the Zhao family gates, hundreds of people were crammed together, filling every available space. Those in prime positions, peering through the shattered gates, could not help but feel their hearts sink. A phrase echoed in their minds. Good begets good, evil begets evil. Retribution is not absent, merely awaiting its time. Li Xian was truly ruthless, ruthless enough to instill fear, enough to chill the very marrow of one's bones, enough to make one tremble uncontrollably. Even standing outside, even from a considerable distance, they could perceive the thick, pungent scent of blood and see the crimson liquid seeping from within the courtyard. Of course, no one felt sympathy for the Zhao family, for their actions over the years were well known to all. They merely dared not voice their anger. This time, the Zhao family had crossed paths with Li Xian. While it seemed coincidental, it was in reality inevitable, given the Zhao family's tyrannical behavior. Even had they not provoked Li Xian, they would eventually enrage another formidable figure. The once mighty Zhao family was on the brink of collapse. This was the consensus among the gathered crowd. They were, however, uncertain of Li Xian's fate. Was he truly a match for Zhao Yuan, a master of the innate realm? As long as Zhao Yuan lived, Li Xian's outcome would surely be tragic. Meanwhile, outside Pingyang town, a resounding tiger's roar reverberated through the air as Zhao Yuan rode, a fierce tiger, charging into the town like a whirlwind, stirring up clouds of dust. Li Chuan, at that moment, his gaze was as frigid as ice, his fists clenched in righteous fury. He resembled a hero from a novel, racing home to rescue his family from peril. Li Xian was the ultimate antagonist. Before long, Zhao Yuan caught sight of the Zhao family. From a distance, he observed the crowd gathered outside the gates, and the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses. Infuriated, Zhao Yuan's eyes widened with rage. The immense aura of a first-level innate master erupted in an instant as he propelled himself forward with tremendous force. In a flash, accompanied by a mournful cry from the tiger beneath him, he soared into the sky, swiftly making his way toward the Li family. A master of the innate realm is capable of brief flight. However, this was not sustainable. The tiger he rode, having been trampled, lay lifeless upon the ground. Zhao Yuan has returned. He can actually fly. What a terrifying aura. Such commotion naturally startled the onlookers outside the Zhao family estate. One by one, they gazed up in astonishment at Zhao Yuan, who had soared into the Zhao family grounds. Those with weaker wills could hardly bear the oppressive fear and collapsed to the ground, their legs giving way beneath them. Within the Zhao family, upon witnessing Zhao Yuan descend from the sky like a deity, everyone was momentarily stunned. This was soon followed by a thunderous roar. Young Master Zhao, you have finally returned. You must take charge and avenge us. We must see that Li Xian is slain. Seeing Zhao Yuan, the surviving members of the Zhao family were overwhelmed with emotion. nearly brought to tears. Their voices surged like a tidal wave, echoing throughout the Zhao estate with a deafening resonance. That demon Li Xian was ruthless beyond measure, capable of wreaking havoc. Now, their hope had returned, and they were eager to witness how Li Xian would meet his end. In their hearts, Zhao Yuan was an invincible entity, an unconquerable force, at least within the confines of Pingyang Town. Zhao, gazing at Zhao Yuan as he touched down, could not restrain his tears of joy. My son, you have finally returned. Li Xian will surely pay a heavy price. He lamented his lost voice, wishing he could join in the cheers and shouts of triumph. He also came to a halt, collapsing onto the ground, gripped by an overwhelming terror, gasping for breath. Li Xian turned his gaze toward Zhao Yuan, his expression remarkably calm, devoid of any tremor. First layer of the innate realm? Quite impressive. I wonder, however, how much of that is mere bravado? Zhao Yuan's face turned a deep shade of anger. He first surveyed his surroundings, then scrutinized the grand hall, glanced at He Wu, and finally fixed his gaze on Li Xian. You are Li Xian? Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? Chapter 9. Slaying the Innate. Zhao Yuan loomed like an emperor, looking down upon Li Xian as if he were merely an insect beneath his heel. His presence was commanding, exuding an aura of authority. As they listened to his domineering words, the crowd outside the Zhao estate quaked with fear. They regarded Zhao Yuan as a born sovereign, incapable of harboring any thoughts of resistance. With the air of a divine being, Zhao Yuan was an invincible presence, unconquerable. The fortunate Zhao family members, having briefly fallen silent, erupted once more into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Young Master Zhao is invincible. Our master is invincible. Salai Li Chuan. Salai Li Chuan. Their excitement was palpable, and the fear that once lingered in their eyes when they looked at Li Xian had vanished. They envisioned Li Xian brought low, reduced to a pitiful state. Yet, at the moment when the Zhao family members were filled with excitement, a brilliant flash of sword light suddenly erupted, and in the next instant, numerous heads soared into the air once more. All sounds ceased abruptly. Those who had been shouting were sent to the underworld. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. No one could have anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, Li Xian would dare to kill. Had he lost his senses? Young Master Zhao was watching from not far away. How could he be so audacious? Zhao Yuan's pupils involuntarily constricted, and a chilling aura of murderous intent surged in his eyes. Li Xian turned to Zhao Yuan and disdainfully remarked, Do you need to put on such a show to avoid death? Don't you wish to inquire why I am slaying these individuals? It matters not. Zhao Yuan coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Xian, declaring, By slaughtering my Zhao family, you have sealed your own fate. You, a mere cultivator of the 8th level of qi refinement, dare to provoke my Zhao family and challenge me. Zhao Yuan, you deserve to die. Now I shall demonstrate what it means to be innate. As his voice rang out, the formidable aura of the 1st level of innate erupted violently. Zhao Yuan raised a hand and pressed down towards Li Xian. A palm imprint, formed from the condensed essence of innate energy, instantly took shape, producing a thunderous sound as it crashed towards Li Xian. The palm imprint felt as heavy as a mountain, bearing down with overwhelming force. You wish to teach me what it means to be innate? Li Xian observed the palm imprint composed of innate energy and couldn't help but chuckle. Is this your so-called reason? How delightful! Truth be told, had he not been cast into this realm and forced to begin anew, he might have long forgotten what the innate realm entailed. This Zhao Yuan, believing he could suppress Li Xian with a mere palm imprint of innate energy, truly embodied arrogance at its zenith. Li Xian did not employ any martial techniques. He didn't even utilize the sword in his hand. Instead, he abruptly clenched his left fist, surging spiritual energy converging at his fingertips, and with a sudden explosion, he unleashed it. Boom! A resounding blast. Crack! The palm imprint shattered. Silence. An eerie quiet engulfed the entire arena. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend their own eyes, nearly convinced they were mistaken. Is this what you call innate? I have experienced it. Li Xian's teasing voice echoed, while Zhao Yuan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. He stared intently at Li Xian, unable to fathom that this individual had actually shattered his palm imprint of innate energy. Without uttering another word, Zhao Yuan stepped forward, his momentum surging like a tide. As he once again charged towards Li Xian, he recognized that attempting to eliminate Li Xian with the external force of innate energy was utterly futile. To suppress Li Xian, he must engage personally. Cracking mountain fist. In an instant, Zhao Yuan closed the distance to Li Xian. His internal spiritual energy surged, his right fist clenched tightly, and he struck towards Li Xian. With a thunderous crash, the force of his punch reverberated, as if it could truly split stone and shatter mountains. Li Xian regarded Zhao Yuan's incoming fist with a cold smirk. Within him surged an overwhelming essence. His left hand forming a palm as 9 imprints converged and struck toward Zhao Yuan. The advanced martial technique of the Xian tier, ninefold mountain. He chose to confront it head-on. This was the pinnacle of martial skills he could currently wield, and it was precisely the moment to utilize it. Moreover, having undergone a recultivation, he was able to execute it flawlessly. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Waves of essence exploded outward, causing both combatants to take a step back. Is this what you call innate talent? Li Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. The innate first realm of Zhao Yuan seemed rather inflated. He couldn't help but shake his head. The essence was unstable, the foundation weak, the practice of martial skills insufficient, and the comprehension disappointingly low. With such innate talent, do you truly believe you can kill me? Do you think yourself worthy? Li Xian had refrained from attacking first, choosing instead to gauge the strength of Zhao Yuan, the disciple of a sect, to ascertain his caliber. Now he had witnessed it, and he was thoroughly disenchanted. It fell far short of his expectations. The onlookers from his Zhao family were equally astonished. Their invincible Zhao Yuan had been thwarted twice, merely achieving a stalemate with Li Xian. Is the innate realm truly this feeble? Unbelievable. Once filled with anticipation and hope, Zhao Yuan now harbored an ominous premonition, his complexion paling to an extreme. Likewise, Zhao Yuan's expression darkened, alternating between shades of green and red. He had not anticipated that his attack would be repelled once more, resulting in an equal standoff with someone at the 8th level of Qi refinement. He gazed intently at Li Xian, a practitioner of the advanced martial technique. And having mastered it to perfection, who exactly are you? You cannot be a rogue cultivator. You must hail from another sect or the Great Zhou dynasty. Why do you target my Zhao family? With your strength and status, do you not find it excessive to focus on my humble Zhao clan? Martial techniques are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, each further divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. The stages of mastery: initial, minor success, major success, and perfection indicate one's comprehension of martial arts. Previously, Zhao Yuan had employed the Shattering Mountain Fist, a low-grade Xian technique, which he had cultivated to minor success. In contrast, Li Xian executed Ninefold Mountain, a high-grade Xian technique perfected to completion. In the vast expanse of the Great Zhou dynasty, high-grade Xian techniques were scarce and exceedingly valuable. The low-grade Xian technique, Shattering Mountain Fist, was the highest caliber accessible to Zhao Yuan as a disciple of the Divine Flame sect. His achievement of minor success granted him a modicum of status among the outer disciples. He had thought that by unleashing the Shattering Flame Fist, Li Xian would surely meet his demise. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Li Xian would prove even more extraordinary, wielding a high-grade Xian technique perfected to completion. How could this be? Such a prodigy could not possibly be a rogue cultivator. The ethereal energy was insubstantial, the foundation unstable, and his martial arts training was inadequate, compounded by a lack of insight. The mere thought of Li Xian's scathing assessments darkened his countenance further. Those words struck him like resounding slaps, ruthlessly trampling on his dignity. Was it excessive? Li Xian shook his head. It was of no consequence now. As the adage goes, one reaps what one sows. Every action has its repercussions. Now, I shall send you on your way. As the words fell, Li Xian unsheathed his sword. Zhao Yuan's expression shifted drastically. Within him, the spiritual energy surged violently, the innate vigor enveloping his entire being in an instant. Yet, despair washed over him. Just as his innate barrier was taking shape, Li Xian, employing the swift technique of the high-tier martial art, Gale steps, closed the distance with remarkable speed, the mundane sword striking him simultaneously. Bang! A surge of sword energy erupted, shattering his nascent defense, which had barely coalesced, like fragile parchment disintegrating in an instant, dispersing into ethereal energy. The mundane sword, relentless as a raging tide, pierced directly into his dantian. The dantian ruptured, blood splattering forth. Round, yet again it was full. Zhao Yuan clutched his dantian with both hands. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at Li Xian, his eyes brimming with despair and disbelief. A torrent of blood surged from his dantian and the corner of his mouth. He managed only a single utterance before collapsing to the ground, utterly lifeless. Zhao Yuan was slain. Yuan. Upon witnessing Zhao Yuan's demise, Zhao's fury surged, overwhelming him, and he could no longer suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth. His eyes bulged, and he too fell lifeless. The remaining members of the Zhao family were pallid with fear. It was over. The Zhao family was finished, and their fate was sealed. Li Xian collected Zhao Yuan's corpse in his spatial pouch, dispatching He Wu with another stroke of his sword before turning to depart. With Zhao Yuan dead and the family's protector vanquished, those with grievances sought revenge, and those with enmities sought retribution. Kill! Kill! Slay those scoundrels! Eradicate those vile wretches! The Zhao family was no more. Gratitude was owed to young Master Li for ridding Pingyang town of its tyrants. No sooner had Li Xian left than the crowd surged in. Cheers, excitement, roars, and screams filled the air, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Over the years, the Zhao family had committed countless atrocities, oppressing the weak and exploiting the local populace with methods so heinous they were beyond comprehension. Now, retribution had finally arrived. After departing the Zhao residence, Li Xian opened Zhao Yuan's spatial pouch. It was modest in size, merely a few cubic feet. Within, he discovered 2 first-tier spiritual herbs, a bottle of innate pills, and 100 low-grade spirit stones. He retained the 100 spirit stones, discarding the remainder to Master Ding. Moments later, he arrived at the tavern of Grandpa Yun and his grandson. Without disturbing them, he left behind a sum of silver and enacted some rudimentary protective measures before entering the Haifeng mountain range. Half a month later, he reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm, the 9th level. Li Xian emerged from the Haifeng mountain range, intent on departing. He could no longer continue his cultivation here. Over the past half-month, he had thrown punches and drawn his sword countless times, pushing his physical body, foundation, and realm to their limits. Chapter 10. Sangyang City, Yang Family. 2 days later, Li Xian entered Sangyang City. This was the first city he had entered since being cast into this realm. Although Sangyang City seemed insignificant to him, it was considered a major city within the Great Zhou dynasty, its prosperity far surpassing that of other cities. In merely 2 days, Li Xian had gleaned much information. The realm he inhabited was called the True Mysterious Realm, which was divided into 9 states. He was currently in the eastern region of Chuzhou within the Great Zhou dynasty. Upon entering Sangyang City, Li Xian heard news that one of the 3 divine sects, the Xianxia, was recruiting disciples and was currently in the enrollment phase. He had heard of these 3 divine sects, which included Xianxia, Shenjianzong, and Shindazong. The 3 divine sects were not governed by the Great Zhou dynasty, but merely existed within its borders, holding a position of superiority. It was said that at their peak, they could even contend with the entire Great Zhou dynasty. The Xianxiang's recruitment in Sangyang City presented an opportunity. Li Xian could not help but feel tempted upon receiving this news. Although he was a cultivator who had undergone rebirth and lacked neither experience nor techniques, he was in dire need of resources. In this world, many resources were controlled by powerful sects, making it nearly impossible for wandering cultivators to obtain them. Therefore, joining a sect had become imperative for Li Xian. As for why he did not consider Shenjianzong, the reason was quite simple. His swordsmanship did not require their guidance. He merely sought the resources that the sect could provide. The Xianxiang's recruitment was not directly aimed at Sangyang City, but rather at the 5 prominent families within the city. To join the Xianxia, one had to first register with these so-called 5 families and pass their scrutiny. Li Xian quickly gathered this information, feeling somewhat exasperated. For a mere second-rate sect, the process of recruiting disciples was indeed cumbersome. In simpler terms, only those who passed the 5-family selection would be eligible to participate in the Xianxia disciple assessment. And even then, it was merely eligibility. Passing the assessment was not guaranteed. If one failed to pass the 5-family scrutiny, they would not even have the chance to meet the assessment officials of the Xianxia. The Bai family was the closest here. I should visit them first. Li Xian wasted no time and followed the crowd to the nearby Bai family. The 5 prominent families of Sangyang City were the Yang, Bai, Lin, Chun, and Sima families, each reportedly protected by a formidable figure of the condensation realm. In the cultivation world, after Qi refining comes the innate stage, followed by the will see, and then the condensation realm. The fact that all 5 families had powerful figures in the condensation realm stationed at their helm was indeed impressive within the Great Zhou dynasty. In Li Xian's view, half an hour later, Li Xian arrived at the Bai family. As he was about to announce his name and cultivation level, he heard the elder from a Bai family in charge of registration say, "The registration fee is 10 low-grade spirit stones." Li Xian was taken aback. "They charge a fee?" Observing Li Xian's expression, laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. "He must be from out of town," one remarked. "How could he not know such a basic rule?" Another scoffed. "What a joke. He thinks he can register without any spirit stones?" Li Xian frowned, disregarding the jeers around him. He clasped his fists towards the elder in charge of registration and said, "My apologies for the disturbance." With that, he turned and walked away. 10 low-grade spirit stones were quite a sum. After all, Zhao Yuan, as an outer disciple of the Divine Flame sect, possessed only 100 low-grade spirit stones in total. It was truly exorbitant. Half an hour later, Li Xian arrived at the Lin family. "The registration fee is 10 low-grade spirit stones." The same words met him, and once again, he faced rejection. This time, however, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he spoke up, "I have no spirit stones, but I possess talent and fighting ability. I am confident I can pass the selection for disciples of the Divine Flame sect." 10 low-grade spirit stones would have been manageable for him half a month ago, but now, he had none, all spent on his cultivation. Ha, what is this kid saying? Is he joking? Someone laughed. Coming from a small place. He thinks this is still his village? How dare he speak so boldly at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Truly laughable, a frog at the bottom of a well. The laughter echoed in his ears once more, but Li Xian paid it no mind. He kept his gaze fixed on Lin Hua, the elder in charge of registration. Lin Hua looked at Li Xian for a long moment before finally speaking. "Young man, I believe in you, but our Lin family has enough talented fighters already, so?" The implication was clear. Without spirit stones, there was nothing to discuss. Feeling the disdainful gaze of the elder, Li Xian remained silent and turned away. He did not approach the other 3 families, as he assumed the situation would be no different. He would only encounter further rejection. What kind of world is this? Li Xian could not help but curse under his breath. "Please, wait a moment." Just as Li Xian was engulfed in frustration, a voice suddenly called out, and he saw a woman approaching. Dressed in a flowing light blue gown, her figure was graceful. While her beauty was not striking, it was certainly acceptable. Li Xian looked at her, puzzled. "Who are you?" The woman smiled gently. "Hello, I am Yang Yu from the Yang family. If you have not registered yet, you can come to my family." The Yang family? Li Xian frowned. He wished he could, but the issue was his lack of funds. The woman seemed to sense his thoughts and clarified, "Rest assured, there will be no charge for registration at the Yang family." Li Xian was even more bewildered. He remained silent, simply gazing at the woman. The woman seemed aware of Li Xian's confusion, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes as she continued. "However, registering with the Yang family entails certain risks. The 4 great clans will target those who enlist in our Yang family, so the decision ultimately rests with you." Li Xian understood. This was a matter involving clan rivalries. The Yang family must have suffered immensely. He inquired, "How will they target us? Will it be through oppression based on cultivation levels?" Yang Yu looked at Li Xian in surprise and shook her head. "That won't happen. They will only focus on us during the final selection competition for disciples of the Divine Flame sect." Li Xuan nodded. If that were the case, he had little to concern himself with. Just as he was about to agree, an unpleasant voice suddenly interrupted. "Yang Yu, have you gone mad over men? To be soliciting openly in the streets. You are a direct descendant of the Yang family. How have you fallen to such depths?" The tone was mocking, and as the voice spoke, a young man, accompanied by 2 others, approached. He cast a disdainful glance at Li Xian and sneered. "Your Yang family truly is embarrassing. Resorting to such rejected refuse. This is yet another waste who couldn't even pay for spirit stones, discarded by our 4 great clans, isn't it? Only your Yang family would be foolish enough to take him." Chapter 11. Please enlighten me. Huh. Young Master Lin, why bother with such rubbish? Even if he registers with the Yang family, he will merely be a number. Indeed, young Master Lin, what strength can a worthless person, unable to pay for spirit stones, possess? Does he truly think he can join the Divine Flame sect? How laughable. The 2 men behind the young master joined in the mockery. Their faces filled with arrogance as they looked down upon Li Xian. Li Xian's eyes narrowed as he regarded the trio. Where do these curs come from? To be so insufferable? Yang Yu's face flushed with anger, her cold gaze fixed on the young man. "Lin Xuan, do not overstep your bounds. How my Yang family selects its members is not for you to dictate." Her fury was palpable. If it weren't for the 4 great clans teaming up against the Yang family, would they have fallen so low? Each selection for disciples of the Divine Flame sect had seen those chosen from the Yang family face disastrous outcomes, with few managing to return unscathed. If not for this, no one would dare to register with the Yang family. The Yang family had contemplated withdrawing from the selection process, but they were reluctant to concede defeat. Over the years, their resources have been severely depleted. If they ceased participating in the selection, they would truly be erased from a roster. It is important to note that every selection for the Divine Flame sect brought benefits to the 5 great clans. The more individuals who succeeded and demonstrated exceptional talent, the greater the rewards obtained. Despite her anger, Xianxia did not linger on the confrontation. "Let us go," she said coldly, pulling Xian away. There was no choice. In the face of superior strength, one could only endure. Over the years, she has endured such humiliations more than once. However, Xianxia could not persuade Xian. She looked up at him in confusion, unable to suppress a sigh within her heart. Could it be that Xian was too afraid to register with the Yang family? This notion was somewhat understandable. After all, such occurrences were not unfamiliar to her. She had grown accustomed to them. Yet, just as she was about to depart alone, feeling disheartened, Xian suddenly inquired, "Miss Yang, may I ask if we are permitted to engage in combat here?" At this utterance, not only was Xianxia taken aback, but even Lin Xuan and his companions were left speechless. They stared at Xian in disbelief, as if they had just heard a most ludicrous joke. Once they regained their composure, Xianxia exclaimed in alarm, "Young master, please do not act recklessly. Although Lin Xuan may speak harshly, his strength is formidable. He has already reached the first level of the innate realm and could rank among the top 5 in the Lin family. He is certain to join the Divine Flame sect. You cannot defeat him." Xianxia's attempt to recruit Xian was not based on an appreciation of his talent or strength. After all, Xian had not engaged in any combat. How could she possibly gauge his abilities? She merely noticed him encountering difficulties with the Lin family and sought to assist him. In truth, she held little hope that he would successfully pass the selection for disciples of the Divine Flame sect. "Oh, are you dissatisfied and seeking a spar?" At that moment, Lin Xuan's voice rang out. He regarded Xian with derision. "It seems you have never ventured far and have not experienced a proper beating." He then turned to Xianxia, smirking, "Rest assured, I, Lin Xuan, do not stoop to engaging with such lowly opponents. My companions here are more than sufficient." Xian paid Lin Xuan no heed. His focus remained on Xianxia. "Are we permitted to engage in combat here? What would happen if I struck him?" Xian dismissed Lin Xuan as mere trifling fool, but he was genuinely concerned about the Lin family behind him. After all, he currently lacked any backing. If he struck down a subordinate, it would surely invite trouble from the elders. Seeing Xian's resolute demeanor, Xianxia spoke softly. "As long as both parties consent, we may indeed engage. If he is defeated, it is merely a reflection of his inferior strength, and the Lin family would have no grounds for complaint." She clearly understood Xian's concerns and offered him reassurance. "Rest assured, although my Yang family is modest, we can ensure your safety. The Lin family cannot bully those weaker than themselves." Xian felt relieved. He stepped forward and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "I am Xian, at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Please offer your guidance." 9th level of the Qi refining realm? Lin Xuan scoffed derisively. "I expected more from you. It turns out you are merely at the 9th level." A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he turned to one of his companions. "I shall not bully him. Wu Feng, you may go." Lowering his voice, he added, "Make it a bit rough." Wu Feng grinned, understanding the directive. "Got it, young Master Lin." As he spoke, he strode forward with great confidence. "I am Wu Feng, at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. I implore you to enlighten me." He raised his head to look at Xian, a proud expression on his face, eager to utter more taunts to assert his superiority. However, in an instant, Xian stepped forward and unleashed a punch toward him. Why engage in meaningless banter when one could simply fight? With a casual strike, devoid of significant force or martial techniques, Wu Feng did not even register the attack before he was struck in the chest, sent flying with a resounding thud. He crashed to the ground several meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xian scoffed. "With such lack of merit, how dare you call others worthless? What does that make you?" Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes. He had underestimated Xian, but remained unconcerned. Meanwhile, Xianxia could not help but gasp in astonishment. Though unfamiliar with Wu Feng, she recognized that his association with Lin Xuan implied a certain level of prowess. Yet, Xian had effortlessly knocked him down with a mere flick of his fist. The crowd around them murmured in hushed tones, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. You ambushed Wu Feng and brought him to the ground." He glared at Xian, filled with a mix of shame and anger. To be bested in front of so many was a profound humiliation. With a roar, He unleashed the full force of his 9th-level Qi refinement aura, leaping up to charge at Li Xian once more. Yet, Li Xian did not even glance in his direction. He simply lifted his foot. Bang! Wu Feng was sent hurtling away again. A faint sound of cracking bones echoed from his chest as he fell to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, unable to rise again. Li Xian turned to Lin Chuan, declaring weak, far too weak. Such ineptitude is embarrassing. Perhaps you should take the stage instead. Li Xian had little interest in the two lackeys. His true intention was to confront Lin Chuan, whose incessant arrogance was intolerable. What do you think you are? Challenging young Master Lin? Huang Long, at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage, charged at Li Xian without waiting for a response. As he closed in, his aura erupted violently, and he hurled a punch toward Li Xian. High-grade yellow-tier martial technique, avalanche fist. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, and one who had mastered a high-grade yellow-tier martial skill to perfection, such strength marked him as a standout among his peers, likely to gain entry into the Divine Flame sect. It seemed that the young man was in for a rough time, feeling the overwhelming might of Huang Long's punch. Many in the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Such combat prowess, while not the absolute peak among equals, certainly placed him among the elite. Yang Yu felt a chill run down her spine from that punch, her complexion paling as she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Li Xian. Chapter 12. A single punch. Li Xian regarded the furious Huang Long, his expression remaining remarkably composed, devoid of any tremor. While Huang Long might be considered a prodigy in Sanyang City, in Li Xian's eyes, he was simply not worth noting. Compared to Zhao Yuan of the Zhao clan, he was vastly inferior. Begone. Without indulging in unnecessary words, Li Xian unleashed a single punch. Boom! The violent surge of spiritual energy erupted instantaneously, the air itself seeming to threaten rupture as it collided violently with Huang Long's mountain-crushing fist. A deafening sound reverberated, followed by a sharp, bone-crunching crack. In the next moment, a scream escaped Huang Long's lips as he hurtled backward like a shooting star. He fell heavily to the ground, his complexion turning as pale as paper, his eyes reflecting shock and terror as they met Li Xian's gaze. How is this possible? A single punch, yet another punch. And he hadn't even employed any martial techniques. How formidable must his physique be? Such terror, such horror. This individual's combat prowess had undoubtedly reached the zenith of the Qi refining realm. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at Li Xian, their faces a canvas of astonishment and incredulity. The shock was overwhelming, truly breathtaking. No one had anticipated such conclusion. Yang Yu, who had initially worried for Li Xian, now found her crimson lips parted wide, uncontrollably rising and falling as she gasped for breath. This was simply astonishing, utterly unbelievable. Lin Chuan's expression, on the other hand, had darkened completely. He cast a cold glare at the unmoving Li Xian, his eyes flashing with an even sharper glint, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. A slap to the face. This was undeniably a slap to the face. He had never imagined that this impoverished outsider, whom his Lin family had spurned, possessed such formidable strength. You've done well. You have successfully provoked me. Lin Chuan's expression was grim as he strode forward. As he stepped out, the overwhelming aura of his innate realm surged forth, causing many around him to tremble in fear. Clearly, Lin Chuan had been incensed and was prepared to take matters into his own hands. Yang Yu, sensing the powerful aura emanating from Lin Chuan, paled and stepped forward anxiously. Lin Chuan, what do you intend to do? You are in the innate realm, yet you would strike at someone in the Qi refining realm. Do you not have any shame? Lin Chuan shot her a disdainful glance, coldly retorting, You wretched woman, step aside. This matter does not concern you. Should you dare to speak again, I shall trample you along with him. Yang Yu's face turned ashen, and just as she was about to retort, Li Xian halted her. Miss Yang, it was I who initiated the challenge, so allow me to handle this. If you can tolerate his insolent tongue, I shall not indulge him. Boom! With those words, the stage was set. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. Before them stood a young man who audaciously dared to publicly insult Lin Chuan, a reckless act that seemingly invited peril. Despite Li Xian's earlier performance exceeding their expectations, they remained unconvinced of his ability to best Lin Chuan. After all, Lin Chuan was a first-level innate realm cultivator, a far cry from the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. The disparity in their realms alone was sufficient to overshadow Li Xian. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, a more pronounced killing intent flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes. This outsider had repeatedly dared to provoke him, an act tantamount to courting death. Who was Lin Chuan? He was a direct descendant of the Lin family. To be publicly humiliated by an outsider was utterly intolerable. Outsider, you have successfully incited my wrath. I hope you can bear the consequences, Lin Chuan coldly declared, devoid of any intention to introduce himself or disclose his realm. As he lunged forward with a single step toward Li Xian, the aura of a first-level innate realm cultivator erupted instantaneously. His right hand extended to strike Li Xian with formidable force. The might of this attack was exponentially greater than that of the previous Huang Long, a stark illustration of their differing levels. It appeared the young man was destined for misfortune. Alas, he was too impetuous, failing to exercise the patience required in such a situation. With his remarkable potential, he could have easily been selected by the Divine Flame sect. It would be a grievous loss if he were to be crippled here. Witnessing Lin Chuan's unreserved strike, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Xianxia stood there, her face ashen, utterly a loss for what to do. Had she known Li Xian possessed such strength, she would have never allowed a conflict to arise between him and Lin Chuan. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Outsider? Consequences? Your words are truly contemptible. Li Xian remarked disdainfully as he observed Lin Chuan's descending palm. With a cold smirk, he stepped forward and retaliated with a strike of his own. His physical strength surged explosively, and the spiritual energy within him surged, colliding with Lin Chuan's right palm in an instant. Crack! At the moment their palms met, Lin Chuan's innate vigor was shattered. In the subsequent second, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, his right arm began to bend at unnatural angles, and he let out a piercing scream before being sent hurtling backward. Gasp! The spectators were left in a state of shock, unable to suppress their gasps. He had transcended from chi refinement to innate with a single punch, and it was merely a punch without employing any martial techniques. This was incredulous. Lin Chuan's complexion paled instantaneously as he stumbled back, desperately trying to maintain his balance. With each step, he crushed the stones beneath his feet. Why you? He glared at Li Xian, intending to utter a few threats. However, Li Xian had already closed the distance, raising his palm to strike Lin Chuan's face. Lin Chuan was seized by terror. Such indignity. If one were to be publicly humiliated, what reason would there be to continue living? Alas, in this moment, he could barely maintain his composure, rendering him utterly incapable of evading Li Xian's strike. A crisp sound echoed through the air. In an instant, Lin Chuan's face was left swollen, a fragment of a tooth flying from his mouth. Another swift slap from Li Xian followed, leaving the other side of Lin Chuan's visage equally disfigured, his lips a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Li Xian refrained from further assault, instead delivering a kick that sent Lin Chuan sprawling to the ground, coldly remarking, "With your level of filth, how dare you look down upon outsiders and label others as worthless?" These words resonated deeply among many outsiders present. Indeed, what right did he have to scorn us? I have long endured the arrogance of these privileged scions. Their lack of strength is one thing, but their tendency to deride us as outsider dogs is utterly intolerable. It serves them right to be taught a lesson. Lin Chuan lay on the ground, his left hand pressed firmly against his face, his entire countenance grotesquely contorted, his eyes brimming with seething hatred. Were it possible for a gaze to kill, Li Xian would surely have been dismembered by now. Arrogance in itself is not a fault. Yet to be so presumptuous without the means to back it up is indeed a grave error. In the future, mind your tongue, otherwise, even if I refrain from striking you, others surely will. Without lingering on Lin Chuan any longer, Li Xian coldly uttered this final admonition and took hold of the still-dazed Xianxia, turning to leave. Xianxia's head buzzed, her breaths quickened, the world around her a tumultuous sea of emotions. She gazed at Li Xian, who wore an air of calm indifference, and, after a prolonged moment, she erupted into an excited shriek. "Senior brother, oh no, big brother, you are simply incredible. I adore you." Her exhilaration was palpable. Previously, when she had been bullied, she could do nothing but endure, suppressing her anger in silence. But today was different. The feeling was encapsulated in a single word: exhilarating. She felt liberated, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. It was utterly delightful. She never imagined that a person she casually approached would possess such formidable strength. Based on Li Xian's extraordinary display, not only was joining the Divine Flame sect a possibility, but securing a top position or even claiming victory was within reach. The most ironic twist was that such a prodigious talent was dismissed by the Lin family, a fact that bordered on the absurd. In truth, She felt a sense of gratitude toward the Lin family. Observing Yang Yu's elation, Li Xian felt somewhat speechless. What was Lin Xuan really? Merely a target for sport. Were it not for Lin Xuan's incessant taunts and insults, he would have deemed it beneath him to retaliate. The two strode purposefully toward the Yang family. But it had scarcely taken a few steps when a chilling voice pierced the air. You think to leave after assaulting a member of the Lin family? Chapter 13. It turns out the Yang family is quite powerful. Li Xian turned to see a middle-aged man striding toward them with commanding confidence. The middle-aged man wore a grim expression, a powerful aura emanating from him that rendered many around him pale, prompting them to retreat. A figure of the wheel, realm? Li Xian gazed at the man, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Although his cultivation was lacking, his keen perception remained intact. At a glance, he discerned that this individual was a first-level cultivator of the wheel realm, a being that surpassed innate existence. Yang Yu, upon seeing this man, could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "Third master of the Lin family, Lin Changshan?" Yet, Lin Changshan paid no heed to Yang Yu. Instead, he coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Xian, his overwhelming pressure descending like an avalanche. "Young man, merely a sparring session, and you resort to such ruthless measures. Is that not a bit excessive?" On the ground, Lin Xuan, enduring immense pain, shouted, "Uncle, kill him! Kill him!" His voice sounded particularly awkward due to his injured mouth. Yet his eyes burned with venomous hatred as he glared at Li Xian, wishing to see him utterly destroyed. Li Xian regarded Lin Changshan with neither humility nor arrogance, stating, "I apologize. I did not anticipate that he would be so weak." Everyone present was taken aback, their expressions questioning his sincerity. At such a moment, how could he still utter such nonchalant words? Lin Xuan was so enraged that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he truly weak? Perhaps. In the presence of Li Xian, he indeed appeared somewhat feeble. Nevertheless, those words struck a nerve, deeply wounding his pride. His face flushed with embarrassment, his gaze more resentful than ever. Lin Changshan's pupils also slightly contracted, a hint of murderous intent surfacing within. He had not expected Li Xian to be so audacious. Unafraid before a cultivator of the wheel realm and daring to speak so arrogantly. Yet, Li Xian's expression was earnest. He had once regarded his opponent with pride, believing him to be formidable due to his first-level innate cultivation, thus exerting all his strength. But who could have anticipated that he would be so lacking, unable to withstand even a single punch from him? "I am merely at the 9th level of qi refinement. I cannot be blamed for this." The crowd gasped. Lin Xuan, upon hearing this, could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. While the onlookers were filled with trepidation, they also struggled to suppress their laughter. Such a poignant remark. Moreover, it was undeniably accurate. Lin Changshan glared at Li Xian, his murderous intent intensifying. "Regardless of your reasons, the fact remains that you struck with cruelty. Some actions, once taken, incur consequences. Since you have shattered Xiao Chuan's mouth and crippled his arm, is it not reasonable for me to shatter your mouth and cripple your limbs in return?" At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Li Xian's eyes narrowed, his right hand firmly gripping his ordinary sword, his internal energy surging as he prepared to unleash a forbidden technique for a decisive confrontation. The notion of yielding to the whims of others is utterly unfathomable. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, one must stand their ground. Setting aside his past identity, Li Xian now embodies the spirit of a swordsman, characterized by an unwavering resolve and relentless pursuit. How could he ever contemplate bending his will? As Lin Changshan spoke, the formidable aura of a wheel realm expert erupted forth, and he swung his hand with the intent of slapping Li Xian across the face. A torrent of spiritual energy surged, producing a thunderous resonance. Even a casual strike from a wheel expert was incomparable to that of a mere innate practitioner. This was the territory of the Lin family, and Li Xian had brazenly struck Lin Xuan in public, rendering him incapable by severing his arm. Such an affront could not be tolerated. Otherwise, how could the Lin family, one of the 5 great clans, maintain its dignity without becoming a laughingstock? "Ha ha, Lin Changshan, you shameless cur. How bold of you to strike a junior in plain view of everyone." Just as Lin Changshan's attack was about to connect with Li Xian, and Li Xian was preparing to unleash a forbidden technique in a desperate bid, another voice pierced through the tension, followed by a figure swiftly darting in, delivering a powerful fist that sent Lin Changshan's hand flying. With a resounding crash, The spiritual energy in the air erupted. Pain shot through Lin Changshan's palm, his face turning a shade of ashen. He had been caught off guard. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with a square face had appeared beside Li Xian, casting a disdainful gaze at Lin Changshan. Third Master. Yang Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomer, and he could not suppress a sigh of relief. The figure was none other than Yang Wujie, the third master of the Yang family, also a Wheel Sea Realm expert. Yang Wujie glanced at Yang Yu, offering a nod of acknowledgement, before turning his attention to Li Xian and giving him a thumbs up. Young man, well done, splendid effort. Li Xian remained silent, while Yang Wujie directed his gaze back to Lin Changshan. Lin Changshan met his stare, his eyes glinting with malice. Yang Wujie, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that the Yang family intends to intervene for the sake of an outsider? He pointed at Lin Chuan, continuing, you witnessed how brutally he attacked a junior of the Lin family, and it occurred within our territory. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. As he spoke, a fierce light flickered in his eyes, and he cast an accusation towards Yang Wujie. Are you suggesting that this was incited by the Yang family? Haha. Yang Wujie, unfazed by Lin Changshan's shameless rhetoric, laughed heartily. Lin Changshan, spare us the humiliation. Have you lost your sight or your hearing? Did you not see that he has registered with my Yang family? Anyone who registers with the Yang family is under our protection. Is there a problem with that? I cannot interfere with your selections during the disciple competition. I can merely watch in frustration. But to bully him here, that is absolutely out of the question. Yang Wujie was equally formidable, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chuan, who lay on the ground. As for this worthless individual, a dignified innate realm practitioner, reduced to such a pitiful state by someone from the Qi refining realm, who could he blame? Lin Chuan, sprawled on the ground with clenched fists and a flushed face, was consumed by a profound rage. It felt as if he was being publicly slapped repeatedly, leaving him utterly humiliated, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into the earth. Yet Yang Wujie showed no signs of stopping. The years of pent-up frustration and oppression seemed to erupt at that moment. Moreover, this was not merely a defeat within the same realm, but a humiliation inflicted from a higher realm. When your Lin family attacked members of my Yang family, did you not say that those of the same realm who were vanquished had only themselves to blame for their inadequacies? Why then, when it comes to your Lin family, can you not accept the same fate? He scoffed at the notion. As for your claim that he was acting under my Yang family's orders, if you say so, then let it be. If you are unconvinced, then let us engage. Bring forth your Qi refining practitioners. I welcome it. Yang Wujie's words ignited a fervor among Yang Yu and several other members of the Yang family present. It was the first time in many years that they felt such exhilaration. Lin Changshan, however, seethed with anger, his cold gaze fixed on Yang Wujie. Yang Wujie, are you resolute in your defense of him? Are you not fearful of provoking war with my Lin family? Yet, scarcely had he uttered the word war when a powerful aura surged forth, and moments later, numerous formidable practitioners from the Wheel Sea realm appeared not far away. Va? What of it? My Yang family does not fear. Let us battle. Who is afraid? Lin Changshan, you worthless fool. Do you dare speak of war? Do you possess the standing to represent the Lin family? Come forth. Let me entertain you. You wretched creature, whom do you think you intimidate? The members of the Yang family are not easily frightened. Within the bounds of propriety, we are restrained, but should you disregard the rules, then let us see. The audacity of your oppression has reached an intolerable level. Does might make right? Go ahead and summon the other 3 great families. Let us see if my Yang family trembles in fear. Have you truly come to believe that my Yang family is incapable? At the very least, we can first incapacitate your Lin family without a doubt. The gathering of over a dozen individuals, each brimming with righteous indignation, exuded an overwhelming aura that left those surrounding them trembling in fear. My goodness, the Yang family is indeed serious. Lin Changshan stared at the sudden emergence of the Yang family's practitioners, momentarily stunned, before his expression soured as though he had bitten into something foul. Chapter 14. Next time, remember to strike harder. This situation had grown rather awkward. Lin Changshan had never anticipated that so many Yang family experts were concealed nearby. Had the Yang family gone mad? What were their intentions? For a moment, Lin Changshan found himself rooted in place, utterly at a loss for what to do. Va? What a jest. To initiate conflict at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. If the Yang family set their sights on the Lin family, what recourse would the Lin family have? He lacked the courage and the resolve. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the Yang family possessed the audacity to burn their boats. After all, The Yang family had endured suppression for far too long. If truly driven to desperation, a counterattack was certainly plausible. You spineless wretch. How dare you speak of war to me? Yang Wujie sneered, his disdain evident as he observed Lin Changshan's fluctuating expression. He then cursed openly, disregarding decorum, before departing with Li Xian and Yang Yu. For years, the Yang family had been subjected to the joint machinations of the four great clans, suffering immensely. Yet everything had unfolded within the confines of established rules. Even when the four clans stepped beyond these boundaries, the Yang family had failed to uncover any incriminating evidence to retaliate. Thus, they had to endure. However, today, neither Li Xian nor the Yang family had erred. Why should they continue to bear such indignation? Lin Changshan seethed with fury as he watched Yang Wujie lead Li Xian away. Yet he had no choice but to suppress his wrath. With so many formidable figures emerging from the Yang family, the absence of any Lin family representatives was telling. Lin's clan dared not gamble, nor were they prepared for war. Should a full-scale conflict erupt, they would likely become the punching bag for the Yang family, ultimately benefiting the other three clans. On the road, Li Xian regarded the bold and audacious Yang Sanyi with an enigmatic gaze. This fellow was quite impressive. His support would alleviate any concerns he had about joining the Yang family. Yang Wujie cast an irritated glance at Li Xian, muttering, "You're still too soft, little one." "What?" Li Xuan raplia, perplexa. Yang Wujie continued, "You should have directly incapacitated that Lin Chuan earlier, preferably with a kick, to render him incapable of further action." Li Xian was at a loss for words. Yang Yu, her cheeks flushed, could not help but interject, "Third master, what on earth are you talking about?" She was utterly bewildered. Has our third master lost his mind today? She mused. Yang Wujie shot her a glare, his frustration palpable. Am I wrong? The torment my Yang family has endured over the years, the countless descendants they've crippled. Should we not be a bit more ruthless? His frustration was evident as he lamented. I wish I had found the opportunity. If I had, I would have surely dealt a fatal blow to those shameless rascals of the Lin family. He turned to Li Xian, encouragingly saying, "Do not be afraid. Next time remember to strike harder. As long as you don't kill them, anything else is permissible. Incapacitating them is perfectly fine. Outside of Sanyang City, I cannot make promises, but within its bounds as long as you hold the moral high ground. The Yang family will support you against any adversity." Clearly, Yang Wujie had been suppressing his feelings for far too long and expressed his exasperation for years. "I have been waiting for an opportunity, hoping that the younger generation of the Yang family would rise, but they have been disappointingly feeble." Yang Yu lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Li Xian chose not to speak further. While the words were satisfying to hear, they were difficult to respond to. He is, after all, not a member of the Yang family. Or does he possess any significant familiarity with them? Nevertheless, with Yang Wujie's words echoing in his mind, Li Xian felt a newfound sense of confidence. At the very least, he could now navigate Sanyang City without fear. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he would simply respond with action. Soon, the group arrived at the Yang residence. Although the Yang family had fallen from grace, their estate still exuded an air of grandeur and elegance within Sanyang City. Upon entering, a woman in her 20s approached them. She was strikingly beautiful, with an aristocratic demeanor. Yet her eyes bore the weight of experience and fatigue. Tall and graceful, she wore a flowing gown that accentuated her slender waist. As she moved with delicate steps, her long legs were subtly revealed, and she soon reached the group. "Xianxia," Yang Yu called out, hastening to greet her and linking his arm with hers. Yang Wujie then introduced her to Li Xian, saying, "This is Yang Xianxia, the young matriarch of our family." Upon hearing this, Li Xian stepped forward, offering a respectful greeting. "Li Xian, it's an honor to meet the young matriarch." Yang Xianxian smiled as she regarded Li Xian. "Welcome to the Yang family, young Master Li. Please come inside." She was well aware of the strong figures the Yang family had dispatched and was informed of the circumstances surrounding Li Xian and Lin Chuan. As they walked deeper into the estate, Li Xian was soon led to a private courtyard. Yang Xianxian remarked, "Young Master Li, you may stay here for the next few days. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will personally inform you when the selection day for the disciples of the Divine Flame sect arrives." Li Xian nodded in agreement, confident that his prowess had already proven his worth, rendering any further scrutiny by the Yang family unnecessary. Yang Xianxian said no more and gracefully departed. Meanwhile, the news of Li Xian's resounding victory over Lin Chuan swept through Sanyang City like a tempest. If it had merely been a defeat among equals, it would not have stirred such a commotion. However, Li Xian had triumphed across realms, achieving victory with a single punch. Coupled with the involvement of prominent figures from the Yang family, it was no wonder such a reaction ensued. Have you heard? The Yang family has recruited an extraordinary individual who defeated an innate practitioner with his qi refinement prowess. I believe his name is Li Xian. How could I not have heard of such a significant event? It seems to have even drawn the attention of several formidable experts from the Yang family's Luanhai realm. Wow, that Li Xian truly is remarkable. Defeating an innate practitioner is one thing, but to do so with just one punch against Lin Chuan. What kind of anomaly is he? Huh, that's nothing. I heard that Li Xian originally intended to register with the Lin family, but was turned away due to a lack of spirit stones. It seems the Yang family seized the opportunity, and now the Lin family must be filled with regret. In no time, the streets and alleys buzzed with discussions about this matter, and Li Xian's name became known to countless individuals. At the Lin family estate, a gathering of elders sat in the council hall, their expressions dark and foreboding. Lin Changshan, in particular, hung his head, his face ashen and silent. Ladies and gentlemen, can we simply allow the Lin family to suffer such a significant humiliation? Who exactly is this Li Xian, and what gives him the audacity to act so brazenly? Furthermore, has the Yang family grown so bold as to openly declare war? The patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Changhen, slammed his hand down on the table, his eyes ablaze with icy fury. If it were merely Lin Chuan who had been defeated, the Lin family would have lost but a single member. Yet, they were coerced by the Yang family to the point of utter silence. This is a true disgrace. Can we just let it slide? Absolutely not. In my opinion, the Yang family is merely bluffing. They certainly lack the courage to engage in warfare. We should confront the Yang family and demand the return of our people, and see if they dare to refuse. As soon as Lin Changhen finished speaking, the 8th elder, Lin Changtao, glared with indignation and retorted. The 6th elder, Lin Changyu, however, shook his head, cautioning, "Old 8, we must not act impulsively. We cannot afford to be hasty." Lin Changtao shot him a fierce look. Not act impulsively? Not be hasty? Old 6, what do you mean? Should the Lin family simply swallow this grievance? How can we hold our heads high in Kenyang City in the future, lest we become a laughingstock? Lin Changtao, known for his fiery temperament, immediately protested. Lin Changyu glanced at him and said, "Old 8, calm down and allow me to speak." Patriarch Lin Changhen also glared at Lin Changtao, admonishing, "You brute, be quiet and listen to Changyu. He is the most astute among us. We ought to hear his perspective." Lin Changtao, brimming with pent-up anger, was on the verge of exploding but had no choice but to restrain himself. Seeing that Lin Changtao had ceased his outbursts, Lin Changyu began, "Indeed, we cannot simply let this matter go, but we must shift our approach. Our focus should not be on the Yang family, but rather on that Li Xian. Everyone is aware that the Yang family has been severely oppressed by our 4 great families in recent years. As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will fight back, and we are no different. If we confront the Yang family directly, they may become desperate. And what if they truly commit to a do-or-die situation? In that case, it will be the Lin family that suffers. The other 3 families would undoubtedly relish the spectacle. And even if they sent reinforcements, it would merely be for appearance's sake." Upon hearing these words, all members of the Lin family fell silent. For Lin Changyu spoke the truth. The pie is only so large. If the Lin family were ousted, the remaining 3 would happily divide it amongst themselves. "How do we target this Li Xian?" Lin Changhen inquired. "That young man is protected by the Yang family, and we cannot afford to truly provoke them. Thus, it seems challenging to address him directly." Lin Changyu shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. He had intended to keep them in suspense. But upon seeing Lin Changtao's impending glare, he reluctantly continued, "We shall create momentum, employ flattery to undermine him, and use others as instruments for our own ends." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed with intrigue as he began to elaborate on the details. A quarter of an hour later, upon hearing Lin Changyu's strategy, the eyes of the Lin family members sparkled with renewed hope. Ah, the 8th master could not help but exclaim, "Wow, you are truly insidious, old 6. It's all you." Lin Changyu remained silent. After the Yang family members, including Yang Xianxian, departed, Li Xian commenced his cultivation. He did not seek to elevate his cultivation level, as he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Merely relying on the aura of heaven and earth would make breakthroughs exceedingly challenging, requiring a vast array of resources. In the small courtyard, Li Xian unsheathed his ordinary sword, engaging in a series of sword draws and strikes. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of sword light erupted from the courtyard, and soon Li Xian had executed thousands of strikes. Each sword was swifter, fiercer, and consumed less spiritual energy than the last. For an entire 2 hours, Li Xian practiced swordsmanship without the slightest pause. When Yang Yu arrived to call Li Xian for dinner, she was taken aback by his bare, muscular upper body, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn. She never expected Li Xian to be so powerful yet so diligent. Yang Yu had come to invite Li Xian for dinner, and after their meal, she escorted him back to the courtyard. Suddenly, she hesitated, saying, "There is something I'm unsure whether to tell you." "What is it?" Li Xuan inquirat pujlat. Yang Yu replied indignantly, "I don't know which scoundrel is spreading rumors, claiming that you are invincible in the Qi refinement stage, acting arrogantly and looking down upon all those of the same rank. Not only that, but you purportedly declared publicly that those in the Qi refinement stage are nothing but refuse in your eyes. Even those at the first and second levels of the innate stage are insignificant to you." Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed the truth. Yang Yu continued, "I wish I could say, 'Big brother, can we refrain from boasting?'" After a long pause, she added, "But even if it is true, you never publicly stated it. Did you? Do you realize that because of this, many people are now dissatisfied with you? In fact, numerous individuals have decided to challenge you at the Yang family tomorrow. These challengers include not only those at the 8th and 9th levels of the Qi refinement stage, but also several at the 2nd and 3rd levels of the innate stage." Her frustration was palpable. It was shameless and blatant bullying, undoubtedly orchestrated by the Lin family. However, upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Such an opportunity!" he exclaimed. Yang Yu felt utterly at a loss for words in her attempts to communicate with him. How could this be considered a good thing? Li Xian proposed, "Here is the plan. Tomorrow, the Yang family will set up a competition platform outside, and we will designate a few individuals to handle registrations. Anyone wishing to challenge me will need to pay a registration fee. For those below the innate stage, it will be 200 low-grade spirit stones. For the first level of the innate stage, 1,000. For the second level, 2,000. And for the third level, 5,000. Yang Yu stared at Li Xian incredulously, nearly doubting her own hearing. Had he lost his mind? No matter how capable one might be, such arrogance was unwarranted. To dare accept challenges from those at the third level of the innate stage was akin to courting death. Yet, Li Xian's eyes shone with clarity. For him, it truly represented a lucrative opportunity. He never anticipated that, at a time when he was in need of spirit stones for his cultivation, someone would offer to present them to him. After pondering for a moment, Li Xian stated, "All the spirit stones collected will be split evenly between myself and the Yang family. Please inquire with your family members in the Yang clan to see if this arrangement is acceptable, given that they were within the Yang family's territory." It was imperative for him to provide some benefits to the Yang family as a form of assurance. Naturally, if the Yang family had reservations and declined, that would be the end of it. Without the Yang family's backing, this venture would be unfeasible. "Are you serious?" Yang Yu gazed at Li Xuan, astonished that he would dare to confront those at the 2nd and 3rd levels of the innate realm. Li Xuan nuda earnestly, embodying the spirit of indifference towards life and death. If they intended to challenge him, he would not shy away. Yang Yu, with his mouth agape, refrained from further comment and hurriedly ran outside. In less than a quarter of an hour, accompanied by a hearty laugh, Yang Wujia arrived at Li Xian's courtyard. He looked at Li Xian, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Kid, I knew you were no ordinary person." Li Xian replied simply. Yang Wujia continued, "Indeed, this is the way to go. It would be best to eliminate them entirely. As for the division, the Yang family will not take a 50-50 share. Let us settle for 70-30, with you receiving 70 and us 30. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. "Kid, I must ask you directly, are you truly serious? And do you have confidence in this? This is no trivial matter. It is evident to any discerning eye that this is an open scheme, a ploy by the Lin family to use you as a pawn. Should you falter, your life could be at stake. Moreover, within the confines of the rules, the Yang family cannot guarantee your safety." Li Xian's expression mirrored Yang Wujia's seriousness. "I am indeed serious. Third Master, you may proceed with your arrangements." With that, he raised his sword. "As cultivators of the sword, we fear not." "Good." Yang Wujia said no more and swiftly departed the courtyard. Li Xian was no fool. His willingness to engage in this confrontation suggested he had some confidence. Of course, Yang Wujia still deemed it somewhat risky, yet he refrained from dissuasion, recognizing that one must forge their own path. Since Li Xian had made his decision, it was only fitting to follow his lead. In less than an hour, the news that Li Xian would be setting up a challenge at the Yang family to confront powerful contenders from all corners had spread throughout Sangyang City like a thunderclap. As the saying goes, a single stone creates 1,000 ripples, and this news sparked an immense uproar, generating a cacophony of excitement. Goodness, has that Li Xian gone mad? He dares to set a challenge against the geniuses from all directions? Exclaimed a bystander. It is said he is even willing to accept challenges from those in the third level of the innate realm. Is this sheer confidence, or has he become overzealous? Moreover, how absurd that there is a fee to challenge him, starting at 200 coins. Has he lost his mind over money? Meanwhile, Lin Changyu was taken aback by how smoothly events were unfolding. Initially, he had believed that Li Xian would certainly shy away from the challenge, and he had planned to manipulate public opinion to force Li Xian into a corner. Yet he never anticipated that Li Xian would not only readily accept the challenge, but would also audaciously dare to confront even those at the third level of the innate realm. Truly, it is said that when heaven intends to bring about one's downfall, it first drives them to arrogance. This young man has indeed become excessively inflated with pride. Does he genuinely believe that having defeated Lin Chuan renders him invincible? It is utterly laughable. Chapter 16, A Call to Action. The following day, as dawn broke, numerous members of the younger generation had already gathered at the gates of the Yang family. One might mistakenly think that the Yang family had once again regained its former glory, given the throngs of people present. Outside the gates, an enormous arena had been erected. Standing over 2 meters high and exceeding 100 meters in length and width, it was surrounded by a layer of inscribed barriers. For those at the innate realm, this battleground was more than adequate. In addition, not far from the arena stood a small table, behind which sat 3 young members of the Yang family. In the center was Yang Chun, who was currently calling out to the assembled crowd. Registration is now open. Those wishing to challenge senior brother Li Xian, please pay the registration fee first. For those below the innate realm, it is 200 low-grade spirit stones. For the first level of the innate realm, 1,000 stones. For the second level, 2,000. And for the third level, 5,000. The sooner you register, the sooner you can challenge. Delay, and you may miss your chance. The crowd reacted. What the hell is this? A brief silence was quickly replaced by a cacophony of voices. Are you serious? We have to pay to challenge. This is outrageous. Not only do you charge a registration fee, but it is exorbitantly high. Have you all lost your minds? Where's that Li Xian? Why hasn't he shown up? He should come out now. Yang Chun cast a sidelong glance at the raucous individuals, smirking disdainfully. It was evident that they were instigators sent by the Lin family, aiming to incite public outrage against Li Xian and the Yang family, so he chose to ignore them. Let Li Xian come out quickly. Does he expect all of us to wait for him alone? Isn't it just a victory over Lin Chuan? How dare he claim to be invincible in the Qi refinement realm? I am eager to see what gives him such audacity. Lin Chuan is nothing but a useless name. If I were in his place, I could easily crush him. To claim to be invincible at the same level is one thing, but to challenge the innate realm and belittle it? Has he become too arrogant? Li Xian, you better come out quickly. I want to challenge him and show him what it means to be innate. The clamor grew louder, and the atmosphere became increasingly charged. Most of these individuals were there to participate in the selection for disciples of the Divine Flame sect, each considered a minor genius, confident in their abilities. Those bold enough to shout had faith in their chances of succeeding in the selection, carrying their own pride. How could they possibly yield to another before they had even fought? Observing the uproarious scene, Yang Chun could not help but furrow his brow. This commotion was becoming rather excessive. The 2 young scions of the Yang family flanked him, their demeanor shifting to one of palpable tension, as if they feared an onslaught from the crowd. Amidst the throng, Lin Chuan's visage was as dark as a soot-laden pot. At this moment, he was shrouded in a black robe, one arm bound. He found himself torn between a desire for Li Xian to be utterly defeated and a hope that Li Xian would retaliate against those who had labeled him a failure, thus proving his worth. Enough of this clamor. Silence yourselves. Just then, a furious roar erupted, and Li Xian stepped forth, accompanied by a visibly anxious Yangyu. Who the hell are you? A young man glared fiercely, pointing accusingly at Li Xian, eager to provoke. In a flash, Li Xian vanished, akin to a wraith. The next moment, a resounding slap echoed as his palm connected with the young man's face, delivering a stunning blow. Should you dare to chatter incessantly, I shall shatter your jaw. Li Xian's icy voice resonated, plunging the scene into an immediate hush. The young man, clutching his face, collapsed to the ground. Astonished as he gazed at Li Xian, his expression one of utter disbelief. You are Li Xian? By what right do you strike another? A voice coldly inquired from the crowd. Li Xian cast a glance at the speaker. Silence. This does not concern you. The individual fumed in response. But Li Xian disregarded him, addressing the assembly instead. Indeed, I am Li Xian. It was I who vanquished Lin Chuan. I am indisputably invincible within the Qi refining realm. Not to mention, anyone below the third tier of the innate realm is merely a sibling to me. Do you dispute this? Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd momentarily froze before erupting in indignation. Arrogant, presumptuous, how brazen. Do you not fear the repercussions of your own hubris? They seethed, the air thick with animosity. Yang Yu and Yang Chun exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions mirroring disbelief as they yearned to ask, Brother, are you truly serious? Li Xian reveled in their reaction, for it was precisely the effect he sought. After all, without inciting public outrage, how could he expect them to pay to challenge him? He leaped onto the arena, stating with casual indifference, if you are dissatisfied, then pay the fee first and come forth to defeat me. I dare you. The crowd was taken aback by his audacity, their anger simmering. They fixated on Li Xian, and soon, one individual sprang into action, darting towards the arena like lightning. With a swift motion, Li Xian summoned a formation flag, and with a resounding thud, the challenger was repelled by a shimmering barrier, crashing back to the ground. Li Chuan, regarding him with a frosty demeanor, proclaimed, To challenge me, you must first pay. Otherwise, I shall not entertain your foolishness, and do not entertain thoughts of chaos. This is the Yang residence, not a place for your reckless abandon. Yesterday, I confronted Lin Chuan at the Lin family residence. Even the old dog Lin Changshan had to endure it. What are you insignificant individuals? My goodness, you scoundrel, such a disgrace. The onlookers gazed at the imperious Li Xian, nearly driven to the brink of fury. This is beyond mere arrogance. It is an utter disregard for the law. They had initially believed the rumors to be mere fabrications, likely orchestrated by the Lin family. However, it now appeared that the truth was far more alarming. Li Xian was 1,000 times more audacious than the whisper suggested. Yang Chun and Yang Yu were equally taken aback, sensing that a grave situation was unfolding. Li Xian's actions mirrored those of a quintessential villain. As they perceived the collective outrage of the crowd, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. Surely, he wouldn't be beaten to death, would he? Li Chuan, feeling the fury emanating from the crowd, was filled with a sense of satisfaction. He continued, Let the registration commence now. Be swift, as I shall only grant you 3 breaths. Should you fail to begin within this time, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, the crowd snapped back to reality. I will pay. So will I. The audacity was astounding. He must be taught a lesson today. How could they allow him to remain unscathed? To understand why the flowers bloom so vividly, to grasp the meaning of innate talent, it is intolerable. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Even if we are not his match, we shall wear him down. A brief silence was soon interrupted as individuals rushed towards Yang Chun's registration point. Witnessing this, Li Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He waved his hand. Everyone, no need to rush. Take your time and don't push. The challenges would commence with the Qi refinement stage, followed by the innate stage, one at a time. Rest assured, all who registered will have their chance. I shall face each of you without exception. The crowd's anger intensified at his words, as they felt utterly disregarded. After a moment of stunned silence, Yang Chun and his companions excitedly began to gather spirit stones for registration. Watching the stones accumulate, their hearts raced with exhilaration. They had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Seeing many individuals already signing up, Li Xian wasted no time and declared, All right, let us begin. Let those of lower realms take the stage first, starting with Qi refinement. Chapter 17. This fellow is playing tricks. Ha, little one. I truly did not anticipate your cunning nature. However, I must admit, I admire it. Let the games begin. The more spirit stones collected, the better. At that moment, the voice of Master Ding echoed with a peculiar laughter, clearly thrilled. You flatter the boy. Is it not your guidance that has shaped him? Moreover, this is for our benefit as well. Li Xian was in high spirits as he observed the eager registrants, his eyes gleaming. They were not mere individuals. They were a bounty of sparkling spirit stones. First up, Hutong. Yang Chun was equally exhilarated. He did not hesitate in setting the pace. Instead, he swiftly commenced calling names. Accompanied by Yang Chen's announcements, the first young man quickly darted onto the stage. This individual possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and the moment he stepped onto the arena, his aura surged violently. In truth, anyone bold enough to register for this challenge was at least at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Those at the 8th layer were far too wary to participate. They were not foolish. After all, Xian had defeated Lin Chuan, who was at the 1st layer of innate realm, and even if their strength were to be underestimated, they were acutely aware that confronting him would be tantamount to offering up their spirit stones for free. Hu Tong, at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, fixed his gaze upon Xian, intending to announce his own cultivation level and perhaps utter a few menacing words. However, Xian offered him no opportunity. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive fist had already appeared before him. In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as Hu Tong was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Next, Xian waved his hand dismissively. His thoughts were solely focused on swiftly accumulating spirit stones for his cultivation, ideally achieving a breakthrough to the innate realm. He had no desire to waste time listening to idle chatter that would only hinder the progress of those waiting. The second individual called upon, Wang Yu, quickly ascended the stage. He had learned from Hu Tong's miscalculation and refrained from any unnecessary words, adopting a serious demeanor instead. Yet, as Xian's fist descended upon him like a bolt of lightning, he could only watch helplessly as he was sent flying, utterly unable to react. Next, Xian's indifferent voice rang out. At that moment, the crowd erupted into chaos. What the hell, you ambushed him. Xian, you've gone too far. That scoundrel shows no martial ethics. He should be punished. Xian cast a sidelong glance at the uproarious crowd. There was no need for anyone to announce their levels. They could simply engage directly to avoid wasting time and disrupting the flow for those behind them. Is this even human language? The crowd's anger intensified upon hearing his words. 1, 2, 10, 18. Following the swift expulsion of 18 practitioners at the 9th layer of Qi refinement by Xian, no one dared to step forward again. This was utterly one-sided. Every opponent was sent flying with a single punch. How could they continue? In the midst of the crowd, the disguised Lin Changshan wore a grim expression, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Xian's effortless defeat of 18 9th-layer practitioners, seemingly without expending significant energy, was a reality he found hard to accept. Let you bask in your arrogance for a while, but when those at the innate realm take the stage, I shall see how you fare, he muttered through clenched teeth, his fists tightly balled. Xian waited for over 10 seconds without seeing anyone from the Qi refinement stage step up and finally remarked, "Is there no one left from the Qi refinement stage? Is there no one willing to challenge me? I shall wait a maximum of 20 breaths. If no one steps forward, I must begin to confront the innate, for the opportunity to refine my energy will vanish." The crowd murmured in disbelief. This is an outright display of avarice. With such prowess, how can anyone dare to challenge you? Young man, your demeanor is excessively bold. Just then, the voice of Lord Ding echoed, advising restraint. One should not be so aggressive. Your punches are so fierce that they might frighten everyone away. Xian nodded earnestly, acknowledging that Lord Ding's words held wisdom. His experience was still too limited, and he should learn more from him. Xian turned to Yang Chen, inquiring if there were still any who had not yet engaged in the realm of energy refinement. Yang Chen affirmed, stating there were 3 remaining. Li Xuan Prum Li Urja. Let those 3 join us without delay. Otherwise, the spirit stones will not be refunded. The crowd erupted in disbelief, incredulous at the audacity of such a statement. The 3 reluctant individuals wore expressions of fury, their glares fixed upon Xian as if they wished to devour him whole. Feng Hai, Gu Shan, and Fan Xiao. Why do you linger? Step up quickly. Indeed, what is there to fear in a 3-on-1? I, for one, cannot endure this. We have already paid our spirit stones, and there is no chance of a refund. What is there to be afraid of? The power of the crowd proved immensely potent. Initially hesitant, the 3 were now compelled to ascend the platform, spurred on by the collective push of the onlookers. They gritted their teeth and joined the fray, unleashing their full strength against Xian. This time, rather than dispatching them one by one as before, Xian engaged them in a prolonged exchange, maneuvering through several rounds before finally managing to send them flying. Breathing heavily, he surveyed the crowd and called out, "Are there any more who wish to register for the realm of energy refinement? In the next match, I shall take on 5. The audience glared at Xian with discontent. His boldness was downright shameless, clearly a calculated ruse. Yet, the prospect of a 5-on-1 battle was not entirely dismissed, after all. The dynamics of such a match differed significantly from a 3-on-1. 5 formidable practitioners of energy refinement at the 9th level could, indeed, pose a challenge to those of the 1st level of innate power. Nevertheless, despite this consideration, no one dared to step forward. Li Xian, feeling resigned, realized that he could no longer exploit the energy refinement practitioners as he had before. However, having bested 18 of them and amassed 3,600 spirit stones was indeed a commendable achievement. With a sense of satisfaction, he declared, Xianxia, it is now time to call forth those of the 1st level of innate power. Upon hearing this, the crowd's anticipation surged. The 1st level of innate power is certainly not to be compared with those of the 9th level of energy refinement. Given Li Xian's strength, defeating 1 or 2 of the 1st level should pose no insurmountable challenge. However, if it comes down to a war of attrition, they certainly do not believe that Li Xian could sweep them aside. Not to mention the presence of those at the 2nd and 3rd levels of the innate realm behind him. Perhaps Li Xian might not even reach the 2nd level of the innate realm before being forced to kneel. Xianxia cast a glance at the participants at the 1st level of the innate realm and could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was truly shocking to discover that the number of participants at the 1st level of the innate realm vastly outnumbered those at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, totaling an impressive 23. Among them, individuals from the 4 great families accounted for a staggering 17. Xianxia took a deep breath, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he focused on one of the members of the Lin family, preparing to call out their name. However, just then, he received a message from the 3rd master, Yang Wuji, instructing him to first deal with the cultivators, then target the Lin family, and finally confront the other 3 great families. Xianxia was taken aback, but quickly announced the first name, Lu Yang. In the crowd, Lu Yang, who had been waiting impatiently, exhaled in relief upon hearing his name and leaped onto the arena. He wasted no words as he ascended the platform. A fierce aura erupted from him, and he brandished a spear, lunging towards Li Xian with a powerful thrust. The spear shot forth like a dragon, tearing through the air and producing a resonant hum, leaving trails of shadow in its wake. Such might was incomparably greater than that of the previous 9th level Qi refinement cultivators. The spectators felt the overwhelming pressure and could not help but gasp in awe, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. In their eyes, even if Lu Yang's strike could not defeat Li Xian, it would surely compel him to reveal the extent of his strength. Li Xian regarded the spear's approach, reminiscent of a soaring dragon, and a trace of derision flickered in his gaze. Instinctively, he considered charging forward to obliterate the spear's brilliance with a punch and then kick Lu Yang off the platform. However, recalling the earlier words of Master Ding, he forcibly quelled that thought. Amidst a series of resounding clashes, Li Xian exchanged 5 moves with Lu Yang before seemingly seizing an opportunity to deliver a punch that sent Lu Yang tumbling off the arena. 5 moves, could it be? Defeating an innate cultivator so effortlessly? It seems Lin Xuan is not as incompetent as I thought. Why do I feel that he was intentionally holding back? Does he possess the capability to resolve Lu Yang more swiftly? Despite Li Xian's deliberate restraint, the crowd remained utterly astonished. To defeat an innate cultivator in just 5 moves was indeed extraordinary. Senior brother Li Xian is truly remarkable and handsome. Below, Yang Yu clenched his small fists, his eyes sparkling with admiration, embodying the essence of a starry-eyed fan. In a concealed corner of the crowd, Yang Xianxia, the young lady of the Yang family, could not help but gasp in disbelief, her alluring lips agape, her delicate face reflecting sheer incredulity. Only Lin Xuan wore a grim expression, for since his defeat by Li Xian, he seemed to have become a cautionary tale, frequently brought up in conversation. Madness, you wretched lot. Do not allow me the opportunity to seize you. Otherwise, I shall make an example of each one of you, demonstrating who truly lacks worth. The battle continues. The 2nd contestant of the innate realm ascends the stage swiftly, and Li Xian engages in 8 exchanges. The 3rd competitor lasts 10 exchanges. By the time the 6th opponent arrives, Li Xian has expended over 20 exchanges to secure victory. By the conclusion of the battle, he is drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and teetering on the brink of collapse, his condition evidently dire. The onlookers gaze at Li Xian with skepticism, utterly unable to discern whether he is genuine or merely feigning. At this moment, Yang Chen's voice rings out, announcing the first scion from a prominent family, Lin Hong of the Lin family. Lin Hong, wielding a dark crimson longsword, leaps onto the arena. He coldly fixes his gaze upon Li Xian and declares, I know you are merely pretending. Cease the charade and reveal your true strength. Having harmed a member of my Lin family, today I, Lin Hong, shall seek retribution. Lin Hong, possessing the first level of innate realm cultivation, surpasses Lin Chuan in strength, ranking third among the Lin family's innate prodigies. The news of Li Xian's provocation has spread throughout Sanyang City, causing significant embarrassment to the Lin family. Consequently, their hostility towards Li Xian is unmistakable. They yearn to eliminate him to restore their family's honor. As Lin Hong steps onto the stage, the palpable aura of malice emanating from him silences the crowd momentarily before excitement takes hold. What intrigue is there in mere sparring? A life-and-death struggle imbued with animosity is far more riveting, igniting the passions of the onlookers. Li Xian regards Lin Hong without haste to strike. He inquires, Are you the Lin family? L'anong no affirmatively. Do you wish to kill me? Indeed, you have insulted my family, and I. Before Lin Hong can finish whoosh, Li Xian surges forward like an arrow released from its bow. In that instant, his internal energy surges with ferocity, and he unleashes a devastating punch aimed at Lin Hong's chest. Speed, unparalleled speed. The earlier semblance of weakness is nowhere to be found. The spectators below are left momentarily stunned. Lin Hong, too, has yet to react. With a thunderous impact, a plume of blood mist erupts from his chest, and he is sent crashing off the stage, landing heavily and stirring up a cloud of dust, prompting gasps of astonishment. Goodness, how swift! By heavens, such ferocity! This is utterly terrifying. One punch, yet another punch. Indeed, that wretched sixth one was merely putting on an act. Upon glancing at Lin Hong, one can see a gaping wound the size of a fist in his chest. His bones shattered into fragments, with remnants spilling forth amid the blood. His entire network of meridians has undoubtedly suffered catastrophic damage from that fearsome blow. As they beheld the scene, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers. This marked the first individual rendered utterly incapacitated in the ongoing battle. While the previous combatants had succumbed to Li Xian's prowess, they had emerged relatively unscathed, as he had refrained from employing lethal force. However, Lin Hong before them was genuinely incapacitated and in a most definitive manner. Absent an extraordinary stroke of fortune or an exorbitant treasure, his chances of recovery were bleak. Among the crowd, Lu Yang and the 6 others, who had previously been defeated by Li Xian, were initially filled with indignation over their lost spirit stones and harbored a modicum of hostility towards him. Yet, in that moment, they were overtaken by sheer astonishment and dread, their animosity evaporating, replaced instead by gratitude. That little wretch! Suddenly, an irate voice pierced the air, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of menace that enveloped the vicinity. The fiery-tempered 8th master of the Lin family, Lin Xianxia, was poised to unleash his wrath. His icy glare was fixed upon Li Xian, brimming with murderous intent. How dare that wretched brat incapacitate Lin Hong? He had not shown any malice towards others, yet he had chosen to unleash his ferocity upon Lin Hong, an affront to the Lin family that was unmistakably brazen. However, before Lin Xianxia could advance upon Li Xian, Yang Wujin stepped forth, positioning himself defiantly in front of Lin Xianxia. With a look of utter disdain, he regarded Lin Xianxia, his eyes filled with contempt. You, a member of the Lin family, exhibit such disgraceful behavior? If you cannot bear to lose, perhaps you should refrain from the game. Is it truly a display of skill to bully the weak? If you possess true capability, allow the younger generation of the Lin family to take the stage. Defeat him, maim him. That would be your family's true prowess. Yet you resort to such underhanded tactics, attacking the young and then turning to the elders repeatedly. Is there no shame? Lin Xianxia seethed with anger, and a murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd. The gazes directed at Lin Xianxia turned increasingly contemptuous. His actions were undeniably disgraceful, revealing a reliance on superior cultivation to intimidate others. After all, they were all cultivators, and many were still quite weak. Who would appreciate such a cowardly display? How dare you? Lin Xianxia's fury reached a boiling point. Come back. Yet before he could utter more, a voice interrupted him. Not Yang Wujin, but rather the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Changhen. Patriarch, Lin Xianxia protested, unwilling to relent. Lin Changhen, however, coldly commanded, Return at once, you disgraceful fool. To be publicly chastised by his own patriarch left Lin Xianxia visibly embarrassed. Yet he dared not retaliate against Lin Changhen, begrudgingly retreating in silence. Should you dare to act so recklessly in public again, I shall be the first to render you incapacitated. Lin Changhen conveyed a chilling warning to Lin Changtue before turning his attention to Yang Wujin. You speak the truth. Proceed. With that, he swiftly vanished from sight. Some matters are best addressed discreetly, rather than paraded in the public eye. After all, these families are concerned about their reputation, if their name is thoroughly tarnished. How can they possibly develop? Observing this scene, everyone present was filled with trepidation. They were not particularly surprised by Yang Wujie's appearance, as this was indeed the Yang family. However, the subsequent appearances of Lin Changtu and Lin Changhen were undeniably extraordinary. Lin Changtu, the shameless elder, was one thing, but the fact that the head of the Lin family had also arrived raised questions. Among the crowd, the younger generation from the Lin family, especially those who had registered, gazed coldly at Li Xian on the arena. If this scoundrel were to survive, it would be a lifelong disgrace for the Lin family. He must be eliminated. Yang Chun was somewhat at a loss. Just as he was perusing the list, unsure of whom to call next, Li Xian's voice rang out, instructing him to target the Lin family first. Chapter 19. Certainly not a slap in the face. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Yang Chun ceased his hesitation and began to call out the names of the Lin family members. Lin Hao. As his voice echoed, Lin Hao stepped forward and leaped onto the stage. Li Chuan, Lish. Li Xian did not give him the chance to finish his sentence. He lunged forward, closing the distance to Lin Hao in an instant, delivering a powerful kick. A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted, and Lin Hao's expression changed dramatically. He attempted to evade, but it was futile. With a resounding crack, his ribs shattered from the impact, a scream escaping his lips as he was sent hurtling off the stage. Witnessing Li Xian's ferocity, the onlookers were left aghast. What audacity! Another kick! How could this fellow have the audacity to feign weakness moments ago? The members of the Lin family could hardly contain their fury, their fists clenched tightly in response. This was a humiliation, an absolute disgrace for the Lin family. Next, Li Xian paid no heed to the Lin family's glares, nor did he waste time, continuing with his call. Lin Yao, another youth, swiftly approached. Armed with a curved blade of moderate length, he moved with steady steps, his eyes exuding a chilling intensity. He was the top prodigy among the Lin family's first-tier innate realm descendants, possessing formidable combat prowess, far superior to Lin Hao and Lin Hong before him. Yet, faced with Li Xian, this individual, who stood a substantial realm lower, felt no trace of his usual confidence or composure, only solemnity. Unlike Lin Hao and Lin Hong, he refrained from idle chatter upon ascending the stage, nor did he strike first. Instead, he summoned his full energy, preparing a defensive stance. As the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. His intention was not to overpower Li Xian, but rather to wear him down. Li Xian cast a glance at Lin Yao, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. In a sudden shift, he charged forward. Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat, and in an instant, his spiritual energy surged, every nerve in his body tensing. Swish! A sound akin to the breaking of the wind echoed. Li Xian planted his left foot firmly on the ground, his body soaring into the air with remarkable agility. In an instant, his right leg, resembling a steel whip, propelled forward, imbued with surging spiritual energy. Kill! Lin Yao's pupils constricted as he beheld this scene. With a ferocious roar, he swung his curved blade with great ferocity, the air vibrating with the force of his strike aimed directly at Li Xian's right leg. Goodness! Truly, Lin Yao, the foremost among the first realm of the Lin family, possessed extraordinary reflexes. My word, retract your leg, retract it. I am doomed. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were equally struck with fear, cold sweat beating upon their brows. Yang Yu and the other members of the Yang family could not restrain a sharp intake of breath, their hearts leaping to their throats. Should that blade connect, Li Xian's leg would undoubtedly be rendered useless. Just as the crowd was engulfed in trepidation, a resounding explosion echoed. They then witnessed Lin Yao's curved blade flying from his grasp, followed by a spray of blood from his mouth as he tumbled from the stage like a defeated dog. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. What had transpired? Was Lin Yao not attempting to sever Li Xian's leg? How had he himself been incapacitated instead? Even if Li Xian had evaded the strike, it seemed implausible that he could have dispatched Lin Yao so swiftly. Only those cultivators of the seventh realm, and above, discerned the truth of the matter. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian had merely nonchalantly shifted his right leg to evade Lin Yao's blade, then deftly tapped twice with his toes. The first tap struck the back of the blade, sending Lin Yao's weapon flying, while the second tap connected with Lin Yao's chest, propelling him away. An overwhelming display of superiority. Lin Yao, the so-called prodigy of the first realm of the Lin family, was rendered insignificant before Li Xian, akin to a mere chicken or dog, utterly powerless. With Lin Yao's defeat, none among the first realm of the Lin family remained a match for Li Xian. All the Lin family members who had registered in the first realm had been thoroughly vanquished. Bai Qing. Xianxia resumed calling out names. As this name was announced, a wave of tension rippled through the crowd once more. Having already offended the Lin family, did Li Xian dare to provoke the Bai family as well? Bai Qing ascended the stage promptly, visibly anxious as he regarded Li Xian. The fate of Lin Yao and his companions served as a cautionary tale. Though Bai Qing considered himself somewhat capable, he knew he could not rival Lin Yao. Seeing that Li Xian did not strike first, Bai Qing exhaled in relief and quickly declared, "I am a member of the Bai family." Li Xuan nodded, acknowledging Yamaware. After a brief pause, he sighed. "It is worth noting that I initially registered with your Bai family, but after being rejected, I sought the Lin family and ultimately came to the Yang family." Bai Qing was taken aback. Was this truly the case? The higher-ups of the Bai family, observing from the sidelines, were equally astounded, nearly choking on their disbelief. Goodness, is this real? Was Bai Qi, in charge of registrations, truly so foolish as to reject such a prodigy? How absurd. They were on the verge of rushing back to the Bai family, ready to hang Bai Qi and beat him to death. Bai Qing reacted swiftly, suggesting that if one were willing, now was the time. However, before he could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Li Xian. Never mind. Rejection simply indicated a lack of faith. Without wasting any more time, let us begin. Bai Qing felt a sudden alarm. Could you perhaps go a little easier? The crowd looked on in disbelief. The Bai family members wore expressions of utter disbelief. Li Xian nodded earnestly. Of course, such a favor must be granted. With that, he delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Bai Qing cried out and was sent flying. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Yang swiftly began calling out the next participant. Bai Lu. I concede. Bai Zheng. I concede. 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 Soon, all the participants from the first level of innate realm withdrew. Li Xian, startled by their rapid withdrawals, hastily added, "Everyone should consider your decisions carefully. The registration fee is non-refundable." The others winced, nearly exclaiming in frustration. Li Xian continued, "Rest assured, I shall indeed go easy on you, allowing you to exit with dignity. No slapping, no harsh methods." The crowd was left speechless. Before long, the challenges for the first level of innate realm concluded, transitioning to the second level. This level was significantly above Li Xian, surpassing him by a major realm and 2 minor realms. The crowd's emotions surged once more, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Having swept through all the first-level participants, they were eager to see if Li Xian could continue his unrelenting dominance. Just as Yang took a deep breath, preparing to announce the first participant from the second level of innate realm, Li Xian suddenly interjected, apologizing and stating that he felt a bit fatigued and needed to rest. The crowd was left in shock. They all fixed their glares on Li Xian, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him down. What on earth? How could he choose this moment to declare he was done? The discomfort was palpable, akin to a cat's claws scratching at their hearts. Similarly, this news nearly caused the Lin family's second-level innate realm members, who had been itching to teach Li Xian a lesson, to spit blood in frustration. Li Xuan, Undatarat, leaped off the arena to retrieve some spirit stones from Yang, then returned to the stage and sat down cross-legged to rest. Witnessing this scene, many in the crowd burned with indignation. Those spirit stones belonged to them. The Lin family members were especially seething with rage. After a full half-hour, Li Xian finally opened his eyes. When he had gone to fetch the spirit stones, he had glanced at the roster. Only 3 participants remained, 2 from the second level of innate realm and 1 from the third level, all from the Lin family. Chapter 20. No matter how mighty your aura, I shall cleave through it with a single sword. As Li Xian opened his eyes, the 2 impatient members of the Lin family, both at the second level of the innate realm, did not wait for him to speak and simultaneously rushed onto the arena. Observing their synchronized advance, Li Xian remarked coolly, "What? Are you attempting to join forces?" "Join forces?" Lin Jian scoffed disdainfully, wielding a light blue longsword, its blade angled towards the ground. "You overestimate yourself. To deal with someone of your caliber, one of us is more than sufficient. There is no need for collaboration." He then turned to Lin Xiong, saying, "Brother Xiong, step aside and watch. Allow me to handle this." However, Lin Xiong shook his head. Third brother, this waste is not worth your effort, nor your blade. Let me take care of it. Both were filled with pride and confidence. Despite Li Xian's earlier display of strength, they remained utterly unafraid, dismissing him entirely. After all, what was it for a second-level innate realm fighter to face someone at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm? They could not fathom any possibility of a reversal by Li Xian. Seeing their reluctance to engage, Li Xian grew somewhat impatient and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for such formality. Since you are both here, why not come at me together? It will save us time." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in disbelief. What did he just say? He dares to challenge both of them? Surely I must have misheard. A 9th level Qi refinement fighter is going to face 2 second-level innate realm fighters? Has he lost his mind? Good heavens, I can hardly take this. It's utterly outrageous. The spectators gasped in astonishment, their incredulity palpable. Lin Jian and Lin Xiong exchanged glances, their expressions tightening with a hint of menace. Arrogant. Lin Xiong had just prepared to mock Li Xian when, like a fierce tiger, Li Xian surged towards them. At that moment, his physical prowess surged to its peak, and the spiritual energy within him began to boil. With a thunderous punch, the wind from his strike roared, creating a sharp sonic blast. Seeking death. Lin Xiong's dark visage twisted into a snarl. In the next instant, his own spiritual energy erupted, the formidable aura of a second-level innate realm fighter enveloping him as he retaliated with a punch of his own. Tiger Roar Fist. A dull explosion resonated as the two blows collided. In less than a breath, Lin Xiong's protective aura shattered, and he was sent hurtling backward. There was no flourish. Merely a single punch, a force that defied all techniques. But Li Xian was not finished. He moved swiftly, closing the distance to follow up with a kick. "You dare!" A furious roar came from below, the voice belonging to the 8th elder of the Lin family. The subsequent thud resonated like a resounding slap across the arena. Li Xian's actions unequivocally demonstrated his courage. A piercing scream echoed as Lin Xiong's dantian was shattered, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell, pallid, from the arena. Silence enveloped the crowd, a stillness akin to death. Witnessing Li Xian's overwhelming dominance over Lin Xiong, everyone struggled to believe their own eyes. Lin Xiong, a practitioner of the 2nd tier of the innate realm, was purportedly twice as formidable as those of the 1st tier. Compared to Li Xian, he was a full major realm and 2 minor realms above. Yet despite this disparity, he was decisively subdued, like a withered tree being uprooted. 8th Master Lin gazed at Lin Xiong, whose dantian had been utterly destroyed, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. His gaze, venomous like that of a serpent, was fixated on Li Xian, his expression contorted in rage. However, Li Xian did not even spare a glance at 8th Master Lin. Instead, he turned his attention to the equally astonished Lin Jian. "It is your turn now. I have already suggested that you all attack together. Why refuse? Is there any need for such needless chatter? You shall meet your end." Lin Jian's eyes bore into Li Xian, his murderous intent reaching a fever pitch. Gripping his sword tightly, an overwhelming aura of sword intent erupted from him, almost forming a distinct sword momentum. What? Is he on the verge of comprehending sword momentum? Such a prodigious insight. If he achieves this, who in the same realm could possibly rival him? Not to mention, even those a tier above would likely stand no chance. As the crowd felt the surge of Lin Jian's sword momentum, astonishment washed over them once more. This battle was proving to be extraordinary. The Lin family, previously consumed by rage, now quelled their anger, excitement flickering in their eyes. Brother Jian has comprehended the momentum under such circumstances. It seems Li Xian is doomed. I refuse to believe he can defeat Brother Jian. Perhaps we owe thanks to Li Xian. Without him, how could Brother Jian have attained this insight? Brother Jian, finish him off. Lin Jian, momentarily dazed, soon erupted with elation. He looked at Li Xian with unwavering confidence. It appears even fate conspires against you. Naiba, Li Xuan responda, shaking his head as he drew forth a common sword. The crowd's expressions shifted once more at this revelation. A sword cultivator? This fellow, a sword cultivator? They had not witnessed him wielding a sword before. Lin Jian was similarly taken aback for a moment. Yet, Li Xian had already spoken. Is that what you call sword momentum? Do you even deserve to wield a sword? Allow me to show you what a true sword cultivator embodies. With that declaration, Li Xian unsheathed his sword. Swish! With a mere flick of his wrist, he executed a simple strike devoid of intent or momentum. creating scarcely a ripple in the surrounding air, an utterly ordinary display. If there was any remarkable aspect, it was solely the swiftness of the strike. Upon witnessing Li Xian's attack, Lin Jian's pupils constricted in alarm. He could not afford to be careless and retaliated with his own strike. Heaven-shattering slash. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly pressing toward Li Xian. The air reverberated with a deep, rumbling sound, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of being torn asunder. Yet, in the next moment, the onlookers were struck with astonishment as they witnessed the ferocious tide of sword energy being effortlessly shattered by Li Xian's seemingly ordinary strike. It was as if he had obliterated the withered and decayed. The force was akin to a bamboo being split. How could this be possible? How could it unfold in such a manner? No matter how tempestuous the storm, or how overwhelming the sword force, I shall break through with a single strike. With a soft hiss, Li Xian's sword surged forward, tearing through everything with an unstoppable momentum, and forcefully pierced Lin Jian's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Jian's sword had already crumbled to pieces beneath the might of Li Xian's blade. He stared fixedly at Li Xian, his face a canvas of terror, confusion, and disbelief. Was he truly to perish in such a manner? He had only just begun to comprehend the sword's essence, laden with despair and unwillingness. He collapsed with a thud, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into a profound silence once more. The events of the day had been utterly unexpected, a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions. They had all assumed that Lin Jian, having grasped the sword's essence, would be more than capable of vanquishing Li Xian, especially considering he was an incredibly formidable sword cultivator. Yet, none had anticipated that Li Xian was also a sword cultivator, ultimately reversing the tide of battle. In that moment, Li Xian appeared to them as an invincible young war god, capable of suppressing any strength. Cursed be this fate. How could this happen? Below, the 8th master of the Lin family was on the verge of madness. Not only him, but even the previously composed patriarch of the Lin family was unable to contain the fiery wrath and murderous intent that surged within his eyes. Today would undoubtedly go down as a day of disgrace for the Lin family, as every descendant who had taken to the stage had been utterly defeated. Lindao, it is your turn, Li Xian calmly addressed a sword cultivator amidst the crowd. This individual was the last challenger of the day, Lindao of the Lin family, a 3rd-level innate realm swordsman. Chapter 21. Slaying the 3rd-level innate realm. Was Lindao finally ready to make his move? Rumor had it that he was a sword enthusiast, with talent that rivaled even that of Lin Jian. This battle promised to be one worth witnessing. Should Li Xian manage to defeat Lindao, it would indeed be a miraculous feat, though it seemed exceedingly improbable. As Lindao stepped forward, all eyes converged upon him. He was a renowned figure in Xianxia City, feared for his overwhelming prowess. His sword was famed for its domineering ferocity, having once slain a 4th-level innate realm expert. With each step he took toward the arena, his aura intensified, and upon ascending the stage, his presence surged to an apex. The sensation he exuded was akin to that of a blade, fierce and unyielding, an embodiment of dominance and strength. In that instant, not only did the audience below grow solemn, but even the formidable figures, such as the 3rd master of the Yang family, found their expressions turning grave. Third uncle, do you think Li Xian can rival Lindao? Yang Xianxia inquired, her delicate features betraying her concern as she turned to Yang Wuji. Yang Wuji shook his head. It's difficult. Lindao is exceptionally powerful and not easily dealt with. Upon hearing this, Yang Xianxia's heart sank. What shall we do if Li Xian falters? If such a prodigy were to perish, it would be an immense loss. Setting aside the fact that Li Xian's admission to the Divine Flame sect would bring benefits to the Yang family, his innate talent and prowess simply could not afford to extinguish here. Meanwhile, the members of the Lin family, upon witnessing Lin Dao ascend the stage, could not suppress their sinister laughter. Li Xian, your fortune has come to an end. Prepare to meet your demise. How dare a mere trash provoke my Lin family? You shall soon pay the price. Brother Dao, eliminate him. Eradicate him. The young scions of the Lin family were filled with pent-up rage, nearly choking on their fury. With Lin Dao's emergence, they could finally unleash their frustrations. Li Xian had incapacitated many of their kin and even slain Lin Jian. If they did not reclaim their honor today, they would find it impossible to hold their heads high in Xianxia City thereafter. Lin Dao disregarded the clamor of the Lin family and cast his gaze upon Li Xian. Boom! The moment his eyes locked onto Li Xian, an overwhelming and tyrannical aura descended upon him like a mountain. striking at the very depths of his soul. For an ordinary person, such a gaze would instill fear and trepidation. However, Xian was no ordinary individual. Armed with a mundane sword, he met Lin Dao's stare with unwavering calmness. Though internally he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, not daring to underestimate his opponent. At the 9th level of Qi refinement and the 3rd level of innate realm, he was at a significant disadvantage, lacking an entire realm and 3 minor realms. Moreover, Lin Dao was no weakling even among those at the 3rd level of innate realm. Thus, bridging such a gap would not be an easy feat kill. Without further ado, Lin Dao uttered a single word, and in the next moment, he charged towards Xian like a war god. The ground trembled beneath the force of his imposing presence. With both hands gripping his blade, he unleashed a powerful strike. Dominant blade slash. Buzz. A brilliant blade of light erupted forth, seemingly tearing through the very fabric of space, hurtling directly towards Xian's head. Swift, fierce, relentless. My goodness, what a savage strike. Such a ferocious blow, with an astonishing speed of attack. I can hardly bear to watch. Witnessing this scene, everyone present could not help but feel a shiver run down their spines, their hearts nearly leaping into their throats. Those of a more timid disposition even dared not to look further, hastily closing their eyes. Such a ferocious and domineering strike. Even those at the 4th level of the innate realm wore grave expressions, acutely aware of the immense pressure. Xian, observing the violent blade descending upon him, felt his inner spiritual energy surge explosively with a thunderous roar. With a swift motion, he executed the high-tier martial technique, Gale Step. In a flash, he evaded Lin Dao's strike. With a resounding crash, Lin Dao's blade struck the arena, sending sparks flying and causing the entire stage to quiver violently. As Xian sidestepped the blow, he too unleashed a lightning-fast counterattack, his sword slicing towards Lin Dao's midsection with barely a sound. Although Lin Dao sensed no fluctuations, an instinctual awareness of danger surged within him. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped just in time. The tip of the sword grazed his side, inflicting a shallow wound that nonetheless blossomed into a spray of blood. What? Xian managed to evade that strike, and Lin Dao was injured? How could this be possible? Good heavens, this is incredible. I must concede to Xian. As the two passed each other and regained their footing, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the crowd. It was utterly astonishing. How preposterous. If you have the audacity to dodge, then stand and fight. Xian, you coward, dared to confront him head-on. The Lin family members were nearly beside themselves with rage, their faces contorted in fury. Xian, however, paid no heed to the Lin family's outcries. He was fervently channeling his spiritual energy and physical strength, preparing for his next counterattack. You are formidable, deserving of my full effort, Lin Dao remarked, wiping the blood from his rib injury and licking it with a gleam of primal excitement in his eyes, akin to a predator spotting its favored prey. Not granting Lin Dao the opportunity to strike first, Xian surged forward, swinging his sword in defiance. Ha, come on, Lin Dao cackled, swiftly dodging while unleashing a barrage of furious strikes towards Xian. Employing Gale Step, Xian evaded rapidly, continuously countering with his own strikes. Each time, he adeptly avoided Lin Dao's attacks while inflicting wounds upon him. Though not fatal, they were nonetheless effective in disrupting Lin Dao's rhythm. Thus, the two exchanged blows in rapid succession, exceeding a dozen exchanges. Good heavens, kill him! End him! The onlookers cried. Xian, what skill lies in evasion? Stand your ground. Their frustration intensified, with cries of disdain directed at Xian, accusing him of cowardice. The members of the Lin family were on the verge of exploding with rage, utterly frustrated. The repeated sensation of Xian being on the brink of death, yet somehow surviving, was excruciatingly unbearable. Whoosh! At that moment, Xian deftly evaded Lin Dao's strike and retaliated with a fierce thrust of his sword. Swift, precise, and brutal. Splat! This time, Lin Dao was a fraction too slow to evade the fatal blow, the sharp tip of the sword piercing into his dantian. A surge of blood gushed forth, and the once overwhelming aura of Lin Dao dissipated in an instant as he emitted a primal roar of agony akin to that of a wild beast. You have lost, Xian declared, withdrawing his sword, causing blood to spurt violently. You. Lin Dao stared intently at Xian, managing to utter those two words before he expelled a spray of blood and collapsed with a thud. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, with everyone unable to suppress their astonishment. A palpable sense of murderous intent began to permeate the air, inducing a feeling of suffocation among them. The tension was stifling. An overwhelming sense of dread settled over all present, as if they sensed an impending tempest. Yang Wuji and the other formidable members of the Yang family also rose to their feet, their inner energy surging. Chapter 22. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing wind echoed as 10 powerful members of the Lin family, including Lin Changhen, appeared in midair. They coldly fixed their gaze upon Li Xian on the stage, their eyes brimming with an ocean of murderous intent. Upon witnessing this, the Yang family members soared into the air, their immense pressure sweeping over the area, forming a standoff with the Lin family. They uttered not a single word, simply locking their cold stares on Lin Changhen and the others, their fighting spirits surging, silently expressing their stance through their actions. The scene was bizarrely quiet, with everyone holding their breath, too fearful to move. On the stage, Li Xian felt the terrifying pressure but remained steadfast and unyielding. Even in the face of the Lin family's overwhelming murderous intent, his expression remained remarkably serene, showing little sign of change. Having incapacitated Lin Dao, he naturally possessed the means to escape. With the Lin family strength, they could not kill him. If necessary, he could opt out of joining the Xinyanzong and simply flee. After all, he was a lone wolf. What was there to fear? Once his cultivation reached new heights, he could return and exact revenge. The path of cultivation was inherently fraught with cruelty and bloodshed. I wish to kill him. Will you, members of the Yang family, intervene? Lin Changhen's gaze shifted from Li Xian to the Yang family's elder, Yang Wutian, as he coldly inquired. I will not intervene, Yang Wutian replied, shaking his head. The Lin family members were momentarily taken aback. The crowd was left bewildered. Not intervene? What did it mean for the Yang family to step forward? Indeed, Li Xian was merely an outsider. The Yang family would hardly risk their lives for him. However, before the Lin family members could display any signs of joy or fully comprehend the situation, Yang Wutian continued. If you wish to kill him, feel free to proceed. My Yang family will neither obstruct nor be able to stop you. However, all present from the Lin family shall accompany him to the grave. Moreover, in the future, when your Lin family ventures out, you must exercise caution. Unless you eradicate my Yang family, I shall not hesitate to kill every one of you, regardless of age. At the utterance of these words, the faces of the Lin family turned ashen. Those present felt a chill run down their spines, breaking out in a cold sweat. What do you mean? Lin Changhen gluttically et Yang Wutian. Are you threatening me? Yang Wutian offered no explanation, merely stating, if you say so, then so it is. Lin Changtu, the 8th master of the Lin family, could no longer contain his fury and shouted, Yang Wutian, do you truly believe we cannot annihilate your Yang family? Is it truly worth it for you to act this way over an outsider? You all witnessed how that brat has slaughtered so many of my Lin family and incapacitated others. He is already so ruthless at such a young age. If he grows stronger, will he not become a monstrous calamity? Should he not be eradicated? Yang Wutian disregarded Lin Changtu entirely, deeming such a fool unworthy of dialogue. Yang Wujia, however, was unconcerned with decorum and shouted, You worthless scoundrel, be silent. The challenge was willingly accepted by you. If you lack the strength, stop spewing nonsense. Do you have no shame? When your Lin family was decimating my Yang family, did you ever claim your descendants were a menace that must be eliminated? How audacious of you to think that only your Lin family can kill, while others cannot retaliate against you. Lin Changtu's face turned a deep shade of anger, his nostrils flaring. Yang Wujia pointed at his nose and declared, What are you? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Let us battle to the death. You are an old man. Stop engaging in such petty antics. After all these years, have you lived like a dog, only bullying the younger generation? Lin Changtu was nearly ready to explode. This insufferable rascal was unbearably crude. Yet, he dared not step forward to engage Yang Wujia in a life-and-death battle. His cultivation was merely at the first level of the Unrivaled realm, while Yang Wujia had reached the 3rd level, a vast disparity. Lin Changyan, the 2nd master of the Lin family, remarked coolly, Yang Wujia, you are at the 3rd level of the Unrivaled realm, while Changtu is only at the 1st. What skill is there in bullying him? Would you like me to accompany you in battle? Shut your mouth. Yang Wujia showed no respect to Lin Changyan, pointing at his nose and retorting, Get lost, you are not worthy to speak to me. Lin Changyan's face darkened, bearing the expression of one who had just consumed something vile. Yang Wujia continued his tirade. How absurd. Your Lin family can use a third level of the innate realm to fight against the Qi refinement realm. Why can't I fight him? Being of the same, we'll see realm? Do you still have any dignity? The Lin family members felt utterly humiliated. Where did this troublemaker come from? It's truly infuriating. Yang Wutian waved his hand, saying, enough with the idle chatter. It serves no purpose. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. If not, be gone and do not waste our time. The Lin family glared coldly at the Yang family, their expressions twisted in anguish, momentarily unable to reach a decision. Yang Wutian chuckled. What is the matter? Are you afraid to wager, hesitant to make a decisive choice? Fear not, I shall stoke the flames further. With that, he turned to Li Xian. Young man, you see that the Lin family has completely set their sights on you, and it's a matter of life and death. If you possess the courage, now is the time to eliminate Lin Dao and further ignite the conflict. After all, you've already made enemies. What does it matter if you deepen the rift? Rest assured, should they dare to strike, I will not hesitate to eliminate the descendants of the Lin family, and I will strive to buy you time. Ultimately, however, whether you can escape depends on your own capabilities. Yang Wutian's words incited fury among the Lin family. What did he mean? Was he forcing them into war? Lin Changhen turned to Li Xian. Young man, do you dare? Yet, before he could finish, a sickening sound echoed as Lin Dao's head was severed, blood staining the air. Li Xian calmly sheathed his sword, remarking, I believe what Senior Yang said holds considerable merit. What do you all think? The Lin family members were rendered speechless, their stares fixed on Li Xian in disbelief at his audacity to commit murder before their eyes. Very well, you have proven your ruthlessness. The tides will turn. We shall see what the future holds. The more aggressive the Yang family became, the more apprehensive the Lin family felt. Ultimately, they dared not initiate a conflict, and with a flick of their sleeves, vanished from above the Yang family, their fury palpable. They were unwilling to gamble, fearing a loss that would benefit the other three families. Yang Wujie could not help but utter a curse. Cowards, I truly disdain you. Yang Wutian shot him a stern glare. Did this fool genuinely wish for war? He turned to the gathered individuals below. Very well, the performance has concluded. You may all disperse. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving behind a sense of lingering excitement. In the grand hall of the Yang family, Li Xian looked upon the esteemed members of the Yang family and bowed deeply. I am grateful for your assistance. I shall remember your kindness. His gratitude was sincere. He had not anticipated such fervent support from the Yang family. Yang Wutian replied with a smile, there is no need for thanks. Had you not possessed such talent and strength, my Yang family would not have come to your aid. Furthermore, our willingness to act is not solely due to you. There are many factors at play. His words were candid and pragmatic. Li Xian understood this, and despite the circumstances, he clasped his hands in gratitude, acknowledging their help as a fact that warranted appreciation. Yang Wutian smiled, visibly pleased, and chose not to elaborate further. Soon, the powerful figures of the Yang family departed, leaving only Yang Wujie, Yang Qian, Yang Chen, and Yang Yu behind. Yang Chun gazed at Li Xian with an expression of utter admiration, exclaiming, Senior brother, or rather, big brother, you are simply extraordinary. From this moment forth, you shall be my elder brother. With boundless excitement, he produced a Qianquan ring, exclaiming, we have struck gold. Chapter 23. Breaking Through the Innate Realm. Upon seeing the Qianquan ring, Li Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly accepted it. When he beheld the multitude of spirit stones within, a broad smile spread across his face. Spirit stones, though once trivial to him, akin to refuse that he would not bother to pick up even if discarded, they now represented invaluable resources for his cultivation. In this challenge, there are 19 participants in the Qi refinement stage, 23 in the first layer of the innate stage, 2 in the second, and 1 in the third. According to the fees he had established, it required 200 low-grade spirit stones for those below the innate stage, 1,000 for the first layer, 2,000 for the second, and 5,000 for the third layer. Altogether, this amounted to a staggering total of 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. After setting aside 30 for the Yang family, he would still possess a handsome sum of 25,060 stones. Haha, with this, I should be able to break through to the innate stage. Li Xian chuckled gleefully at the sight of the spirit stones. Even Master Ding could not suppress his hearty laughter. Well done, young man. At long last, I can absorb some spirit stones myself. I've been consuming so much that I'm nearly sick of it. Li Xian, disregarding the trivial sum of 60 stones, chose to take 25,000 for himself and handed the remaining 10,000 to young Xianxia, saying, "Young mistress, please accept these." "Young masterly, you are too polite." Young Xianxia replied with a gentle smile, accepting the stones without hesitation. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed. "If you do not mind, you may simply call me Xianxia. Young mistress feels a bit too formal." Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. "Very well." Yang Chen, observing the exchange with a mischievous glint in his eyes, blurted out, "Sister, why is your face so red? Could it be that you have taken a liking to my brother?" In an instant, Yang Qianqian's face deepened in color, nearly wishing to find a crevice to hide within. Her bashful demeanor could captivate anyone. Li Xian silently exclaimed in his heart, "This Yang Chun is rather bold." Feeling the atmosphere grow awkward, he declared, "I shall return to my cultivation now," and made a hasty retreat. With the cultivation resources secured, he was determined to prepare for his breakthrough into the innate stage. After all, it was essential to utilize such resources effectively. Otherwise, if he were to perish, they would merely benefit another, which would be a grave injustice. After Li Xian departed, Yang Qianqian delivered a playful slap to Yang Chen's head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yet, Yang Chen's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he responded, "Sister, I merely think my brother is impressive. One must seize the opportunity when it arises, or it may slip away forever. If you find it appealing, do seize the opportunity." Upon entering the room, Li Xian merely adjusted his demeanor slightly before presenting all his spirit stones to Master Ding. A hearty laugh erupted from Ding, one both sinister and exuberant. Shortly thereafter, an influx of immensely pure energy began to flow into Li Xian's being. Without hesitation, he commenced the operation of the mortal technique, embarking on his absorption and cultivation. At that very moment, the name of Li Xian resonated throughout the entirety of Sangyang City. His exploits spread like wildfire, creating an unparalleled sensation, rendering him a household name. It was inevitable. His prowess was simply extraordinary, a veritable titan. Despite merely being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had audaciously confronted an opponent at the 3rd level of innate realm, achieving such remarkable feats that even the geniuses of the Divine Flame sect could only look on in envy. If anyone harbored regret, it was undoubtedly the Bai family. Li Xian had initially sought to enroll with them, but was met with rejection. It was said that on that very day, the individual who turned him away by Qi was subsequently chastised by the elders of the Bai family. What folly! How could they refuse such a prodigy? If Li Xian were willing to join the Bai family, they should have readily offered him incentives. That fool Bai Qi had the audacity to dismiss such a talent. How infuriating! Although the Lin family felt a pang of regret, the situation had escalated beyond remedy, and their thoughts turned to how to eliminate Li Xian. Damn it, this is outrageous. Are we to let this slide? That Li Xian is insufferably bold, and the Yang family is simply ungrateful. We had thought that after being suppressed by our 3 families for so long, the Yang family would have learned their place. Yet they dare to be so brazen. It is utterly intolerable. Patriarch, what shall we do next? If we do not avenge this grievance, Lin family will never hold its head high in Sangyang City again. Indeed, today's events are widely known. Even if others dare not speak openly, they will undoubtedly mock us behind our backs. We must devise a plan. In a spacious and bright conference hall, Lin Changhen and others gathered, their expressions dark and brooding. For the Lin family, today was undeniably a day of disgrace, a loss of face. Especially as they were treated in shame, they would become the laughingstock of Sangyang City. Perhaps we should unite with the other 3 families. In my view, we should seize this opportunity to annihilate the Yang family, Lin Chang declared vehemently, clenching his fists. Lin Changyin shook his head. That would be futile. The fact that they have not taken advantage of our plight is already commendable. They will certainly not assist us at this juncture. What then? This is unacceptable. And that is also out of the question. Are we to endure this? Lin Chang grew increasingly agitated. He glared at Lin Changyun in utter dissatisfaction, speaking without much thought. Furthermore, did you not assert that the strategy would surely eliminate Li Xian and restore our Lin family's honor? What now? Upon hearing this, Lin Changyun felt a surge of irritation. Can you blame me? Who could have anticipated that Li Xian would be such a prodigy, capable of defying a 3rd level innate with mere 9th layer Qi refinement? Is Lin Dao weak? Could you have envisioned him as Li Xian's rival? Just as the two seemed on the verge of a confrontation, Lin Changhen slammed his hand on the table. Enough. Instantly, their voices ceased. and the grand hall fell into a profound silence. Observing the tranquility, Lin Chonghen spoke. At this juncture, it has become increasingly improbable to contend with Li Xian. Dispatch a few individuals to monitor him. Ascertain whether he intends to depart from the Yang family during this period. If the opportunity does not arise, we shall devise another plan during the Divine Flame Sect's assessment. Let us discern which elder's disciple is in charge, and see if we might enlist their aid to eliminate Li Xian. Additionally, I shall visit the other 3 major families in the coming days to gauge their intentions. After an entire night of effort, having expended 20,000 spirit stones, Li Xian finally broke through to the first layer of innate. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, akin to a vast ocean of innate power, he could not help but break into a wide grin. Achieving innate was truly no easy feat, he mused. However, the toll was indeed significant. Should anyone discover that his ascension to innate had cost a staggering 20,000 spirit stones, they would undoubtedly be astonished. A veritable gold-devouring beast. He longed for this sensation. If Lin Dao were to stand before him again, he could undoubtedly shatter him with a single punch. Relishing the overwhelming power coursing through him, Li Xian exuded confidence. Chapter 24. The assessment commences. 3 days swiftly passed, and soon it was the day of selection for the Divine Flame Sect disciples. Notably, Li Xian's meteoric rise had precipitated a surge in the number of applicants from the Yang family, exceeding 1,000 within merely 2 days. Naturally, after a stringent final day of selection, only 100 remained. This delighted the Yang family and filled them with gratitude towards Li Xian. On this day, as dawn broke, Li Xian and the 100 candidates followed the formidable members of the Yang family toward the mayor's manor of Sanyang City, where the selection for the Divine Flame Sect was to take place. The impending event was a grand occasion for the city, one taken very seriously by all prominent families. However, do exercise caution. The Lin family may very well conspire with the other 3 major families or employ the elders and disciples responsible for the assessment at the Divine Flame Sect to target you. Yang Xianxia remarked softly to Li Xian as they walked side by side. Today, she wore a flowing white gown, her hair elegantly styled, resembling the untainted Tianshan snow lotus. Breathtakingly beautiful, Li Xian raised an eyebrow at her words. The Lin family possesses such capability to employ the elders or disciples of the Divine Flame Sect against me. He was utterly incredulous. If that were the case, what significance would the assessment hold? Would there be any semblance of fairness? Xianxia remarqued. Every person possesses weaknesses and selfish desires. It is entirely normal for the Lin family to bribe the elders or disciples responsible for the evaluation. Observing the deepening furrows on Li Xian's brow, she added, however, you need not worry excessively. Not every elder or disciple will collude with them. I am merely alluding to a minority. Otherwise, this assessment would be rendered utterly meaningless, and the Divine Flame Sect would not possess its current strength. I merely wish to caution you about this possibility. Li Xian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. Outside, a vast area had been cleared, with a high platform erected in the center for the city lord of Sanyang and the elders of the Divine Flame Sect. Below the platform, 5 separate spaces had been delineated for the representatives of the 5 major families and the participants in the selection process. Look, the Yang family members have arrived. Is that the Yang clan leader, Yang Xianxian? She is stunning. But who is that young man beside her, walking alongside her? Are you blind? That is Li Xian, the one who has defeated numerous members of the Lin family and ultimately slain Lin Dao, who was at the 3rd level of the innate realm. As the Yang family entered, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Almost all eyes were fixated on Li Xian and Yang Xianxian. At that moment, a disdainful cold snort rang out, causing the crowd to part swiftly as another group entered, the Lin family. The source of the cold huff was none other than Lin Changta, the 8th master of the Lin family. Li Xian cast a sidelong glance at Lin Changta, his gaze drifting past him to the 100 individuals behind. To his surprise, he recognized a familiar face, Lin Chuan. Just as Li Xian's gaze met Lin Chuan's, Lin Chuan flashed a grin and made a throat-cutting gesture. This is intriguing. It seems Xianxian's concerns were not unfounded. The Lin family has indeed devised a strategy against me, Li Xian pondered. Lin Chuan was the luckiest among those he had faced from the Lin family, as the others had either been incapacitated or killed, leaving him relatively unscathed. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chuan would never dare to provoke him so brazenly, let alone make such a threatening gesture. After all, he was merely a defeated foe. Clearly, The Lin family had formulated a plan to deal with him. Soon, members of the Bai family, Chun family, and Sima family entered in succession. The leaders of the four great families engaged in amiable exchanges, while the Yang family remained conspicuously neglected. Yang Wutian, leading the Yang family, paid no mind to this slight and settled into a meditative state. Yang Wujia turned to Li Xian and warned, "Be cautious. I have just received word that the Lin family has bribed one of the elders." As soon as he finished speaking, before Li Xian could inquire further, the lord of Xianxia city entered, accompanied by 8 elders and 8 disciples of the Divine Flame sect. An overwhelming aura swept through the space, silencing the bustling crowd to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Everyone in attendance rose to their feet in a show of respect. Li Xian keenly observed that the head of the Lin family, Lin Changhen, briefly exchanged glances with one of the elders, prompting him to take note of that particular elder. It seemed that the assessment today would be rather challenging. Li Xian's gaze turned cold. "Esteemed guests, I am Yu Xiaohai, an inner elder of the Divine Flame sect and the principal overseer of this assessment. I shall refrain from unnecessary words and commence the evaluation now." He continued, "This assessment consists of 3 parts: the willpower test, the talent test, and the practical combat test. We will begin with the first segment, the willpower test." Yu Xiaohai evidently was not one for idle chatter. With his words, he waved his hand, and a golden staircase manifested in the center of the clearing. This staircase, known as the Ascending Cloud Ladder, comprised 9 steps, with passage granted to those who could reach the 4th step. "Let's begin." The crowd fell silent for a brief moment before some individuals stepped forward, rushing towards the Ascending Cloud Ladder. Among them, some appeared anxious, others apprehensive, while a few were filled with anticipation and resolve. For them, the Divine Flame sect represented a sanctuary. Joining it was akin to altering their fates. The staircase was expansive, capable of accommodating 100 individuals at once. Li Xian did not rush, but chose to observe quietly, intending to assess the situation before making his move. Behind him, nearly 99 others surged forward. Soon, close to 100 had ascended to the 1st step. Almost immediately upon their arrival, Li Xian distinctly noticed that many turned pale, as if a fierce gale had swept over them, and they were subsequently hurled back. Remarkably, from the very 1st step, nearly 80% were cast out, resulting in a staggering elimination rate. Yu Xiaohai, observing this from the elevated platform, could not help but shake his head slightly, displaying evident disappointment. To have so many eliminated at the 1st step, how will the subsequent evaluations proceed? The overall quality of Xianxia City's participants truly declines year by year. As anticipated, upon reaching the 2nd step, the remaining 20% faced another wave of elimination, with only 4 individuals managing to ascend to the 3rd step. Among these 4, 2 were also cast out at the 3rd step, leaving merely 2 who successfully reached the 4th step. Out of nearly 100 participants, only 2 managed to pass the willpower assessment, yielding a staggering elimination rate of 98%. Li Xian was left in a state of disbelief. Was the Divine Flame sect's assessment excessively arduous, or were the participants' wills simply too fragile? He decided not to linger any longer and headed directly towards the Ascending Cloud Ladder. At that very moment, Lin Changhen narrowed his eyes, his lips subtly moving. Meanwhile, the 3rd elder of the Divine Flame sect, Lu Mingli, positioned to the left of Yu Xiaohai, raised an eyebrow and cast a sidelong glance at Li Xian. Chapter 25, Brazen Cheating. Li Xian moved with remarkable speed, reaching the foot of the ascension ladder in mere strides, and he stepped onto the 1st tier. Almost the instant he set foot on the 1st tier, an invisible tempest suddenly surged, striking him forcefully. A flicker of surprise flashed in Li Xian's eyes, yet he remained largely unaffected, lifting his foot to ascend to the 2nd tier. However, at that moment, Lu Mingli on the high platform let out a cold snort within his heart as his mental force stirred slightly. In an instant, Li Xian felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, causing his lifted right leg to freeze in midair. Observing this scene, the multitude present were left bewildered, utterly perplexed. What was he doing? Why had he suddenly halted? Could it be that his willpower was insufficient to withstand the pressure? Nonsense. He was someone capable of contending with those at the 3rd level of the innate realm. If he faltered, who among them could succeed? Upon realization, some spectators concluded that he must be putting on a show. Given Li Xian's reputation, many in the audience recognized him. As they witnessed his peculiar stance, an uproar ensued. Damn it, those shameless old dogs. Concurrently, Li Xian internally cursed, then steadily lowered his raised right foot onto the 2nd tier. Loomingly, witnessing this, initially expressed surprise, followed swiftly by a glint of cold light in his eyes. To withstand his mental pressure was indeed a testament to some skill. He scoffed, intensifying his mental pressure as it bore down further upon Li Xian. Loomingly had received considerable benefits from the Lin family, and with money in hand, he felt compelled to act. Otherwise, how could he expect to earn extra income in the future? Who would dare to seek his assistance again? Lin Chonghen observed Li Xian ascend to the second tier, his expression shifting slightly before quickly regaining composure. However, Lin Chongtu could not restrain himself, muttering resentfully, "Why hasn't he been eliminated? Did Elder Lu not intervene?" Silence. Lin Chonghen swiftly rebuked, then continued, "Are you foolish? With Li Xian's strength, if he were to be eliminated on the first tier, it would certainly raise suspicions." Lin Chongtu understood. So that is how it is. At that very moment, Li Xian had already stepped onto the second tier. Almost as soon as he did, an even more terrifying storm engulfed him, accompanied by a far more formidable mental pressure. This dual tempest felt as though numerous divine mountains were bearing down upon him, the force magnified by more than tenfold compared to the first tier. Damn it! This is blatant cheating. Li Xian seethed inwardly, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. He let out an indignant grunt as his physical strength surged wildly, the spiritual energy within him erupting, and his mental fortitude surging forth as he began to resist the oppressive force. With a sudden lift of his leg, he landed firmly on the third tier. What? Lu Mingli stared in bewilderment at this scene, hardly able to believe his own eyes. How could a mere ant of the Qi refinement realm withstand his mental pressure? It seemed utterly impossible. Even if he had only exerted a modicum of his mental power, it was surely not something a mere Qi refinement ant could resist. Something was amiss. He was not merely in the Qi refinement stage, but was rather innate. Lu Mingli's eyes narrowed slightly. On the other side, Lin Chonghen, witnessing Li Xian ascend to the third tier, could no longer maintain his composure. What on earth was happening? According to the rules, as long as Li Xian could step onto the fourth tier, he would have passed the test of willpower. Why had Elder Lu not intervened? Could it be that some unforeseen circumstance had arisen that he was unaware of? Or was he simply taking advantage of the situation, accepting gifts without fulfilling his obligations? Unable to contain himself, Lin Chonghen cast a glance at Lu Mingli on the platform. Lu Mingli's expression was equally grim. He subtly nodded at Lin Chonghen, then once more summoned his mental energy, preparing to exert pressure on Li Xian anew. "Elder Lu, what are you doing?" At that moment, a chilling voice pierced his ears. It was Yu Xiaohai, seated at the main seat. At this time, Yu Xiaohai felt a surge of anger. Once or twice could be overlooked, and he was reluctant to escalate matters. But Lu Mingli seemed intent on prolonging the situation. What was the meaning of this? Did he truly believe Yu Xiaohai did not exist? Did he not regard him at all? Upon hearing Yu Xiaohai's voice, Lu Mingli's countenance immediately shifted. He realized he had overstepped. If he continued, it was highly likely that those below would notice, and the credibility of the Divine Flame sect assessment would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, could he simply let Li Xian go? After all, he had received payment. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Li Xian had once again lifted his leg, landing firmly on the fourth tier. The moment he stepped onto the fourth tier, Li Xian felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. The weight was so light that it was even less than a third of what he had felt in the first tier. This caused his body to sway slightly, nearly losing his balance and tumbling down. Damn it, Li Xian thought furiously. That old dog dared to play such tricks on him. The spectators below were equally speechless. Did you see that? That guy is just pretending. How shameless, absolutely shameless. Wasn't this just a deliberate attempt to provoke? Li Xian was truly brazen. Who didn't he know of his strength? Yet he still resorted to such antics. Ignoring the murmurs from below, Li Xian leaped down from the cloud ascending ladder. Damn it! What exactly is Elder Lu doing, and why does he refrain from taking action? This is absurd. If that fellow successfully passes the assessment of the Divine Flame sect, my Lin family will have no chance for revenge, and he will undoubtedly become a significant threat. The members of the Lin family watched with ashen faces as Li Xian successfully navigated the test of willpower. Soon, the willpower assessment concluded. Out of the 5 great families, a total of 500 individuals participated, yet only 35 emerged victorious, yielding a mere 7% success rate. Merely through a test of willpower, 93% were eliminated. Among the 35 who succeeded, the Yang family fared the worst, with only 3 passing alongside Li Xian, which included Yang Chun of the Yang family. The second round, the talent evaluation, required a spiritual root level of 3 to pass. Yu Xiaohai spoke once more. With a flourish of his robe, he retrieved the ascending cloud ladder and produced a spiritual root testing device. This was a crystal column over 2 meters tall, adorned with a hand-sized recess featuring graded markings. This rudimentary and inferior spiritual root tester was something Li Xian encountered for the first time. Begin. At Yu Xiaohai's command, the 35 successful candidates lined up to approach the spiritual root tester. Chapter 26. The Challenge. Soon, the first disciple arrived beside the spiritual root tester. Taking a deep breath, he placed his palm within the recess. Buzz! In an instant, a white light illuminated the crystal column, gradually ascending at a snail's pace. Ultimately, it halted at the second level mark. What? Observing this scene, the disciple appeared visibly crestfallen. He fervently channeled his inner spiritual energy, attempting once more. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, the light remained steadfastly unmoving. Spiritual root talent. Level 2, disqualified. Next, Yu Xiaohai, devoid of interest in the display, coldly announced the result. The disciple's expression turned ashen upon hearing the declaration. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, he was left with no choice but to step back. The disciple in second place, witnessing this, felt his hands and feet tremble with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, he approached the crystal column, trembling as he commenced his test. Spiritual root talent. Level 1, disqualified. Next, spiritual root talent. Level 2, disqualified. Next, spiritual root talent. Level 3, passed the talent evaluation. Spiritual root talent. Level 4, quite commendable. As Yu Xiaohai continued to announce the results, disciple after disciple completed their evaluations. Soon, only Lin Chuan, Yang Chun, and Li Xian remained to be tested. While among the 32 who had completed their assessments, only 13 had passed the talent evaluation, leaving 19 disqualified. Even so, among the 13 individuals tested, 10 merely reached the 3rd level, while the remaining 3 barely attained the 4th level. As for those above the 4th level, there was not a single one. What sort of spirit root testing device is this? Is it truly so extraordinary? Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xian felt an inexplicable sense of panic. What level could his naturally mundane physique be classified as? Could such a subpar testing device even detect it? If it failed to do so, would he not also be unable to pass? He genuinely felt a twinge of anxiety. In his entire life, it was the first time Li Xian felt uneasy about his innate talent. How could such a trivial contraption possibly discern a naturally mundane body? Young man, are you jesting with me? The derisive voice of Ding Yi echoed, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Moreover, why not inquire of those elders? Do they even grasp the concept of a naturally mundane physique? At that moment, amidst the gathered crowd, Lin Chuan approached the spirit root testing device. He placed his palm upon the recess, and an explosive surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. Buzz! A blinding white beam of light surged forth, swiftly ascending and ultimately halting at the 5th level. What? 5th level? Goodness! Has Lin Chuan, this so-called useless one, truly achieved such prowess? Did he not merely lose to Li Xian? How can he be labeled as useless? Surely, one must be cautious with their words, for there are many formidable members of the Lin family present, and they may well deliver a lesson to you. Observing Lin Chuan's displayed talent, a chorus of astonishment erupted among the multitude. He was the first individual to achieve a spirit root talent of level 5 thus far in the testing. Lin Changhen and others were equally exhilarated by this revelation. However, upon glancing at Li Xian, their excitement swiftly dissipated. If Lin Tian had reached level 5, well, Li Xian, they certainly did not believe that Li Xian's talent could be inferior to that of Lin Chuan. Initially, Lin Chuan felt a sense of pride, but upon hearing the murmurs of those around him, his expression darkened. Once again, it's Li Xian, damn Li Xian. Strength does not equate to superior talent. He undoubtedly does not possess level 5. The voice of Yu Xiaohai resonated, accompanied by a smile gracing his face. A level 5 talent is indeed commendable. Next was Yang Chun. As he placed his hand upon the recess, the crystal beam of light shone even more brilliantly than Lin Chuan's, soaring directly to level 6. What the heck, level 6? A prodigy, truly a prodigy. By heavens, this is indeed infuriating. When comparing individuals, one can feel overwhelmed. The revelation of Yang Chen's talent nearly caused an uproar among the crowd, eliciting countless gasps of astonishment. Even Yu Xiaohai could not restrain himself, springing to his feet. His gaze towards Yang Chun filled with admiration. A spirit root talent of level 6 is exceptional. Yang Chun was exceedingly exhilarated and overjoyed, utterly oblivious to how he had returned to the Yang family estate. If one were to assess whose countenance appeared the most dismal, it would undoubtedly be that of the Lin family members, their faces as dark as if smeared with soot. Li Xian took a step forward, heading towards the spirit root testing device. In an instant, all eyes turned towards him. Curiosity piqued regarding the aptitude of this notorious figure who had recently captured the attention of the entire Xiangyang city. Would he surpass Yang Chen's level 6 and reach level 7, 8, or even 9? The anticipation was palpable among the onlookers. It was certain he would not achieve level 5. That was beyond doubt. Lin Xuan fixed his gaze on Li Xian, his fists clenched tightly, cursing venomously. Meanwhile, Yang Chun looked at Li Xian with resolve, proclaiming, "My elder brother is the best. My elder brother is the best." Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Li Xian extended his palm and placed it into the indentation of the device. As soon as his hand made contact, before he could even channel his spiritual energy, a resounding hum erupted, and the crystal pillar of light illuminated brilliantly, soaring upward, only to shatter the testing device moments later. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. What has happened? Everyone present was equally stunned. What on earth occurred for the spirit root testing device to explode? Li Xian cast a bewildered glance at Yu Xiaohai on the high platform, his expression one of innocence. This was not his doing. He hadn't exerted any force, nor had he activated his spiritual energy, yet the device had shattered. Yu Xiaohai was equally confounded. In all his years, this was the first time he had encountered such an incident. The spirit root testing device had been utterly destroyed. "My young friend, please do not panic. We shall conduct the test again." Without further ado, Yu Xiaohai swiftly collected the remnants of the shattered device and retrieved a new one, placing it before Li Xian. Li Xian reached out once more. Crack! It shattered again. The crowd was rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Li Xian was equally perplexed. Only the esteemed Ding Yi was unable to contain his laughter, exclaiming, "What a worthless contraption! It dares to test for an innate ordinary body? It is unworthy, truly laughable." Yu Xiaohai stared at Li Xian, contemplating announcing his success, but at that moment, Lu Mingli abruptly stood up. "You, young man, in full view of everyone, dare to destroy the testing device. What are your intentions? Do you think you could deceive us in this manner? Let me assure you, it is utterly impossible." He then turned to Yu Xiaohai, his expression stern. "Elder Yu, this individual harbors ill intentions. I believe he must not be let off lightly. He must have employed some means to deliberately damage the device, intending to feign success in the test." Chapter 27. The Mask is Torn. What? He deliberately damaged the spirit root testing device? Incredulous. One might exclaim, is this truly the case? How despicable. Could it be that his formidable power is unrelated to his innate talent? Is his aptitude truly lacking? It must be so, otherwise, what reason would he have to deliberately damage the spiritual root testing device? How utterly contemptible. The words of Lu Mingli had stirred a tempest of murmurs among the crowd. The glances directed at Li Xian shifted dramatically. Such is the nature of excellence. When one achieves remarkable heights, envy and jealousy inevitably arise in others, leading to a profound sense of imbalance within their hearts. At such moments, if any issue were to arise concerning the individual, it would be exaggerated infinitely, even if it were a trivial matter. This was precisely the predicament Li Xian found himself in. His combat prowess was astonishing, his willpower unwavering, and his talent remarkable beyond measure. While the crowd feigned admiration, their hearts brimmed with envy. Thus, when Lu Mingli proclaimed that Li Xian's talent was insufficient, prompting him to sabotage the testing device, they readily accepted this narrative. That wretched cur, Yang Wujie, could not restrain his clenched fists. Were it not for Yang Wutian's restraint and the fear of the Divine Flame sect, he would have risen to vociferously denounce the accusation. Others might remain oblivious. But could those of the Wheel Sea realm truly be deceived? The device's explosion stemmed from its inability to withstand the intensity of Li Xian's spiritual roots. How corrupt has the Divine Flame sect become? To brazenly oppress and slander in such a manner? If this continues, what future awaits the sect? Yang Wujie was genuinely furious and deeply disappointed. Logically, the elders of the Divine Flame sect should have been elated upon witnessing Li Xian's extraordinary spiritual root aptitude, for they had stumbled upon a rare gem. If nurtured meticulously, such a prodigy could lead the sect to unprecedented heights. Yet, He never anticipated that Lu Mingli would shamelessly use this as a pretext to target Li Xian. Could this truly serve as an excuse? Not only Yang Wujia, but even Yang Wutian, Yang Xianxian, Yang Yu, and Yang Chun, all members of the Yang family, felt a surge of anger and frustration. Should the Lin family take action, the Yang family would remain undaunted, ready to support Li Xian. However, if the elders of the Divine Flame sect sought to undermine him, the Yang family would find themselves powerless. They could not afford to provoke the Divine Flame sect. On the Lin family side, upon witnessing Lu Mingli's audacious attack at this juncture, the members were initially taken aback, only to be seized by an overwhelming excitement thereafter. Lin Chonghen spoke in a low tone, "Yang family, I shall see if you dare to stand up this time." A sinister smile crept across his face. "I truly hope you do. Should you offend Elder Lu and the Divine Flame sect, it would spare my Lin family from any trouble." Lin Chuan, gritting his teeth, thought to himself, "Li Xian, I shall see whether you survive this ordeal." The elder of the Divine Flame sect personally confronted him, and in a public setting at that. There was no escape for you. In the expansive central square, Li Xian raised his gaze towards Lu Mingli on the high platform. Standing tall and composed, he replied calmly, "Which of your eyes witnessed me deliberately damaging the testing device?" Lu Mingli narrowed his eyes. Li Xian continued, "With my innate talent, would it be necessary for me to sabotage the spirit root testing device in order to deceive my way into your Divine Flame sect?" His disdain was palpable. "If your sect is unwilling to accept me, I can relinquish this assessment and my previous achievements at once to join the Divine Sword sect." Li Xian's confidence was evident, his words laced with sharpness. "I believe not everyone shares your perspective. Given my talent and strength, the Divine Sword sect would undoubtedly welcome me." "Impudent!" Lu Mingli erupted in fury. "Young man, what do you mean by that? What manner of attitude is this? Hasn't your elder taught you the principles of respect and hierarchy?" His anger was genuine. After all, he was an elder of the Divine Flame sect. How dare a mere ant of the first level of innate realm speak to him in such a manner? According to his expectations, at the moment of his challenge, Li Xian should have turned pale, trembling in fear, and hastily admitted his fault amidst his anxiety and trepidation. If Li Xian were to admit guilt in a state of panic, it would inadvertently validate the accusation he had leveled against him. At that point, he would have no hesitation in striking Li Xian down. Once Li Xian was dead, even if some were dissatisfied or skeptical, who would dare to stand up for a deceased individual? Respect? Attitude? Li Xian found it laughable. "Respect is mutual, and given your slander against me, I regret to inform you that you are unworthy." Gasps of astonishment echoed around. What did Li Xian just say? Lu Mingli was unworthy of respect. Such audacity. It must be noted that even the heads of the 5 great families would never dare to openly provoke an elder of the Divine Flame sect in such a manner. Outrageous. Lu Mingli was now thoroughly enraged. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. In the next moment, he raised his arm, ready to strike Li Xian down. Enough. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaohai, who had been silent thus far, suddenly spoke up. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the violent killing intent emanating from Lu Mingli. Lu Mingli turned to Yu Xiaohai, gritting his teeth. "Elder Yu, what do you mean by this?" He pointed angrily at Li Xian. "You have seen for yourself. This brat shows no respect to his superiors and even dares to openly challenge me. Are you really going to stand up for him?" He could not fathom that Yu Xiaohai would intervene at this moment. Logically, if Yu Xiaohai intended to defend someone, he should have done so much earlier. Why wait until now? The crux of the matter was whether it was truly worth offending a fellow elder over such a trivial innate being. It was akin to tearing apart their camaraderie. Yu Xiaohai fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Mingli. "I too believe he speaks the truth. You are indeed unworthy." The entire venue erupted in astonishment once more. Everyone's eyes widened, and their breaths seemed to halt. They even questioned whether they had misheard. "What do you mean?" Lu Mingli's face turned the color of liver, his fury surging to an unbearable peak. Under the scrutiny of all, Li Xian's claim of unworthiness was one thing. But for Yu Xiaohai to audaciously step forward and slap him in the face was intolerable. How could he endure such disrespect? Yu Xiaohai responded coolly. "I mean in the most literal sense, Lu Mingli. There are matters I can overlook, but do not push the boundaries too far." He pointed at Li Xian. To openly suppress such an extraordinary disciple, even to the point of wanting him dead, what is your true intention? Do you wish to witness the decline of our Divine Flame sect? If everyone were like you, what future would our sect have? Lu Mingli's complexion darkened. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He could clearly sense the dissatisfaction, even disdain, emanating from 4 of the other 6 elders. Return to your place. If you dare to bring shame upon the divine flame sect again, I shall deal with you immediately. Yu Xiaohai's words were devoid of any courtesy. He coldly added, then turned to Li Xian, my young friend. It was Lu Mingli's fault, and I apologize on his behalf. I hereby announce that you have passed the talent assessment. Upon hearing this proclamation, Lu Mingli's face turned a deep shade of anger. His fists clenched tightly, his expression twisted with malice, his eyes brimming with icy killing intent, both towards Yu Xiaohai and Li Xian. Yet, he was painfully aware that he could never match Yu Xiaohai's strength, so he begrudgingly suppressed his rage. The expressions of Lin Chonghen and the others were equally grim. They had never anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. However, they dared not utter a word, trembling in fear, their anxiety reaching an excruciating peak. Although Lu Mingli was formidable, he was certainly no match for Yu Xiaohai. With Yu Xiaohai supporting Li Xian, what would happen if Yu Xiaohai turned against the Lin family? Damn it, what kind of luck does Li Xian possess to warrant this? The Lin family members seethed inwardly. At this point, how could they still contemplate killing Li Xian? Chapter 28. Absolutely no merci. Yu Xiaohai was unconcerned with a mere Lin family. His attention had shifted to the disciples who had passed the first 2 assessments. All right, the first 2 assessments have concluded. We shall now proceed to the 3rd practical assessment. There are a total of 16 individuals who passed the first 2 assessments, comprised of 8 at the 9th level of Qi refinement and 8 at the 1st level of innate stage. You shall draw lots and engage in one-on-one duels. The victors will pass the assessment, while the losers will have only one chance to challenge. Should they succeed in challenging the victor, they will pass. Failure results in elimination. Alternatively, they may challenge a disciple of the Divine Flame sect. If they withstand 10 moves, they shall pass. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. Do you all understand? Understood. The 16 responded in unison. The drawing of lots commenced swiftly. Among the 4 individuals who passed the assessment of the 1st level of innate realm, apart from Li Xian, the other 3 appeared exceedingly anxious. They silently prayed to avoid drawing Li Xian as their opponent. There was no escaping the fact that Li Xian was exceptionally formidable. His reputation in Sangyang City was earned through undeniable prowess. In contrast, Li Xian exuded an air of remarkable composure, unfazed by whom he might face. Ideally, he would prefer to draw Lin Chuan, affording him the opportunity to teach him a lesson once more in public. The drawing of lots concluded swiftly, with each participant announcing their assigned number. Upon discovering his opponent, a smile involuntarily graced Li Xian's face. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan's expression darkened considerably, akin to one who had just consumed something utterly distasteful. Cursed fate! Why must I face Li Xian? His mind raced with confusion. How had Li Xian, who was supposed to be at the 9th level of Qi refinement, suddenly broken through to the 1st level of innate realm? In that fleeting moment, he felt enveloped by a sense of pervasive hostility from the world around him. The Lin family members shared a similarly grim demeanor. It was not the prospect of facing Li Xian that filled them with dread, but rather the fear that he might incapacitate Lin Chuan entirely, which would be a profound injustice. With the drawing complete, the battles were set to commence. The first match, Li Xian versus Lin Chuan. As Yu Xiaohai announced the duel, both Li Xian and Lin Chuan stepped into the center of the arena. With a half smile, Li Xian regarded Lin Chuan, his gaze sending shivers down Lin Chuan's spine. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had resolved that the moment Yu Xiaohai declared the match to begin, he would concede immediately. Though it would be humiliating, he cared little for pride. Facing Li Xian, he believed he had no chance whatsoever. Rather than endure public humiliation, he preferred to forfeit and conserve his strength for subsequent challenges. However, while Lin Chuan's intentions were noble, Li Xian had no intention of granting him such mercy. Begin. With Yu Xiaohai's declaration, Lin Chuan barely managed to utter a single syllable. Boom! In an instant, Li Xian surged forward like a cannonball, reaching Lin Chuan with blinding speed. Lin Chuan was taken aback, rendered incapable of any reaction, unable even to utter the words of concession. A hand, resembling a large fan, swiftly loomed before him. Smack! A sharp sound echoed through the arena. Lin Chuan screamed in agony as he was propelled backward. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, half of his face swollen and disfigured. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Almost everyone stood with mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. My word, that was utterly ruthless. They watched Lin Chuan with a mix of sympathy and a chilling sensation coursing through their bodies. Lin Changhen and the members of the Lin family could not help but clench their fists tightly, their gazes towards Li Xian filled with a chilling murderous intent. This damned scoundrel was not only slapping Lin Chuan's face, but also humiliating their entire Lin family. On the high platform, even the elders and disciples of the Xianxia appeared somewhat bewildered. They could only think that this battle had come to an end. How could Lin Chuan be so inept? After all, he was a congenital warrior. Ah, Li Xian, you bastard, you scoundrel, I will kill you. I must kill you. After regaining his senses, Lin Chuan could not help but roar in despair within his heart. Li Xian was utterly detestable, completely outrageous. He deserved to die. He deserved to die. In the first battle, Li Xian emerged victorious. The second battle soon commenced. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yu Xiaohai quickly regained his composure and announced the start of the next battle. Soon, all 8 rounds of combat had concluded, leading to the challenge phase. However, aside from Lin Chuan successfully defeating the other victor, everyone else had failed their challenges. Even Lin Chuan, despite his victory, felt no joy in passing the assessment. After all, who would be happy wearing a pig's head in public? Moreover, his success only served to highlight Li Xian's formidable strength. Thus, the selection of disciples for the Xianxia came to an end. Li Xian and Yang Chun both passed the assessment, becoming 2 of the only successful candidates from the Yang family. Congratulations to the 8 of you for passing the assessment. You will have half a day's time to attend to your affairs. We will gather here at Qin's hour tomorrow to head to the Xianxia. Yu Xiaohai addressed the 8 individuals. Yes, they all nodded in unison before dispersing. As they departed, Li Xian sensed several icy, murderous gazes directed at him. He didn't need to look to know they belonged to Lu Mingli and the Lin family members. Brother, that slap was truly magnificent. Ending the battle with a single strike and passing the Xianxia's practical assessment, you are undoubtedly the first of your kind in Sangyang City. On the way back to the Yang family, Yang Chun gazed at Li Xian with admiration. Yang Wujie coldly snort that, kid. I'm not saying you should have just slapped him. You should have kicked him where it hurts. Ding Yi silently agreed. Exactly. You should have kicked him in the balls. You were too merciful. With your current approach, how can I expect you to exterminate the immortal and bury the gods in the future? Li Xian remained silent. Yang Qianqian and Yang Yu felt their faces flush with embarrassment upon hearing Yang Wujie's words. They had initially wanted to offer congratulations, but found themselves at a loss for words. Yang Wutian approached with a serious expression, saying, Young one, you have offended Lu Mingli. You must be cautious when you arrive at the Xianxia. That guy is not one to forget slights easily and will surely seek revenge. Thank you for the reminder. I will be careful, Li Xian nodded in response. He naturally comprehended that this indeed posed a considerable dilemma. The Lin family, including Lin, Changhen, and others, had just returned and immediately convened in the council hall. Patriarch, what shall we do now? Are we to passively witness that Li Xian infiltrate the Divine Flame sect? He harbors resentment towards our Lin family. As long as he lives, he will certainly become a grave threat to us. Indeed, both his talent and strength are exceedingly monstrous. He cannot be allowed to remain. We must devise a plan to eliminate him before dawn tomorrow. Absolutely, he must be dealt with before he enters the Divine Flame sect. Otherwise, our Lin family is destined for great calamity. The members of the Lin family engaged in heated discussions, their voices rising in agitation. There was no denying that Li Xian's display today, particularly during the talent assessment, had instilled in them a profound sense of threat. Without removing this individual, they could find no peace in either food or sleep. Lin Chang'en's countenance was equally grim. He had initially intended to leverage Lu Mingli's assistance to eliminate Li Xian. But to his utter astonishment, not only had he failed, but Li Xian had also succeeded in humiliating the Lin family once more. Traditionally, the third round of practical assessments was overseen by the 8 disciples of the Divine Flame sect, which had been one of their strategies to deal with Li Xian. Yet, they had never anticipated a change in the rules this time. Not only they, but even Lu Mingli was caught off guard. However, it was Yu Xiaohai, the chief examiner, who held the final say in all matters. Moreover, he had irreparably severed ties with Lu Mingli, making it unlikely for anyone to voice objections, even when the rules for the third practical assessment were altered. Patriarch, can you get in touch with Elder Lu? If he could lend us his support, it would be considerably easier to eliminate Li Xian, Lin Changyu proposed at one moment. Lin Changhan nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to reach out to Lu Minghai, news suddenly arrived. Patriarch, Elder Lu is here. Chapter 29, The Slaughter of Luanhai Yang Family. After finishing dinner, Li Xian returned to his courtyard, intending to practice when a group of mysterious individuals, cloaked in black robes, stormed into the Yang family estate. Not good. We are under attack. Stand guard, stand guard. Who are you? A cacophony of voices erupted, soon followed by the sounds of a fierce battle. Li Xian furrowed his brow and instantly rose to his feet. An enemy attack? In an instant, he suspected the Lin family, surmising this was directed at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian dashed outside. You scoundrels! How dare you act with such audacity? A pack of sneaky rats. Do you think that hiding in your shells conceals your identities from me? Kill! Kill them all! Yang Wujia, the third master, was the first to charge out, his fury palpable, exuding an overwhelming aura as he advanced towards the black-clad intruders. Yang Wutian, Yang Wudao, and other formidable warriors swiftly followed suit, rushing to confront the assailants. Their expressions dark and foreboding. The atmosphere was charged with rage and murderous intent. How audacious it is for someone to launch a night raid on the Yang family. Although the Yang family has fallen into decline, they're by no means easy to bully. Such an act is tantamount to declaring war. How could they possibly endure it? Quickly, execute the plan as intended. Changshan, take your men and eliminate that Li Xian, while the rest of you hold off the formidable members of the Yang family. Act swiftly. Among the cloaked figures, one spoke in a low tone. Immediately, 5 individuals swiftly departed from the battlefield, racing towards the courtyard where Li Xian resided. The remaining members vigorously engaged the powerful Yang Wutian and his allies. Stop them. Yang Wutian's fury ignited upon witnessing this scene. His aura surged as he took a step forward, poised to charge at the departing 5 cloaked figures. However, at that moment, the previously speaking figure stepped forth, blocking his path. Step aside. Yang Wutian bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming intent to kill. As it hurtled towards the cloaked figure, oof, the cloaked figure snorted, unperturbed. He too retaliated with a punch, unleashing a tremendous force. Boom! Both men staggered backward. Lin Changhen? Yang Wutian's gaze fixated on the cloaked figure, his voice chillingly cold. I knew it was you, scoundrel. How dare you lead your men into my Yang family? What does this mean? Do you seek to instigate a full-scale war? Lin Changhen cast a frigid glance at Yang Wutian. Since his identity had been revealed, there was no reason to conceal his intentions any further. He replied coolly, Yang Wutian, my Lin family's actions are not aimed at you. We merely wish to eliminate that Li Xian. Why must you involve yourself in this? Is it truly worth it for the sake of an outsider? When it is your own family that will suffer, rest assured, as long as your Yang family does not interfere, I guarantee that not a blade of grass will be harmed in your estate. Utter nonsense. Yang Wutian roared in fury. You audacious wretch. You have already invaded my Yang family, and yet you speak such drivel? He shouted kill. Bring forth the slaughter. Wujia, protect Li Xian. With that, he engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Changhen. Meanwhile, the 5 cloaked figures had swiftly approached the small courtyard where Li Xian resided. Their intentions were exceedingly clear, as they had evidently ascertained the precise location of Li Xian's abode. One of them, his eyes gleaming with malice, gritted his teeth and declared, Li Xian, this time I shall see whether you live or die. The venomous voice belonged to Lin Changshan. On the day Li Xian was rejected by the Lin family, and subsequently humiliated Lin Chuan, Changshan had sought to avenge his comrade, but was met with disgrace at the hands of Yang Wujia, which had left him nursing a grudge. Today, he believed, would be his chance for vengeance. Behind Lin Changshan, Lin Chuan also seethed with rage, his resentment surpassing that of Changshan. Originally, this night's endeavor was one in which someone of his meager abilities could scarcely participate, for his strength was far too inadequate. Not only would he be of no assistance, but he might very well become a burden. Yet, unable to bear the thought of not witnessing Li Xian's demise with his own eyes, Lin Chuan resolutely followed. At this moment, he was accompanied not only by Lin Changshan, a formidable figure of the Unrivaled realm, but also by a 9th-layer innate expert and 2 7th-layer innate practitioners. Such a formidable assembly was more than sufficient to eliminate Li Xian while safeguarding Lin Chuan. With gritted teeth, the group swiftly approached the entrance of the courtyard where Li Xian resided. Here, they would make their move. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in Lin Changshan's eyes as he kicked open the courtyard door and charged inside, followed closely by Lin Chuan and the others. Li Xian, come out and meet your end. Li Xian, you wretched dog, do you think hiding within the Yang family will save you? Today marks your demise. Lin Changshan and Lin Chuan roared with venomous fury as though envisioning the scene of Li Xian's blood staining the ground. Are you searching for me? Just as the group, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, prepared to storm the inner chambers of the courtyard, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they turned abruptly. In the next instant, a flash of sword light surged towards them. You, the weakest among them, Lin Chuan, was struck with terror. How could Li Xian possibly conceal himself behind them? It was unfathomable. Did not Lin Xianxia, a powerhouse of the Unrivaled realm, possess any awareness of this? Alas, he had no time to ponder further. With a swift and decisive thrust, the sword light severed Lin Xianxia's throat in an instant. You! Lin Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xian had actually been the one to strike first, breaching his protective defense. How is this possible? Li Xian's gaze was devoid of warmth as he swiftly withdrew his sword. With a sickening sound, a head soared into the air. It was Lin Xianxia's. He departed this world bearing terror, despair, and incredulity. In a direct confrontation, Li Xian would undoubtedly have been outmatched by Lin Xianxia of the Unrivaled realm. But through stealthy ambush, with the right timing, even those of the Unrivaled realm could meet their end. You! Lin Chuan stood frozen, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. The mightiest among them, Lin Xianxia, had perished? This revelation instilled within him an overwhelming sense of unease and dread. The three other late-stage innate practitioners were equally bewildered, rendered almost incredulous. Li Xian turned his gaze towards Lin Chuan. There is no need for you to be so afraid. To kill you, I need not resort to ambush. With that, he unsheathed his sword once more. Lock him, save me. Lin Chuan cried out in terror, nearly losing his wits. Meanwhile, the three late-stage innate practitioners had finally regained their composure. Fool! Seeking death! Attack! With a roar, they surged forth, their formidable presence swelling as they charged towards Li Xian. The individual at the 9th level of the innate realm exhibited the swiftest reflexes and the most formidable strength. Brandishing a long spear, he abruptly thrust it upward, intercepting Li Xian's sword with a resounding clash. As Li Xian's strike missed its mark, he refrained from lingering and swiftly retreated, darting out of the small courtyard. Chase! The three late-stage innate realm practitioners, upon witnessing Li Xian's escape, instinctively surged forth from the courtyard in pursuit. Lin Chuan, however, was left in a state of shock, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath, beads of sweat uncontrollably pouring from him. The previous encounter had been perilously close to costing him his life. Yet, just as relief washed over him for narrowly escaping death, he once more heard Li Xian's voice, chilling and ominous. With a swift motion, a sword suddenly soared into the air, darting towards his throat with the speed of lightning. Flying Sword Technique. Chapter 30. Lin Chuan's Demise. With a sickening squelch, a spray of crimson erupted as Lin Chuan's head was severed from his body. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had met his end. Had he known this would be his fate, he would never have involved himself in such chaos. Li Xian, you seek death. Kill him. Eliminate him. How dare you? You deserve to die. On the other side, the three late-stage innate realm practitioners, witnessing this gruesome scene, were instantly consumed by rage. Their murderous intent surged forth as they charged towards Li Xian with reckless abandon. Li Xian merely cast a cold glance at them before employing the Gale Step, swiftly retreating into the distance. Facing three late-stage innate realm fighters, one of whom had reached the 9th level, was indeed a daunting challenge. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might have had a chance, but against three, the pressure was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides unleashing their full power. Yang Wuqian, have you lost your mind? Is it truly worth it for a mere outsider? Lin Changhen, while fending off Yang Wuqian's frenzied assault, roared in anger at the sight of the Lin family warriors falling one by one. He had never anticipated the Yang family would resort to such madness, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Was this the rhythm of a fight to the bitter end? How dare the Yang family? Yang Wuqian replied coldly, Lost my mind? Lin Changhen, do you truly believe the Yang family to be a sickly cat? Did you think my declaration of war was mere jest? If you dare to come, be prepared to pay the price of death. Kill. Leave no one alive who dares to offend the Yang family. With a fierce glare, Yang Wuqian intensified his assault, fully embracing a reckless, desperate disposition. Kill. Kill. Anyone who dares to offend the Yang family must be executed, not a single one spared. Damn it. I have endured these scoundrels for far too long. Kill and go. Hearing Yang Wuqian's fervent words, The members of the Yang family were ignited with battle fervor, their murderous intent boiling over. In their daily lives, constrained by the rules, they could only endure the oppressive collaboration of the four great families, refraining from overstepping their bounds. However, today it was the Lin family that first broke the rules by invading the territory of the Yang family. If they could tolerate this, then the Yang family would have no reason to exist. In that moment, the members of the Yang family, who had long suppressed their frustrations, finally unleashed their pent-up fury. To kill, that was their singular focus. Even if it meant death or the annihilation of their family, they were determined to make the Lin family pay a price. They wished to convey to all that although the Yang family had fallen from grace, they were still not to be trifled with. The spirit and blood of the Yang family remained undaunted. In short, they would fight to the end. The Lin family warriors, witnessing the madness of the Yang family, felt a chill of trepidation. They had not come to the Yang family that night to engage in a death struggle, but rather to eliminate Li Xian. According to their plan, they merely needed to swiftly dispatch Li Xian and then retreat, which would pose no significant issue. Although the Yang family appeared to support Li Xian, it was likely that they would not genuinely risk everything for an outsider. It was merely a facade of bravado. Yet, they had never anticipated that the Yang family would take this matter so seriously. They had truly gone mad. On the other hand, Li Xian, you cannot escape. Over there are my Lin family's formidable warriors. Do you intend to walk into your own demise? You wretched fool. How dare you, a mere first-tier innate realm insect, attempt to ambush my Lin family's powerful warriors? You deserve death, Li Xian. If you wish to avoid suffering, then surrender and accept your fate. Otherwise, you shall meet a gruesome end. 3 late-stage innate realm practitioners pursued Li Xian relentlessly while bellowing in rage. Their cold glares fixated on him, as if they were gazing upon a corpse. Fury. They were consumed with rage. The 5 of them had come to hunt down Li Xian, and logically, no unforeseen circumstances should have arisen. Yet, what was the outcome? Li Xian had first ambushed and eliminated the strongest Lin Changshan of the first-tier Will See realm, and then, right under their noses, he had killed Lin Chuan. It was an utter disgrace. If they failed to kill Li Xian, they would have no way to report back. Li Xian, undeterred by their furious roars, continued to sprint forward, calmly awaiting his opportunity, a chance for a decisive strike. Suddenly, a flash of sword light surged forth, aimed directly at the 3 late-stage innate realm practitioners. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly turned to the left. There, a beautiful figure emerged, rushing towards them. It was Xianxia, the young matriarch of the Yang family. Upon seeing her, Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Yet, Xianxia quickly declared, "Young Master Li, you must flee. I will hold them off." As she spoke, Xianxia had already grasped a cerulean longsword, swiftly charging towards the 3 cultivators at the late stage of the innate realm. Infuriated upon witnessing her advance, the trio exclaimed, "Xianxia, are you seeking death? Stand azide. If you are in want of companionship, feel free to voice your needs. We can accommodate you. Why must you court your own demise? Wretched woman, perish." While hurling insults towards Xianxia, they launched a frenzied assault against her. Yet, she paid them no heed. As she valiantly defended against their onslaught, she urged Li Xian, "Young Master Li, you must flee. Hurry." Li Xian, observing Xianxia, shook his head. "Depart? That is not my style." With that, he transformed into a blade himself, striking directly at one of the late-stage innate cultivators. Xianxia, possessing only the strength of the early stage of the innate realm, found herself at a disadvantage against 1 at the 9th level and 2 at the 7th level. In mere moments of conflict, she was clearly overwhelmed. Should she retreat, her demise would be inevitable. "You seek death." The late-stage innate cultivator sneered, preparing to abandon Xianxia and turn his focus on Li Xian. However, at that instant, Xianxia unleashed a relentless assault against him. His expression shifted as he realized the danger. Just then, Li Xian's sword struck true. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated his heart, sending a chill through him. How could you be so fast?" he gasped, desperately clutching Li Xian's sword, seemingly attempting to buy time for his companion. A cold smirk crossed Li Xian's lips as he exerted force, yanking his sword away. The late-stage cultivator's hands were left mangled, and his upper body was cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth. "Xianxia, hold off that 9th-level cultivator. I shall come to your aid shortly." Li Xian wasted no time, swiftly departing towards the other 7th-level cultivator. Witnessing this scene, the 2 late-stage cultivators from the Lin family, as well as Xianxia, were momentarily stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend. How could Li Xian have dispatched a 7th-level cultivator with a single strike? Even with Xianxia's interference, it seemed implausible. It was utterly unbelievable. With no time to ponder further, Xianxia regained her composure and quickly engaged the 9th-level cultivator. Meanwhile, Li Xian clashed violently with the other 7th-level opponent. Li Chuan, you shall perish. The two roared in fury, their voices tinged with madness. Chapter 31, Ruthless Slaughter. Li Chuan, with his feet poised in the gale steps and wielding a mundane sword, struck relentlessly at the innate level 7th realm opponent with unparalleled speed. The adversary, armed with a slender golden staff, unleashed a terrifying force with each sweeping motion. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, swiftly trading over 10 blows. As the conflict progressed, the innate level 7th realm fighter grew, increasingly alarmed, realizing with dread that he was struggling to keep pace with Li Xian's swordplay. How could this be? Li Xian was merely at the 1st realm of innate level, having only recently broken through. How could he exhibit such extraordinary prowess? In the midst of his astonishment, Li Xian suddenly pivoted, launching another horizontal strike. Instinctively, the opponent raised his staff to defend. However, in an unexpected turn, Li Xian transformed his slash into a thrust. Panic surged within the opponent as he attempted to adapt, but it was already too late. With a soft thud, Li Xian's blade pierced through his chest, creating 2 gaping wounds. Yu. He roared in fury, disregarding his injuries, and lifted his staff to smash down upon Li Xian's head. At that moment, Li Xian surged forward, fully embedding his sword within the foe's body while simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to his heart. A resounding crash echoed as the strike pierced through, rendering the opponent's arms weak and limp. The force of Li Xian's punch sent him hurtling away. With a sickening squelch, Li Xian withdrew his sword, showering the surroundings in a crimson mist. Gazing at the bleeding innate level 7th realm fighter, Li Xian felt no hint of compassion. Without waiting for his opponent to crash to the ground, he advanced once more, delivering a decisive strike. With a swift motion, the opponent's head was severed, blood erupting skyward in a grotesque cascade. Nearby, an innate level 9th realm fighter, engaged in battle with Xianxia, was struck with terror at this scene. How could Li Xian have slain an innate level 7th realm fighter in such a brief span of time? They were engaged in one-on-one combat, and Li Xian was merely at the 1st realm of innate level. This was a stark contrast to the earlier encounter in which he had dispatched another innate level 7th realm fighter. A wave of profound unease washed over him, and he no longer dared to continue the fight, opting instead to retreat. Although Xianxia was at a slightly lower realm, her combat prowess was not inferior, perhaps even superior to his. He had intended to await his companion's defeat of Li Xian before they joined forces against Xianxia or made their escape, but now. Yet, seeking to flee was far from simple. Thinking of escaping? After a brief moment of shock, Xianxia regained her composure, filled with delight and excitement, and launched herself at him with fervor. Xianxia, you. Feeling the relentless onslaught from Xianxia, the innate realm's 9th level expert was utterly taken aback. He sought to extricate himself, yet found it utterly impossible. At that moment, Li Xian had already arrived with swift precision. Despair flickered in his eyes. Li Xian, should you dare to slay me, the Lin family will never rest until we exact vengeance. However, before he could finish his sentence, a swift thrust from Li Xian severed his head. Never rest until we exact vengeance? Fool! Li Xian's gaze was cold and filled with disdain. The Lin family had already sought to kill him. Did they expect him to show mercy? What a jest! Moreover, having already slain so many from the Lin family, why would he care to eliminate one more? As the innate realm's 9th level expert fell lifeless, Xianxia could not help but exhale in relief. In truth, had that man not been so frantic and filled with fear, he would not have been so swiftly dispatched. It was merely his fate. Xianxia gazed at Li Xuan, her eyes sparkling with admiration. A newly ascended 1st level innate realm practitioner daring to confront a 7th level innate realm expert head-on was nothing short of extraordinary. She had not only witnessed it, she had never even heard of such a feat before. Li Xian looked at Xianxia puzzled. What is it? And nothing. She hurriedly shook her head, her cheeks slightly flushed. Are you a fool? Is there any need to ask? Clearly, you're infatuated. A loud voice echoed. Based on my experience, if you were to take her down now, she would undoubtedly yield. Li Xian felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Let us go and see how things are faring with Third Master. He wasted no time lingering, swiftly leading Xianxia toward the battlefield where Yang Wutian was engaged. On Yang Wutian's front, the battle was equally fierce, with countless bodies strewn across the ground. Even Yang Wutian and Lin Changyan bore injuries of varying degrees. Nonetheless, the Yang family held a definitive advantage, as this was their territory and the Lin family had not fully committed their forces. Damn it, where is that useless Lin Changshan? Has he succeeded or not? In one area, Lin Changtue, while fending off the frenzied assault of two powerful Yang family members, roared in fury, appearing utterly beleaguered. Patriarch, we must retreat. We must retreat now. If we do not, none shall escape. Meanwhile, Lin Changyu struggled against three Yang family experts, urging Lin Changhen to order retreat. If we leave now, we still have the strength to escape. If we delay any longer, we will lose even that ability and perish here. Patriarch, issue the order to retreat. Logically, given the time elapsed, they should have been able to kill Li Xian 100 times over. Now that their allies had not returned, it was evident that something had gone awry. They could no longer afford to wait. Another strong member of the Lin family bellowed in frustration. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Changshan and his entourage, with one at the first level of the Wielding realm, another at the 9th level of the innate realm, and two more at the 7th level of the innate realm. Such a formidable assembly should not have taken this long to eliminate a mere Li Xian. What a bunch of incompetence. Lin Changhen observed the Lin family members trapped in a dire predicament, his expression darkening considerably. He recognized that they could not continue the assault. Further engagement could very well lead to his demise here. What on earth is Lin Changshan doing? Has he truly failed to eliminate that Li Xian? Is it possible that an unforeseen mishap has occurred? He seethed within. If Li Xian were indeed dead, even at such a cost, they could begrudgingly accept it. Yet, if Li Xian still lived, they would find themselves at a grievous loss, having sacrificed both men and resources. Retreat. Lin Changhen, resolute by nature, saw that the Lin family members were nearing their breaking point without any sign of Lin Changshan's group, and he promptly issued the command. Yang Wutian, witnessing the Lin family begin to withdraw, was tempted to make one last desperate attempt to intercept them. However, upon seeing his own injured kin, he ultimately restrained himself. The Lin family's fierce counterattack was indeed formidable. He could not act solely on impulse, as he needed to consider the welfare of the entire Yang family. Continuing down this path could lead to irreparable losses. The Lin family, noticing that the Yang family was not making a desperate effort to stop them, collectively exhaled in relief. They remained vigilant, keeping a wary eye on the Yang family while hastily retreating. Yet, at that very moment, as the Lin family members were on high alert, none realized that Li Xian had silently appeared behind them. Chapter 32. None shall escape. Li Xian harnessed his breath-concealing technique, emitting no discernible fluctuations of energy. He coldly observed the Lin family members hastily retreating, his gaze ultimately settling on Lin Changhen. As the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Changhen had reached the 8th level of the Wielding realm, a mere step away from the 9th. Under normal circumstances, facing such a powerful adversary, even with all his might, Li Xian would not stand a chance. Yet, the situation had shifted dramatically. At this moment, Lin Changhen's focus was entirely on Yang Wutian. Moreover, he could hardly fathom that Li Xian was concealed right behind him, successfully evading his perception. Thus, what was once impossible, Li Xian's intention to eliminate Lin Changhen, had transformed into a plausible reality. If you wish to kill me, there must be a price to pay. If you intend to act, aim for the strongest. Today, none shall escape. Li Xian coldly fixated on Lin Changhen, resolutely declaring within his heart. The reason the Yang family refrained from forcefully obstructing the Lin family's retreat was their apprehension towards Lin Changhen, the 8th level of the Wielding realm. Once Lin Changhen fell, the remaining members would be as helpless as fish on a chopping block, posing no further threat, and could be easily dealt with by the Yang family. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The distance between the two sides was rapidly diminishing. Li Xian remained remarkably composed, refraining from hasty action. He stood as still as a statue, his breathing technique perfected to an exquisite degree. He understood all too well that in such circumstances, haste would only lead to errors and potential failure. 50 meters. In no time, the distance between the two parties had narrowed to within 50 meters. This proximity was undeniably close, and well within Li Xian's striking range. Yet, he remained unmoving, waiting for the distance to close further. 30 meters, 20 meters. As the distance dwindled to 20 meters, Xian finally made his move. In an instant, the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a tidal wave, and the next moment, he darted toward Lin Changhen with the swiftness of lightning. As an 8th-level master of the Wheel-Sea realm, Lin Changhen's reflexes were naturally swift. Almost the moment he sensed danger, he whirled around. Whoosh! At that instant, a brilliant sword light shot forth, aimed directly at his brow. Seeking death, Lin Changhen was both astonished and enraged. His spiritual energy erupted violently as he raised his right arm to shield himself. Just then, Xian's left hand transformed into a fist and struck fiercely at his throat. With a thud, Lin Changhen's right arm perfectly intercepted Xian's sword, his formidable defense successfully blocking the lethal blow. However, while he managed to deflect the sword, he could not avert the impact of Xian's fist. Thud! Xian's fist landed heavily on his throat, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted, accompanied by a crack, causing Lin Changhen's expression to freeze in shock. Yu. His eyes widened in terror, his face twisting grotesquely in an instant. How could a distinguished 8th-level master of the Wheel-Sea realm be ambushed by a mere 1st-level innate practitioner and on the verge of demise? It was utterly ludicrous. Lin Changhen could not accept such a fate, even in death. You, a mere 8th-level Wheel-Sea realm practitioner, dare to threaten this young master? You are utterly deluded. To perish at my hands would be your fortune. Just then, Xian's cold voice resonated. Overcome with rage, Lin Changhen's throat and mouth erupted with blood as he collapsed to the ground. It was a matter of indignation. How could a 1st-level innate practitioner dare to insult him? An 8th-level master of the Wheel-Sea realm? Such humiliation was unbearable. This sudden turn of events astonished everyone present, whether from the Yang family or the Lin family. All were left in disbelief. A thunderclap struck them, as if struck by lightning. What did they just witness? Xian had actually slain Lin Changhen? How could this be possible? You wretched beast. You actually killed the patriarch of my Lin family? Lin Chang, regaining his senses, pointed an accusatory finger at Xian. His voice filled with fury. Without even glancing back, Xian swung his sword in a decisive arc-buffed. Lin Chantue's furious expression had not yet fully solidified when his head was already sent flying. You, the patriarch of the Lin family, are nothing. I not only intend to slay him, but also you, Xian declared coldly, striking once more at Lin Changyu. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Changyu was jolted awake. He retreated abruptly, narrowly avoiding Xian's sword, and bellowed, "Kill him! Kill him!" The other members of the Lin family, shaken from their stupor, were engulfed in terror and wrath. Xian, you dare to murder the head of my Lin family. You shall perish. They screamed in unison, charging recklessly towards Xian. By heavens, you killed Lin Changhen. Ha! Impressive. If I were Lin Changhen, I would die with my eyes wide open. This is truly exhilarating, one among them exclaimed. Lin Changhen is dead. Charge! Annihilate these Lin family scum. Leave not a single one alive. With fervor, the Yang family members, upon regaining their composure, rushed forward, their excitement palpable. In less than 3 minutes, every member of the Lin family had met a bitter end. Yang Wutian uproajet Li Xuan, holding back his admiration for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Kid, you are remarkable. Yang Wujun approached next, laughing heartily. Kid, I seldom yield to anyone in my life, but you are an exception. Quite impressive. The other members of the Yang family also raised their thumbs in approval. It was indeed astonishing that someone at the 1st level of the innate realm could vanquish one at the 9th level of the Wheel-Sea realm. Li Chuan, despite the accolades, remained grounded. Thank you all for your life-risking protection. I shall remember this, he replied with a cupped fist. He was genuinely grateful. For had the Yang family not intervened, he would have faced peril. Kid, you're being too modest. It was only right, they reassured him. Xian chose not to elaborate further. Some sentiments do not require constant verbal affirmation, but rather a place within the heart. Subsequently, the Yang family began to collect their spoils, manage the remains, and assess their losses. Xian busied himself alongside them, his thoughts lingering on the corpses of the Wheel-Sea realm. Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate, Lu Mingli and Lin Changtian remained on guard, concerned that the Yang family, in their frenzy, might launch a surprise attack on them. However, as the night wore on, silence enveloped the outside. Lin Changhen and the others had yet to return, and the Yang family did not come attacking. What is happening? Why haven't they returned? Is something amiss? Lin Changtian felt a rising sense of urgency. Should Lin Changhen and his companions have encountered misfortune, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the Lin family. Although Lu Mingli also felt a twinge of anxiety, he maintained a facade of composure. He glanced at Lin Changtian and said calmly, "Do not fret. This is the Yang family we are dealing with. It cannot be that swift. Let us wait a while longer." Lin Changtian was inclined to curse. "Well, it is easy for you to say, seeing as they are not your kin." Time dragged on, and after yet another hour, Lin Changtian could no longer sit still. "This will not do. I must go and see." Lu Mingli also rose to his feet, sensing an unsettling tension in the air. Logically speaking, after such a prolonged period, whether the mission had succeeded or failed, Lin Changhen and his companions should have returned by now. Could it be that they had been ensnared by the Yang family? Engaged in a desperate struggle, the two dared not linger any longer and swiftly made their way to the Yang residence. Chapter 33. A plea for the ancestor to re-emerge before long. Lu Mingli and Lin Changtian arrived at the Yang household. Gazing at the inky darkness enveloping the estate, Lin Changtian couldn't help but furrow his brow, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? Have the clan leaders not arrived?" Lu Mingli replied grimly, "They have come, but most likely something has gone awry." "What?" Lin Changtian gasped in disbelief. "How could this be?" Lu Mingli continued, "It is unclear. Undoubtedly, something has transpired that we are unaware of. Alas, let us mourn." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Changtian seething in silence. Seeing Lu Mingli depart, Lin Changtian was at a loss for words. His teeth clenched in fury. That wretched scoundrel had instigated the Lin family's involvement, and now he was the first to flee. How infuriating! Lin Changtian was consumed by rage, feeling an overwhelming urge to eliminate Lu Mingli. Yet he was powerless against him and could only restrain his fury. How could this happen? How could the clan leaders be in peril? Was that Li Xian still alive? His expression darkened as he surveyed the Yang estate, already detecting the lingering scent of blood. Although he yearned to infiltrate and uncover the situation, he ultimately suppressed his impulses. The Lin family's assault on the Yang family was already unjustifiable. If he were to inquire further, it would be akin to walking into a trap. At the Yang residence, after disposing of the corpses, Li Xian returned to his courtyard. In this fierce battle, the Yang family had lost one at the 2nd level of the Wielding realm, 2 at the 9th level of the innate realm, and 8 in the early to mid stages of the innate realm. Although the losses were significant, they paled in comparison to the Lin family's. It could be deemed a resounding victory. Not to mention, the head of Lin Changhen alone was enough to offset all losses. Moreover, the Yang family had accrued substantial gains, including healing elixirs, innate pills, and various other medicinal concoctions, as well as spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and spirit stones. Particularly from Lin Changhen, they had acquired over 200,000 spirit stones, a considerable fortune indeed. With the demise of Lin Changhen and his cohorts, the Lin family would undoubtedly face tumultuous times ahead, and it was likely that Sanyang City would not remain tranquil for long. Li Xian sat cross-legged, conversing with himself as he opened a Qianquan ring, spoils that the Yang family had insisted he take. Inside, he discovered a staggering 30,000 spirit stones. A surge of excitement coursed through him at the sight of the spirit stones. With these, his cultivation would proceed with greater ease. "Master Ding, let us commence the refinement of those corpses," Li Xian thought to himself, swiftly beginning to channel the mortal technique. With a sly smile, Master Ding wasted no time and promptly commenced the refinement process. Soon, an extraordinarily pure and potent energy surged into Li Xian's body, causing his cultivation level to ascend rapidly. From a mid-stage of the 1st innate realm to the late stage, then reaching the peak, and finally advancing to the 2nd innate realm. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His cultivation continued to ascend until it culminated at the late stage of the 2nd innate realm, at which point it finally ceased. Li Xian opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and bright. "Indeed, the Wielding realm is formidable. It has propelled my cultivation directly to the late stage of the 2nd innate realm. Quite exhilarating." Suddenly, Master Ding interjected, "Young man, while the rise in cultivation is indeed pleasurable, it is the foundation that holds paramount importance. You must not indulge in fleeting satisfaction at the expense of the fundamentals." Li Xian felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, nodding earnestly. "I understand." The following day, at the break of dawn, news of a night raid on the Yang family had spread throughout Sanyang City, igniting widespread commotion. The Yang family, one of the 5 esteemed clans, despite their decline, was far from being a mere small household. Who could possess such audacity to dare assault the Yang family under the cloak of night? Before the populace could fully digest this shocking news, another explosive revelation rapidly circulated through Sanyang City, creating an even greater upheaval. Lin Changhen, the patriarch of the Lin family, was dead. Alongside him, several other formidable figures of the Wielding realm, including Lin Changyu, Lin Changtua, and Lin Changshan, had also perished. This news sent ripples of shock throughout the city, akin to a bomb detonating, stirring an unprecedented storm. Lin Changhen, a powerful presence at the 8th level of the Wielding realm and a titan in Sanyang City, was not someone whose demise could be taken lightly. The implications of the Yang family's attack suddenly became clearer to the discerning minds. The Yang family took on an air of mystery in the eyes of many, instilling a sense of caution even among the other 3 prominent families. Outside the city lord's mansion, Li Xian, Yang Shun, Yang Wutian, and Yang Xianxia had gathered, accompanied by 5 other selected disciples and a crowd of onlookers. Today marked the day when Li Xian and his companions would accompany the elder of the Divine Flame sect to the sect itself, and those present were there to bid them farewell. However, of the 8 who had initially passed the assessment, only 7 had arrived. Lin Chuan was absent. Not only Lin Chuan, but not a single member of the Lin family had appeared. Those who had harbored doubts about the reports of Lin Changhen's death felt their convictions solidifying upon witnessing the absence of the Lin family. Wu Tian, I heard that your Yang family was attacked last night. Is it true? A hearty laugh resonated as the patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Zhao, approached. He feigned an expression of concern, inquiring about the Yang family's well-being. Yang Wutian cast a sidelong glance at Bai Zhao, well aware that he was merely seeking information. With a chuckle, he replied, Indeed, it is true. However, there is no longer any issue as all the thieves have been thoroughly eradicated. Thank you for your concern. Brother Bai Zhao pressed further, asking if the identities of the assailants had been uncovered. Which audacious thief dared to assault the Yang family? Yang Wutian smirked inwardly but feigned a sigh, saying, Alas, I do not know. Those rascals were quite cunning, having disfigured their own faces. Bai Zhao appeared bewildered. They disfigured their faces? I find that hard to believe. He intended to inquire further, but at that moment, Yu Xiaohai and his entourage emerged. Li Xian clearly noticed the exceptionally grim expression on Lu Mingli's face, especially upon seeing him. Yu Xiaohai scanned Li Xian and the others, waved his hand decisively, and commanded, Let's depart. He did not even bother to ask about Lin Chuan's absence. Without wasting any words, Li Xian and the others swiftly made their way to the cloud ship. Yang Xianxian suddenly remarked, Young Master Li, take care. Li Xian turned to glance at Yang Xianxian, offering a faint smile in return, take care. The group quickly boarded the cloud ship, which then soared into the sky, vanishing from Sanyang City. Lin family. Upon learning that Li Xian had survived, Lin Changtian promptly arrived at the ancestral land in the back mountains. He knelt, raising his voice. The Lin family faces a grave calamity. I implore the ancestor to emerge. Chapter 34. Has Li Xian disappeared? A thunderous sound echoed. The stone door of the ancestral land swung open, revealing a gaunt, seemingly decrepit old man, who leaned on a cane as he slowly stepped out. He lifted his gaze to Lin Changtian, his voice raspy as he inquired, You say the Lin family is facing annihilation? Pray, tell me more. Lin Changtian, not daring to delay, swiftly recounted the events of the previous night. On the cloud ship, Li Xian entered his chamber and commenced his cultivation. He still possessed a considerable number of spirit stones and planned to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the innate realm first. In another room, Lu Mingli's face was dark as he observed Li Xian practicing through the surveillance formation, his eyes brimming with unabashed malice. How dare this mere innate realm and openly challenge him during the assessment? Such insolence was intolerable. He had to eliminate this individual. However, due to Yu Xiaohai's formidable presence, he found himself utterly powerless to act, a sensation that was profoundly stifling. Those worthless Lin family members, incapable of even dispatching a mere innate realm individual. Truly pathetic. They deserve their fate. The mere thought of Lin Changhen and his associate's failure from the previous night only deepened his displeasure. Such a powerful lineup. And yet they had merely aimed to eliminate Li Xian, ultimately failing and losing their own lives in the process. It was downright absurd to contemplate. Yu Xiaohai, you old scoundrel, dare to openly slap my face. I shall not rest until I avenge this grievance. As thoughts of Yu Xiaohai crossed his mind, Lu Mingli's expression darkened further. Were it not for that old fool's intervention, this would not have become such a troublesome affair. He would have long since struck Li Xian dead with a single blow. He cast another glance at Li Xian, who was cultivating within the room, and with a cold snort, he intended to deactivate the surveillance array when suddenly his expression shifted, and he swiftly retrieved a sound transmission talisman. Upon hearing the message contained within, his eyes immediately sparkled with clarity. Inside the room, after investing over an hour, Li Xian finally broke through to the pinnacle of the second level of the innate realm. Yet, he had no intention of pausing. Instead, he aimed to attempt a breakthrough to the third level of the innate realm. At that moment, a tremendous rumble echoed, and the cloud vessel began to shake violently. What? Li Xian opened his eyes, disbelief flashing within them. He could distinctly feel the cloud vessel commencing a rapid descent. Not wishing to continue his cultivation, he quickly dashed out of the room. Simultaneously, the others emerged in a frenzy. The elders of the Divine Flame sect, including Yu Xiaohai, wore expressions of profound gloom, their bodies radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. How audacious for someone to dare attack their cloud vessel. Was this not an invitation to death? The disciples of the Divine Flame sect also wore expressions of stark astonishment. Clearly, they too had not anticipated that anyone would possess such audacity as to assault the cloud vessel of the Divine Flame sect. Brother, what on earth is happening? Yang staggered to Li Xian's side, confusion etched upon his face. Just as Li Xian was about to respond, he felt the cloud vessel touch down, and a voice echoed from outside. Those inside, get out immediately and hand over your passage fees, or I shall demolish your wretched vessel. Upon hearing this voice, Li Xian was momentarily bewildered, his mind clouded. Had they encountered bandits? Instinctively, he glanced at Lu Mingli, who was not far away. Upon making eye contact, he found that Lu Mingli's gaze met his, devoid of shock or rage, instead replaced by a cold smirk and murderous intent. Good heavens! This is a conspiracy aimed at me. Li Xian's heart sank, disbelief washing over him. He could clearly sense that the murderous intent emanating from Lu Mingli was directed not at the intruders outside, but rather at him, Li Xian. At that moment, Yu Xiaohai had already activated the defensive array and led his people outside. The cloud vessel had been shot down, leaving his countenance exceedingly grim. Before them stood over 20 masked figures, armed with knives, guns, swords, and halberds, coldly fixating their gazes upon Li Xian and his companions. Li Xian could feel several of their stares lingering on him, causing him to feel a wave of alarm wash over him. Could it be that they were truly targeting him? In that moment, Li Xian was engulfed in disbelief. This is indeed the cloud ship of the Sacred Flame sect. Have the Lin family and Lu Mingli lost their senses? After all, the only ones he has offended are the Lin family and Lu Mingli. No one else. Who are you? Did you not see the insignia? Are you unaware that this is the cloud ship of the Sacred Flame sect? To dare attack even our cloud ship. You truly possess audacity. Yu Xiaohai coldly glared at the more than 20 individuals before him, his voice laced with fury. However, to his astonishment, instead of cowering at his words, the group erupted with rage. How dare the Sacred Flame sect think itself so formidable? The Sacred Flame sect is nothing. Kill. I command you to kill. With shouts of wrath echoing around them, the black-clad figures showed no hesitation. Their momentum surged as they charged towards the members of the Sacred Flame sect. You dare! Yu Xiaohai was nearly consumed by fury. His own power erupted violently as he led the charge forward. The other 6 elders, equally enraged, unleashed their full strength and rushed toward the black-clad assailants. Lu Mingli did not rush out immediately, but instinctively glanced at Li Xian. However, upon that fleeting glance, he found himself bewildered. Where was Li Xian? An unsettling chill ran through Lu Mingli's spine. Simultaneously, several of the black-clad individuals were also taken aback, realizing that Li Xian had vanished, as if he had never existed. Yu Xiaohai's power erupted in a frenzy, the peak of the 9th level of the Unrivaled realm clashing against one of the black-clad figures in a fierce confrontation. The clash reverberated through the air. Both individuals were propelled backward almost simultaneously. Yu Xiaohai exclaimed, You are the Dan Condensation Realm? The black-clad figure, however, disregarded Yu Xiaohai's words and roared. Check the cloud ship for any survivors. The few black-clad individuals targeting Li Xian wasted no time and swiftly surged into the cloud ship. The disciples and elders of the Sacred Flame sect attempted to intervene, but they were all entangled and unable to stop the assault. Even Lu Mingli found himself engaged in a mock battle with one of them. Yet, his eyes were continuously scanning the surroundings, searching for Li Xian. The black-clad figures soon stormed into the cloud ship, but returned empty-handed. Observing their failure, the elder of the Lin family felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He discreetly glanced at Lu Mingli, finding him equally perplexed, and reluctantly declared, "Retreat." Without a moment's delay, the group swiftly withdrew. Yu Xiaohai's expression darkened as an instinctual sense of unease settled over him. He watched the retreating black-clad figures without pursuing them and coldly instructed, "Let us return to the Sacred Flame sect at once." At the same moment, Lu Mingli's pupils suddenly contracted, for he was horrified to discover that the previously vanished Li Xian had reappeared. He longed to question this anomaly, yet feared the repercussions of being deemed sensitive, ultimately suppressing his inquiries. The group swiftly boarded the new cloud ship. With a whoosh, the vessel soared into the sky. Meanwhile, the elder of the Lin family retrieved a communication talisman, his voice filled with fury. "What on earth is happening? Where is that Li Xian?" Chapter 35. The Death of Lu Mingli. At this moment, the elder of the Lin family appeared exceedingly enraged. He had risked his life to intercept the flying vessel of the Divine Flame sect, only to find that not even a trace of Li Xian was present. How could this not incite his wrath? As a formidable figure in the Dan Formation realm, the elder had immediately recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing Lin Changtian's report. The so-called Yang family was insignificant as long as he remained. Even if Lin Chang hated him, the Lin family would remain unscathed. However, Li Xian was an entirely different matter. A 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner capable of contending against a 3rd-level innate practitioner was concerning enough. And his talent had even caused the spirit root testing device of the Divine Flame sect to explode. Such prodigious potential, if not nipped in the bud, would inevitably spell disaster for the Lin family in the future. Thus, he had taken the risk to come on the cloud ship. Upon hearing the elder of the Lin family's roar, Lu Mingli could not help but twitch his aged face, yet he dared not retaliate. Instead, gritting his teeth in frustration, I do not know what trick that boy employed to vanish right beneath our noses. However, he has returned now. Lu Minghai, at the 8th level of the Wheel Sea realm, was on par with Lin Chang'an. Nevertheless, as an elder of the Divine Flame sect, he regarded the heads of the 4 great families, including Lin Changhen, with disdain. Yet, despite his indifference towards those family heads, he held a profound apprehension towards the elders of the Dan Formation realm. What? The elder of the Lin family nearly exploded upon hearing Lu Mingli's words. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Are you saying that Li Xian has returned aboard the cloud ship? If Lu Mingli were before him at that moment, he would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. Damn it, I went to confront him and found no one. And now you tell me he has returned? Lu Mingli clenched his teeth. Yes. The elder of the Lin family fell silent for a long while before erupting. Damn it. Lu Mingli, you fool. Are you daft? Lu Mingli. The elder continued his tirade. Let me make this clear. You must keep a close watch this time. If that Li Xian vanishes again without cause, do not blame me for tearing our relationship apart. Listening to the elder's unabashed reprimands, Lu Mingli's face flushed crimson, his heart ablaze with anger. Yet, he dared not express his ire, merely gritting his teeth and nodding. Rest assured, this time I will keep a close eye on him. On the cloud ship, in the chamber, Li Xian had completely lost his will to cultivate. It was understandable. Who wouldn't be disheartened when targeted by formidable figures like Ru Mingli and the patriarch of the Lin family? Master Ding, do you possess any extraordinary means to annihilate those in the condensation realm? Li Xian inquired with a grim expression directed at Master Ding. Had it not been for his desperate use of the imperial clan's divine ability to conceal himself beneath the cloud ship, he would likely have met his demise. Annihilate the condensation realm? Master Ding paused for a moment, then scoffed. Condensation is nothing. I could extinguish it with a mere breath. Li Xian felt a surge of elation. Yet in an unexpected turn, Master Ding continued, but those were the days of yore. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Now, not to mention condensation, even a mere Qi refinement would be beyond my capacity. Li Xian was left speechless. Then what was that boast for? Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated, and the cloud ship began to tremble violently once more. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, followed by an outburst of curses. Damn it, they're back. Are they determined to kill me? Furious, Yu Xiaohai immediately activated the defensive array and charged out. Concurrently, the elders and disciples of the Divine Flame sect rushed out in unison. At the very moment Xiaohai dashed out, Li Xian forcibly utilized the spatial shifting technique once more, rapidly escaping the cloud ship while concealing himself beneath it. His countenance was exceptionally grim, for the consumption of the spatial shifting technique was immense. At his current strength, he could barely manage it, with significant repercussions. Almost instantaneously after Li Xian's escape, Ru Mingli materialized at his chamber's entrance. However, upon seeing the utterly vacant room, he was momentarily taken aback before swiftly departing the cloud ship. Simultaneously, Yu Xiaohai sensed the subtle fluctuations of Li Xian's divine technique, causing his expression to shift. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Choosing not to expose Li Xian, but rather to provide cover, he glared coldly at the group of black-clad individuals, his voice laced with fury. "You scoundrels! Who are you? And what do you intend? Is this never-ending?" As he spoke, a formidable aura of murderous intent emanated from him. The audacity! It was an affront beyond measure. In such a short span, he had been intercepted by the same group twice. This was a profound humiliation for him. This time, the patriarch of the Lin family remained silent, showing no inclination to play the role of a bandit. His gaze swept through the crowd, and his countenance beneath the black robe darkened ominously. "Where are they?" His raspy voice echoed, plunging the space into a heavy silence. "Where are they?" To whom was he addressing this inquiry? Upon hearing this, Ru Mingli's expression turned grim, a wave of intense anxiety washing over him. He understood that the patriarch was speaking to him. If he is unable to reveal Li Xian's whereabouts, calamity may soon befall him. In an instant, Lu Mingli felt a surge of panic, hastily communicating, Senior Lin, please calm your wrath." Upon hearing Lu Mingli's words, the elder of the Lin family immediately discerned that trouble had arisen once more. Enraged, he thundered, "Lu Mingli, you worthless fool!" With that, the formidable aura of a condensation realm expert erupted from him, and he advanced towards Lu Mingli with lethal intent. Lu Mingli was struck with terror, his internal energy surging wildly as he prepared to retreat, intending to reveal the elder's identity. Since this old wretch sought his demise without offering a path to survival, he would not hesitate to sever the elder's lifeline in return. Unfortunately, facing the Lin family's elder at the third level of the condensation realm, Lu Mingli found himself bereft of any opportunity to utter a word. With a resounding crash, the elder of the Lin family unleashed a devastating strike, obliterating Lu Mingli's physical form and showering the surroundings in a mist of crimson. Despite his frantic attempts to defend himself, it was futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. You all. His face contorted in a grotesque expression. He cast a desperate and resentful glance at the elder of the Lin family, then at Yu Xiaohai and the others, filled with despair and malice. He could never have anticipated the elder's ruthlessness, truly willing to take his life. Even more shocking was the realization that none of Yu Xiaohai's companions intervened, passively watching his demise unfold. Overcome with rage, frustration, despair, and unwillingness, Lu Mingli soon breathed his last. Only after he had completely perished did Yu Xiaohai exclaim in fury, You actually killed Elder Lu. Who are you?" In truth, he had already surmised the elder of the Lin family's identity, yet refrained from voicing it. To remain silent might afford him a glimmer of hope. Once revealed, it would be a fight to the death. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the Unrivaled realm, Yu Xiaohai might temporarily withstand the elder's might through his martial techniques. But he could not hold out for long. Should the elder of the Lin family go all out, he would undoubtedly be no match, risking his own demise in the process. After striking down Lu Mingli, the elder of the Lin family did not depart, but, with a chilling demeanor, inquired, "Where is he?" This question signified his intent to no longer conceal his motives. He had laid his cards on the table. His objective was to eliminate Li Xian. As for revealing his identity, he was no fool. He knew Yu Xiaohai had likely pieced it together. However, as long as it remained unspoken and without proof, it mattered not to him. In his heart, the elimination of Li Xian was worth any price paid. Where is he? Upon hearing this question, Yu Xiaohai's heart sank. Chapter 36. A Terrifying Hand. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with all present feeling the oppressive weight of the situation. The elder of the Lin family glared coldly at Yu Xiaohai and his companions, his voice icy. "Hand him over. I have come solely for him, with no intention of becoming your enemy, nor of offending the Divine Flame sect. I urge you not to bring harm upon yourselves. Certainly, should you choose not to surrender, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." As these words fell, An overwhelming and terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings, instantly bearing down upon all present. For those in the later stages of the Wielding realm, such as Xianxia, the effect was somewhat manageable. However, the 8 disciples of the Divine Flame sect and the 6 newly recruited members turned ashen, with some even collapsing to their knees under the weight of the oppressive force. What? Are you truly willing to sacrifice everyone else for the sake of one? My patience is finite, so do not compel me to take action. The elder of the Lin family continued to exert his pressure, advancing relentlessly. His demeanor had already signified his resolve. Xianxia and the others regarded the Lin family elder with expressions of grave concern and trepidation. At the bottom of the cloud ship, Xian sighed softly. He refrained from uttering unnecessary words and stepped forward decisively. Upon seeing Xian emerge, the faces of Xianxia and his companions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that. Under such dire circumstances, Xian would dare to present himself. Xian nodded towards Xianxia and his group, his gaze fixed upon the Lin family elder. This matter did not pertain to them, so they should depart, allowing him to remain. He also refrained from revealing the identity of the Lin family, deeming it unnecessary. The Lin family elder turned his attention to Xian, nodding indifferently. Very well. Xian's demeanor further solidified the elder's determination to eliminate him. This individual could not be allowed to live. His very existence would disrupt the elder's peace of mind. How could someone of merely the innate realm maintain such composure? Facing a being of the condensation pill realm, with such unyielding poise? Should he continue to grow, the consequences would be dire. His gaze shifted to Xianxia and the others. You may leave. This gesture was a concession to Xianxia and his companions. After all, they were elders of the Divine Flame sect, and it would not be prudent to execute Xian before their eyes. Yet, Xianxia's expression was one of profound distress. Depart? He could not overcome his own conscience. For, in a strict sense, Xian was now a disciple of the Divine Flame sect. As an elder, how could he turn a blind eye to the slaughter of Xian? Yet to remain? That did not concern him. What of the others? Particularly, what of the other 14 disciples? Would they too be condemned to accompany him in death? Elder you, thank you for your concern. Let's go. This is a matter of my own making, and I shall bear the consequences alone, so as not to implicate others. Xian spoke again, his tone measured, yet within him surged an inexorable chill and intent to kill. Since the Lin family insists on my demise, I shall not hesitate to employ forbidden techniques in my struggle. Forbidden technique. Rarely would Xian wish to resort to such measures, for the after-effects were exceedingly severe. Should he be compelled to use them, it could very well result in lasting repercussions, even rendering him incapacitated. However, given the present situation, he found himself with no alternative. Why are you still here? Are you truly willing to sacrifice everyone for him? Is he worth it? He is a disciple of your Divine Flame sect. Are the others not as well? Is it truly appropriate for you to defend him in such a manner? The elder of the Lin family continued to press, his tone growing increasingly impatient as he sowed discord. While Xianxia could afford to delay, they could not, nor dared to. The longer they hesitated, the more disadvantageous it became for them. Only by eliminating Xian swiftly could they find peace. Xianxia, feeling the pressure from the Lin family elder, clenched his fists tightly, a tempest of rage brewing within him. It was utterly stifling. He turned to the other 6 elders, commanding, "You all take the disciples and leave first." The 6 were taken aback, about to protest, but Xianxia cut them off. "Leave, this is an order." Their expressions shifted as they heard this command. In the next moment, without hesitation, they swiftly led 14 disciples away, vanishing from sight. Elder Yu. Xian was taken aback. He never imagined that Xianxia would choose to stay behind. This was a matter of life and death. The Lin family elder's expression darkened further. Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Have you considered the consequences? He had no desire to kill an elder of the Divine Flame sect unless absolutely necessary. But if Xianxia persisted in his obstinacy, he would not hold back. Xianxia faced the Lin family elder. "I apologize, but as an elder of the Divine Flame sect, I cannot stand by and watch my disciple be slain. If I cannot reconcile this within myself, then I shall remain here to die alongside him. In that case, even in death, I shall find peace." Elder Yu. Xian was astonished and somewhat touched. To be honest, he hardly knew Xianxia, and they were not related. Xianxia had no obligation to act in such a manner. He could hardly believe that someone would go to such lengths for him. In this world, such individuals were indeed rare. Xianxia shook his head. "Young one, there is no need for further words. Allow this elder to protect you once more. I seek nothing else, only to honor this robe I wear, to act without regret. Upon hearing this, the Lin family elder was thoroughly exasperated. Very well. Since you seek death, I shall grant you your wish. He waved his hand. I will hold him back. You all go and kill that boy. With a thunderous roar, the Lin family elder stepped forward, charging at Xianxia. The remaining 20 individuals surged toward Xian. Among them were 11 at the peak of the innate realm, 5 in the early stages of the Wielding realm, 3 in the mid stages, and 1 at the late stage. Such a formidable assembly was far beyond what a mere peak second layer innate realm like Xian could contend with. As those individuals advanced, Xian did not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly unleashed the Gale Step, vanishing like a flash of lightning. Meanwhile, within him, the spiritual energy surged violently as he gripped the black mundane sword, poised to invoke a forbidden technique. Just then, a tremendous explosion reverberated, and a hand suddenly emerged from the ruptured space nearby. This hand exuded an overwhelming oppressive force and merely descended with a light slap. With a splutter, the elder of the Lin family spat forth a mouthful of blood and was instantly sent flying. Yet, the hand did not pause. It continued its swift descent towards those of the Lin family who were pursuing Xian. No, no, who are you? Ancestor, save me. The Lin family members were struck with terror, scattering in panic, yet it was to no avail. Accompanied by a series of thunderous booms, in the blink of an eye, all were cast away. Though they survived, each was left coughing blood, grievously wounded. Xianxia abruptly looked up, his heart trembling. What a terrifying hand! Who could this person be? The elder of the Lin family, hidden beneath his black robes, also displayed a visage of shock and horror. He fixated on the hand, his voice trembling as he inquired, Who are you? Chapter 37, Begone, begone. You mere ants, how dare you attempt to assassinate a disciple of the Divine Flame sect? Such audacity is truly remarkable. I grant you 3 breaths. If you do not depart, you shall perish. From the void, a voice resonated, icy yet imbued with supreme authority, akin to thunder rolling through the heavens, rattling the very fabric of space. Upon hearing this proclamation, Xiaohai's expression brightened with sudden elation. Could it be that the other party was a powerful being from the Divine Flame sect? The elder of the Lin family, however, wore a grim countenance, not daring to utter a single word of defiance. With a wave of his sleeve, he hurriedly ushered all the Lin family members away in a state of disarray. He understood that with such a formidable entity intervening, the possibility of killing Xian was utterly extinguished, to say nothing of ending Xian's life. Preserving his own would be a stroke of sheer fortune. Xian also exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit with a sense of skepticism. Such overwhelming pressure must surely belong to a transcendent being. Perhaps the Divine Flame sect possesses such formidable entities? Transcendence. This was a realm beyond the Dan condensation and Dharma aspect stages. The hierarchy was as follows: Chi refinement, innate, will see, Dan condensation, Dharma aspect, and transcendence. It surpassed 4 grand realms above him and 3 above Xiaohai, according to Li Xian's understanding. Not only the Divine Flame sect, but even the entire Great Zhou dynasty should not harbor such existences. Could it be that he had misjudged? Senior, who are you? At that moment, Xiaohai, filled with excitement, queried. He had not anticipated the Divine Flame sect possessed such a terrifying entity. Though he could not ascertain the exact realm of that formidable being, it did not detract from his recognition of their immense power. Yet, it seemed that the formidable figure had already departed, offering no response whatsoever. Xiaohai felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared he was too weak to be deemed worthy of conversation with such an exalted presence. He did not dwell on the matter for long and swiftly approached Li Xian. Come, let us hurry. Today is indeed fortuitous, by sheer luck. We have encountered a formidable member of the Divine Flame sect. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Li Xian nodded in agreement. The two soon boarded the cloud ship and vanished from sight. This time, they encountered no further obstacles, and after 2 full days, they finally arrived at the Divine Flame sect. As the cloud ship was about to land, Xiaohai called Li Xian over. In our Divine Flame sect, there exists a rule that mandates all newcomers must begin as outer disciples. Therefore, despite your exceptional talent and remarkable combat prowess, you cannot bypass this rule and must commence as an outer disciple. Li Xian nodded, indicating his understanding. Xiaohai continued, Of course, our sect conducts assessments every month. Given your strength, It is likely that within a month, you will pass the evaluation and ascend to the inner sect. Li Xian remained silent. Suddenly, Yu Xiaohai's expression turned grave. However, the main reason I summoned you is concerning Lu Mingli. Though he is deceased, his connections and disciples remain, and most crucially, he has a brother who is an elder in our inner sect. Do you grasp my meaning? Li Xian nodded. Are you implying that those individuals will seek revenge against me? Yu Xiaohai nodded in appreciation. Indeed, astute. The events that transpired in Sanyang City cannot possibly be concealed. They will undoubtedly come looking for trouble. Although Lu Mingli was not killed by you, the incident is nonetheless tied to you, and thus those individuals will surely target you. Li Xian inquired. Will the elder personally intervene? Yu Xiaohai shook his head. That will not occur. While our sect does not interfere in the disputes between disciples, it will not permit oppression based on cultivation level. However, it is not unusual for elders at the late stages of the innate realm, or even at the 9th level of the innate realm, to take action. Given your current strength, you may find it manageable to contend with those at the early to mid stages of the innate realm. But facing those at the late stages or the 9th level will undoubtedly pose a challenge. Li Xian nodded. This was indeed true, yet he felt the pressure was not overwhelming. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this, lest it appear boastful. Yu Xiaohai's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I offer you this advice. Upon entering the outer sect peak, strive to compete on the outer sect rankings and seize one of the 36 outer residences. Only in this manner can you expedite your progress. Competing on the outer sect rankings and seizing one of the 36 residences? Li Xian felt somewhat bewildered. He understood the former, which meant to compete for rankings. But did the latter imply that he should directly adopt a villainous role? Observing Li Xian's perplexed expression, Yu Xiaohai insisted. Listen, no matter where you are. If you wish to rapidly elevate your cultivation and acquire resources, you must strive and seize them. Do you understand? Without waiting for Li Xian's response, he continued. The outer sect rankings and the 36 residences are the first steps you must take in this pursuit. By rising in the rankings, not only will you receive rewards, but the resources you obtain each month will also double. Seizing the 36 caves will enhance the quality of the spiritual energy you absorb during your cultivation, thereby increasing your efficiency. Li Xian nodded, comprehending the implications. The 36 external caves must possess a density and quality of spiritual energy far superior to other locations. Even among the 36 caves, there would undoubtedly be significant variances. Well, I have conveyed all I needed to say. Ultimately, it is up to you to strive for it. If you do not exert yourself, relying on others will yield no results, and one cannot blame others for a lack of strength. Once you arrive at the external sect, even if I wish to assist you, my help will be limited. Li Xian nodded and clasped his fists. Thank you, Elder Yu, for your counsel. From Elder Yu Xiaohai's words, he discerned the crucial meaning. The Divine Flame sect encourages its disciples to actively compete and seize opportunities. Such competition is not only permissible, but aligns with the rules, which is entirely reasonable. As long as one does not impose their realm upon others, there will be no issues. The cloud vessel swiftly descended. Yu Xiaohai gestured towards the clusters of peaks below, saying, Do you see those 36 peaks? That is the external sect. Our Divine Flame sect has 100,000 outer disciples, with the 8 peaks on the outermost perimeter occupied by the newly initiated or those of lesser strength. To advance further, one must contend for their place and ensure they are not eliminated. Each peak is home to a cave, which corresponds to the 36 external caves I just mentioned. To gain entry into the inner sect, you must reach the highest point of the deepest external peak before the assessment day. Otherwise, you will not even qualify for the examination. Li Xian lowered his gaze, indeed spotting the 36 peaks. The outermost had 8, followed by 7, then 6, culminating in a singular peak at the deepest point, resembling a pyramid. This was intriguing. Li Shuang grinat. He found this environment appealing. The cloud vessel soon landed. Yu Xiaohai led Li Xian to the rightmost outer peak. He personally assisted Li Xian in obtaining the outer disciple's attire, token, and the resources allocated upon entry, subsequently bringing him to a dilapidated cave on the outermost edge, saying, Little one, I must take my leave now. I hope to hear your esteemed name soon, and look forward to your performance. His recognition of Li Xian's talent and potential motivated his words, serving as a veiled gesture of goodwill. Otherwise, he had no need to engage in such lengthy discourse. Even among the outer disciples of the Divine Flame sect, competition is exceptionally fierce and brutal. It is nearly impossible for newcomers to break through in a short time. Chapter 38. Life and death treated with indifference. Challenge, if unwilling. After Yu Shaohai departed, Li Xian promptly donned the attire of an outer disciple of the Divine Flame sect, adorned the outer disciple's token, and retrieved the resources recently acquired from a sect. Among these was a vial of qi recovery pills, intended for innate realm practitioners to restore their spiritual energy. Its efficacy was slightly inferior to the innate pills, containing only 5. This type of pill, in the past, Li Xian would not have bothered to glance at. However, now, with a sigh, Li Xian resigned himself to the situation. Although the spiritual energy here was somewhat stronger than that outside, it was still far from sufficient for him. Simply relying on this energy for cultivation would not significantly elevate his prowess. Even you arrivals come again? Why are newcomers so ignorant of the rules nowadays? They don't even know to pay respects at the mountain peak. Just as Li Xian was about to swallow a vial of elixir with a wry smile, a shrill voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Shortly thereafter, 3 young men, all clad in the outer sect disciple robes of the Divine Flame sect, stepped inside. Li Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had sensed the presence of these 3 earlier, but had not anticipated that they were approaching him. He promptly stood up and walked towards them, inquiring, "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" The trio examined Li Xian from head to toe, and the one in the middle, grinning broadly, replied, "Indeed, there is a matter." His smile did not reach his eyes as he continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jing Yuan, captain of the Crocodile Gang S Squad. With a cultivation level of the 2nd layer of the innate realm, this area is under my jurisdiction." Li Xian stared at him, utterly bewildered. What on earth is that? Noticing Li Xian's confused demeanor, Jing Yuan felt a surge of irritation, but chose not to erupt immediately. His smile faded, and he coolly remarked, "You must be a newly joined disciple, correct?" Li Xuan nuda affirmatively. Jing Yuan proceeded, according to the rules. All newly arrived disciples are required to pay their respects at the mountain peak. Do you understand what that entails? Li Xian shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Jing Yuan's eyes narrowed. The other 2 disciples also adopted similarly icy expressions. "It seems you are rather ungrateful," Jing Yuan remarked, licking his lips. Yet he refrained from losing his temper, displaying an unexpected patience. "Regardless of whether you genuinely do not understand, I can offer you a chance. To pay your respects at the mountain peak means that you must unconditionally surrender the elixirs you have just received. Do you comprehend?" Li Xian nodded. "I understand." Jing Yuan smiled, evidently pleased. "Since you understand, hand over the elixirs. This first time, you must relinquish them all. In the future, you will only need to give up half." He fixed a meaningful gaze upon Li Xian, adding a warning that should he refuse, he would surely face dire consequences. Li Xian met Jing Yuan's gaze with a smile of his own and replied, "I appreciate your explanation, but I must decline to hand them over. Is that acceptable?" "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan's expression darkened instantly. "Kid, are you mocking me?" His anger flared. How infuriating that this brat was not adhering to the expected protocol. Li Xian maintained his cheerful demeanor. "No, please don't misunderstand. I have no interest in playing games with you. I simply do not wish to part with my elixirs. After all, they belong to me. Why should I give them to you?" Jing Yuan's fury escalated. "Do you realize what you are saying? Have you thought about the consequences? You are simply inviting trouble." The 2 other disciples glared at Li Xian, their eyes glinting with malice. "Brother Yuan, I see no need for further words. Since he shows us no respect, let us take direct action. Indeed, this young man clearly seeks to mock us. He might believe he still resides in some small place, where he is an invincible genius. A beating will surely bring him to his senses." Li Xian, unfazed, smiled and said, "You are absolutely right. I indeed thought this was a small place, where I remain the invincible genius. What, are you all dissatisfied?" His tone and expression were utterly infuriating, as if he were taunting the trio. "Come, strike me. Do it now." Provoked, Jiang Yuan could hardly contain his fury. With a thunderous roar, his spiritual energy surged, and he charged at Li Xian. The other 2 youths did not remain idle. They too unleashed their might, flanking Li Xian from either side. However, before they could reach him, a sharp crack resonated through the air. In the next moment, they were incredulous to witness Jiang Yuan, the vanguard, being sent flying. He crashed to the ground with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face covered in dirt. As he raised his head, one side of his face was swollen, stained with blood. "You." The 2 youths were momentarily stunned. Was this newcomer truly so formidable? Jiang Yuan, at the 2nd level of the innate realm, was dispatched in an instant. Li Xian, still smiling, addressed them. "Leave behind all your pills, spiritual stones, herbs, and medicines, and then take your leave." The two youths' faces paled at his words. The fallen Jiang Yuan bellowed in anger. Newcomer, do you even realize what you're doing? You bang. Li Xian did not wait for him to finish. He lunged forward and stomped down. Jiang Yuan's mouth met the ground once more, his body convulsing in pain. Silence. You have no right to speak. Just lie there obediently, Li Xian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Yuan before shifting his gaze back to the two youths. What? Did you not understand my words? Must I take action myself? The two, filled with terror, dared not utter a word. They hastily discarded all their spiritual stones and pills, quickly rummaging through Jiang Yuan's belongings to retrieve his treasures before helping him away in disgrace. Although Jiang Yuan felt humiliated and furious, he too refrained from further protest. Yet, as they departed, his venomous glare seemed to convey a message. Boy, mark my words, you are finished. Li Xian, however, paid no heed to Jiang Yuan. With great satisfaction, he collected the resources left behind by the trio: 2 bottles of innate pills, 8 bottles of chi recovery pills, and over 500 low-grade spiritual stones. This was quite a fortune. I had initially planned to challenge the rankings tomorrow and seize the cave dwelling. It seems I must advance my plans. With a contented hum, Li Xian did not return to the dwelling, but instead found a stone outside to sit upon. Waiting for resources. No, rather, waiting for trouble to arrive. In this outer gate, Li Xian fears no one. The reason he allowed those 3 to leave was to let them summon help. Indeed, it was not long before he was greeted by the sound of hurried footsteps and furious shouts as a dozen outer gate disciples appeared outside his cave dwelling. Who dares to assault a member of the crocodile gang? Is it him? A mere newcomer. Yet he has the audacity to provoke the crocodile gang. Truly a death wish. Such a reckless fool. Attack him fiercely, and as long as he is not killed, anything goes. The disciples, howling with rage, showed no intention of communicating with Li Xian, charging forward with their unleashed energies. Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Is this what they call a nonchalant approach to life and death? Confronting those who oppose you? Indeed, I relish this. Chapter 39, A Tough Opponent Arrives. Excitement gleamed in Li Xian's eyes. Without any hesitation, he darted forward. Among the dozen disciples, there were 2 at the peak of the 2nd level of the innate realm, 3 in the late stage, and 5 in the mid-stage, while the rest were at the 1st level. This formation might seem formidable to other newcomers, but to Li Xian, it was hardly a challenge. With a wind step beneath his feet and his hands moving swiftly, a series of explosive sounds erupted. In less than a heartbeat, all were sent sprawling. Complete domination. They fell to the ground in utter disarray, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Li Xian. How could he possibly defeat so many in an instant? Is this truly a newcomer? Li Xian looked down upon them, a smile gracing his face. Considering this is your first offense, I shall not hold it against you. Leave behind all your resources and depart. The expressions of the disciples turned grim at his words. The leader, a peak 2nd level innate realm disciple, gritted his teeth and said, We are members of the crocodile gang. This entire mountain peak is under our control. You have offended me. Bang! Li Xian didn't allow him to finish. Delivering a forceful kick, the disciple's face met the ground with a harsh thud, silencing him instantly. Do you not understand my words? If you do not comprehend, I can keep you down there indefinitely. If you are still dissatisfied, feel free to summon more people. Li Xian pressed his foot firmly on the face of the peak 2nd level disciple, showing no mercy. His arrogance and dominance mirrored that of a legendary supervillain. I submit. Witnessing this scene, the others were filled with trepidation. Despite their resentment, humiliation, and unwillingness to yield, they ultimately chose to compromise. The group quickly retreated in defeat. Li Xian once again settled onto the stone, relishing the tally of his gains. 8 bottles of primordial pills, 21 bottles of recovery pills, and 3,509 inferior spirit stones. Indeed, quite impressive. Suddenly, Master Ding interjected, Kid, aren't you afraid of encountering a formidable opponent? What if a dozen or so 9th level innate practitioners come your way? Li Xian scoffed, how could that be? This is the weakest peak among the 36 in the outer sect. The strongest here barely reaches the 3rd or 4th level of innate cultivation. It is utterly impossible for anyone to be stronger. He was brimming with confidence. Here, I can sweep away all adversaries without fear. Bring them on. 1 at a time, or 2 at once, I shall take them all on. I have decided to wait here for those from the crocodile gang to arrive. Once no one dares to come, I will then proceed to challenge the rankings and seize the caves. Master Ding remarked, that seems quite reasonable. Thus, Li Xian spent his time cultivating outside the cave, while awaiting the arrival of the outer disciples. Those disciples did not disappoint him. Soon, more than 20 of them appeared. Among them, the strongest had already reached the mid-stage of the 3rd level of innate cultivation, an impressive feat on this 36th peak. However, to Li Xian, they remained utterly inconsequential. In a matter of moments, he had bested them all, reclaiming their resources once more. Go fetch more. Continue to fetch more. Witnessing Li Xuan's audacious damiano. The 20 or so individuals were left in a state of shock and fury, their faces dark with resentment. The audacity was simply overwhelming. They had never anticipated that the Divine Flame sect would attract such a terrifying and arrogant figure, leaving them utterly speechless. As Li Xian defeated over 100 outer disciples, a profound silence enveloped the area. No one dared to approach him any longer. They were genuinely frightened, truly terrified. They had come to realize that in order to deal with Li Xian on this 36th peak, only Song Chao could possibly succeed. Song Chao was the top-ranked formidable figure on this peak, holding the 36th position in the entire outer sect, and was also the leader of the Crocodile Gang. In this realm, Song Chao's word was law. He was the undisputed authority. If even he could not contend with Li Xian, it would signify a complete upheaval on the 36th peak. This is quite dull. Has no one else dared to come? After waiting for a full hour without a single visitor, Li Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. According to Yu Xiaohai, the Divine Flame sect had a total of 100,000 outer disciples, meaning this peak should have at least 8 or 9,000. Only a little over 100 had appeared. How could it be that no one else showed up? If you won't come to me, then I shall go to you. As he gazed at the gradually brightening sky, Li Xian found himself disinterested in retreating to his cave abode for rest. Instead, he rose and made his way towards the summit. Unbeknownst to him, within a brief span of time, news of a formidable individual arriving at the 36th peak had spread like wildfire throughout the entire mountain. Almost every disciple across the peaks was aware of the occurrence. It was no wonder. A single person had single-handedly defeated over 100 core members of the Crocodile Gang, an astonishing feat that was nothing short of breathtaking. In the entirety of the 36th peak, and indeed the entire outer sect, such a precedent had never been witnessed before. Who are you? As Li Xian walked for a short distance, 2 outer sect disciples suddenly leapt forth, obstructing his path. Li Xian regarded them and replied nonchalantly, I am Li Xian. Have you heard of me? The 2 disciples shook their heads in confusion. Li Xian continued, surely you must be aware of the incident last night, when a newcomer faced off against over 100 members of the Crocodile Gang. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 disciples shifted, and they exclaimed in unison, You're that formidable individual? It was no joke. How could they possibly be unaware of such a momentous event? The news had already spread throughout the entire 36th peak. Li Xian smiled, well, now you know. I shall not make things difficult for you. Please step aside, for I bear no ill will. Despite the regulations of the Divine Flame sect permitting competition, Li Xian still felt a twinge of reluctance, regardless of his current strength or his past status. He could not bring himself to bully the weak without cause. This was not the same as last night, when those individuals had sought him out to snatch his resources, repeatedly calling for reinforcements, leaving him no room for courtesy. However, these 2 before him had merely been stationed here. They had not wronged him. Very well. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the 2 disciples dared not impede him further. They nodded eagerly and hastily stepped aside. In the Divine Flame sect, if one lacks strength, one must learn to gauge the situation. Attempting to obstruct Li Xian at this moment would be akin to courting death. They had no intention of engaging in such foolishness. Pleased with their response, Li Xian continued his ascent towards the peak. Before long, news of his intention to seize the 36th cave swiftly spread throughout the outer sect. In an instant, the entire 36th peak was abuzz. What? That formidable individual is going to seize the 36th cave? Exclaimed one disciple. Where on earth did this person come from? This is simply too astonishing. Clearly, the dynamics of the 36th peak were about to change. Incredible. Truly incredible. Come. Let's go and see. Change. Are you foolish? While that newcomer is indeed impressive, to challenge the status of senior brother Song Chao is nothing short of a dream. Nevertheless, there was certainly excitement to be witnessed. In a moment, countless outer sect disciples, filled with exhilaration, abandoned their current tasks and hurried towards the summit. Meanwhile, the name Li Xian resonated throughout the entire 36th peak. At its summit, there stood an exceedingly grand cave dwelling, imbued with a rich aura of spiritual energy, serving as the nexus of this peak's ethereal currents. At this moment, outside the cave, a throng of no fewer than 200 individuals had gathered. All of them were core members of the Crocodile Gang, with the weakest among them having attained the initial stages of the second tier of the innate realm, while the strongest had reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Before them stood a singular figure, clad in the robes of an outer disciple of the Divine Flame sect. With striking brows and bright eyes, he exuded an extraordinary presence. His aura was sharp and formidable, creating an intense sense of pressure simply by his mere presence. This man was none other than Song Chao, the leader of the Crocodile Gang, ruthless individual ranked 36th on the outer sect list, and the undisputed sovereign of the 36th peak. Song Chao had already ascended to the pinnacle of the fourth tier of the innate realm, with only a single step separating him from the fifth tier. He had occupied this cave for a full 3 years. During this time, countless so-called prodigies and geniuses had attempted to challenge his position, yet all had met with failure, often with dire consequences. It could be said that since his ascent and the establishment of the Crocodile Gang, his status had become akin to a legend, unassailable and unshakable. Brother Song, Li Xian is coming to confront us. What should we do now? Should we wait for him here or pursue him? At a certain moment, a disciple could no longer contain his curiosity. This disciple, named Fong Tian, was a capable lieutenant under Song Chao and one of the 2 deputy leaders of the Crocodile Gang. His cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the third tier of the innate realm, mere steps away from the fourth tier. As he spoke, a glimmer of fierce light flashed in his eyes, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. The dignity of the Crocodile Gang must not be trampled upon. Its authority must not be provoked. Li Xian had assaulted their members and stolen their resources. This could not be overlooked, and he must pay the price. Song Chao regarded Fong Tian with a measured glance and replied coolly, "You may go down. A mere newcomer does not qualify to be here, nor to converse with me." He appeared unfazed, holding Li Xian in scant regard. No matter how powerful a newcomer may be, they remained a newcomer, and he had already heard that Li Xian's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the second tier of the innate realm, 2 whole tiers below him. How formidable could such a person truly be? Song Chao himself was a genius capable of fighting beyond his rank. He did not believe Li Xian could rival him. Had he not heard that Li Xian was approaching, his men would have already charged forward. Fong Tian nodded in understanding, understood. "Leave this matter to us. Brother Song, rest assured, I will ensure that Li Xian pays the price. I will make it clear to him that a newcomer is still a newcomer. No matter how impressive they may be, they must learn to obey." He gazed at the 200 disciples of the Crocodile Gang, raising his arm in a rallying call. "Let's go confront that audacious newcomer at once." The fervor in his voice ignited a chorus of spirited shouts from the gathered disciples, their fighting spirit surging within them. At the outer sect Elder Peak, within one of the caverns, Yu Xiaohai had just awakened when he learned of the events transpiring on the 36th peak. He couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Is this young man so impatient that he couldn't even wait a single night before taking action? I must go see for myself. With that thought, he swiftly departed his cavern. Meanwhile, Li Xian continued his ascent and soon encountered several outer disciples. However, upon seeing Li Xian, they scurried to the sides like mice fleeing from a cat, not waiting for him to utter a word. Li Xuan smilat fei and continued his climb. His pace was not hurried. He even took the time to appreciate the scenery around him, as if he were merely on a leisurely excursion. As a newcomer, it was essential to familiarize himself with the surroundings, and indulging in the beauty of the landscape was equally important. An unending cycle of violence would not be conducive to the enhancement of one's state of mind. Before long, Li Xian found himself halfway up the mountain. At this juncture, he observed a throng of outer disciples rushing down the slope, each exuding an aura of murderous intent. They all fixed their gaze upon him, some with mockery, others with disdain, and some even with fury and malice. Li Xian came to a halt, feeling the energy within him surge wildly, his physical strength reaching its zenith as he prepared for battle. Combat, after all, was the most direct means of honing one's prowess. Having recently broken through to the pinnacle of the second level of the innate realm, he was mindful that such swift advancement could destabilize his foundation. Thus, this impending battle was timely. 200 against 1? A thrill coursed through Li Xian's veins. "You are Li Xian?" Fong Tian glared at him coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt and derision. "You are the one who injured over 100 members of my Crocodile Gang? You wish to seize the 36th cavern? You intend to challenge Brother Song Chao's position?" Li Xian regarded Fong Tian and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." He grinned. "What? Are you all dissatisfied? Fang Tian's eyes narrowed. How arrogant. He pointed at Li Xian, commanding, attack. Subdue him fiercely, just don't kill him. Overwhelm him. Overwhelm him. Overwhelm him. The moment his words fell, the 200 core members of the Crocodile Gang surged forward without hesitation, a torrent of iron rushing towards Li Xian, their momentum both formidable and terrifying. They had chosen not to engage in one-on-one combat, but rather to descend upon him as a mob. In the distance, a group of disciples who had come to watch the spectacle were unable to suppress their trepidation, breaking into a cold sweat at the sight. Goodness, how could a mere disagreement lead to such a brutal brawl, and a collective one at that? This was utterly ruthless. Li Chuan, observing the more than 200 individuals rushing towards him, couldn't help but laugh with exhilaration. He displayed not a hint of fear. Instead, he forcefully stomped the ground and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere moment of contact, over 10 members were sent flying. They didn't even have the clarity to register how Li Xian had struck. Li Xian paid no heed to their confusion. He activated his wind step technique, channeling his physical prowess to its zenith, while his internal energy surged violently, initiating a thrilling battle. With his current strength, dealing with these second and third tier innate realm practitioners posed no challenge whatsoever. Even without utilizing his cultivation, relying solely on his physical form, he could easily dominate them. Chapter 41. Outer Sect Ranking, 36th place, Song Chao. Good heavens, how formidable. Witnessing the swift expulsion of several members of the Crocodile Gang, the nearby disciples were visibly shaken. A tumult of emotions surged within them, and they could hardly contain their shock. Was this truly possible? In a fit of rage, Fang Tian trembled uncontrollably, his aura of peak third tier innate realm erupting. Clenching his fists tightly, filled with overwhelming fury, he prepared to assault Li Xian. However, before he could make a move, Li Xian charged past him, sending another group of Crocodile Gang disciples flying, while a mighty kick was directed at him. With wide, terrified eyes, he realized he had no time to react. With a resounding thud, his face collided with Li Xian's foot. A scream escaped his lips as blood gushed from his mouth and nose, and he was sent sprawling to the ground, his nasal bone shattered, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Humph, a bunch of worthless rabble dare to obstruct me? I haven't even sought trouble with you. Yet you boldly come to my doorstep, truly seeking punishment. Li Xian scoffed, his aura surging as he charged forth once more. Like a force of nature, he swept through them. In a matter of mere breaths, all opponents lay sprawled on the ground, their expressions a mixture of terror and disbelief. As if they had encountered a ghost. They were utterly dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. One person had toppled over 200 of them. Was this truly something achievable by a second-tier innate realm practitioner? It was simply unfathomable. Li Xian looked down upon the members of the Crocodile Gang, his voice calm, yet commanding. Do you still have members among you? Shout, continue to shout. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of labored breathing. I intend to seize the 36th cave dwelling and challenge Song Chao. Do you have any objections? Silence enveloped the gathering, as no one dared to speak. Any opinions? A jest who would be bold enough? At this moment, they all recognized that the 36th peak was indeed on the brink of transformation. The era of Song Chao was drawing to a close. Given Li Xian's prior performance, it was entirely plausible for him to defeat Song Chao. However, their concern now shifted. It was not whether Li Xian could vanquish Song Chao, but rather, could Song Chao prevail over Li Xian? For even Song Chao likely lacked the strength to contend against 200 foes, even if he did. It would be far from the ease with which Li Xian accomplished his feats. Observing the silence, Li Xian, with an icy demeanor, declared, "Surrender all your resources and leave." The over 200 members of the Crocodile Gang, upon hearing this command, dared not utter a word. They hastily discarded their resources and scurried away. Having been unable to best a single adversary, they were genuinely afraid of Li Xian. Should he unleash his full wrath, it would no longer be a matter of mere resources. Being left half dead was hardly worth the trouble. Fang Tian, the vice leader of the Crocodile Gang, initially sought to retort with bravado, yet upon meeting Li Xian's frigid gaze, he ultimately refrained, begrudgingly surrendering his resources with tears and snot. Li Xian cast a glance at Fang Tian, exclaiming in disbelief, "And you claim to be at the third level of the innate realm? Crying after your defeat? How shameful." Fang Tian's lips twitched, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Damn it, do I wish to cry? Was it my choice? It was you who shattered my nasal bone. Of course, he dared not voice these thoughts. Li Xian gathered the resources, conducting a quick assessment. In total, there were over 300 bottles of innate pills, more than 600 bottles of recovery pills, and over 50,000 spirit stones. It amounted to a small fortune. Quite satisfactory, Li Xian felt a surge of delight within. He continued his ascent toward the peak. With these resources combined with his existing ones, a breakthrough to the 3rd level of the innate realm should be sufficient, and perhaps even a leap to the 4th level was within reach. The only annoyance was that the earlier confrontation had not been sufficiently exhilarating. Those outer sect disciples were still rather feeble. Behind Li Xian, the onlooking disciples buzzed with excitement. Wow, incredible! Where did this powerhouse emerge from? This is astonishing. Joining the sect and being so formidable. Imagine how powerful he will become after some time training. We are about to witness the rise of a prodigy. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become a significant figure in our Divine Flame sect, and perhaps even a luminary of the entire dynasty. As Li Xian continued onward, he swiftly reached the summit, gazing upon the magnificent cave dwelling. He felt the rich fluctuations of spiritual energy at the peak. The density of this spiritual energy was exponentially greater than below. If the peak's aura was so potent, one could only imagine the richness within the cave itself. As he absorbed this scene, Li Xian's eyes shimmered with clarity and purpose. What does he currently lack? It is the spiritual energy, the resources. In such a high-quality and rich environment of spiritual energy, cultivation would undoubtedly yield remarkable results in a short span of time. Creak! Just as Li Xian was observing the cave, the stone door suddenly swung open, and Xianxia emerged. His brow furrowed, and his gaze was shadowy, revealing his evident displeasure. He had just entered and had yet to begin his cultivation when Li Xian unexpectedly appeared. What is that worthless Feng Tian up to? Upon seeing Xianxia step out, the entire space fell into an abrupt silence. The outer disciples who had followed from a distance dared not utter a sound, nor even breathe audibly. Xianxia, the indisputable foremost figure of the 36th peak of the outer sect, was akin to a deity here, his status unassailable. Over the past 3 years, countless individuals had attempted to challenge his position, but all had met with failure. Are you Li Xian? Xianxia inquired, his voice devoid of warmth. The anger he had displayed upon exiting had vanished, replaced by a calm indifference. Li Xian nodded, affirming his identity. Xianxia continued, you are not yet my match, nor do I wish to overpower you with my cultivation level. I offer you an opportunity. Follow me, and all past events shall be forgiven. What say you? He regarded Li Xian with a demeanor that suggested genuine intent, as if he truly wished to extend a chance rather than belittle him. Li Xian, however, could not help but raise an eyebrow at the proposition. An opportunity to follow you? Xianxia nodded, asserting, indeed. I have attained the pinnacle of the 4th level of the innate realm, while you're merely at the peak of the 2nd level, a full 2 realms beneath me. How could? Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Li Xian interjected with a cold sneer. Who do you think you are to offer me such an opportunity? With that, he lunged forward with a thunderous roar. Chapter 42, A Dominant Crush, A Battle to Fame. Upon witnessing Li Xian charging at him, Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically, and he summoned his spiritual energy in a surge, hastily retreating. Yet, Li Xian had already raised his hand, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at his chest. Swift. Remarkably swift. Alarmed, Xianxia quickly lifted his arm to block. Bang! Li Xian's fist struck fiercely against Xianxia's arm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that sent him flying. You! Xianxia gazed at Li Xian, his expression one of sheer astonishment. How could this 2nd-level innate cultivator possess such terrifying strength? Li Xian, however, did not waste time on words. His spiritual energy surged once more as he charged forward again. Why engage in idle chatter when one can simply fight? Nevertheless, Xianxia's reaction and strength had taken him somewhat by surprise. The mere cultivation of the 4th level of the innate realm is but a trifle. Yet, compared to those of the Lin family whom he has slain at the 7th level, it is remarkably comparable. It appears that the disciples of the Divine Flame sect indeed possess formidable prowess. Fool! Upon witnessing Li Xian's relentless advance, devoid of any idle chatter, Xianxia was not only taken aback, but was also consumed by an overwhelming rage. In an instant, the powerful aura of the peak 4th level of the innate realm erupted, as he hastily retreated while vigorously waving his hands. Brilliant spiritual energy surged through the air, and in mere moments, he conjured a formidable seal. This seal unleashed an unimaginable ferocity, tearing through the air with a hissing sound, and swiftly descended upon Li Xian. Yet, Li Xian did not flinch or evade. Instead, he harnessed his physical strength to its utmost, causing the spiritual energy within him to erupt violently, delivering a thunderous punch. The force shattered the seal instantly. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian closed the distance to Song Chao, lifting his leg to deliver a fierce kick to his waist. Song Chao, stricken with terror, attempted to evade using his martial arts, but his speed was no match for Li Xian's. A dull thud resonated as Song Chao's innate defensive barrier crumbled, and he felt an overwhelming force strike his waist, sending him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, and as he prepared to rise again, a foot descended upon him with great force. With a splutter, he coughed up blood, collapsing once more. Li Xian gazed down at Song Chao with an air of calm and stated simply, "You have lost." Prostrate on the ground, Song Chao felt his face flush with alternating shades of green and white under Li Xian's foot. He could scarcely fathom his defeat, especially in such a humiliating and disgraceful manner. The atmosphere was thick with silence. The outer disciples, witnessing the spectacle, were left in a state of shock, struck as if by lightning. How powerful! How swift! It was astonishingly rapid. In less than the span of a few breaths, Li Xian had utterly defeated Song Chao, maintaining the upper hand throughout the confrontation. Even when Song Chao unleashed his high-tier martial skills, they proved utterly ineffective. What manner of prodigy is this? Song Chao's eyes fixated on Li Xian, seething with anger, resentment, and humiliation, yet he uttered not a word. Defeat is defeat. No matter how much he might wish to protest, his strength paled in comparison. From this day forth, the 36th cave shall belong to me, Li Xian. Should you contest this, you may seek me out at any time. Furthermore, refrain from uttering such senseless remarks in the future. What if you are 2 minor realms above me in the 4th level of the innate realm? Do you believe you are worthy of my allegiance? Li Xian's cold voice echoed as he nonchalantly seized the Qinquan ring from Song Chao and strode towards the nearby cave, until the stone door of the cave was closed. All the talents regained their senses and erupted into an uproar of astonishment. Goodness, he actually triumphed. He truly defeated Song Chao? It seems the era of Song Chao is indeed coming to an end, along with the reign of the Crocodile Gang. Thank heavens! We shall no longer endure the oppression of those scoundrels from the Crocodile Gang. My heartfelt gratitude to Senior Brother Li. With a darkened expression, Song Chao rose silently, not uttering a word, and swiftly departed from the 36th peak. He had been vanquished, and in such a humiliating manner. He found himself without the face to remain any longer. However, this matter was far from over. Li Xian had dared to humiliate him so. He would not let this transgression go unpunished. When Yu Shaohai arrived at the summit, he encountered the dispersing outer disciples. Listening to their discussions, he was momentarily taken aback. What? Song Chao was defeated? Was that it? How could it be over so swiftly? Had he come for naught? Casting his gaze towards the distant 36th cave, Yu Xiaohai's expression was exceedingly complex. What a prodigy! This young fellow appears to be even more extraordinary than I had anticipated. I eagerly await his subsequent performances. He murmured softly and departed hastily. Within the 36th cave, Li Xian was astounded to discover that Song Chao possessed as many as 1,030,000 spirit stones, 507 bottles of recovery pills, and 345 bottles of innate pills. By heavens, what a fortune! When Li Xian beheld the bounty within Song Chao's spatial ring, he was utterly dumbfounded. This is simply too much. It must be noted that Song Chao was merely an outer disciple. Even though he ranked 36th among the outer disciples and was the foremost of the 36th peak, he was still just an outer disciple. How could such a mere outer disciple be so affluent? How many had he robbed? Young man, don't embarrass yourself. A mere handful of low-grade spirit stones and worthless pills have you so exhilarated? Have you never encountered the grandeur of the world? Dingyi remarqued, unreservedly dousing Li Xian's enthusiasm with cold water. Li Xian found himself at a loss for words. Was he truly someone who had never seen the world? However, the present moment is what matters. The past is past. He lives in the now, not in bygone days. Without wasting any further time, Li Xian swiftly commenced his cultivation. He now possessed an abundance of spirit stones and pills, ensuring he would not lack for cultivation resources in the short term. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the cave was exceptionally rich and pure, making it more than sufficient for a significant enhancement of his cultivation in the near future. As Li Xian engaged in his cultivation, News of his sweeping victory over the members of the Crocodile Gang and his overwhelming defeat of Song Chao swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the outer sect, inciting tremendous commotion. If Li Xian had been a disciple of the Divine Flame sect for many years, or among the prodigious figures on the outer sect's ranking list, his triumph over the Crocodile Gang would have caused merely a ripple, lacking significant impact. However, let us not forget that he had only recently joined the Divine Flame sect, less than a day prior. What does it signify that a newcomer, barely initiated, could achieve such remarkable feats? In an instant, the name Li Xian resonated throughout the entire outer sect, his rise akin to that of a comet, truly a meteoric ascent to fame. At that very moment, within the eighth peak of the outer sect, in a secluded chamber, Song Chao stood humbly, bowing before a young man. The indifference and arrogance he had previously exhibited at the 36th peak had entirely vanished, replaced by a subservient demeanor akin to that of a servant. Have you been defeated? Defeated by that Li Xian, who is merely at the second level of the innate realm, and throughout the encounter, you were dominated? The young man turned, calmly regarding the bent figure of Song Chao, and inquired with a cool detachment. A malevolent expression crossed Song Chao's face as he nodded. Yes, his strength is overwhelming, and his speed is astonishing. I was utterly outmatched. The young man's expression remained largely unchanged as he nodded lightly. It is indeed impressive that Li Xian managed to transcend 2 realms to defeat you. He then instructed, "You may leave now. I will handle this matter." Though Song Chao wished to say more, he found himself unable to utter a word in the presence of the young man, and thus he retreated from the chamber. Still bent low, once outside, his countenance twisted into a snarl. Li Xian, do you truly believe that sheer strength allows you to seize the 36th cave? How naive, without a backing or support, and lacking their tacit approval, even if you temporarily acquire it. What then? You cannot possibly hold on to it. Inside the chamber, the young man murmured softly, "This must be the Li Xian Elder Lu spoke of." According to Song Chao, could he be a body cultivator? I did not anticipate that before I could seek him out, he would come knocking at my door. Very well. In that case, let someone take care of him. As he spoke, he swiftly produced a communication talisman and dispatched a message. Shortly thereafter, a man entered the chamber. "Senior Brother Shui, you summoned me?" The man addressed the young man with great respect, though he did not exhibit the same subservient attitude as Song Chao. Senior Brother Shui nodded. "Junior Brother Yan, you have heard about the situation with Li Xian, I presume? Please pay him a visit and either incapacitate him or eliminate him." "Understood," the man replied without hesitation, offering no further words or questions before turning to exit the chamber. At the 36th cave, Li Xian was enveloped in an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, which had coalesced into a massive vortex, completely encasing his form. He fervently channeled the mortal technique, greedily absorbing the pure essence of spiritual energy, thereby rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Simultaneously, the small cauldron at his chest was also voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy and elixirs, nourishing itself while continuously providing sustenance back to Li Xian. Under such frenzied cultivation, in less than an hour, Li Xian had shattered the barrier of the second layer of the innate realm, breaking through to the third layer. Boom! An immensely powerful aura erupted forth, only to be forcibly suppressed by Li Xian. He opened his eyes and glanced at the elixirs on his person, unable to suppress a bitter smile. The consumption was staggering. Merely breaking through from the pinnacle of the second layer to the third layer had depleted nearly 1,000 bottles of elixirs, leaving him with less than 200. Over 150,000 spirit stones had dwindled to fewer than 20,000. Such a terrifying expenditure made even Li Xian feel a tingle of anxiety. At this rate, with such limited resources, it would be challenging to break through to the fourth layer of the innate realm, let alone solidify his position in the late stage of the third layer. Damn it, I need to find a way to acquire more resources. Li Xuan Musha, suddenly realizing that he was somewhat impoverished, relying solely on the spiritual energy here for cultivation, without the assistance of elixirs or spirit stones. He feared it would be difficult to achieve a breakthrough in the near future. Sighing, he recognized that the spiritual energy within the 36th cave dwelling was also somewhat lacking. He would need to seize the resources from those higher-ranked cave dwellings. As he contemplated stabilizing his cultivation, his brow suddenly furrowed in concern. He stood up, opened the door, and stepped out of the cave dwelling. Outside, a young man stood anxiously, and upon seeing Li Xian, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Senior Brother Li, something terrible has happened." "Something terrible?" Li Xuan Kariya, Parpluxa. What has occurred? The young man replied swiftly, Senior brotherly. Do you know someone named Yangchen? Yangchen? Li Xuan Nudda. Yes. What of him? The young man continued rapidly. He's been attacked and severely injured. You must hurry over to check on him. If you delay, he may be in grave danger. Grave danger? Li Xian's brow arched, yet he did not question further and immediately instructed, Quick, lead me there. In the Divine Flame sect, competition among disciples was fierce and ruthless, yet there were certain boundaries in place. For instance, one could not recklessly take lives or cripple another's cultivation, except in the life and death arena. This was precisely why Li Xian had refrained from using excessive force against the Crocodile Gang disciples, including Song Chao. Now, however, it was peculiar that someone had attempted to kill Yang Chun, a mere new disciple who certainly did not draw attention as he did. Logically, even if newcomers faced oppression, it should not escalate to the point of fatality. The two individuals moved with remarkable speed, swiftly approaching Yang Chen's dwelling. Even from a distance, Li Xian could see that Yang Chen was being assaulted by two youths clad in the garb of outer sect disciples. Damn it! I merely asked you for 1,000 spirit stones, yet you dare to prattle on. Who do you think you are, that Li Xian? Even if you are indeed that Li Xian, you must obey me in my presence. You, who overstep your bounds, dare to resist and retort. Do you believe I won't cripple you? The two outer sect disciples continued to viciously kick Yang Chen while hurling insults, their blows merciless. Li Xian could even hear the sharp crack of bones breaking. Crouched on the ground, Yang Chen moaned in agony, cradling his head with his arms, fists clenched tightly. His jaw set in a grimace of rage and humiliation. These scoundrels were utterly outrageous. He had already surrendered the recovery pills he had received from the sect. Yet they were still relentless, demanding 1,000 spirit stones from him. How could a mere novice disciple possibly procure such an amount? In the midst of Yang Chen's fury, a foot came crashing down upon his arms, which were shielding his head. With a sickening crack, his arm shattered. He was violently slammed to the ground, unable to suppress a cry of pain. Do you possess 1,000 spirit stones or not? The disciple, standing over Yang Chen, coldly inquired, preparing to deliver another strike, when suddenly a shout pierced the air nearby. Senior brother Li Xian has arrived. Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively turned to look. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed in, and in the next moment, with a resounding crack, he was sent flying. A scream escaped him as he soared through the air, and before he could land, Li Xian was already upon him, lifting his leg to deliver a brutal kick to his chest. With a resounding thud and the sickening sound of bones fracturing, blood erupted in a crimson mist. He was sent hurtling back, crashing against the nearby cliffside with a thunderous impact, stones scattering in all directions, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As he fell, his chest was completely caved in, his body soaked in blood, convulsing uncontrollably, only able to emit pained cries. Chapter 44, The Life and Death Stage. Witnessing this scene, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Gasps of shock reverberated around, each person unable to contain their trepidation. How ruthless! Li Xian's ferocity far surpassed that of his previous encounters with members of the Crocodile Gang and his defeat of Song Chao, displaying an intensity several-fold greater. Yu, the other outer sect disciple, regaining his senses, was left utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Li Xian would act without uttering a single word, launching into an assault without any provocation, not even a hint of dialogue preceding the violence. He had never anticipated that Li Xian's prowess would be so formidable. It is noteworthy that his companion was a peak third-level innate realm expert. Although not comparable to Song Chao, he should not have been so utterly incompetent, failing to withstand even a single strike from Li Xian. Whoosh! Li Xian did not utter a word, his form flickering as he lunged forward. Upon witnessing Li Xian's lethal approach, his pupils dilated in alarm, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, preparing to resist. Bang! At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed. Li Xian's fist descended upon his chest with the force of a tempest, shattering through any resistance. Crack! Another sound of bone fracturing pierced the air as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward. His face was etched with horror, eyes wide with terror. This speed was simply too swift and the strength overwhelming. Li Xian did not wait for him to hit the ground. He surged forward once more. Just as he attempted to utter a word, bang! Li Xian's foot struck his right leg with brutal force. Crack! Another bone shattered, his leg instantly reduced to ruins. eliciting a wretched scream akin to a slaughtered pig as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his shattered limb in agony. Brother, Xianxia finally regained his senses, tears brimming in his eyes, as if he had suffered an unspeakable injustice. Li Xuan nodded at Xianxia, producing a healing pill and placing it in his mouth before inquiring about the situation. Although his supply of healing pills was limited, he possessed a few, acquired from Song Chao, albeit of modest quality. Xianxia explained, I was cultivating diligently when these two ruffians barged in, demanding that I hand over my recovery pills. I complied, yet they were not satisfied, insisting on 1,000 spirit stones. When I refused, this is what happened. Li Xian nodded and then strode towards the outer sect disciple who had been trampling on Xianxia's head. The disciple's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Li Xian approach, and he shouted angrily, What do you want? I am. Bang! Li Xian's foot violently crushed his face, abruptly silencing him. Coldly, he demanded, I have no interest in your nonsense. Speak, who sent you? The disciple gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly, trembling with rage. Crack! Li Xian did not relent, crushing one of his arms underfoot, continuing his interrogation, Will you speak or not? The disciple was on the brink of explosion, feeling utterly bullied. The other outer sect disciple turned pale, pointing at Li Xian and stammering, Li Xian, how could you do this? Li Xian's gaze turned icy, and he lunged forward with a resounding slap. Smack! The disciple's face swelled visibly with a crimson hue, and he was violently hurled away, his head colliding with a rock. Eliciting a heart-wrenching scream, Li Xian, with an air of indifference, declared, Spare me your nonsense. Answer my questions directly, or you shall be the ones to suffer. The two outer disciples, witnessing Li Xian's ruthless demeanor and utter lack of mercy, felt a surge of intense fear despite their lingering anger. This Li Xian was nothing short of a madman. He cared not for the identity or background of those he offended, striking with unbridled ferocity. Confronted by such a relentless individual, who offered no opportunity for rebuttal, they felt utterly stifled. The surrounding disciples, observing this scene, could not suppress the chill coursing through their bodies, a prickling sensation enveloping their scalps, as a wave of cold surged from their feet to the crown of their heads. Release them. Just as Li Xian grew impatient and prepared to strike once more, a frigid voice unexpectedly pierced the air, followed by the swift approach of an individual. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Xian's brow arched slightly. He had encountered this person earlier. He was not far when Li Xian had arrived. Senior brother Yin. The two outer disciples rejoiced upon seeing him. Is it really him? How did he arrive? The onlookers could not contain their astonishment at the arrival of Yin Lu, a figure even more formidable and extraordinary than Song Chao. Yin Lu merely cast a glance at the two outer disciples before his gaze settled on Li Xian. Coldly, he addressed him, You are Li Xian, are you not? Do you not realize the extent of your transgressions? There is a saying that one must consider the master when striking a dog. Have you contemplated the consequences of humiliating me, so? Li Xian regarded Yin Lu with disdain. Uninterested in pleasantries, he cut straight to the chase. You orchestrated their actions, did you not? Yin Lu's eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? Li Xuan smirka. A derisive smile playing on his lips. Do not feign ignorance. There is no need for circumlocution. Answer me, is it true? Yin Lu fixed his gaze on Li Xian. And if it is true, what then? And if it is not, what then? Li Xian chuckled. A mocking laughter. There is no what then. Come, let's ascend the life and death platform. Yin Lu was momentarily taken aback. The crowd around them fell into stunned silence. The life and death platform? Surely, they had not misheard. Li Xian regarded Yin Lu with scorn. You allowed these two to be beaten and chose to appear only now, seeking an excuse to ascend the life and death platform, is it not? Fear not, I shall oblige you. Having once been a scion of an imperial clan, he had encountered myriad schemes. Such trivial tactics could not escape his notice. The life and death platform? Yin Lu stared intently at Li Xian, seemingly attempting to discern whether he was serious or merely attempting to intimidate him. Unfortunately, he could not fathom Li Xian's intent. Li Xian, unwavering, offered no quarter, pressing on relentlessly. Did you not seek an excuse to confront me? Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Now I pose but one question. Do you dare go? Dare to go. The arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the onlookers. All eyes were fixated on Yin Lu, awaiting his response. Chapter 45, Life and Death Battle. Yin Lu's expression was one of profound distress under Li Xian's relentless pressure. Initially, he had indeed contemplated taking to the life and death stage to settle matters with Li Xian. However, Uncertainty now clouded his mind. Could Li Xian truly possess the confidence to kill him? How is it that you lack even this modicum of courage? If you dare not, then henceforth, conduct yourself with decorum and refrain from such insidious tricks, for you are unworthy. Li Xian taunted, unable to stifle a disdainful smile at Yen Lu's reluctance to respond. The contempt in his gaze and his arrogant demeanor rendered Yen Lu akin to a mere jester, a worthless fool. The spectators were taken aback by this audacious display. Was this not a public slap in the face? None had anticipated that Yen Lu would falter in accepting Li Xian's life and death challenge. Nor could they have foreseen the extent of Li Xian's humiliation, showing no regard for Yen Lu's dignity. Li Xian, you? Yen Lu glared at him, his face contorted in a mask of rage. Li Xian, however, did not grant him the opportunity to speak, cutting him off sharply. You, worthless wretch, have no right to address me. If you dare, step onto the life and death stage. If not, then retreat as far as you can. A tumultuous uproar erupted in the arena. All eyes were once more upon Yen Lu. Could he truly endure this insult? His complexion oscillated between shades of green and red. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, humiliated by Li Xian, he could no longer contain himself. Very well, I accept the life and death battle. He had no choice but to accept. To refuse would mean losing all face. Yen Lu, too, was a man of pride, and deep down, he did not believe Li Xian could defeat him. After all, he was at the 5th level of the innate realm, while Li Xian was merely at the 2nd. What grounds did Li Xian have to claim victory over him? Then let us proceed, Li Xian replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips upon hearing Yen Lu's acceptance. Wasting no further time, he turned and strode toward the life and death stage. The events unfolding today had thoroughly incensed him. To eradicate the challenge posed to him, he must demonstrate his ruthless side, making an example of Yen Lu. Otherwise, would anyone not dare to provoke him again? Intimidation. He had to instill fear. Yen Lu watched as Li Xian confidently approached the life and death stage, his expression darkening ominously. The more self-assured Li Xian appeared, the more insecure Yen Lu felt. The very scenario he had orchestrated to compel Li Xian onto the life and death stage had now turned against him, leaving him feeling utterly cornered. This stirred a tempest of gloom within him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of unease and fear. What? Li Xian and Yen Lu are to ascend the life and death stage? Is that true? Is Li Xian truly that formidable? He has just cast Xianxia from his pedestal, and now he dares to challenge Yen Lu? Goodness, this is a genuine contest of dragons and tigers. We must hurry and witness it. In but a short span, the news of Li Xian and Yen Lu's impending duel had spread throughout the outer sect. At the 8th peak of the outer sect, the prospect of a life and death stage being contested so soon piqued interest. One must go and see. Upon hearing the news, senior brother Shui's lips curled into a knowing smirk before he departed from his cave dwelling, making his way to the 36th peak. At the Elder's Peak, the mention of the life and death stage elicited a chuckle. It seems they have finally taken action. What a pity for Li Xian. Such a young talent destined to meet an untimely end. Lu Mingli's elder brother, Lu Mingmao, couldn't suppress a sinister laugh upon receiving the news, and he too hastily left his quarters, heading towards the 36th peak. In that moment, it was not just these two. Nearly all the elders and disciples who caught wind of the news flocked towards the 36th peak. The reason was simple. Neither Li Xian nor Yen Lu were ordinary individuals. One was an emerging dark horse, rising with a velocity akin to a comet. In less than a day since his initiation, he had overwhelmingly defeated Xianxia, securing the 36th position on the outer sect ranking. The other was a seasoned prodigy, a formidable presence ranked 15th on the outer sect leaderboard. Naturally, the crowd was eager not to miss such a momentous clash. Look, here comes Li Xian. Yen Lu has also arrived. The betting has commenced. Those wishing to place wagers should hurry. By the time Li Xian reached the life and death stage, a considerable gathering had already formed, comprising both elders and disciples. The atmosphere grew lively upon his arrival, especially with some even initiating betting. Li Xian cast a wary glance at the individual running the bets, his expression darkening. How dare you make a wager on my life and death battle without my consent? Did you even offer any remuneration? Yet, he chose not to voice his grievances further. Little one, do you truly believe you can prevail against Yen Lu, who is at the mid-stage of the 5th layer of the innate realm and a master swordsman? His combat prowess far exceeds that of Xianxia, said Yu Xiaohai, who had appeared beside Li Xian, his face etched with concern. Li Xian clasped his hands in respect towards Yu Xiaohai, exuding confidence as he replied, Elder Yu, rest assured there will be no issues. Yu Xiaohai was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Li Xian lowered his voice and urged, "Elder Yu, quickly place a bet for me. Wager everything on my victory." As he spoke, he hastily pressed a spatial ring into Yu Xiaohai's hand. Yu Xiaohai was left bewildered. Goodness, such confidence. Had his worries been in vain? He swiftly cast a glance at the Qinkuan ring, and in that instant, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. A staggering 200,000 spirit stones. Had all his wealth been wagered? Such a colossal sum was not merely a trivial matter, even for an outer sect elder like him. Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall place my trust in you this once. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a clenched jaw, Yu Xiaohai hurriedly made his way to the betting point of the Danbao Hall. The Danbao Hall was a unique department of the Xinyanzong, overflowing with riches. Li Xian paid no further heed to Yu Xiaohai. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he swiftly ascended the life and death stage. Throughout, he maintained an air of composure and tranquility. Shortly after Li Xian took his position, Yin Lu followed suit, his demeanor markedly darker in contrast. Just as the two were settling in, an elder descended upon the stage. He inquired whether their participation in this life and death battle was voluntary, free from coercion or any unfair factors. Although his question was directed at both, his gaze remained fixed upon Li Xian, clearly viewing him as the weaker party. Li Chuan, speechless, shook his head in negation. Yin Lu, on the other hand, was on the verge of exploding with frustration. "Why are you looking at me? I am the one being coerced here." He gritted his teeth and also shook his head in denial. The elder nodded, and with that he proclaimed, "In that case, I hereby announce the commencement of the life and death battle." Chapter 46, A Sword. Boom! As the elder's voice faded, Li Xian and Yin Lu charged forward almost simultaneously. A radiant flash of blade light erupted Yin Lu's sword. Swift, incredibly swift. It seemed as if it were about to tear through the very fabric of space. However, just as that blade light illuminated the air, a brilliant sword light surged forth in response. That was Li Xian's sword. With a single strike, a deafening roar echoed throughout the space, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. To the astonished eyes of the spectators, the endless blade light was swiftly extinguished in the wake of the sword light. Powerful, terribly powerful. One sword strike shattered countless blade lights. Astounded by the scene before him, Yin Lu felt a surge of disbelief wash over him, and without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to retreat. Yet it was too late. With a swift thrust, Li Xian's sword, like a bolt of lightning, surged forth with an insurmountable force, piercing directly into his brow. Yin Lu's expression froze, his every action coming to an abrupt halt as he stared incredulously at Li Xianyu. So fast. With a thud, he collapsed lifeless. Witnessing this scene, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in stunned silence, utterly petrified. With a single strike, a mere sword stroke, Yin Lu was annihilated. It was simply inconceivable. How formidable. Wasn't he a body cultivator? When did he transform into a sword cultivator? He was at the third level of the innate realm, not the second. Goodness, this is utterly monstrous. A brief silence was shattered by an uproar that erupted around them. It was astonishingly swift. With just one sword strike, the 15th rank prodigy on the outer sect leaderboard had perished. Is this truly something achievable by one at the third level of the innate realm? A sword cultivator? In one corner, senior brother Shue's pupils involuntarily constricted, a storm of emotions surging within him. He too had not anticipated such an outcome. Gazing at Li Xian on the life and death stage, he suddenly felt a weight of pressure and an impending sense of crisis. Could he, Xue Mingzhao, withstand that previous sword strike? The pressure was overwhelming. In another corner, disbelief consumed Lu Mingmao as he fixed his gaze upon Li Xian, his expression twisted with rage. Initially, he had come to witness a spectacle, anticipating Li Xian's demise. Yet, he never expected such a result. "Li Xian, you must die." Lu Mingmao's heart roared with fury. How dare a mere insect openly provoke his brother during the assessment? It was because of this insignificant creature that his brother had perished. This reckoning could not go unaccounted for. If anyone was most exhilarated in this moment, it was undoubtedly Yu Xiaohai. With unrestrained excitement, he watched Li Xian, his fists clenched tightly. 500,000. He had wagered a staggering 500,000. With Li Xian's odds at 4-1, he would earn a magnificent 1,500,000 from this duel. It had all transpired in mere moments. He had profited immensely, and Yu Xiaohai was filled with joy. How infuriating! What a worthless fool! How could Yin Lu be so pathetic? To think he was the 15th on the outer sect leaderboard and was dispatched with a single strike. What a disgrace. Damn it. I had placed my faith in you and bet 100,000 spirit stones. What a tremendous loss. A chorus of curses erupted, voices filled with rage from countless disciples. They had all bet on Yen Lu's victory, with some wagering their entire fortunes. Yet now, they found themselves stripped bare. Li Xian paid no heed to the myriad gazes below, whether filled with shock, horror, or admiration. He stepped forward to retrieve Yen Lu's Qianquan ring, then leaped down from the life and death stage. After this battle, he was certain that no one would dare confront Xianxia as recklessly as Yen Lu had, unless they were prepared to face death or possessed absolute assurance of overpowering him. Elder Yu. Li Xian quickly sought out Yu Shaohai. Yu Shaohai beamed at Li Xian, his face adorned with a radiant smile reminiscent of blooming flowers. Youngster, you are quite remarkable. I truly did not misjudge you. Li Xian clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his appreciation for Elder Yu's regard. Yu Shaohai's smile grew ever more radiant as he replied, No need for formalities, let us walk and converse. As he guided Li Xian towards Danbao Hall to retrieve his earnings, he continued, Little one, you must exercise caution around those ranked within the top 10 of the outer sect. Following this battle, they will undoubtedly feel a sense of crisis, perhaps even a threat. It won't be long before someone seeks you out again. At this juncture, he paused slightly, his expression turning grave. Moreover, I noticed Lu Mingmao among the crowd. He harbors murderous intent towards you, so remain vigilant. Li Xian nodded, thanking Elder Yu for the warning, yet he did not allow it to weigh heavily on his mind. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, let the generals respond. When water flows, let the earth cover. As long as they did not exceed the innate realm, he felt no fear from any adversary. Furthermore, in his quest for resources and the acquisition of a cave dwelling, he was bound to infringe upon others' interests, which would naturally engender resentment. Yet, he held no regrets. As long as he did not surpass his moral boundaries, he must contend when the time called for it. Otherwise, how could he elevate himself? Soon, Li Xian procured 800,000 from Danbao Pavilion, netting a profit of 600,000. His only regret was not placing a larger wager. Had he done so, his profits would have been substantial. Such opportunities were rare and might never present themselves again. Next time he engaged in a life-and-death battle, Danbao Hall would certainly not offer such favorable odds again. After parting ways with Yu Shaohai, Li Xian spent 100,000 spirit stones to acquire a second-grade bone-replenishing pill before making his way to Yangchun. Yangchun was gravely injured. Without the second-grade pill, his recovery would take no less than 6 months. Big brother, Yangchun, said upon seeing Li Xian, a tinge of shame evident in his demeanor. He felt he had become a burden to Li Xian. Li Xian smiled and said, Take this bone-replenishing pill first. I am heading to the 15th peak. Should anything arise, you can find me there. The 15th peak? Yangqin exclaimed, Somohat daken abak. Li Xian nodded. Yen Lu is the master of the 15th cave. Having defeated him, it is only natural for me to claim his dwelling. Otherwise, it would be a boon for someone else. Yangqin nodded. Be careful, then. Li Xian did not linger on further conversation, swiftly rising to make his way towards the 15th peak. He needed to seize every moment for cultivation. Time was of the essence. Upon arriving at the 15th peak, countless disciples were taken aback. Li Xian, brotherly has arrived, they exclaimed. In just 2 days since entering, he has stormed the 15th peak. How impressive. A true prodigy. Li Xian paid little heed to the murmurs of the disciples, quickening his pace towards the summit in the 15th cave. Yet, upon reaching the peak, his countenance involuntarily shifted. He beheld 8 young men already awaiting him at the summit. The 8 young men exuded an impressive aura, with the weakest among them having attained the initial stage of the 5th level of the innate realm, while the strongest had reached the pinnacle of the 6th level. The moment Li Xian ascended to the peak, all 8 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, an intangible pressure enveloping the air, rendering the atmosphere oppressive. Li Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, Who are you, and what is the purpose of your presence here? The leader, a figure at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the innate realm, stepped forward with a faint smile, introducing himself. I am Xueming Zhao. Xueming Zhao. Li Xian's expression shifted slightly. Although he had only recently arrived at the Divine Flame sect, it did not imply he was oblivious to all matters. At the very least, he was aware of the prodigies ranked highly on the outer sect leaderboard. Xueming Zhao was ranked 8th on that list, his strength far surpassing that of Yen Lu, who was ranked 15th. Seeing the change in Li Xian's demeanor, Xueming Zhao's smile broadened. as he felt a sense of relief. He had feared that Li Xian might not have heard of him, which would have been quite embarrassing. Li Xian looked up at Shui Mingzhao, asking, "Is there something you need?" Shui Mingzhao replied, "Junior brother Li, please do not misunderstand. We come in peace. Come in peace. Li Xuan skufa inwarli. You bring 8 of you here, as if one was not sufficient? Who would believe such a claim?" Li Xian remained silent, and Shui Mingzhao continued, "Junior brother, I shall be straightforward. We have come today to invite you to join us." "Join you?" Li Xuan's bro furuba. Shui Mingzhao nodded. "Indeed. We wish for you to join us. Perhaps you are unaware, but the 36 Caves represent an organization within the Outer Sect. This means that those ranked among the top 36 on the Outer Sect leaderboard are members of this organization. Typically, if someone wishes to challenge our rankings and seize a cave, they must obtain our consent. Otherwise, it is considered a provocation. Even if one were to take a cave, they would be unable to retain it for long, as others would swiftly reclaim it. Li Xian remained silent, calmly observing Shui Mingzhao. Unfazed, Shui Mingzhao continued, "Junior brother, you have taken the 36 cave without our consent, which, by all accounts, is against the rules and a provocation. However, recognizing your immense potential, we have chosen not to make things difficult for you, but rather to extend an invitation." Li Xian inquired, "What are the benefits of joining you? And what constraints would I face?" He found it hard to believe that matters could be so simple, while simultaneously feeling a sense of shock. It was outrageous. The 36 caves were the most valuable within the Outer Sect, now firmly under the control of these individuals. Did this mean that others would have no chance to rise and make a name for themselves? The Outer Sect leaderboard was the most prestigious ranking within the Divine Flame sect, and those within the top 36 were deemed the strongest among the Outer Sect. At this moment, they unexpectedly united to form an organization. What does this signify? It implies that, in the external realm, they are invincible and unassailable. Unless one possesses extraordinary capabilities to crush them all, it is utterly impossible to shake their standing. Li Xian truly did not foresee this. The 36 caves were firmly under someone else's control. Did Yu Shaohai remain silent out of ignorance or a belief in his own prowess, deeming it unnecessary to inform him? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Shui Mingzhao chuckled, stating, "Junior brother, that is an astute question. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. Should you join us, there will be rewards, such as a monthly allocation of resources. However, the constraints are equally straightforward. You must heed our commands and meet a certain quota of resources each month. Without permission, you are forbidden from challenging rankings or seizing others' caves, among other stipulations." Upon hearing this, Li Xian could not suppress a laugh. Isn't this akin to a slave contract? So, the rewards I receive are merely what I contribute? Not even a donkey in the production team would dare to impose such terms. Shui Mingzhao turned to Li Xian, asking, "What do you think, junior brother? Will you join us?" As he spoke, his eyes narrowed with anticipation. The other 7 regarded Li Xian with cold gazes, clearly prepared to act at any moment. Li Chuan, without hesitation, shook his head, stating, "I don't think so. I cannot join your organization." It was absurd. Why would he choose to be a slave when he could revel in freedom? Shui Mingzhao's eyes narrowed further. "Junior brother, if you refuse to join us, we will have to reckon with your attempt to seize the 36 cave and the death of Yen Lui. You are indeed strong and exceptional. Yet do you truly believe you can challenge all 36 of us alone? While you have slain Yen Lui, who ranks merely 15th, there are still 14 others above him. To speak of our esteemed senior brother, he has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm, just a step away from the We'll See realm. Have you truly considered this carefully?" It was evident that he was beginning to issue threats. Joining would mean becoming part of their ranks, with past grievances forgiven as long as one obeyed. Refusing, however, would entail a thorough reckoning. It was as simple as that. With narrowed eyes, Li Xian replied calmly, "I'm afraid I have given this considerable thought. I hold not the slightest interest in your organization. You may leave." As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Shui Mingzhao fixed his gaze on Li Xian, his expression growing increasingly frigid. The other 7 mirrored this sentiment, their eyes now glinting with murderous intent. One individual furiously pointed at Li Xian and exclaimed, "Li Xian, do you truly believe that defeating Yen Lu is something remarkable? You are utterly delusional." This person was named Lu Hu, ranked 13th on the Outer Sect leaderboard, possessing a cultivation level in the late stage of the 5th layer of the innate realm, surpassing Yen Lu, who was in the mid-stage of the same realm, by a minor boundary. Another youth, Xing Kai, who ranked 11th, scoffed, "Leave? You dream of occupying the 15th cave without joining us? You are the one who should be departing. A third young man from the outer sect leaderboard sneered. You are indeed asking for trouble. How dare a mere third layer innate like you challenge our standing? Do you believe you are worthy? Upon hearing these provocations, Xian wasted no time. With a swift motion, he charged forward. Since communication had failed, it was time for action. Having already dealt with Lu, this 15th cave essentially belonged to him. Now that these individuals sought to expel him, they had encroached upon his interests. It was time to take action. With a thunderous sound, Xian executed the Gale Step, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Lu Hu, the first to speak. Lu Hu's expression drastically changed, his aura surging violently as he unleashed the formidable energy of the 5th layer of the innate realm, preparing to retaliate fiercely. However, before he could even make a move, Xian's fist landed squarely on his face. With a resounding thud, Lu Hu was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Xian paid no heed to Lu Hu and swiftly advanced toward Xianxia, who, upon seeing Xian approach, felt his pupils constrict. Tearing wind claw, he roared, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that transformed his fingers into claws, which he aimed viciously at Xian. This tearing wind claw was a high-grade martial technique, and he had mastered it to a minor success. The claw tore through the air, creating a piercing sonic boom as it lunged towards Xian. Xianxia's gaze was filled with malice. A mere newcomer, an insignificant third layer innate, dared to challenge him. It was tantamount to courting death. His own cultivation had reached the peak of the 5th layer of the innate realm, far beyond the capabilities of Lu and Lu Hu. Xian regarded the incoming tearing wind claw with disdain, letting out a cold chuckle. He summoned his physical strength to its zenith, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, and retaliated with a punch. It was a direct confrontation, simple and brutal. With a sharp explosion, the punch and claw collided midair. A low, resonant crack echoed, and the ferocity in Xianxia's expression instantly froze. A pain scream erupted from him as he was sent hurtling backward, his right hand utterly crushed by Xian's punch, reduced to a bloody mess. The two individuals were clearly not of the same caliber. Li Duan disregarding charged directly at the third young man from the outer sect rankings who had provoked him. Xian, you are being reckless. Stop him. You seek death. At that moment, Xiao and his companions finally regained their composure, overwhelmed with both astonishment and fury. With a collective roar, their imposing presence surged forth as they rushed toward Xian. However, it was far too late. How could they possibly match Xian's astonishing speed? Even had they been prepared, they would still struggle to keep pace with him. The young man from the outer sect rankings, upon witnessing Xian's approach, was engulfed by an overwhelming dread, causing him to instinctively retreat. His rank on the outer sect list was merely 23rd, significantly lower than Lu, who had been vanquished by Xian, as well as the earlier defeated Lu Hu and Xianxia. How could he possibly be a match for Xian? Were it not for Zhao's summons and the presence of his companions, he would never have dared confront Xian. Yet, as he attempted to retreat, escape was not an option. Xian surged forward in a single dash, his right hand forming a palm aimed directly at the young man's face. Helplessly, the young man could only watch as Xian's hand approached, unable to evade the impending strike. With a resounding crack, he was sent flying, his vision exploding with stars, his cheek ablaze with pain, disoriented to the point of losing all sense of direction. After decisively subduing the three, Xian came to a halt. He turned to cast a cold gaze upon the furious 5 of Zhao, sneering, "A bunch of trash. How dare you threaten me? Do you even think you are worthy? Frankly speaking, with your pitiful abilities, you are not even worth my time. If you wish to avoid leaving bruised and battered, then depart and send someone stronger." Zhao and his companions clenched their fists tightly, their eyes blazing with a murderous intent. This Xian was insufferably arrogant and utterly audacious. Zhao retorted coldly, "Xian, your audacity knows no bounds. Do you not fear that your actions will lead to irrevocable enmity with us?" Enough noise. Xian dismissed him with disdain, stepping forward to deliver a powerful punch. Zhao erupted in fury. The aura of his peak 6th level of the innate realm exploded forth, his internal energy surging violently as he struck at Xian with a fierce palm. The open sky palm. It was also a high-grade martial technique, but he had mastered it to perfection, its power vastly exceeding that of Lu Hu and the others. A thunderous boom echoed as the two retreated simultaneously. Li Xian staggered back 2 steps, while Xiao was forced back 3. The onlookers were left in shock. How powerful! Li Chuan, merely at the initial stage of the 3rd level of the innate realm, faced off against Xiao, who was at the pinnacle of the 6th level, and, astonishingly, he did not falter in the slightest. No, it was not merely a matter of holding his ground. He even managed to gain a slight upper hand. This was utterly extraordinary. Xiao was equally taken aback. However, a sense of relief washed over him. Ever since Li Xian had slain Yin Lu on the life and death platform with a single sword strike, a subtle trepidation, even fear, had taken root in his heart towards Li Xian. Now, as he clashed with Li Xian, despite finding himself at a slight disadvantage, he felt a profound relaxation. The fear within him began to wane gradually. The reason was simple. Li Xian had not been able to overpower him completely, which instilled a sense of hope that he could still defeat Li Xian. Even if Li Xian wielded a sword, he would not be instantly vanquished. And as long as he was not instantly defeated, he believed he could suppress Li Xian. With his mind at ease, Xiao became calm. He coldly glared at Li Xian and declared, Li Xian, I offer you one more chance to join us. Otherwise, death awaits. Death? You? Li Xuan Skufa. Is that all you can muster? With that, he charged at Xiao once more, delivering a powerful punch. The profound, high-tier martial technique, the Shattering Heaven Fist. Moreover, it was the perfected version of the Shattering Heaven Fist. Previously, he had been repelled because he had not utilized any martial techniques. Now, with the enhancement of martial arts, subduing Xiao was naturally within reach. What? A martial technique? How is that possible? Xiao was incredulous. He had only just joined the sect. Where could he have learned such techniques? As Li Xian executed the martial technique, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, including that of Xiao. The confidence they had in confronting Li Xian stemmed not only from their superior cultivation, but also from their martial techniques. In essence, they were taking advantage of Li Xian's lack of high-tier martial arts. After all, a newcomer to the sect, regardless of their extraordinary talent or combat prowess, would still see a significant reduction in their combat effectiveness without the backing of martial techniques. And now, Li Xian had unexpectedly mastered a profound high-tier martial technique, and a perfected one at that, which sent them into a state of panic. Only at this moment did they suddenly recall that Li Xian had previously repelled Xiao without utilizing any martial techniques. He hadn't even employed a basic yellow-tier technique. This realization was utterly absurd. Heavenly Opening Palm. Xiao's expression darkened considerably. He frantically channeled his internal energy, once again unleashing the Heavenly Opening Palm. Boom! A une explosion échouée. This time, Li Xian did not retreat an inch. Instead, Xiao was sent flying. His right hand exploded in an instant, and he was propelled backward for over 10 meters before crashing violently to the ground. With a grimace, Xiao attempted to rise. However, like a bolt of lightning, Li Xian swiftly descended upon him, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Bang! Xiao felt a faint crack in his chest as he was forcefully trampled down, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. Li Xian regarded him coldly, questioning his audacity to threaten him. Yes, I have acted recklessly and offended you. But what will you do about it? Chapter 49. The Senior Brother. Xiao's face turned an ashen hue under Li Xian's relentless pressure. How could a prodigy, ranked 8th in the outer sect, endure such humiliation? Li Xian, have you considered the consequences of your actions? Xiao gritted his teeth. His expression twisted with rage and a glint of undisguised malice in his eyes. Bang! Li Xian let out a chilling laugh, pressing down with his foot. With a crack, Xiao's bones shattered instantly. You would dare to threaten me? What are you? Now tell me, what consequences await? Spurt. Faced with Li Xian's utter disregard, Xiao could no longer contain himself and coughed up blood in a fit of near madness. This was absurd, an absolute disgrace. At that moment, the other 4 finally regained their senses. Li Xian, release Senior Brother Shui. Li Xian, your arrogance is unparalleled. Do you not fear our furious retaliation? You will pay dearly for this. They all glared at Li Xian, their voices filled with wrath. No one had anticipated Li Xian's overwhelming ferocity and utter lack of respect. It was simply outrageous. Silence. Li Xian shot a cold glance at the 4, his voice icy. Speak another word of nonsense, and I will make you suffer the same fate as him. Upon hearing this, their fists clenched in anger, their bodies trembling with indignation. However, confronted with Li Xian's frigid gaze, They dared not utter another word, stifling their fury. Li Xian's strength had far surpassed their expectations, and the situation had unfolded beyond their control. Had all 8 of them remained unscathed and at their peak, they might have dared to confront him together. But now, 4 of their number lay incapacitated, and with their strongest, Shui Mingzhao, suppressed. How could they hope to fight back? Even Shui Mingzhao gritted his teeth in silence, glaring at Li Xian, feeling like a mere dog underfoot. This sensation drove him to the brink of madness. He vowed that he would not rest until he avenged this humiliation. With a few light slaps on Shui Mingzhao's face, Li Xian looked down and remarked casually, not convinced. No matter, you are welcome to seek revenge whenever you wish. You should be grateful this isn't the arena of life and death. Otherwise, even a wretch like you wouldn't deserve to lie beneath my feet. Upon hearing these words, Shui Mingzhao's countenance darkened ominously, particularly the humiliating gesture from Li Xian, which felt like a dagger to his heart, nearly drove him to the brink of bloodshed. Li Xian's actions were a blatant disregard for his dignity. As he nonchalantly removed Shui Mingzhao's Qinquan ring, he sneered, "You refused to leave when told, and instead chose to threaten me. Was that truly necessary? Are you satisfied now?" Silence enveloped the air. In that moment, Shui Mingzhao would have gladly welcomed death. Li Xian, dismissing him entirely, turned his gaze to the remaining 7 individuals and stated coolly, "Surrender your Qinquan rings, and I shall allow you to depart with your dignity intact." The 7 gritted their teeth. However, upon witnessing the disgraceful state of Shui Mingzhao beneath Li Xian's foot, they suppressed their rage. The humiliation was unbearable. They certainly did not wish to endure such a fate. Without uttering a single word, they swiftly relinquished their Qinquan rings. Li Xian collected the rings with a mocking smile and waved dismissively, "You may leave now." They dared not utter a syllable, hastily lifting Shui Mingzhao and fleeing the scene like the wind. Watching their retreating figures, Li Xian let out a cold laugh before stepping into the 15th cave dwelling. He understood that this incident was merely the beginning, and far from an end. Had he not heard it said? The 36 individuals on the outer sect leaderboard constituted an organization. The 36 caves were under their control. Not only had he seized one of their abodes, but he had also assaulted their members. How could they possibly allow such affronts to go unpunished? Li Xian was confident that it would not be long before more formidable adversaries would arrive. Thus, the pressing matter at hand was to devote himself to cultivation and enhance his abilities. The quality of spiritual energy in the 15th cave was markedly superior to that of the 36th, far richer in essence. However, Li Xian did not commence his training immediately. Instead, he opened the Qinquan rings belonging to the 8 individuals. Upon inspecting the resources within, even Li Xian was taken aback. Good heavens! How much have these individuals exploited their fellow disciples? They are excessively affluent. The combined spoils from Shui Mingzhao and his cohorts, along with Yen Lu, amounted to over 3 million spirit stones and more than 2,000 vials of elixirs. For outer sect disciples, such a sum was indeed a staggering figure. Damn, truly. There isn't a decent one among them. I hope for even wealthier targets next time, Li Xian mused with a sense of exhilaration. Wasting no further time, he promptly began his cultivation. After the departure of Shui Mingzhao and his associates, they did not return to their respective peaks, but headed directly to the first peak. They sought the senior brother to advocate on their behalf. Throughout the journey, Shui Mingzhao's demeanor was exceptionally grim, and the other 7 dared not utter a word. They could vividly sense the suppressed fury radiating from him, fearing that a misstep in their speech might bring calamity upon themselves. While Li Xian could effortlessly subdue Shui Mingzhao, they certainly could not. At this moment, even Lu Hu and Xing Kai, who had also faced humiliation at the hands of Li Xian, dared not utter a word. They gazed at Shui Mingzhao, feeling that their own slight indignities paled in comparison. In fact, a sense of gratitude stirred within them towards Li Xian for not subjecting them to the same level of ridicule as Shui Mingzhao had endured. Otherwise, they would have lost all semblance of dignity. Before long, the 8 of them ascended to the first peak, arriving at the entrance of the first cave. With a resounding thud, Shui Mingzhao knelt before the cave, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Senior brother, please advocate for Mingzhao." He struck the ground thrice with his forehead. Lu Hu and the others exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Although they did not kneel, they bent at the waist and lowered their heads in deference. For a full quarter of an hour, there was no response from within the cave. It seemed no one intended to emerge. Shui Mingzhao, too, refrained from speaking. remaining on his knees, persistently bowing his head. Lu Hu and the others maintained their posture, heads bowed, not uttering a single word. Creak. After a quarter of an hour, the stone door of the cave slowly creaked open. In that instant, Xianxia once more pressed his forehead to the ground, not daring to lift it. Lu Hu and the others also bent deeply, showing sufficient humility. From within the cave emerged a young man, clad in flowing white robes. His chestnut hair cascading down his back, moving gracefully as he approached Xianxia. Chapter 50. The fourth layer of the innate realm. As the young man drew near, Xianxia immediately felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Lu Hu and the others, similarly, kept their heads lowered, their bodies quaking slightly, their eyes betraying profound fear, not daring to take a breath. Zhu Xiaotian, the foremost disciple of the outer sect of the Divine Flame sect, unequivocally regarded as the #1 among the outer disciples. He was revered by 100,000 outer disciples as senior brother. Senior brother, Xianxia, acutely aware of the immense pressure, did not dare to lift his gaze, his voice trembling as he spoke. Chu Xiaotian glanced down at Xianxia and inquired coolly, "What is it?" Xianxia, with no intention of withholding any details, swiftly recounted the entire matter. In conclusion, he struck the ground 3 more times with his forehead, his voice piercing as he pleaded, "Senior brother, please advocate for Mingzhao." "Oh, such a situation exists?" Li Chuan. Chu Xiaotian's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of the name, though his emotional response remained subdued. He nodded lightly, "Very well. I shall take note of this matter." You made a part. Xianxia and the others, not daring to utter a single word, hastily bowed and retreated. Once they had left, Chu Xiaotian could not help but chuckle lightly. I never expected such a character to emerge from the outer sect. Intriguing indeed. With a gentle stroke of his right hand across the Qinquan ring, a sound transmission talisman materialized. He addressed the talisman, "Third brother, please make your way to the 15th peak and bring that Li Xian to me." Having spoken, he returned to his cave abode. His cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm, with only a single step remaining to reach the Wheel C realm. The pressing matter was to swiftly break through to the Wheel C and then participate in the intersect assessment to become an inner disciple. As for Li Xian, Chu Xiaotian held him in little regard, a mere ant at the 3rd level of the innate realm, hardly worthy of his attention. Similarly, it was unnecessary for Chu Xiaotian to intervene personally. Sending third brother would suffice. At the 3rd peak of the outer sect, with a resounding boom, the stone door of the 3rd cave slowly opened, and a robust young man strode forth. At that moment, a violent aura erupted, instantly engulfing the entire 3rd peak. The disciples present felt the oppressive force, and their expressions changed dramatically. "Third brother has emerged from seclusion," they whispered in shock. "Why is he emerging now? What does he intend to do?" "Oh no, third brother is descending the mountain." Third brother was a legendary figure within the outer sect of the Xianxia. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the innate realm, with just a step left to attain the 9th level. It was rumored that he possessed a trace of Beast King bloodline, resulting in an explosive temperament and fierce combat style. Even the prodigy ranked 2nd in the outer sect was wary of him. In the vast expanse of the Xianxia's outer sect, he only heeded Chu Xiaotian's commands. No one else could give him orders or restrain him. At this moment, the appearance of this battle maniac descending the mountain stirred all the disciples of the 3rd peak. It was known that this individual, a fervent practitioner of combat, rarely came down unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. Where could he possibly be heading? Observing his demeanor, it seemed he was intent on confronting someone. Could he be going to confront Li Xian? They gasped. "Quickly, let us follow and see." As this speculation spread, the entire outer sect was thrown into an uproar. The notoriously wild and brutish figure of the 3rd peak, Manxiong, was indeed seeking trouble with Li Xian. This revelation was astonishing. Everyone realized that Li Xian's actions had undoubtedly provoked Chu Xiaotian. Otherwise, Manxiong would not have descended the mountain. It seemed that misfortune awaited Li Xian. Indeed, when this battle fanatic took action, Li Xian would surely face dire consequences, either death or severe injury. How swift this is! I thought it would take longer to rouse Brother Chu. I never imagined it would happen so soon. All the outer sect disciples lamented, none holding any hope for Li Xian. There was no remedy. Manxiong's strength was simply too formidable. When this individual descends into madness, even the one ranked 2nd would experience trepidation and perhaps retreat, let alone Li Xian. While Li Xian possesses considerable strength in the eyes of many, he is merely capable of reaching the 5th or 6th position on the outer sect rankings. The prospect of defeating Man Xiong is virtually impossible. What a jest! With his pinnacle of the 8th level in the innate realm, coupled with a trace of the Beast King's bloodline and a reckless, all-or-nothing fighting style, how could Li Xian stand a chance? In an instant, throngs of outer sect disciples surged forth, all trailing behind Man Xiong. Concurrently, several outer sect elders were also stirred, hastening their way to the 15th peak. They could hardly believe that merely a few hours had passed, and yet another significant event was about to unfold. Li Xian truly knows how to stir things up. Upon hearing this news, Yu Xiaoyan's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to swiftly arrive at a particular cave. He quickly exclaimed, "Elder Wu, we are in grave trouble. Man Xiong is about to strike." Elder Wu's brow furrowed at the revelation. "So soon?" Yu Xiaohai urged. "Do not waste time with words. You must act quickly to prevent this. Man Xiong is a singularly reckless madman, and given his temperament, he could do anything. If we delay, we may face dire consequences. Though Li Xian is formidable, he is undoubtedly still no match for Man Xiong." Upon hearing this, Elder Wu nodded decisively. "Very well, I will dispatch someone immediately. Come, let us proceed to witness the events." With that, he swiftly joined Yu Xiaohai in their journey to the 15th peak. At the same moment, is Man Xiong truly about to make a move? Excellent. This time, I shall see whether Li Xian survives. Lu Ming's expression transformed into one of exhilaration upon receiving the news, unable to suppress a sinister grin. Within the 15th cave, Li Xian remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside. Unbeknownst to him, the third-ranked prodigy of the outer sect, Man Xiong, was already en route to confront him. At that moment, he was wholly absorbed in his fervent cultivation, utilizing the rich and pure spiritual energy of the 15th cave, and after expending countless spirit stones, innate pills, and recovery elixirs, a resounding boom emanated from within him. He successfully broke through 3 minor realms, finally ascending to the 4th level of the innate realm. At the moment of his breakthrough, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from his being, compelling him to open his eyes. "I have reached the 4th level of the innate realm." Li Xian felt a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, outside the cave, Man Xiong had arrived, with a cold glint in his eyes and a tempestuous aura enveloping him. He strode towards the 15th cave the moment he reached the peak. Behind him trailed countless outer sect disciples and several outer sect elders. As those present witnessed the audacious Man Xiong striding directly toward the cave entrance, their expressions transformed, betraying their astonishment. What could this individual possibly intend? Was he contemplating a forceful breach? It is well known that such an act in the realm of cultivation is considered profoundly disrespectful, likely to engender mortal enmity. After all, should a cultivator's training be forcibly interrupted, the consequences could range from injury to, in the gravest scenarios, death. Thus, under ordinary circumstances, one would refrain from such actions unless a deep-seated vendetta existed. Under the collective gaze of disbelief, Man Xiong swiftly approached the cave's entrance. He regarded the stone door before him, showing not a hint of hesitation, as a fierce aura emanated from him. He then raised his fist, poised to strike with tremendous force. At this moment, a wave of trepidation swept through the onlookers, their hearts racing in alarm. "Stop!" Just as Man Xiong was about to unleash his blow, a chilling voice cut through the tension. His right fist hesitated in midair as he gradually turned to see the crowd parting, revealing a woman approaching, clad in a flowing violet robe. Her cascading hair fell gracefully to her waist, accentuated by a colorful sash that highlighted her exquisite figure. It was Jiang Yanran. What was she doing here? As an inner sect disciple, her presence was unexpected. Had the events here reached her ears? Was she perhaps seeking that Li Xian? Did she know him? The outer sect disciples gasped at her appearance. Jiang Yanran, once the unrivaled champion of the outer sect, was now an esteemed member of the inner sect. No one had anticipated that this former paragon would grace them with her presence. Ordinarily, the affairs of the outer sect would hardly capture her attention. Yet, Man Xiong merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Yanran before resolutely turning back, his fist descending relentlessly toward the stone door. His gaze was filled solely with indifference and ferocity, dismissing Jiang Yanran's status as an inner sect disciple entirely. Within the entirety of the Xinyan sect, Man Xiong feared no one and acknowledged only his senior brother, Chu Xiaodian. Thus, even in the face of Jiang Yanran, he felt no trepidation. "You, Jiang Yinran's pupils constricted at this scene. She had arrived in response to Elder Wu's summons, only to find that her presence had made no impact whatsoever. She longed to intervene, yet was constrained by the sect's regulations, for she had attained the Unrivaled realm, while Man Xiong remained merely in the innate stage. Thus, she could not take action against him. With a resounding crash, Man Xiong's fist collided with the stone door, causing it to tremble violently. Simultaneously, his strike resonated as if it had struck the very hearts of all witnesses. The hearts of all present began to tremble with a wild fervor. Barbaric. Truly, it was exceedingly savage. This brute was nothing short of a madman, crude, violent, and utterly incomprehensible. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. After delivering the first blow, the brute did not relent. He swiftly unleashed a second and third strike. Boom, 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 with each of his powerful punches against the stone door. Onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, their faces paling in fear. The manic intensity of this madman suggested that he would continue his assault until Xian emerged. Jiang Yinran, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of deep concern. She realized that any words she might utter at this moment would be futile. As long as Xian remained within the cave and was still alive, he would undoubtedly be alerted. Yet, she could not ascertain if he had been affected. In the rear of the crowd, the recently arrived elders Yu Shaohai and Wu Wenshuan also appeared visibly shaken, momentarily frozen in place. Among the throng, Lu Ming observed the unfolding drama, initially taken aback before breaking into a sinister grin. Excellent. Excellent. Truly, the brute lives up to his reputation for savagery and brutality. Boom! 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 The brute paid no heed to the astonished and horrified gazes surrounding him. He continued his relentless assault on the stone door, showing no sign of stopping. It was not until the door finally creaked open that he paused. From within the cave, a figure emerged slowly, Li Xian. At this moment, Li Xian's countenance was dark, his eyes glinting with a palpable murderous intent, an unmistakable aura of lethal determination emanating from him. He had anticipated that Xuanming Zhao and his cohorts would seek revenge. He had even considered that they might come swiftly. However, he never imagined they would compel him to emerge in such a manner. This was no mere provocation. It was a declaration of a deadly feud against him, Li Xian. Upon seeing Li Xian step out from the cave, Yu Xiaohai's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly cautioned. Be careful. He is the third-ranked brute of the outer sect, having reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the innate realm. You are no match for him. Jiang Yinran also quickly interjected, Junior brotherly, do not act impulsively. Flee. Do not confront him directly. Sensing the chilling murderous intent radiating from Li Xian, they were deeply concerned that he might recklessly engage the brute in combat. The disparity in their cultivation levels was far too great. They had no faith that Li Xian could withstand the brute's savage and violent fighting style. Should a confrontation occur, given the brute's reckless ferocity, Li Xian would undoubtedly struggle to defend himself, suffering severe injuries, if not worse. Thus, the wisest course of action for Li Xian would be to swiftly retreat and seek refuge until he could amass sufficient strength to return and confront his adversary. The brute stood before Li Xian like an iron tower, his overwhelming ferocity firmly locking onto him. He lifted his head and gazed at Li Xian, coldly stating, You are Li Xian? Man Xiong had come under the orders of Chu Xiaotian to bring Li Xian back to meet him. Thus, with his brawn and lack of intellect, it was only natural for him to inquire, first to avoid mistakenly taking the wrong person. Li Xian shot a glance at Man Xiong, but offered no reply. He showed no intent for idle chatter, suddenly charging forward and launching an assault. The onlookers, including disciples and elders, were struck with terror at the sight. Chapter 52. The Defeat of Man Xiong, the Elder's Wrath. Endure? Flee? How could that be? The audacity of this individual to so violently interrupt his training left no room for tolerance. If he could endure this, he would no longer be Li Xian. Due to their proximity and Li Xian's unexpected burst of energy, Man Xiong had no time to react. By the time he registered the threat, it was already too late. Li Xian unleashed a powerful punch, the force crashing into Man Xiong's chest. With a sickening crack, Man Xiong's ribcage shattered. Blood gushed from his mouth, and propelled by the shockwave of that overwhelming power, he began to retreat. Li Xian swiftly maneuvered, his left hand darting out to seize Man Xiong's right arm. And with a brutal yank, another agonizing crack echoed as Man Xiong's arm was wrenched from its socket, crimson blood spraying forth, exposing the stark white of bone fragments. Yet, this was far from the end. As he dislocated Man Xiong's arm, Li Xian's left leg shot out with lightning speed, targeting his right leg. A thunderous impact followed, shattering Man Xiong's right leg, forcing him to kneel. Li Xian released his grip and stepped forward, channeling his ferocity into his right leg, bringing it down harshly onto Man Xiong's left leg. In that moment, Man Xiong finally regained his senses. A surge of intense fear flooded his eyes, overriding the pain as he let out a terrified scream. But Li Xian showed no mercy, his leg descending without a flicker of hesitation. Man Xiong's left leg met the same fate, shattering under the force as he emitted wails of agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Witnessing this, everyone was gripped by fear and horror, their hearts racing as they fixed their gaze on Li Xian. A palpable dread reflected in their eyes, gasping in disbelief. Ruthless. It was sheer ruthlessness. In the blink of an eye, Man Xiong had been utterly incapacitated. His earlier assault on the door had been marked by an unrestrained ferocity, and now, in a state of utter incapacitation, he exhibited an equally raw brutality. No one could have anticipated that Li Xian would display such directness, decisiveness, and ruthless savagery, granting the brute Xiong no opportunity for retaliation, rendering him utterly powerless. Was this some sort of jest? This was hardly a battle befitting a practitioner of innate strength. It resembled a brawl between mere thugs. Xiong had scarcely begun to unleash his prowess before he was completely incapacitated. One could assert that the conflict had ended before it had even commenced. You ambushed me. Xiong, enduring excruciating pain, fixed a burning gaze upon Li Xian, his eyes ablaze with wrath. This is utterly outrageous. How dare you deny me the chance to resist and strike with such ferocity? Despicable, shameless, a violation of martial ethics. Ambush. Li Xian retorted with a cold chuckle, delivering another vicious kick. Crack. The last remnant of Xiong's unscathed left arm shattered, eliciting another anguished cry. Li Xian's icy voice pierced the air. Speak. Who sent you? Xuanming Zhao, Lu Hu, or perhaps that Chu Xiaotian? Xiong glared at Li Xian, gritting his teeth, unwilling to utter a word. Li Xian, unrelenting, raised his right palm, gathering a surge of spiritual energy within it, and struck down fiercely. With a resounding crash, countless bones within Xiong's body were crushed anew. A wretched scream escaped Xiong's lips as he writhed in torment, teetering on the brink of death. Incapacitated, utterly rendered so. One could say that aside from his dantian, he was nearly a shell of a man. Witnessing this scene, the outer disciples surrounding them could not suppress their growing dread. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon Li Xian. He was undeniably a ruthless individual, someone to be avoided at all costs. Li Xian, what are you doing? The sect has rules against harming fellow disciples. Are you not aware of this? How dare you defy the sect's regulations? At that moment, a chilling voice cut through the air as Lu Mingmao stepped forward, his tone accusatory. His expression was one of extreme displeasure. He had anticipated witnessing Xiong's brutalization of Li Xian, hoping to see Li Xian reduced to a cripple. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the events had unfolded in reverse. Upon hearing someone speak, Li Xian furrowed his brow, turning to regard Lu Mingmao, and inquired coolly, Who are you? I am Lu Mingmao, an elder of the outer sect, came a frosty reply. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes narrowed in understanding. No wonder he had chosen this moment to intervene, targeting him directly. He was the elder brother of Lu Mingli. Calmly, he regarded Lu Mingmao. Have I killed him? Lu Mingmao's expression darkened. Li Xian continued, Have I diminished his cultivation? Lu Mingmao glared at Li Xian, his countenance now ominously grim. Li Xian coldly remarked, I neither crippled his cultivation nor killed him. How could you accuse me of harming a fellow disciple? Which of your eyes witnessed me inflicting harm? Furthermore, can this truly be deemed as harm? His words were sharp and resonated with conviction. Previously, he disrupted my cultivation in such a manner. Should I not feel anger and retaliate? He pointed at Lu Mingmao and continued, You are an elder, are you not? Then allow me to inquire, where were you when he interrupted my cultivation? Why did you not intervene? Were you blind to it, or simply chose to ignore it? You are outrageous. Lu Mingmao, confronted publicly and provoked, instantly erupted in fury. He glared coldly at Li Xian, murderous intent radiating from him. How audacious! A mere outer sect disciple dare to challenge him. An elder? It was utterly preposterous. Lu Mingmao could not fathom Li Xian's audacity. Facing an elder, he exhibited not a shred of reverence, and even had the gall to insult him. Outrageous? Li Xuan snarled. Did I speak incorrectly? Tell me, or have I been outrageous? When he provoked me, where were you, elder? Why did you not step in? Now that I am striking back, you suddenly appear. What is the reason for this? Is he perhaps your protege? Lu Mingmao's complexion darkened. His aura surging dangerously as his murderous intent became increasingly palpable. The surrounding outer sect disciples observed in stunned silence, hardly daring to breathe, their faces reflecting disbelief at Li Xian's boldness. He was indeed formidable, showing no fear of the extraordinary talents on the outer sect rankings, nor even of the elder himself. It is essential to note that Lu Mingmao was a formidable figure, a cultivator at the Danformation stage, while Li Xian was merely at the innate level. A staggering 2 major realms apart. If Lu Mingmao were to act recklessly, Li Xian would undoubtedly meet his demise, with no chance of survival, regardless of his prowess. Chapter 53. Killing him is like slaughtering a dog. Li Xian felt the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Lu Mingmao, yet he remained unafraid. He coldly laughed. What? Are you still contemplating making a move? Come, strike if you dare. I wish to see if you have the courage to act before all these witnesses. Lu Mingmao's face turned an ashen hue, his body trembling with barely contained rage. He was truly tempted to strike Li Xian down with a single blow. Yet he hesitated, for the crowd was too large. In plain view of everyone, if he dared to lay a hand on Li Xian, he would invite significant trouble upon himself. The sect's enforcement team was no joke. Mao Xiong had used brutish methods to interrupt Li Xian's cultivation. Li Xian's retaliation was entirely justifiable. Even from a standpoint of sect rules, Li Xian's actions bore no fault. However, he had not anticipated that this outer sect disciple would exhibit such audacity, daring to confront an elder so directly. It is essential to recognize that, were it an ordinary outer sect disciple confronting an elder of the Ningdan realm, even with the justification on their side, they would have long been intimidated into submission, too fearful to retaliate. Observing that Lu Mingmao refrained from striking back, Li Xian chose not to engage further with him. Instead, he forcefully placed his foot upon the chest of Man Xiong, coldly demanding, "Who sent you? Speak, or I shall cast you upon the life and death platform and end your existence." As Li Xian enacted this act, Lu Mingmao's eyes glinted with a heightened murderous intent. Yet he was compelled to suppress it. He vowed that, should an opportunity arise, he would assuredly take Li Xian's life. For this action was a deliberate affront to his dignity. Man Xiong, feeling the weight of Li Xian's disdainful treatment, was finally overcome by fear. Though he was somewhat simple-minded, he was not foolish. He understood that a man as ruthless as Li Xian could very well carry out his threats. Realizing this, Man Xiong dared not conceal the truth any longer and stammered, It was the senior brother. Senior brother? Li Xuan's Gaza Naruwa. Pondering if he referred to Chu Xiaotian, Man Xiong nodded in affirmation. Li Xian ceased further inquiries, lifting Man Xiong and turning to leave. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding elders and disciples could not help but change their expressions once more. Yu Xiaohai hurriedly stepped forward, asking, "Where are you headed?" Li Xian cast a glance at Yu Xiaohai and replied, "To slay Chu Xiaotian." A deafening silence ensued. The shock reverberated through the crowd. What did Li Xian just say? He intended to kill Chu Xiaotian? Was he out of his mind? Yu Xiaohai felt a tremor of concern ripple through him and quickly urged, "Li Xian, do not act impulsively." Wu Wenxuan also rushed forward, urgently stating, "Li Xian, Chu Xiaotian has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the innate realm, and his combat prowess rivals that of an ordinary first layer of the Wielding realm. You are certainly no match for him. Do not let your emotions dictate your actions." They were genuinely apprehensive. This individual was remarkably reckless. To contemplate killing Chu Xiaotian was sheer madness. Jiang Yinran swiftly approached, her expression grave as she advised, "Junior brother Li, we understand your anger and frustration, but such matters cannot be rushed. You must remain rational." After a brief pause, she continued, as the first on the outer sect leaderboard, "Chu Xiaotian is not to be compared with this Man Xiong. Seeking him out now would be tantamount to courting death." Li Xian surveyed the three with a calm demeanor and replied, "I appreciate your concern, but it is of no consequence. Merely a 9th layer of the innate realm, he does not warrant my regard." A glimmer of cold determination shone in his eyes as he declared, "As the saying goes, if others respect me an inch, I shall reciprocate a mile. Since he seeks to provoke me, he must not lament the consequences. Rest assured, I shall dispatch him as one would a mere dog." The moment these words escaped his lips, an even greater astonishment swept through the crowd. What had Li Xian just proclaimed? To slay Chu Xiaotian as one would a dog? Even those within the intersect at the first or second layer of the Wielding realm would not dare utter such bold claims. It was utterly audacious, reckless, and incomprehensible. Li Xian, however, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he grasped Manxiong and hastened towards the first peak. He had never been one to embrace passivity. Refraining from retaliation or countering insults was not in his nature. If he could not win, so be it. Yet, if he felt no fear, he would strike back. For vengeance should not linger until the morrow. Witnessing Li Xian's resolute determination as he sped towards the first peak, a momentary shock swept through the crowd, swiftly giving way to a fervor. Can it be true? He is actually going to the first peak? Murmured the onlookers. Is there any doubt? Did you not see him descend the mountain? The excitement was palpable. This is utterly insane. Quickly, let us go see. The news spread like wildfire, reverberating throughout the outer sex peaks. All the disciples were in a frenzy. Li Xian was indeed formidable. He had only joined the Xianxia a few days prior, and now he dared to challenge the supremacy of the senior brother, Chu Xiaotian. It was nothing short of audacious. Alas, how reckless! Truly, how reckless! Yu Xiaohai observed Li Xian's departing figure, shaking his head in resignation. Wu Wenxuan's expression was equally grim, as he remarked darkly, I had thought him to be a person of substance, capable of aiding us in dismantling the dominion of those individuals. Now it appears we were overly naive and had placed him on too high a pedestal. Such mindless audacity will scarcely lead to great achievements. Jiang Yanran's gaze was fixed on Li Xian, her expression equally complex. Oh, truly a case of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a benefactor's heart, a mere ant shaking a tree, overestimating its own capabilities. If you're determined to court your own demise, then carry on. Unbeknownst to Li Xian, the thoughts of Yu Xiaohai and the others were far from his mind. Even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with their opinions. Clutching Manxiong, he soon arrived at the first peak. Upon seeing Li Xian and the pitiful state of Manxiong in his grasp, the entire first peak erupted in chaos. Li Chuan, he has actually come. He truly has come. At the summit, a disciple rushed in a panic, collapsing to his knees with a thud, trembling as he stammered, as senior brother. It's bad. Li Xian, he is here. His distress was palpable. He breathed heavily, his face ashen, his words tumbling over one another in a flurry. Creak. The stone door of the first cave swung open. Chu Xiaotian emerged, casting a skeptical glance at the disciple, uncertain of what he had heard. He inquired hesitantly, What did you just say? Who has arrived? The disciple replied, Li Chuan. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. Li Xian, has Manxiong been defeated? The disciple nodded. Indeed, not only has he been defeated, but he has also been left severely injured. What? Chu Xiaotian's expression shifted, unable to contain his surprise. He spoke in a deep tone. What transpired? How many moves did it take for him to defeat Manxiong? Elaborate, please. Chu Xiaotian was genuinely taken aback. Although Manxiong's strength was inferior to his own, he was by no means weak. With a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the 8th stage of the innate realm, he could easily defeat an average opponent at the mid-stage of the 9th stage without encountering much difficulty. According to Xuanming Zhao, Li Xian is merely at the 3rd level of the innate realm. How could someone of such a lowly cultivation defeat and incapacitate Manxiong? This is nothing short of astonishing. A disciple trembled as he spoke. It was a single strike. No, that is not right. Li Xian acted without honor and shamelessly ambushed Senior Brother San. Senior Brother didn't he even have the chance to showcase his true strength or retaliate before being rendered powerless. Chapter 54. The 10,000 Great Mountains. What? Chu Xiaotian's expression changed, preparing to inquire further. Just then, a sound of footsteps approached, and Li Xian appeared, dragging Manxiong behind him. The sight of Li Xian, holding Manxiong, caused Chu Xiaotian's pupils to involuntarily constrict, a frigid killing intent flickering in his eyes. Everyone in the outer sect knew that Manxiong was under his command. Yet now, Li Xian was humiliating him, a direct slap to Chu Xiaotian's face. Li Xian glanced at Chu Xiaotian before casually discarding Manxiong. Thud! Manxiong flew through the air like refuse, crashing heavily at Chu Xiaotian's feet. A cloud of dust arose, intensifying Chu Xiaotian's murderous intent to its peak. Meanwhile, a group of outer disciples and several elders had followed behind, witnessing the scene unfold, their hearts trembling in shock. Madness. Truly, this was madness. Li Xian's actions were nothing short of a provocation towards Chu Xiaotian, tantamount to a declaration of war. You are Chu Xiaotian? Li Xian asked, his tone indifferent. Chu Xiaotian sneered, indeed. Li Xian nodded. Oh, a life and death battle. Do you dare? A gasp swept through the crowd. A life and death battle? The very mention of it, without a hint of hesitation or superfluous words, was utterly ferocious. Chu Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. A life and death battle? Are you certain? Li Xian affirmed yes. He regarded Chu Xiaotian calmly. No need for further discussion. I simply ask, do you dare or not? The onlookers were left in stunned silence once more. Such audacity. They were utterly flabbergasted, their astonishment reaching unfathomable heights. Seeing Li Xian's aggressive stance, Chu Xiaotian's fury turned to a mocking smile. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a voice suddenly rang out. Presumptuous! Li Chuan, who gave you the audacity to act recklessly here? Is this a place where you can unleash your wildness at will? Accompanied by the voice, a powerful pressure surged forth, and a middle-aged man stepped forward. Elder Ye, it is Elder Go. The outer disciples' expressions changed simultaneously, quickly bowing in respect upon recognizing him. Elder Xian was among the top 3 elders of the outer sect of the Divine Flame sect, his status significantly surpassing that of ordinary outer elders. Truly one of the most powerful figures. Upon seeing Elder Ji's appearance, Chu Xiaotian's expression subtly shifted, and he promptly saluted, saying, I greet Elder Go. Elder Go nodded at Chu Xiaotian before turning his gaze toward Li Xian. Li Xian, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. Withdraw. Li Xian's countenance changed slightly. He had not anticipated that someone would intervene under such circumstances. As he glanced at Ge Xian, Li Xian was about to speak when a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Young man, you are not yet a match for Chu Xiaotian. Do not act impulsively. Step back. When you possess the strength, then you may challenge him. It was Ge Xian's voice. Clearly, he was not there to assist Chu Xiaotian, but rather to support Li Xian. Contemplating for a moment, Li Xian nodded. He looked at Chu Xiaotian and declared, Chu Xiaotian, consider yourself fortunate today. Should you dare to provoke me again, I shall undoubtedly take your life next time. With that, he turned and departed. Chu Xiaotian fixed a cold glare at Li Xian, but remained silent. Nevertheless, his eyes grew even more frigid. In front of so many witnesses, being publicly insulted by an ordinary outer sect disciple was an unprecedented affront since he became the senior disciple. The outer sect disciples exchanged glances upon witnessing Li Xian's departure. What? Is that it? They felt utterly perplexed. They had anticipated a grand battle, only to have the situation conclude in such an unexpected manner, leaving their hearts heavy with disappointment. After leaving, Li Xian did not return to the 15th peak, but instead proceeded directly to the 3rd peak, where the formidable Xiong resided. After a night of cultivation, on the following day, Li Xian departed from the Divine Flame sect and ventured into the vast mountains behind it. No sooner had he left than Chu Xiaotian received the news. With a cold smirk, he thought, So you've left the sect? Very well, we shall resolve this outside. With that, he swiftly gathered a group and left the Divine Flame sect. On the Elder Peak, what? Li Xian has left the sect? Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the news. Then he broke into a sinister grin. To leave the sect at this time shows remarkable audacity. Li Chuan, had you remained, perhaps I would have had difficulty dealing with you. But since you've sought your own demise, do not blame me. With a cruel smile, he quickly summoned 8 disciples, coldly commanding, Go, kill Li Xian. Yes, the 8 disciples responded in unison before swiftly departing. All 8 were his most prized disciples, each an inner sect member, their cultivation having reached the 1st level of the Unrivaled realm, with 2 of them even at the mid-stage of the same level. Such a formidable team sent to eliminate Li Xian was more than sufficient. It was a testament to how much he underestimated Li Xian. At that very moment, in another cavern, Ge Xian, Wu Wenxuan, Yu Shaohai, Jiang Yanran, and others gathered together, their expressions dark and foreboding. What could Li Xian possibly be contemplating? Was he unaware of the peril that awaited him, should he depart the sect at this juncture? Wu Wenxuan's countenance was particularly grim, even tinged with anger. Since yesterday, when Li Xian disregarded their counsel and insisted on provoking Chu Xiaotian, his dissatisfaction had grown. Yu Shaohai remarked that one could not entirely blame him. Perhaps he feared that Chu Xiaotian would confront him directly, prompting his departure. Ge Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the possibility, yet conceded that such speculation was now futile. I have just received word that Chu Xiaotian has left the sect, accompanied by 8 inner disciples of Lu Ming Mao. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yu Shaohai and the others shifted dramatically. Yu Xiaohai could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "What does that scoundrel Lu Mingmao intend to do? How shameless of him to send inner disciples." He turned to Gu Xian, concern etched on his face. "What shall we do? If the inner disciples engage with Li Xian, he will surely be outmatched." Within the confines of the sect, rules dictated that higher-ranking disciples must not harm those of lower rank, nor could they wield their status to intimidate. However, such regulations held no sway beyond the sect's borders. Gu Xian looked to Jiang Yinran, stating, "Yinran, it falls upon you to lead a team and secure that young lad's safety." Jiang Yinran nodded in acknowledgement. This time, she refrained from further words and swiftly departed the cave dwelling. The 10,000 great mountains loomed ahead. This formidable range, which the Divine Flame sect was nestled against, stretched endlessly, nearly encompassing the entirety of the great Zhou dynasty. It teemed with countless ferocious beasts and formidable warriors, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Not only was it a favored training ground for disciples of the Divine Flame sect, but it was equally cherished by practitioners from the Divine Path sect, the Divine Sword sect, and the entire great Zhou dynasty. Each year, numerous cultivators met their demise within the 10,000 great mountains, their remains buried within its depths. After leaving the sect, it took Li Xian less than half an hour to arrive at the 10,000 great mountains. Clad in a flowing black robe and wielding a black sword upon his back, he emanated an aura of sharpness and cold determination. 10,000 great mountains, here I come. Chu Xiaotian, Lu Mingmao, I hope you do not disappoint me. Since I cannot vanquish you within the sect, I shall bury you here in the 10,000 great mountains. Chapter 55. Now that we are all gathered, let's embark on this journey together. Li Xian sneered as he plunged into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. His reluctance to demand a life-or-death duel with Chu Xiaotian the previous day stemmed from two reasons: Gu Xian's intervention and the sudden realization that eliminating Chu Xiaotian within the sect would be a near impossibility. After all, Chu Xiaotian was the foremost outer disciple of the Divine Flame sect. Such a prodigious talent would surely not be allowed to perish in plain sight by the sect's esteemed figures, even when standing on the brink of life and death. He believed he could not defeat Chu Xiaotian. Thus, he chose to abandon the confrontation. Now, having left the sect and ventured into the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, he was confident that if Chu Xiaotian possessed any semblance of temperament, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, the likes of Lu Ming would surely seize the chance as well. In this way, not only could he hone his skills, but also eliminate his foes, achieving a dual purpose. The 10,000 great mountains were far more perilous than the Black Wind mountain range he had previously encountered. Li Xian had scarcely delved deeper when he encountered his first beast, a congenital beast of the initial stage. Despite being merely at the beginning of its innate stage, its very nature indicated the dangers lurking within the 10,000 great mountains. As Li Xian gazed at the creature, an exhilaration surged within him. He sheathed his sword and charged directly at the beast. With a resounding blow, accompanied by a shower of blood mist, the creature fell lifeless to the ground. Li Xian collected the beast's corpse and, without a backward glance, continued his descent. Slaughter. He yearned for slaughter. Only those who truly emerge from the depths of bloodshed can be deemed strong. Only those who continuously confront life and death are the true paragons of strength. Merely retreating into meditation and training could never forge the mightiest of beings. This truth was not lost on Li Xian. Simultaneously, Chu Xiaotian had already entered the 10,000 great mountains with 11 others. All were prodigious talents ranked among the top 15 of the outer sect. Aside from the second-ranked Long Fan, the third-ranked Man Xiong, and the 14th-ranked Zhang Yu, the rest had gathered. Chu Xiaotian looked ahead, his voice cold as ice. Li Xian, how dare you provoke me, Chu Xiaotian, with your paltry fourth stage of the innate realm? You are utterly deluded. Were it not for that old turtle Gu Xian intervening yesterday, do you think you would still be alive? You would have long since become a ghost beneath my blade. Very well, your narrow escape was merely a stroke of fortune. Today, I shall take your life, and it shall not be delayed. The reason he had refrained from accepting Li Xian's challenge the day prior was twofold: Gu Xian's interference and the undeniable truth that he could not defeat Li Xian. The sect permitted their rivalry and challenges, yet would never allow one to slay the other. Each prodigious talent was a beacon of hope for the sect. It could not stand idly by while such talents perished in internecine conflict. Xue Mingzhao gritted his teeth, a dark expression clouding his face. What is that, Li Xian? Why does he have to compare himself to the eldest senior brother? Were it not for his despicable ambush, our third senior brother would have resolved him long ago. and it would not have come to the eldest senior brother's involvement. Every thought of Li Xian ignited a flame of fury within him. Li Xian was utterly detestable for daring to humiliate him so. This grudge must be avenged, and until he could exact revenge, he would find no peace. Lu Hu echoed coldly. Indeed, what qualification does Li Xian possess to be compared with the eldest senior brother? In due time, they would catch up to him, and the group would surge forward to vanquish him without a shred of mercy, leaving him no opportunity to escape. He harbored both hatred and fear towards Li Xian. That scoundrel was utterly despicable, striking him squarely in the face. Until this grievance was avenged, he would remain unable to quell the anger festering within him. Xingkai nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Brother Lu is right. Once we catch up, we shall overwhelm him without hesitation, ensuring he has no chance to retaliate." Xuanming Zhao, Lu Hu, and Xingkai shared a bond of camaraderie, each ranking among the top 15, with ranks of 15, 13, and 11 respectively. Listening to their discourse, Chu Xiaodian refrained from further comment and suddenly accelerated, pursuing their target. The others hastily followed suit. Not long after their departure, another group of 8 individuals entered the 10,000 Great Mountains, their faces obscured by black scarves, concealing their true identities. "Let us hasten after them," one of them suggested. "If they are unable to deal with Li Xian, we shall intervene." In the next moment, all 8 surged forward with alacrity. Boom! A deep, resonant explosion echoed as Li Xian unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating a 7th-tier beast of the innate realm, before vanishing from sight without a backward glance. The surrounding beasts were woefully weak, posing no threat to him, and the act of slaying them held little appeal. Li Xian yearned to delve deeper into the wilderness, to engage in a fierce battle for survival against formidable beasts, for only through such trials could he truly hone his skills. At a certain moment, Li Xian's gaze flickered, and he murmured, "So, they have finally caught up. Their pace is rather languid, I must say." He distinctly sensed a dozen presences rapidly approaching, many of which were familiar to him. Instead of proceeding, he halted in place, turning to await their arrival. In mere moments, 12 figures materialized within his line of sight, led by none other than Chu Xiaotian. Alongside him were Xuanming Zhao, Lu Hu, Xingkai, and several other familiar faces. A smile crept across Li Xian's lips. It appeared they had all gathered. Excellent. He could send them on their way together, sparing himself the trouble of hunting them down individually. "Li Chuan, did you ever anticipate encountering us here? If you wish to live, kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps we may spare your wretched life." Xuanming Zhao sneered upon spotting Li Xian. However, before he could finish his taunt, Li Xian lunged forward, drawing his sword in a swift arc swoosh. A fountain of blood erupted, accompanied by the severed head of Xuanming Zhao. Gurgling sounds emanated from his throat as he looked at Li Xian in disbelief. He could only utter a single word with great difficulty, having entirely exhausted his strength. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaotian and the others were rendered speechless, the atmosphere heavy with silence. "What? Is he really dead?" Li Xian cast a disdainful glance at Xuanming Zhao and coldly remarked, "You think you have the right to make me kneel? Do you believe this is still the sect? Truly foolish." Lu Hu was the first to regain his senses and bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly, everyone, let's join forces and kill him." The others also snapped back to reality, shouting in unison, "Hurry, let's all attack and eliminate him." However, Li Xian's speed surpassed theirs. Almost as soon as the words left their mouths, he charged forward once more. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 3 more heads soared into the air, and a rain of blood began to fall. Chapter 56, The Void Slash. Seeking Death. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xiaoyan's expression transformed in an instant. Boom! In that moment, the aura of a peak 9th level innate realm erupted forth. He extended his palm and directed it towards Li Xian. The Xin-class high-grade martial technique, the Heavenly Rock Palm, had been cultivated to perfection by him. With the peak 9th level innate realm cultivation, combined with this perfected high-grade technique, a palm imprint materialized in the air, producing a thunderous sound as it descended to suppress Li Xian. Li Xian let out a cold laugh, rather than evade. He surged forward and unleashed a strike with his sword. Xin-class high-grade martial technique, the Void Slash. In an instant, dazzling sword lights erupted forth, seemingly tearing through the air as they fiercely slashed towards the palm imprint. Boom! Crack! Accompanied by 2 explosive sounds, the sword light and palm imprint shattered simultaneously. Zhu Xiaodian, witnessing this, could not help but feel his pupils constrict as he exclaimed in shock, You actually destroyed my palm imprint. How is that possible? He was somewhat taken aback. Xian was merely at the peak of the 4th level of the innate realm, a whole 5 realms beneath him. How could he possibly shatter his palm imprint? Contemplating Xian's cultivation, his heart trembled violently as he suddenly turned to Lu Hu and Kai, angrily demanding, "Did you not say he was only at the 3rd level of the innate realm? Why has he reached the peak of the 4th level?" Chu Xiaotian was genuinely furious. Were these fellows completely useless? They couldn't even ascertain Xian's cultivation level. Lu Hu and Kai were equally bewildered. They stared at Xian in disbelief, their expressions akin to that of a stunned dog. Indeed, during their last encounter with Xian, he had only possessed the cultivation of the 3rd level of the innate realm. Could it be that Xian had concealed his true strength? With this thought, both Lu Hu and Kai felt a surge of anger. He deliberately hid his cultivation. They could only rationalize it this way, for they refused to believe that Xian had merely taken one night to elevate his cultivation from the 3rd to the peak of the 4th level of the innate realm. This is utterly shocking, an occurrence that seems altogether impossible. What a 3rd level of innate realm? What a 4th? Zhu Xiaotian, since you dare to come and kill me, today this place shall be your final resting ground. Xian cast a cold glance at Chu Xiaotian, dismissing further conversation with a sense of disdain. In a swift motion, he lunged towards the remaining 7 adversaries. Having already dispatched 4 out of 12, he now aimed to eliminate the remaining 7 before confronting Chu Xiaotian. Block him. Everyone attack. What does the 4th level of innate realm matter? I refuse to believe he can withstand our numbers. As the 7 beheld Xian's advance, their expressions shifted dramatically. They unleashed their formidable auras and launched their most powerful techniques against him. Void Slash. Xian responded with a cold smile, neither dodging nor evading, and once more swung his sword. With a resounding hum, a beam of sword light illuminated the heavens, effortlessly shattering all incoming attacks and piercing through the neck of one adversary. With a sickening squelch, that man's head soared into the air. Xian then swiftly dispatched another, employing the gale step to dart towards Lu Hu. Lu Hu's face paled in horror. He attempted to evade, but how could he match Xian's speed? With a swift thrust, he was caught unawares, his expression freezing in terror as his head followed suit into the air. The remaining 5 were paralyzed by shock, nearly overwhelmed by fear, their hearts racing with unending dread. This Xian was simply monstrous. Not only was his speed unparalleled, but his destructive power was utterly devastating. With a single strike, he had dismantled their combined onslaught, an unfathomable feat. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaotian had also surged forward like lightning, brandishing a blood-red long knife. A formidable, tyrannical aura emanated from him as he glared at Xian and bellowed, "Xian, prepare to meet your doom." With that, he wielded his blade with both hands and struck down fiercely. A knife arc several meters long appeared, slicing through the air toward Xian with the speed of lightning, a force akin to thunder. As the blade passed, the very fabric of space trembled violently, accompanied by a harsh hissing sound, as if it were about to be cleaved in two. Sensing the overwhelming power of the strike, Xian moved with a swift motion, vanishing from sight. A moment later, 2 deep sounds reverberated. One outer sect youth was cleaved in 2 by the knife arc, a spray of blood mist erupting as the ground beneath him was gouged into a deep pit several meters wide. In a blink, 5 had become 4. Upon witnessing this, Kai's face turned a ghastly white. He fixated on Chu Xiaotian, his voice laced with hysteria. "Chu Xiaotian, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill us?" Fear and anger coursed through him. Damn it, with a figure like Xian, their burden was already immense. Now, Chu Xiaotian was threatening to inadvertently annihilate them. Was there any hope left for survival? Chu Xiaotian's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that Xian would evade him. Suppressing the surging rage within, he coldly addressed Xian. "Dare you engage me in a fair duel?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Xian offered no reply. Instead, he swiftly drew his sword and severed 3 heads, which flew into the air. The 3, filled with resentment, anger, and despair, met their demise. The only survivor, Kai, stood frozen in shock at this gruesome spectacle. This was absurd. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, devoid of any fighting spirit. Seeing this, Chu Xiaotian's fury reached its zenith. He had brought 11 men to encircle Xian, and now they were nearly all slaughtered. This was intolerable. At that moment, Xian spoke. "Wait a moment. I shall eliminate the last one, and then I will duel you." With that, he charged toward Xingkai. Xingkai, witnessing this, felt as though his heart was being torn apart. No, please no. Genuine terror washed over him. Yet, Li Xian showed no mercy. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted from Xingkai's throat, and he died in an instant. Thus, apart from Chu Xiaotian, every member of his group was obliterated, with none spared. Li Xian turned to face Chu Xiaotian, a smile gracing his lips. Now, we can engage in battle. Chu Xiaotian glared fiercely at Li Xian, his murderous intent reaching a fever pitch. He exclaimed, Li Xian, you have slain so many prodigies of the outer sect. Do you not fear retribution from the sect? You are utterly audacious. Li Xian replied with a calm smile. Retribution? Why would the sect punish me? This is not the sect, and I have not breached any rules. Besides, it was you who sought to kill me first. Should I not retaliate? He pointed his sword at Chu Xiaotian, disdain evident in his tone. Chu Xiaotian, there is no need for further discourse. Draw your blade, and let me witness the prowess of the so-called first rank of the outer sect. Very well. Chu Xiaotian note that. And without a moment's hesitation, his overwhelming aura erupted forth. Grasping a blood-red longsword, he swung it at Li Xian with ferocity. In that instant, Chu Xiaotian no longer harbored any underestimation of Li Xian. It was no joke. This individual had dispatched 11 prodigious talents of the Xinyin sect in a remarkably short time. And right before his eyes, such power warranted full seriousness. Thus, if he were to strike, he would unleash his utmost strength. A blade of light tore through the air, hurtling toward Li Xian with terrifying force, one that even a first-level practitioner of the Unrivaled realm would not dare to underestimate. Swift wind step evade. Li Xian observed as Chu Xiaotian swung his blade with ferocity, yet his expression remained as tranquil as still water. Instead of confronting the onslaught head-on, he deftly evaded the strike. A thunderous roar erupted as the blood-red blade struck the ground, sending plumes of dust into the air and revealing an immense crater, with spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward. Chu Xiaotian narrowed his eyes slightly, astonished that his attack had missed its mark. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian had already appeared behind him in a flash. With a decisive stroke, the ebony sword sliced through the air in a straight arc, akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed at Chu Xiaotian's neck. Sensing the imminent threat, Chu Xiaotian let out a thunderous shout. Instantly, primordial qi surged around him, coalescing to form a robust shield-like defense at the nape of his neck. The impact was immense. The shield shattered with a resounding crack, and at that very moment, Chu Xiaotian propelled himself forward, narrowly evading Li Xian's strike. However, as the first-ranked outer disciple of the Divine Flame sect and the esteemed senior brother of the outer sect, Chu Xiaotian possessed considerable combat experience. Far from being an ordinary adversary, almost as the protective barrier exploded, he pivoted sharply, wielding his blade with forceful precision. A crimson arc of blade light surged forth, aimed directly at Li Xian's midsection. Li Xian raised his sword in defense. The clash reverberated through the air as he retreated with lightning speed, the searing blade light tearing through his garments. Li Xian's gaze toward Chu Xiaotian grew noticeably grave. It was undeniable that this opponent, as the first-ranked disciple of the Divine Flame sect, held formidable skill. He narrowly escaped a dire fate. Chu Xiaotian steadied himself and turned back, his eyes filled with astonishment as he regarded Li Xian. He had not anticipated that Li Xian could evade his thunderous strike. This was truly remarkable. It was worth noting that even an ordinary cultivator at the first level of the Unrivaled realm would struggle to avoid such a blow. Li Xian, I underestimated you. You indeed possess some talent, he remarked with a chilling tone. Without exchanging further words, Li Xian sprang into action the moment Chu Xiaotian spoke, launching himself forward with the swiftness of lightning. This was a battle, a fight for survival. There was no room for idle chatter. Void-cleaving strike, he bellowed, channeling his spirit energy into the sword, and struck down with fervor. The speed was unparalleled, and alongside the velocity, the force of the strike was ferociously intense, as if it sought to rend everything asunder. Chu Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated, raising his blade to block the impending onslaught. The collision echoed like thunder. The obsidian sword clashed against his blood-red blade, causing his tiger's mouth to split apart, and in an instant, the crimson weapon was forced down. A spray of fresh blood erupted from Chu Xiaotian's mouth, and his countenance twisted into a grimace. You, a sneak attack. In silence, Li Xian sprang forth again, attacking Chu Xiaotian without a moment's hesitation. Taking advantage of his weakened state, he sought to end his life quickly. Li Xian was determined to finish this battle swiftly, for he sensed 8 others lurking in the shadows, all possessing power beyond the Wheel-C realm. If he did not eliminate Chu Xiaotian promptly, and those individuals joined forces with him, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. With a low roar, Li Xian unleashed the void slash once more. This technique was a pinnacle of advanced mystic martial arts, ranking among the very best of its kind, possessing formidable strength comparable to that of low-grade, earthly techniques. It was precisely this prowess that allowed Li Xian to confront Chu Xiaotian despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Seeing Li Xian charging at him again, Chu Xiaotian bellowed, unleashing the full force of his innate 9th-level peak aura, wielding his blade with fervor for another fierce strike. Yet this time, having lost the initiative, he was a moment too slow. Before his blade could fully manifest its fury, Li Xian's sword had already arrived. With a piercing sound, the sword drove deep, shattering his defensive barrier with ease, and in the next heartbeat, it penetrated his flesh. A line of blood erupted forth, and Chu Xiaotian's expression froze in shock. He knew he had been defeated. Despite his unwillingness, his frustration, and his rage, he realized that grievously wounded, he had no hope left. Fixing his gaze on Li Xian, he uttered, "You have won, but you cannot kill me. I am the first in the outer sect rankings. If you slay me, the sect will never forgive you." Li Xian cast a glance at Chu Xiaotian, showing no hesitation as he drew his sword and struck. The blade severed Chu Xiaotian's head from his body. In that fleeting moment, his eyes widened in shock, despair, and incredulity. He had never anticipated that Li Xian would execute him without uttering a word. How could he dare? Li Xian regarded the severed head of Chu Xiaotian and calmly stated, "Those who offend me must die, without exception. Do not think that just because you're the first in the Divine Flame Sect's outer ranking, or even if you were the prince of the great Zhou royal family, that I would spare you." With a thunderous crash, Chu Xiaotian's body fell to the ground. Lifeless and unblinking, Li Xian wasted no time. He swept his hand, gathering all the Qinkuan rings into his possession, and with another motion, the corpses vanished. He then sat down in a meditative posture. He did not flee, nor did he summon the 8 individuals lurking in the shadows. Instead, he swiftly activated the mortal technique and commenced his cultivation to recover. At this juncture, fleeing would be futile, for the 8 lurking figures would not grant him the luxury of escape. Of course, Li Xian had no intention of retreating. 8 practitioners at the first level of the Wheel-C realm were not without the capacity to engage in battle. The pressing concern was to restore his condition to its zenith. Achieving a breakthrough to the 5th level of the innate realm would be even more fortuitous. As he cultivated, a tempest of spiritual energy surged forth, wildly converging into Li Xian's body. Concurrently, Master Ding had begun to rapidly refine the corpses of Chu Xiaotian and the other 12 individuals, as well as the various beasts Li Xian had slain along his journey. At that very moment, on the branches of several towering trees a mere dozen meters away from Li Xian, the 8 disciples of Lu Ming stared intently at him, their faces etched with shock, horror, and disbelief. He actually killed Chu Xiaotian? It was utterly inconceivable. A mere practitioner at the 4th level of the innate realm had slain Chu Xiaotian. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would have been unfathomable. No wonder the master commanded us to eliminate him. This individual's strength was alarmingly formidable, and if left unchecked, he would surely become a grave threat. Let's act swiftly, finish him off, and deny him any chance to recover. The 8 of them conferred briefly, then their figures flickered as they charged towards Li Xian. The earlier spectacle had genuinely astonished them. Li Xian's power instilled a sense of fear within them. It should be noted that Chu Xiaotian was ranked first in the outer sect. Even if they faced him individually, they would lack the assurance of victory. Chapter 58, Eliminate Him. The 8 moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had closed in on Li Xian. Meanwhile, Li Xian remained in a meditative state, seemingly oblivious to his imminent danger. "Now let us strike." The 8 exchanged glances, and suddenly one of them surged forward, launching an attack on Li Xian. In that instant, the formidable aura of a first-level practitioner of the Wheel-C realm erupted forth, as he raised his hand and aimed to strike at Li Xian's head. This blow was delivered without an ounce of mercy. Should Li Xian be struck, his demise would be inevitable. Seeking death, Li Xian scoffed, suddenly opening his eyes. He did not turn around, as time was no longer on his side. Whoosh! The moment his eyes burst open, he lunged forward, vanishing from his original position. Boom! The man's palm crashed down where Li Xian had just been, instantly creating a massive crater, with spiritual energy exploding and dust swirling around. As the strike missed, the expression of the wheel C practitioner shifted slightly. Just then, Li Xian materialized beside him like a wraith, brandishing his sword in a swift arc. Oh no! Feeling the impending threat, he cried out in alarm. Just as he attempted to evade, it was already too late. Having exerted all his energy in that previous strike, he found himself drained and utterly incapable of dodging. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian's longsword swept effortlessly from his waist. With a sickening squelch, his entire upper body was sent flying, blood gushing forth, accompanied by the gruesome splatter of entrails. Without a shred of hesitation, Li Xian utilized the god-burying cauldron to collect the fallen body. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. What? The junior brother has been slain? The others seethed with rage. Damn it, he ambushed us. Pursue him. We cannot allow him to escape. The remaining 7, witnessing this horrifying scene, felt their hearts race with fear. Was it truly possible that their junior brother was dispatched in the blink of an eye? It was utterly inconceivable. As they observed Li Xian's swift departure, their eyes glimmered with malice, and they pursued him frantically. Boom! At that moment, Li Xian's aura surged violently, swiftly reaching the 5th level of the innate realm. The 5th level of the innate realm? His eyes sparkled with clarity. He had been on the brink, and after slaying that first level will see cultivator, he finally broke through. However, Li Xian did not allow his aura to erupt freely. Instead, he forcefully suppressed it as it began to rise. Where do you think you're going? You cannot flee. Kid, if you dare to escape further, we shall report your involvement in the death of Chu Xiaotian to the sect. The 7, witnessing Li Xian's rapid exit, immediately resorted to threats, their fury palpable. This Li Xian was despicable beyond measure, a coward who resorted to ambush. Upon hearing their threats, Li Xian let out a cold laugh. You 7 scoundrels. It was clearly you who killed Chu Xiaotian, yet you seek to frame me. Do you truly believe the elders of the sect will take your word? The 7 were momentarily taken aback, their anger boiling over in an instant. How dare he insinuate such a thing? It was a blatant attempt to shift blame, utterly shameless. Just then, Li Xian, who had been advancing, suddenly whirled around and charged back like a bolt of lightning. The wind step technique was executed to its utmost, and in an instant, he was upon them. The 7 could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting light before a blade of light descended upon them. No, the youth on the far left felt an overwhelming sense of peril, his heart nearly bursting with dread. Yet, Li Xian's speed was too overwhelming, and he was caught off guard, unable to evade in time. With a sickening squelch, his head sailed through the air, blood spraying dozens of meters high. Li Xian dispatched his foe with a single stroke, not lingering, and continued his escape. Curse you! You shall pay for this! You little beast, do you dare stop? The remaining 6, witnessing this horrific spectacle, were both horrified and enraged. Another one slain? It was utterly terrifying. Particularly, the extreme speed displayed by Li Xian sent shivers down their spines. Stop! Are you fools? If you have the courage, come chase and confront me. Li Xian scornfully taunted the 6 individuals as he dashed forward, covering several thousand meters in mere moments. Infuriated by his arrogance, the 6 men ceased their idle chatter and pursued him with fervor. Li Xian, however, paid no heed to their wrath. His gaze remained icy and composed. Little one, to your left. At that moment, the voice of Master Ding suddenly echoed. Li Xian paused briefly, then quickly inquired, Master Ding? What do you mean? Master Ding replied, 5,000 meters to your left lies a little creature that might amuse these men. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes gleamed with interest, and he swiftly followed Master Ding's guidance. Before long, he beheld a magnificent striped tiger, towering at 5 or 6 meters in height. The creature lounged upon a clearing, its massive form resembling a small mountain. Wow! Li Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, a chill creeping over him. Is this truly a little creature? Of course, size is not the essence. What truly matters is the formidable aura emanating from this behemoth, which exuded the strength of the 3rd level of the Wheel C realm. Almost instantaneously, as Li Xian laid eyes on the majestic tiger, it too became aware of his presence. With a thunderous roar, it rose to its feet. Li Xian quickly clasped his fists together and implored, Brother Tiger, please quell your anger. I am merely passing by, with no ill intentions. As his words faded, the spiritual energy within him surged violently, his physical strength reaching its zenith as he executed an explosive burst of speed. With a whoosh, he darted past the left side of the striped tiger. Enraged by this provocation, the tiger let out another furious roar. In an instant, the forest echoed with the sound of its wrath. Fueled by overwhelming fury, it prepared to pursue Li Xian, intending to crush this insignificant ant. However, at that moment, the 6 individuals from the Unrivaled realm caught up. Upon seeing the formidable striped tiger, their forward momentum halted abruptly, as if they had been ensnared by a spell. Their pores widened in an instant, cold sweat uncontrollably seeping from their bodies, and their breaths grew heavy. What on earth? A third-level demon of the Unrivaled realm? What are we to do? The expressions of the 6 men were grim. Though they were all at the first level of the Unrivaled realm, they stood no chance against a third-level demon. Everyone knew that, at the same level, beasts were inherently stronger than humans. Not to mention, they were 2 realms below this creature. Just as the 6 were engulfed in anxiety and fear, contemplating a hasty retreat, Li Xian suddenly burst forth from behind the striped tiger, roaring, "Act swiftly, vanquish it." With that command, he raised his sword in a sudden motion, striking towards the magnificent tiger. The air erupted with a thunderous roar, and with a swift slash, a stream of crimson burst forth from the creature's back. The sight left the 6 onlookers momentarily stunned, as if the entire world had paused in that fleeting moment. Chapter 59. The Ultimate Battle in the Sea of Cycles. No one had anticipated that Li Xian would emerge at such a critical juncture and confront the vibrant tiger. It was utterly unforeseen. Enraged by the assault, the tiger let out a furious roar. With a violent flick of its powerful tail, it shattered the air with a crackling sound, aiming a fierce strike towards Li Xian. The very atmosphere trembled as the tail swept through, leaving behind a trail of ruptured energy. Li Xian, taken aback, was nonetheless prepared. As the tiger's tail whipped towards him, he unleashed his speed, darting towards the 6 inner disciples. In a mere heartbeat, he evaded the strike and closed in on the group. However, he refrained from attacking. Instead, he dashed past them, racing ahead. The tiger, infuriated by its missed strike, let out another roar that resonated throughout the forest, causing the earth to quake beneath its might. With a resounding thud, it propelled itself skyward, swiftly pursuing Li Xian with unrelenting ferocity. A formidable pressure enveloped the surroundings, casting shadows that dimmed the light across the landscape. The 6 individuals exchanged fearful glances, their animosity towards Li Xian intensifying. "We must flee." Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their inner energies and turned to escape. There was no alternative. Facing the tiger, they were utterly outmatched. To engage would mean certain doom. Yet the tiger's speed far surpassed theirs. In an instant, it caught up to the last of the fleeing group. With a swift motion, the enormous paw descended, its claws sharp as blades. "No, save me." The individual's face paled in horror. He swung his weapon desperately at the tiger, but it was futile. A thunderous crash echoed as his weapon was sent flying. And in the next heartbeat, the massive paw struck him down. Blood spattered as his insides were ripped apart, leaving him lifeless on the ground, consumed by despair and terror. The tiger showed no signs of hesitation, continuing its relentless pursuit of Li Xian, regarding the 6 as mere collateral. "This is hopeless. The tiger's speed is insurmountable. We cannot outrun it." They realized that fleeing was futile. They would all perish unless they fought back. Fight back. Do we stand a chance against it? That formidable creature is a triple-headed demon of the Unrivaled realm. Striving against it would be utterly futile. Curse that wretched Li Xian. He is truly despicable. If only my companion Xiao were to survive, he would rend him to pieces. The remaining 5, witnessing the demise of their comrade, were consumed by an overwhelming rage. This is madness. Utter madness. In that moment, they were gripped by fear, yet their animosity towards Li Xian reached its zenith. At that instant, Li Xian turned back, smiling, and said, "Brothers, quickly restrain that beast and slay it. Otherwise, we shall all perish." With those words, he shot forward like an arrow, swiftly increasing the distance between them. Damn it! The 5 could hardly contain their fury upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, the fearsome striped tiger was rapidly closing in, its terrifying presence suffocating them. Damn it! There is no time for hesitation. We must gamble everything. Fight for our lives, for without that, we are doomed. With this resolve, the 5 dared not waver any longer and turned to fiercely attack the tiger. Boom! A cacophony of thunderous clashes ensued as both sides engaged in a frenzied battle. In mere moments, amidst the chaos, one more was torn asunder by the tiger, which, after rending the unfortunate soul, devoured half of his body in a single bite. Simultaneously, the other four launched their attacks against it, leaving numerous gashes, though none were fatal. The tiger's defenses were insurmountable, despite their utmost efforts. They could only barely breach its armor, failing to inflict any mortal wound. How? Despite this, the injured striped tiger was seething with rage. It released a thunderous roar, and with a swift flick of its powerful tail, one of the attackers was sent flying, bones snapping upon impact, rendering him utterly incapacitated, with only a breath remaining. The remaining three, witnessing this horror, turned pale. This behemoth was far beyond their capabilities to confront. How on earth do we fight this? At this moment, retreat was an impossibility. They could only fight desperately, engaging in a fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of strikes ensued, inflicting several more wounds upon the tiger, yet one more of their number was torn apart in the process. It was a gruesome spectacle, truly a scene of bloodshed. Another was struck down by the tiger's paw, his insides obliterated, perishing on impact. Li Xian, you shall perish. The last survivor, Chao, beheld this scene and was engulfed by despair. Unable to restrain himself, he threw his head back and roared to the heavens, his voice brimming with unending hatred and malice. In that moment, his greatest loathing was not directed at the tiger, but rather at Li Xian. Regrettably, he had no opportunity to slay Li Xian. With a resounding thud, the ferocious tiger struck down, its paw crushing the head of Xianxia, which burst apart like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the ground. After dispatching Xianxia, the tiger's gaze fixated on Li Xian, who was hurriedly collecting the bodies of the six. A growl of fury erupted from the tiger upon witnessing this scene. Were it capable of speech, it would likely have unleashed a torrent of curses. How dare this wretched little ant not only provoke it, but also attempt to seize its spoils? This was undoubtedly a humiliation, a blatant disregard for its might. Li Xian turned to the tiger, a smile spreading across his face. Brother Tiger, do not be angered. They are merely corpses, unworthy of your concern. The tiger, upon hearing this, nearly erupted with rage. It was too furious to roar, instead lunging towards Li Xian in a furious charge. In that instant, Li Xian's senses sharpened to their utmost, his spiritual energy and physical strength surging within him. Faced with the wrathful, triple-layered tiger of the Unrivaled realm, he dared not underestimate it for a moment. As the tiger barreled past, Li Xian vanished in a flash, narrowly slipping between the tiger's lethal claws while drawing his sword for a vicious strike. The blade plunged into a wound on the tiger's abdomen, blood gushing forth immediately. After the strike, Li Xian did not linger. He erupted into a swift retreat, creating distance before turning back to regard the tiger. At that moment, a thrill coursed through him, his blood boiling with excitement. The exhilaration of pushing one's limits and dancing on the precipice of life and death was intoxicating. The tiger, seething with rage, first glanced down at its wound before fixing its fiery gaze upon Li Xian, its fury intensifying. The ensuing struggle between Li Xian and the tiger escalated into a life-or-death battle. The tiger charged repeatedly, while Li Xian deftly evaded its ambushes. Each time, he narrowly escaped the tiger's fatal strikes, delivering swift follow-up attacks to the tiger's existing wounds. After several exchanges, the tiger's injuries worsened, transforming from mere scratches into severe wounds. With an earth-shattering roar, the tiger collapsed to the ground, filled with anger and resentment. Li Xian, too, could not help but collapse onto the ground, bloodied and battered. He bore deep claw marks across his body, his face and limbs smeared with blood, presenting a pitiful sight. Suddenly, a warm sensation coursed through him, and he felt his recently attained cultivation begin to waver, hinting at a potential downgrade. Yet, instead of alarm, a sense of joy filled Li Xian, for he understood that he had transcended his limits. Though his cultivation seemed to be regressing, his strength was exponentially increasing. Li Xian hastily called out in his heart. Master Ding understood immediately and swiftly began to refine the 6 corpses he had just collected. After absorbing the transformed energy, Li Xian's cultivation gradually stabilized. He rose to his feet, intending to gather the corpse of the fierce tiger, but at that moment, his brow involuntarily furrowed. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. "Ha ha! Today is truly fortuitous. I have stumbled upon the corpse of Tiger King of the Unrivaled realm." Chapter 60, Slaughter. Accompanying the voice, 3 men and 2 women emerged. Among them, one was at the 2nd level of the Unrivaled realm, while the other 4 were at the pinnacle of the 1st level. They were evidently a mercenary team, accustomed to hunting beasts in the vast mountains. As Li Xian sensed a palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from them. Upon their arrival, they paid no heed to Li Xian and directly approached the Tiger King's corpse. This was a formidable beast of the 3rd level in the Unrivaled realm, worth a fortune. Even attempting to hunt such a creature would require a significant price. Seeing their actions, Li Xian's expression turned icy. "What are you doing? That beast is mine. Are you planning to seize it by force?" Anger welled within him. Having painstakingly slain the Tiger King, he had yet to collect his spoils, and now others sought to reap the rewards? Upon hearing Li Xian's words, the 5 finally seemed to notice his presence and turned their gazes toward him. In the next moment, a woman in a black skirt could not help but stifle a laugh, exclaiming, "Oh, there's someone else here? Hee hee, and he's quite the handsome lad." She licked her lips, her laughter a cascade of mockery. The leader, Yang Biao, cast a disdainful glance at Li Xian and scoffed, "The beast is yours? Did it bear your name? We clearly found it first. How has it suddenly become yours?" Li Xian's eyes narrowed at his words. Zheng Lian, standing behind Yang Biao, sneered, "Brother Biao, why waste words on a mere innate realm cultivator? Even if we take it, what can he do?" Zheng Lian regarded Li Xian with contempt. "Kid, if you wish to live, you'd best scram and not seek to assert your presence here. We haven't dealt with you yet, and you dare to provoke us? You must be eager to meet your end." Li Xian looked at Yang Biao and the others, his voice icy. "So, you not only intend to steal my belongings, but also to kill me?" At those words, Zheng Lian could not contain his laughter. He strode forward confidently, approaching Li Xian as he declared, "You are absolutely correct. I do intend to kill you. What will you do about it?" His arrogance was palpable. Li Xian's eyes grew cold. In the next instant, without uttering a word, he struck. With a swift motion, Zheng Lian had yet to reach Li Xian when his head was already severed, a fountain of blood erupting forth. Yang Biao and the others were instantly rendered dumbfounded, standing there like statues. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they erupted in fury. "You dare, little brat? How audacious! Kill him!" Yet, Li Xian showed no hesitation. With the swiftness of a tempest, he unleashed his speed and charged towards the woman in the black dress like a bolt of lightning. Once the battle had commenced, there was no need for further words. He would swiftly eliminate all opposition. The black longsword sliced through the air with the precision of a flash. And with a sickening sound, the head of the woman in the black skirt soared away. Her eyes widened in terror, her mouth agape as if to utter a word. But no sound escaped her lips. Witnessing this scene, Yang Biao and his companions were not only stunned but also filled with dread. Another one slain? So powerful? Li Xian showed no signs of stopping, rapidly advancing toward another opponent at the initial stage of the Unrivaled realm. Simultaneously, he collected the corpses of the Tiger King, Zheng Lian, and the woman in black. Kill. The other opponent in the Unrivaled realm, sensing Li Xian's approach, unleashed a ferocious aura. Brandishing his long knife with a fierce slash, a resonant hum echoed as a blade of light surged forth, aimed directly at Li Xian with overwhelming ferocity. Yet, Li Xian's speed remained undiminished. He lunged forward, his long sword descending with ferocity. With a thunderous crack, a sword ray tore through the air, obliterating the incoming blade. In the face of the man's horrified and despairing gaze, Li Xian's sword pierced directly into his forehead, a swift strike to the heart. And no, the man stared at Li Xian, disbelief written across his face. Such speed, so astonishingly fast. Without uttering a word, Li Xian yanked his sword back. In an instant, the man's life was extinguished. The next moment, Li Xian turned his attention to the remaining woman. The woman, upon seeing Li Xian approach, was nearly paralyzed with fear, her terror reaching unprecedented heights. She dared not confront him. Instead, she began to retreat hastily towards Yang Biao. She understood that she was no match for Li Xian and could only rely on Yang Biao to survive. However, despite her speed, it paled in comparison to Li Xian's. Before she could reach Yang Biao, Li Xian had already closed the distance. "You dare to kill him? I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Yang Biao roared, his eyes bulging with rage as he charged at Li Xian without regard for his own safety. Yet, Li Xian was unyielding, driving his sword mercilessly into the woman's heart, devoid of any compassion. A desperate scream escaped her lips, her eyes wide as her life flickered out. Employing his swift steps, Li Xian dashed 100 meters forward, evading Yang Biao's strike. He turned to face Yang Biao, his gaze cold and indifferent. Yang Biao, having missed his attack, came to a halt, equally stunned. He fixed his gaze on Li Xian, his expression contorted with rage, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, suffused with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Just as Li Xian anticipated an assault, he suddenly uttered, "I apologize, it was our recklessness. The corpse of the Tiger King is yours. I shall withdraw immediately." Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, however, a fierce glint flashed in Yang Biao's eyes. In the next instant, with a thunderous roar, he lunged forward, an immense aura of a second-tier Sea Realm warrior emanating from him as he swung his blade towards Li Xian. Swift, incredibly swift. The force of the strike was extraordinarily domineering and ferocious. Li Xian let out a cold chuckle. This fellow dared to play such games with him? Yet, he felt no trepidation, nor a hint of surprise. Almost the instant Yang Biao moved, Li Xian had already reacted. He sidestepped with agility, the long blade slicing through the air beside him and crashing into the ground. Boom! A massive pit formed, causing the earth to tremble. Yang Biao realized the strike had missed and felt a surge of dread. Just then, Li Xian appeared behind him like a flash of lightning, a sword aimed at his head. "No, don't kill me," Yang Biao exclaimed in utter sulk. With a swift motion, Li Xian's sword descended. Yang Biao's expression froze abruptly. His body, akin to soft tofu, was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. "Trash! Do you think you can play tricks with me? You're still too inexperienced." Li Xian scoffed disdainfully, leisurely beginning to collect his spoils. These mercenaries, though perhaps superior in battle experience and ruthlessness compared to disciples of the same rank from sects, were vastly inferior in combat prowess. Their techniques and martial skills paled in comparison to those of sect disciples. Consequently, Li Xian found little difficulty in dispatching them. After gathering a few corpses, he continued his slaughtering trials in the 10,000 Great Mountains. For 3 consecutive days, he engaged in killing without respite. 3 days later, Li Xian departed from the 10,000 Great Mountains and returned to the Divine Flame sect. Meanwhile, at the Divine Flame sect, in the Outer Elder Hall, a group of elders had convened, their expressions visibly grim. Since Li Xian and Chu Xiaotian had left 3 days prior, they had not returned, instilling a sense of foreboding among the elders. Chapter 61. Do you acknowledge your crimes? The 12 members of Chu Xiaotian's group, along with Li Xian, represented the most extraordinary talents of the Divine Flame sect's outer sect. If they were all to perish in the 10,000 Great Mountains, it would result in a significant loss, leading to a generational gap in the Divine Flame sect. The Grand Elder, Wei Kuan, spoke in a low voice. What on earth is happening? Why did they all enter the 10,000 Great Mountains? What has transpired? His expression was quite grim. He had been in seclusion during this time and was unaware of the circumstances. Had it not been for someone reporting to him, he might not have emerged from his retreat even now. The expression on Elder Han Wanshan's face was far from pleasant. Upon hearing Wei Kuan's inquiry, he remained silent, his countenance stern. He was well aware that Chu Xiaotian and his group had followed Li Xian into the vast wilderness of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Moreover, he knew their intent was to eliminate Li Xian. However, how could he possibly voice such information? Chu Xiaotian was one of his own, the true mastermind behind the Outer Sect's 36 caves, and that mastermind was none other than Han Wanshan himself. Revealing this matter would undoubtedly incite the wrath of Elder Wei Kuan, as it would contravene established protocols. Initially, Han Wanshan believed that Chu Xiaotian's expedition to eliminate Li Xian would be infallible, devoid of any unforeseen complications. Yet, he never anticipated that the group would vanish without a trace. What was transpiring? Why the silence? Wei Kuan, observing the lack of discourse, felt his expression darken further. His gaze fell upon Elder Gu Xian as he gravely inquired, "Gu Xian, perhaps you can enlighten us on why they simultaneously ventured into the 10,000 Great Mountains? Was it for training?" Gu Xian had not intended to speak, despite the simmering frustration within him. Yet, upon being directly addressed by Wei Kuan, he felt compelled to respond. "Elder, during your seclusion, numerous events transpired within the outer sect." He recounted the recent occurrences in detail, concluding with, "Chu Xiaotian and his group entered the 10,000 Great Mountains with the intent to kill Li Xian. As for why they have not returned, I cannot say." Upon hearing this, Wei Kuan turned his attention to Han Wanshan, his countenance darkening even more. "Is what Gu Xian said true? Were you aware of this situation?" Han Wanshan lowered his head, remaining silent. Denial was not an option. The individuals present were not fools. However, to confess would invite the fury of Wei Kuan, leaving him with no choice but to maintain his silence. Han Wanshan cast a cold glance at Xian, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Had it not been for this wretched fool intervening, Chu Xiaotian would have already dealt with Xian on the life and death platform, and the subsequent events would never have unfolded. This old scoundrel was to blame. At that moment, a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Elder, Xian has returned." Li Chuan. The room erupted in a wave of astonishment among the assembled elders. Han Wanshan immediately turned to the maid, asking, "Is he alone? What of Chu Xiaotian and the others? Have they returned?" The maid shook her head. "No, they have not." Han Wanshan's expression darkened instantly. The fact that Chu Xiaotian's group had entered the 10,000 Great Mountains to kill Xian, and now Xian had returned while they had not, was laden with implications. Wei Kuan's expression also shifted, and he quickly commanded, "Summon Xian at once." "Yes," the maid replied, not daring to hesitate, and swiftly exited. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew increasingly oppressive, with the elders displaying a myriad of expressions, some astonished, others bewildered, and a few relishing the unfolding drama. A spectacle was certainly on the horizon. Among the elders, Yu Xiaotian could not help but exhale a heavy sigh of relief, though a sense of unease lingered. Xian had returned, yet Chu Xiaotian and his companions had not. Could they have perished? Had Xian slain them? If that were the case, the troubles awaiting Xian would be immense. Lu Mingmao clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How could Xian have returned? What of his 8 disciples? It was imperative to note that he had dispatched 8 disciples at the Unrivaled Realm to eliminate Xian. Had neither Chu Xiaotian's group nor his 8 disciples succeeded in vanquishing Xian? What on earth had transpired? Infuriating. Lu Mingmao's thoughts roared within him, suddenly beset by a foreboding sense. If all 8 of his disciples had fallen, no, that was utterly inconceivable. He could scarcely bear to contemplate it further. Meanwhile, as Xian stepped into the 3rd cave, a woman approached him. He recognized her attire as that of a sect maidservant dedicated to serving the outer gate elders. The maid hurried to Xian, performing a respectful bow, and said, "Greetings, Senior Brotherly." Xian regarded her and inquired, "What is the matter?" The maid replied, "Senior Brotherly, the Grand Elder requests your presence." "The Grand Elder? Seeking me?" Xian narrowed his eyes, instantly deducing that it was undoubtedly regarding the matter of Chu Xiaotian and his entourage. It was no jest. The sudden disappearance of 12 talented individuals from the outer gate would certainly not go unnoticed by the sect, nor could it evade investigation. However, Xian was already mentally prepared for this, so he felt little panic. "Very well, please lead the way," he said. The maid nodded respectfully and proceeded to guide him. Xian understood that evasion was futile, so he promptly followed her. Before long, he entered the grand hall alongside the maid. Upon his arrival, all the elders' gazes fell upon him. Han Wanshan shot Xian a cold glance and immediately launched into an accusation. "Xian, do you know your crime?" At this proclamation, Xian and Yu Xiaotian could not help but change countenance slightly. Even the Grand Elder Wei Kuan's expression shifted, a hint of astonishment evident. However, he merely cast a cold glance at Han Wanshan and refrained from speaking. Xian raised his head to meet Han Wanshan's gaze, displaying a look of confusion. "I do not comprehend, esteemed elder. What crime could I possibly have committed?" Han Wanshan abruptly stood, slamming his hand on the table, and pointed an accusing finger at Xian. "At this juncture, do you still wish to quibble? The deaths of Chu Xiaotian and his party are not your doing?" As he spoke, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him bore down upon Xian, evidently intended to intimidate. Xian felt the formidable weight of Han Wanshan's aura, and his anger surged. This old dog is utterly shameless. Although fury surged within him, he outwardly feigned shock, exclaiming, "What? Chu Xiaotian is dead?" The next moment, he could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha! Chu Xiaotian is dead? What a splendid turn of fate! That scoundrel should have met his end long ago." Everyone present was taken aback. Han Wanshan, witnessing Xian's attitude, was engulfed in wrath. "Xian, how dare you?" he rebuked. Xian turned to Han Wanshan, his demeanor unyielding. "Dade, pray tell, elder, in what manner have I transgressed?" His gaze was icy, neither servile nor arrogant. "Chu Xiaotian's death is of no concern to me. Why do you question me? If you possess evidence, present it. If not, on what grounds do you accuse me?" Xian was thoroughly displeased. This scoundrel had the audacity to apply pressure on him, attempting to coerce a confession. What a farce! If Xian could be so easily intimidated, he would not be Xian. Chapter 62. To bring him to his knees. Han Wanshan glared at Xian, his anger simmering. He had never anticipated that this mere outer sect disciple would be so audacious. In the face of the second elder's intimidation, he displayed no fear whatsoever. Had this been an ordinary disciple, they would have long since crumbled under pressure and divulged everything. Han Wanshan, eyes narrowing, was about to speak when Guxian suddenly rose. Interjecting, "Second elder, enough. Do you intend to force a confession?" Li Xian's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of the innate realm. Even if he were strong, how could he possibly contend with the 12 of Chu Xiaotian? "I believe you're being rather hasty." Upon hearing this, Han Wanshan's eyes narrowed further as he turned his gaze toward Guxian. However, Guxian paid him no heed, instead addressing the Grand Elder Wei Kun. "Grand Elder, I believe Li Xian is correct. Setting aside the fact that he lacks the power to have slain Chu Xiaotian and his companions, even if he did possess such strength, it would have been in self-defense. Moreover, in the absence of evidence, why does Elder Han press him so relentlessly? Is it necessary to force him into a confession?" Han Wanshan's fury ignited at these words. "Guxian, what do you mean by that?" Guxian replied calmly, "What do I mean? Shouldn't that question be posed to you? Am I mistaken in my assertions?" He regarded Han Wanshan with a cold gaze, demonstrating his own formidable presence. "Li Xian has barely entered the hall when you begin to pressure him and seek to assign blame. What is your intent? Setting aside whether he is responsible for the deaths of Chu Xiaotian and his group, even if he were guilty, did he commit the act within the sect? Has he violated any sect rules? If Chu Xiaotian and his companions could seek to kill him, why should he not retaliate? By what right do you condemn him? What crime has he committed?" Han Wanshan was seething with anger, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, for Guxian's words were undeniably reasonable. In the Sacred Flame sect, only violations of the sect's rules could lead to a conviction. Li Xian had not breached any such rules. So on what grounds could he be condemned? The outer elders observed the quarrel between the two, remaining silent, for they understood this was merely an internal dispute. Han Wanshan and Guxian, one the second elder and the other the third elder, had always been at odds, making their argument quite natural. Li Xian's expression remained exceedingly calm. He had anticipated Guxian would come forth to speak on his behalf, yet he felt little gratitude. He was acutely aware that Guxian's support stemmed from self-interest. He was merely a tool in this game. "Enough!" Wei Kuin's voice rang out in anger, and the two immediately fell silent. He turned to Li Xian and inquired, "Li Xian, did you kill Chu Xiaotian and his companions?" Li Xian shook his head firmly, "No." Such an admission was something he would never concede. Without evidence, it remained mere suspicion, which could not be substantiated. However, an acknowledgement would change everything. Wei Kun nodded, refraining from further commentary, simply stating, "Very well, you may leave." Li Xian wasted no time and exited promptly. Han Wanshan's gaze fixed intently upon Li Xian, his fury unabashed, even tinged with a hint of murderous intent. This scoundrel was utterly audacious. If he had previously held any doubt regarding whether Li Xian was responsible for the deaths of Chu Xiaotian and his group, he was now increasingly convinced. Li Xian's composure was remarkable. A mere innate realm ant, standing firm against the oppressive aura of a third-tier condensed pill realm expert, was a feat few could match. "Great Elder, I believe it is likely that this young man is responsible for the demise of Chu Xiaotian's group, even if he did not kill them directly. He must have employed some underhanded means. Can we simply let this matter rest? Those were the 12 most prodigious talents of our outer sect." Han Wanshan, unwilling to relent, directed his gaze toward Wei Kun. Guxian raised an eyebrow, preparing to speak, but Wei Kun interjected coolly, "Do you possess any evidence?" Han Wanshan's expression stiffened. Wei Kun continued, "Has he violated any sect rules?" Han Wanshan's countenance hardened further, growing exceedingly ashen. Wei Kun remarked with indifference, "Without evidence, and given that he has not breached any sect regulations, what can we do? Should you go and kill him now?" He cast a cold glance at Han Wanshan. "Very well, let this matter conclude here. Disperse." With that, he rose and departed. Han Wanshan clenched his fists tightly, his anger churning uncontrollably, causing his heart to ache with fury. Guxian regarded Han Wanshan for a moment before standing up and leaving with Yu Xiaotian and Wu Wenshuan. Soon, only a handful of individuals remained in the Grand Hall, all of whom belonged to Han Wanshan's faction, including the likes of Lu Ming. Lu Mingmao cast a glance at Han Wanshan and remarked, "Second Elder, it is evident that Chu Xiaotian and his entourage have been slain by that Li Xian. All 8 of my disciples have vanished without a trace. Not a single one has returned. There is certainly something amiss with that young man. Those 8 disciples of the Unrivaled realm, my heart bleeds for their loss. It is not merely a matter of deep affection for them, but rather the anguish over the resources and effort I have invested. The most crucial point is that their presence could have facilitated many endeavors for me. Yet now, they're all gone. Han Wanshan shot a glance at Lu Mingmao, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Is the Grand Elder indifferent? Gu Xian wishes to invoke sect rules against me? Very well, from this day forth, I shall target that Li Xian relentlessly. If the outer disciples are inadequate, then let the inner disciples take action. Furthermore, keep a close watch on Li Xian. Should he dare to leave the sect again, I will personally take measures to eliminate him. Upon hearing Han Wanshan's declaration, all the elders turned pale. The prospect of him personally intervening was utterly astonishing. Nonetheless, none of them dared to voice their thoughts. The emergence of Li Xian had indeed encroached upon their interests. In the outer sect of the Xinyan sect, the 36 caves represented the greatest opportunities, and they had been manipulating these caves clandestinely to reap substantial benefits. Yet now, within a mere few days, Li Xian had dismantled everything. After departing, Li Xian could not help but exhale in relief. He was not afraid of reasoning with the elders. Rather, he feared their irrationality. If they united against him without regard for evidence and sought to eliminate him, that would spell true trouble. Naturally, since Li Xian dared to return to the Xinyan sect, he had made ample preparations, having anticipated that Gu Xian would step forward. He had already discerned that Gu Xian, along with elders Wu Wenshuan and Yu Xiaohai, were at odds with the elders backing Chu Xiaotian. Damn it, strength is what I need. Without it, I am no more than an insignificant insect. Li Xian gritted his teeth. The crux of the matter remained his lack of power. Otherwise, he could openly admit to having slain Chu Xiaotian's party without fear. Who would dare to challenge him? He did not return to the third peak, but instead made his way directly to the first peak. Since those elders had already informed him of Chu Xiaotian's unfortunate incident, occupying this cave abode should pose no issue. Chapter 63. Who do you think you are? Upon witnessing Li Xian ascend to the first peak and boldly stride towards the first cave, all disciples of the first peak were left astonished. Senior brother Li Xian has actually entered the first cave. Could it be that master brother Chu Xiaotian has truly met with an accident? It seems likely. I heard that the Elder Hall summoned senior brother Li Xian earlier, probably regarding this matter. Incredible. In just a few days, he has already made his mark on the first peak. Senior brother Li Xian is truly remarkable. The gazes directed at Li Xian were profoundly complex. Admiration, envy, and jealousy all mingled together. Li Xian disregarded the murmurs of the disciples and swiftly entered the first cave. Upon stepping inside, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily emit a contented hum. The richness of this energy was astonishing, surpassing even that of the third peak by several folds, and it was remarkably pure. No wonder Chu Xiaotian's cultivation far exceeded that of other outer disciples, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm. In such an environment, even a pig could likely attain enlightenment after 3 years of cultivation. Deciding to focus on his advancement, Li Xian wasted no time. He seated himself cross-legged, retrieved the cultivation resources he had acquired from the 10,000 mountains, and immediately entered a meditative state. His harvest from the 10,000 mountains was indeed bountiful. He had amassed over 10 million spirit stones and more than 3,000 vials of recovery and innate elixirs. It is worth noting that he had thoroughly looted Chu Xiaotian and the other 12 outer disciples, as well as 8 inner disciples and a 5-man mercenary team. With such an abundance of resources, coupled with the dense spiritual energy in this place, Li Xian was even confident he could break through to the 7th level of the innate realm, signifying the late stage of this realm. For 5 consecutive days, Li Xian remained within the first cave. After consuming a substantial amount of spirit stones and elixirs, he finally elevated his cultivation from the 5th to the 7th level of the innate realm, a remarkable advancement of 2 stages. The 7th level of the innate realm was already considered the late stage, far beyond the mid-stage. At this moment, Li Xian felt an unwavering confidence. Should he encounter those 8 disciples at the Wheel Sea realm again, he would undoubtedly be able to defeat them head-on. Indeed, he believed he could even vanquish the Tiger King if they crossed paths. This confidence stemmed from his newfound strength. With the inner door assessment approaching, he resolved to participate and swiftly gain entry into the inner sect. It was said that the inner sect harbored a spiritual spring, accessible only to inner disciples competing for cultivation privileges, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Contemplating this, a gleam sparked in his eyes. The spiritual spring was a resource he desperately needed. If he could cultivate there for a time, he might even break through to the Unrivaled realm. Of course, competition for access was rumored to be fierce, with limited slots available. Xian, come out! Just as he was lost in thought, a furious shout suddenly echoed from outside the cave, causing Xian to frown in irritation. What the hell? More people had arrived? He was puzzled. Having already defeated the outer sex champion, Xiaotian, who else would dare to seek him out? Without further contemplation, Xian stood and made his way toward the exit. Outside the cave, a considerable number of disciples had gathered, predominantly outer disciples, who maintained a respectful distance, seemingly there to spectate. Before them stood 3 individuals. The 3 individuals exuded an air of arrogance, adorned in the garb of inner disciples, occupying a conspicuous area. They stood out like cranes among chickens. What brings the inner disciples here? Are they seeking trouble with Brother Xian? Such behavior seems rather contrary to established norms. Norms? What do they matter? As long as Brother Xian consents to the challenge, it falls within the bounds of propriety. It is often said that the tallest tree catches the wind. It appears Brother Xian's rapid ascent has stirred discontent among certain individuals. However, one cannot help but wonder if Brother Xian will confront these 3 inner disciples with the same audacity as before. Perhaps not. To confront them directly in such circumstances would be tantamount to courting disaster. The outer disciples observing the trio could not suppress their murmurs. Some expressed indignation, feeling it was an excessive display of bullying. Others remained indifferent, as the target of the provocation was not them, but Xian. Meanwhile, a few reveled in the prospect of witnessing Xian being thoroughly bested. Inner disciples are not to be compared with outer disciples. Their combat prowess is undoubtedly formidable. The news of Xian's triumph over Xiaotian and his companions has spread far and wide, even if Xian himself has not openly acknowledged it. In such a context, those daring to seek trouble with Xian are certainly not to be trifled with. Amidst the discussions, with a creaking sound, the cave door swung open, and Xian emerged. The atmosphere instantly shifted to silence, all chatter ceasing in an instant. Are you Xian? Ran, positioned at the center of the trio, looked up at Xian, a playful curiosity in his gaze. Ran, a pinnacle of the first level of the Unrivaled realm, is not particularly remarkable among the inner disciples. Yet, within the realm of the first level, he is regarded as a figure of significance. Xian regarded Ran with calmness and replied, "What is it?" Ran smiled and said, "Nothing much. I merely heard that a madman has emerged among the outer disciples, and I wish to witness him for myself. You wouldn't mind, would you? A madman?" Xian scoffed. "I do not consider myself mad, nor have I ever regarded myself as such." His expression suddenly turned serious. "Moreover, I do mind." Ran's demeanor stiffened. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. Xian continued, "If your sole purpose is to see me, you have done so, and you may leave now. I need to cultivate and have no time for idle games." With that, he turned to re-enter the cave. What a tiresome bunch, he thought, and he had no inclination to engage with them, let alone squander his time. Ran was momentarily taken aback by Xian's attitude, only to have his expression darken in response. This was a complete disregard for courtesy. Simultaneously, the other 2 inner disciples also appeared vexed. With a swift motion, they positioned themselves before Xian. The one on the left, Lu Tao, coldly stated, "Xian, what is this attitude? Is this how you treat your seniors? Do you understand the concept of respect?" On the right side, Xianxia's gaze was equally menacing. "Xian, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Upon encountering your senior brother, should you not pay your respects? Do you not comprehend the essence of respect?" Witnessing this scene, the outer disciples in the distance found their breaths becoming increasingly labored. They understood that Lu Tao and Xianxian had commenced their assault, leveraging their status to provoke Xian with the intent of inciting him to challenge them. Etiquette? Respect? Xian regarded the 2 as if they were imbeciles. "Are you out of your minds? Who do you think you are? Do I even know you? You dare to demand that I step forward and yet preach to me about etiquette and respect? What are you, to presume you deserve such consideration?" A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Chapter 64. Who do you look down upon? Everyone stared at Xian in astonishment, utterly unprepared for his audacity to retort so boldly. Lu Tao and Xianxian's expressions darkened, equally astonished that Xian had the gall to publicly counter their challenge. Were we indeed? No wonder you are regarded as the foremost among the outer disciples. Your arrogance is truly remarkable. Xian, if you are so brazen, do you dare to engage me in combat? After a brief moment of shock, Lu Tao fixed a cold gaze upon Li Xian, directly issuing a challenge. According to the sect's rules, higher-ranked disciples could not challenge those of lower rank. Thus, he could only compel Li Xian to initiate the challenge. Shun Tian likewise regarded Li Xian, his voice icy. I have encountered many arrogant outer disciples, but never have I seen one as audacious as you. A mere innate practitioner, and you dare to be so insolent? Were it not for the presence of the sect, do you believe I would not have already ended you? Li Chuan, are you not exceedingly arrogant? Do you dare challenge me, Shun Tian? Li Xian cast a disdainful glance at the two, replying nonchalantly, Challenge? I'm afraid you're simply not worthy. By heavens! Upon hearing this, both Lu Tao and Shun Tian were nearly driven to the brink of fury, their rage palpable. Even the leader, Chao Ran, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The glint in his eyes, as he regarded Li Xian, was unmistakably frigid. Li Xian, as the foremost among the outer disciples, do you lack the courage to challenge us? Do not speak with such lofty pretensions. If you are afraid, just admit it and spare us the pretense. Lu Tao's gaze was fixed intensely on Li Xian, his fists clenched involuntarily. This insufferable wretch was infuriating. Had it not been for the sect's regulations, he would have already struck him, a mere outer disciple, and yet he dared to show such disrespect in front of them. These inner disciples? Shun Tian too struggled to contain his anger. Li Xian, you are the foremost among the outer disciples. Do you not feel any shame in lacking the courage to challenge us? Are you truly a waste of space? Provocation was evident. Li Xian regarded the two as if they were fools. I have already stated, it is not a matter of fear. It is that you are unworthy. Do you understand? By the gods. The two were on the verge of exploding. This insufferable wretch. They genuinely wished to eliminate Li Xian. The outer disciples around them were similarly astir with astonishment. Oh my goodness! The audacity of senior brother Li Xian is truly remarkable. Faced with the inner sect, he remains utterly unperturbed, displaying an undeniable courage. Their dismissive attitude towards Li Xian's claims of unworthiness is palpable. In their eyes, he clearly lacks confidence, which is why he refrains from issuing challenge. After all, the disparity between the Wheel C and the innate realm is quite significant. It is entirely understandable that Li Xian would hesitate to confront them. It would indeed be foolish for him to recklessly challenge them only to be soundly defeated. Chao Ran stepped forward, gazing up at Li Xian, and inquired, So, does this mean you will not challenge us under any circumstances? Li Xian shook his head. Chao Ran narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Li Xian replied nonchalantly, Offer me a reward. As long as it is substantial enough, I shall accept the challenge. The room fell silent, astonished by his words. Chao Ran fixed his gaze on Li Xian. How much do you desire? Li Xian surveyed the trio and pointed first at Lu Tao. For you, 100,000. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Li Xian then pointed at Shun Tian. For him, 150,000. The outer sect disciples could hardly contain their astonishment. Finally, he pointed at Chao Ran, and for you, 200,000. Silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Stunned into immobility, their expressions were a mix of disbelief and shock. It must be said, the prices Li Xian demanded were exorbitant, akin to a lion demanding a king's ransom. What do you mean by this? Lu Tao glared at Li Xian, his teeth grinding audibly. He wished to ask why Shun Tian was worth 150,000 while he himself was only valued at 100,000. Who does he think he is to look down upon him? Li Xian regarded Lu Tao with indifference. It is simply because your strength is considerably lacking, which is why your price is the lowest. Why not challenge the one worth 150,000 first and prove your worth? Lu Tao remained speechless. Shun Tian's face was equally darkened. Chao Ran took a deep breath and asked Li Xian, a life-and-death battle? Li Xian replied coolly, That is acceptable, but the stakes must be doubled. Chao Ran's expression turned frosty. Li Xian, do you not think this is somewhat outrageous? Li Xuan Shuzhe, nonchalantly, autre chose. I do not perceive it as such. If you find it unworthy, you are free to leave. I am not forcing you to fight. Moreover, if you wish to pit the Wheel C against my innate realm, should I not be allowed to set some conditions? It is quite laughable. Even for someone as composed as Chao Ran, those words ignited a spark of outrage within him. He took a deep breath and nodded, Very well, I accept your terms. However, in the heat of battle, if my strikes inadvertently harm your junior brother, please do not take offense. Li Xian narrowed his eyes. Good, no problem. Who will step up? I will, Chao Ran declared, gritting his teeth as he produced a Qianquan ring, which contained precisely 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Brother Chao, Allow me to handle this. It is not necessary for you to intervene with such a trivial opponent. Lu Tao had long been smoldering with frustration and was eager to seize this opportunity. Xianxia added, "Indeed, against such arrogant and ignorant individuals. There is no need for Brother Chao to take action. Lu and I are sufficient." Xiaoran shook his head, insisting, "No, I shall take care of it myself." Among the three, he possessed the greatest strength. Thus he resolved to confront the challenge personally. If he were to engage, he could not afford to give Li Xian any chance. Since Li Xian dared to issue such a challenge, he must possess some confidence. Xiaoran did not wish to suffer humiliation. The arena swiftly cleared, creating space between the two parties. Xiaoran inquired, "May we begin?" To which Li Xian nodded affirmatively. Whoosh! Without uttering a word, Xiaoran dashed forward towards Li Xian. As he surged forth, the overwhelming aura of a pinnacle first-level we'll see cultivator erupted, causing nearby outer disciples to instinctively retreat, their expressions shifting in alarm. "Li Xian, you have brought this upon yourself. Had you not wagered money, I might have hesitated to unleash my full force. But now that you have, I bear little moral burden." Xiaoran spoke icily, raising his right hand, which was infused with tremendous spiritual energy, before striking decisively at Li Xian. A thunderous crash reverberated as his palm struck, producing a piercing sonic boom, as if the very space were on the verge of fracturing. "Going all out, are we?" Li Xian observed the oncoming Xiaoran with a cold smirk. In the next instant, boom, the aura of a 7th-level innate cultivator enveloped him, and he vanished in an instant, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. What the heck? A 7th-level innate? How is that possible? Wasn't he merely at the 5th level? 5th level? No, I recall him being at the 4th level. The outer disciples were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the astonishing presence emanating from Li Xian. It was simply unfathomable. Boom! Xiaoran's strike met only empty air, resonating with a violent roar as the ferocious spiritual energy rippled outward in all directions. He had evaded it, his brow furrowed slightly. Just then, Li Xian appeared like a specter behind him. Speed overwhelming. Lu Tao and Shun Tian gasped in shock, quickly calling out, "Brother Chao, be careful. Behind you." Chapter 65, Overwhelming Domination. Lu Tao and Shun Tian were both astounded. The speed exhibited by Li Xian was astonishing. Could this truly be the velocity of an innate cultivator? Meanwhile, Xiaoran was also taken aback, sensing a grave threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped his hands together forcefully, and a radiant wheel of light suddenly materialized behind him. The luminous wheel radiated a soft azure hue, encircled by a glimmering halo, a manifestation of his Wheel C power. Upon transcending into the Wheel C realm, the spiritual energy within him had transformed into this formidable force. This Wheel C energy, indeed, surpassed the potency of mere spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, Li Xian struck the Wheel C halo with his palm, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. The halo began to tremble violently, swiftly shattering with a sharp crack. Blood spewed from Xiaoran's mouth as he was forcefully propelled backward by the immense power, a bloody palm imprint appearing on his back. Though fortunately, it was not fatal. What? He actually shattered Brother Chao's Wheel C halo? How is this possible? That defensive halo was forged from Wheel C power. How could he break it? Astonishingly, a practitioner at the early stage of the Wheel C, especially one at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the innate realm, should not exert such dominance. Witnessing this spectacle, the outer disciples were left in utter disbelief. They gaped, their hearts trembling uncontrollably, their breaths becoming labored. It is essential to recognize that contending against the Wheel C with innate strength is no trivial feat, even if one could contend. It would typically be against a weakened first level of the Wheel C at the 9th level of the innate realm. Yet, the likes of Li Xian, at the 7th level of the innate realm, opposing Xiaoran, was nearly inconceivable. Even the formidable Chu Xiaotian lacked such prowess. Though he might contend with weaker first-level Wheel C practitioners, he would undoubtedly falter against Xiaoran. Having wounded Xiaoran with a single strike, Li Xian refrained from further aggression, merely inquiring, "Shall we continue?" Xiaoran cast a glance back at Li Xian, his expression darkening. He was injured, a source of profound humiliation. The battle was not yet concluded, and he had no choice but to press on. With a disdainful huff, he stomped the ground, launching himself towards Li Xian once more. As he charged, his fists clenched tightly, a vast reservoir of spiritual energy coalescing within, intermingled with traces of Wheel C power. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch that reverberated through the air. Li Xian, upon witnessing Chao Ran's advance, let out a cold laugh, choosing to advance rather than retreat. This time, he did not evade. Instead, he too clenched his fists and surged forward to meet the attack head-on. A clash. He was determined to confront it directly. His training in both swordsmanship and body refinement instilled in him a fearlessness toward Chao Ran. As he lost his mind, abandoning his speed advantage to engage directly. What reckless folly! Observing this turn of events, the outer disciples erupted in astonished murmurs, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Tao and Shun Tian were momentarily taken aback, only to succumb to malicious laughter shortly thereafter. In their eyes, Li Xian's actions were nothing short of suicidal folly. If Li Xian had chosen to rely on speed against Chao Ran, perhaps they would have had cause for concern. However, since Li Xian opted for a direct confrontation, he must accept the consequences of his choice. Chao Ran, equally surprised by Li Xian's boldness, felt a chilling glint flash in his eyes. In the next moment, his fists moved like whirling fire, striking towards Li Xian with lightning speed. Unfazed, Li Xian unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from within, meeting Chao Ran's fists with his own. In a mere instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of over a dozen blows. Li Xuan's momentum surgea, showing no signs of yielding. In stark contrast, Chao Ran's expression shifted to one of horror. His fists were already bloodied, and his bones felt as if they might shatter. How could this be possible? With a thunderous crash, another ferocious collision occurred. Chao Ran could not suppress a groan of pain as he was sent flying. His right fist was utterly shattered, reduced to a mangled mess. Li Xian, relentless in his pursuit, swiftly followed with another punch. Chao Ran's pupils constricted as he desperately activated the power of the Wheel C for defense, but time was no longer on his side. With a resounding thud, Li Xian's fist struck Chao Ran's chest, resulting in a sickening crack. Chao Ran's ribs splintered, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Li Xian refrained from further attacks, instead coldly regarding the prostrate Chao Ran and asking, "Do you wish to continue?" Chao Ran's complexion darkened significantly, leaving him speechless. Fight? How could he possibly continue? Li Xian then turned his gaze to Lu Tao and Shun Tian. "Do you wish to engage as well? Rest assured, I will not bully you. You may join forces." Lu Tao and Shun Tian clenched their fists, their faces pale with anger. The humiliation was palpable, an unadulterated affront. Yet, having witnessed Li Xian's terrifying strength, they dared not respond. No matter how humiliated they felt, Li Xian cast a disdainful glance at the two, mocking, "I told you that you are unworthy. Why do you not believe me? Is this not self-humiliation? Was it not better to retreat quietly just now?" The faces of Chao Ran and his companions flushed with indignation. Li Chuan, choosing not to prolong their humiliation, simply stated, "Leave now. Should you return, remember to bring 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Otherwise, I shall not bother with you." With those words, he turned and walked towards his cave dwelling. He did not demand that the trio surrender their Qianquan rings, as the sect forbade it. According to the sect's rules, inner disciples could compete against each other, but they were not permitted to seize Qianquan rings unless they defeated their opponents on the battle platform. This was why Li Xian opted to issue a challenge rather than engage in outright combat to claim the rings. The regulations for inner disciples differed from those for outer disciples. Shun Tian and Lu Tao clenched their fists, their faces flushed with anger. They shot Li Xian a cold glance, uttering not a word as they helped Chao Ran to his feet and departed. Today, they had certainly suffered a significant loss of face. As a distinguished inner sect disciple, he was unexpectedly humiliated by an outer sect disciple to such an extent. They believed that it wouldn't be long before this incident spread throughout the majority of the inner sect, rendering them the subject of ridicule. Astonishingly, Brother Li is formidable. To think he could defeat an inner sect disciple, how impressive. Brother Li is invincible. The outer sect disciples were utterly exhilarated by this scene, their gazes towards Li Xian brimming with admiration. It was truly remarkable, almost celestial in its grandeur. To witness someone at the 7th level of the innate realm defy the odds. Who would dare believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Li Xian turned back, casting a glance at the crowd, and smiled, "Disperse, everyone. I believe that with effort, your achievements will not fall short of mine." With that, he turned and entered the cave dwelling. Upon hearing his words, the outer sect disciples became even more enthused. This Brother Li is so approachable, far more affable than the previous Chu Xiaotian. In fact, compared to the former 36th ranked outer disciple, Song Chao, he is significantly more congenial. Just look at those others. Strutting about with an air of superiority. There's simply no comparison to brotherly. Instantly, their fondness for him surged. Meanwhile, Chao Ran and his companions did not return to the inner sect, but instead made their way to a cave dwelling on the elder peak of the outer sect. Chapter 66. Inner Sect Assessment, Guanhu. Failed. Han Wanshan glared coldly at Chao Ran and his companions, his tone laced with malice. These three inept individuals could not even handle a mere Li Xian, inciting his fury. Chao Ran and the others dared not utter a word in the presence of Han Wanshan. They all bowed their heads, not daring to speak. To be defeated by an outer sect disciple, and so miserably at that, was indeed a source of shame. They were too embarrassed to voice their thoughts. Return. Han Vanfan, seeing their demeanor, was further incensed. He could not be bothered to utter another word, directly issuing an order for them to leave. Upon hearing this, Chao Ran and his companions' expressions shifted. However, they did not depart immediately. Instead, Chao Ran mustered the courage to say, "What about the reward?" Reward? Han Wanshan's gaze turned icy upon hearing this. After being so thoroughly chastised by Li Xian, what face do you have to demand a reward? Impatiently, he waved them away. Get lost. I have no desire to look at you three worthless fools any longer. Chao Ran and his companions were enraged. They could scarcely believe Han Wanshan's attitude. Nevertheless, feeling the chilling aura emanating from him, they dared not speak further and retreated with grim faces. Lu Tao and Shun Tian fared somewhat better. They had only suffered humiliation and had not sustained injuries. However, Chao Ran had been gravely wounded. Without effective healing elixirs, recovery would be impossible in the near future. Damn it, that Han Wanshan is truly insufferable. After distancing himself from the cave, Lu Tao could not help but grit his teeth in anger. Shun Tian, with a sullen expression, clenched his teeth and remarked, "Indeed, it is rather intolerable. That old dog Han Wanshan changes his demeanor faster than one turns the pages of a book." Chao Ran, biting his teeth, remained silent, yet his countenance grew increasingly menacing. Li Chuan, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Li Xian in his heart. Han Wanshan, as the second elder of the outer sect, was beyond reproach. And though he had been excessively oppressive, there was little he could do but endure it. However, Li Xian was another matter entirely. He attributed all his grievances to Li Xian. Within the cave, shortly after Chao Ran and his companions departed, two elders entered the grand hall. One was Lu Mingmao, while the other was Doming Hai. Both were trusted confidants of Han Wanshan. Elder Han, they greeted, bowing respectfully as they approached him. "Please take a seat." Han Wanshan gestured towards the nearby seats, treating them without any airs of superiority. Once they were seated, Han Wanshan spoke. "Chao Ran and his group have failed." "What? What happened?" Could it be that even Chao Ran is no match for that Li Xian? Doming Hai and Lu Mingmao were taken aback at this revelation. They were well aware of Chao Ran's strength. How could he possibly lose to Li Xian? As realization dawned, Lu Mingmao immediately snarled. "If that is the case, then it is highly likely that Chu Xiaodian and my 8 disciples were also killed by him." A murderous glint flickered in his eyes. This little wretch is indeed ruthless. Han Van Fan Nudid in Nafirmachun. Indeed, if he can defeat Chao Ran, then he is certainly capable of slaying Chu Xiaodian and your 8 disciples. Now, to eliminate Li Xian, we have only 2 options. One is to devise a way to expel him from a sect, and the other is to summon more formidable inter-sect disciples to take action. At this point, Han Wanshan looked at the two. You should reach out to them. Ensure that those prodigies take action, and it must be foolproof. In the outer sect's foremost cave, Li Xian spent a full 3 days elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 7th level of the innate realm. By this time, his spiritual stones and elixirs were nearly depleted, and he could clearly sense that the spiritual energy in the outer sect's foremost cave was becoming insufficient. There was no remedy. His rapid advancement in cultivation outpaced the quality of the spiritual energy available. This was compounded by his deliberate suppression of his realm. Fearing that a hasty breakthrough would destabilize his foundation, he sought to solidify his groundwork. Otherwise, his rate of advancement would be even swifter, and the spiritual energy would be even more inadequate. Calculating the time, the intersect assessment should be tomorrow. I should prepare for the intersect assessment first. And once I enter the intersect, I will elevate my realm, Li Xian pondered, soon making his way out of the cave. Just as he stepped outside, a figure appeared before him. It was Jiang Yinran. She donned a delicate light blue gown, her slender waist akin to a willow, and her features were as picturesque as a painting, with tresses cascading down her back like a waterfall. Standing there, she resembled a striking landscape, evoking a sense of aesthetic delight. However, Li Xian found little inclination to appreciate Jiang Yanran's beauty. He turned to her and remarked coolly, "Sister Jiang, is there something you need?" Jiang Yanran gazed at Li Xian, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. She had learned of Li Xian's triumph over Chao Ran. A revelation that signified his prowess was now on par with hers. Recalling the recent incident when she led a group into the 10,000 Great Mountains in an attempt to rescue Li Xian, she felt a surge of embarrassment wash over her. Fortunately, they had not encountered him. Otherwise, the situation would have been truly awkward. Suppressing her thoughts, Jiang Yanran inquired, "Are you intending to participate in tomorrow's intersect assessment?" Li Xuan nodded in affirmation. The gravity of her expression deepened as she further asked, "Is it possible for you to withdraw?" Li Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yanran explained, "I have just received word that Guanhu intends to target you. If you take part in tomorrow's assessment, he will be your examiner." "Guanhu?" Li Xian raised an eyebrow. "Who is he?" His knowledge of the intersect disciples was rather limited. Jiang Yanran responded, "He is one of the top 3 disciples among the first level of the Unrivaled realm in the intersect. Not only does he practice various high-tier martial arts, but he has also mastered them to perfection, his combat prowess far surpassing that of Chao Ran. If he becomes your examiner, you will find yourself in grave danger. He is likely to be quite ruthless." Li Xian acknowledged her warning with a nod. "Thank you for the heads up. I understand." The first level of the Unrivaled realm? To be honest, he did not regard it with much concern. Seeing Li Xian's demeanor, Jiang Yanran could not help but feel exasperated. "Li Xian, do not take this lightly. Guanhu is truly formidable, unlike Chao Ran." Li Xian chuckled lightly. "So what? Are you suggesting that as long as Guanhu is in the intersect, I should never participate in an assessment?" Jiang Yanran fell silent. Indeed, one could evade temporarily, but could one evade forever? "Just be cautious," she urged, casting a lingering glance at Li Xian before turning to leave. The following day, Li Xian descended from the first peak and arrived at the assessment plaza situated between the outer and inner sections. By the time he arrived, numerous individuals had already gathered. The intersect assessment was straightforward. It did not consider cultivation levels, only combat strength. As long as one demonstrated sufficient prowess, they would pass. All disciples participating in the assessment were required to engage in combat with the weakest disciple of the Unrivaled realm, enduring 30 exchanges to be deemed successful. Of course, whether the examiner was indeed the weakest was determined by the elders, and the discretion of the intersect disciples regarding leniency was entirely at their own behest. Generally speaking, however, few dare to show leniency. Due to the assessment of inner disciples, should a disciple you have previously passed be eliminated during their evaluation, you too will face repercussions and severe punishment from the sect. By the time Li Xian arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered in the square, comprising both inner and outer disciples. In the center of the square, upon a martial arts platform, an elder stood alongside 3 disciples, all adorned in the formal attire of inner disciples. Upon noticing Li Xian's entrance, the elder opened his eyes and inquired directly, "Li Xian, do you intend to participate in today's assessment?" As per convention, the evaluation commences with the top-ranking outer disciple, proceeding to assess the 36 individuals listed before evaluating others. Of course, if one chooses not to partake, they may opt to abstain or withdraw, and no one will intervene. This explains why Chu Xiaotian, despite possessing sufficient combat prowess, has yet to enter the intersect. Li Xian looked up at the elder, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I will participate." The elder nodded. "Very well. Please ascend the martial platform. Your evaluator will be Guanhu." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Particularly among the inner disciples, emotions surged tumultuously, as they were utterly astounded. While the outer disciples may be unaware of the significance of Guanhu's name, the inner disciples certainly recognized it. Guanhu is undeniably a prodigy among inner disciples, particularly renowned in the early stages of the Unrivaled realm. Despite his cultivation being only at the first level of the Unrivaled realm, he had previously triumphed over formidable opponents 2 levels above him. The prospect of such a genius presiding over Li Xian's assessment was akin to a dimensional disparity, bordering on the realm of bullying. Upon hearing the elder's proclamation, Li Xian's eyes involuntarily narrowed slightly. He immediately recalled the words spoken by Jiang Yanran the previous day. It appeared that, as Jiang Yanran had indicated, Guanhu was indeed no benevolent figure. Not far away, Guxian, Yu Xianghai, and Jiang Yanran had also arrived. Upon learning that Li Xian's evaluator was indeed Guanhu, Their expressions darkened considerably. The three swiftly approached Li Xian's side. Ge Xian spoke solemnly. Li Xian, I strongly advise you to forego this month's assessment. Your cultivation is currently only at the 7th level of the innate realm, which renders you no match for Guanhu. Wait for 2 months until your cultivation improves, and then participate in the assessment. His words were sincere, rooted in concern for Li Xian, as he was acutely aware of Guanhu's true strength, which was undeniably monstrous. Although Li Xian was formidable, the disparity in realms made it nearly impossible for him to withstand the evaluation under Guanhu's scrutiny. Yu Xianghai added, Young one, Elder Gu is right. You should consider withdrawing. Guanhu has been compromised, and he will show no mercy. Jiang Yanran, too, fixed her gaze upon Li Xian. Though she refrained from speaking, Li Xian cast a glance at the three individuals and smiled, saying, Thank you for your concern, but it is of no consequence. I am capable. It was a jest for having come this far. How could he possibly retreat? Moreover, he truly believed that Guanhu would not be able to contend with him. At that moment, Guanhu had already taken his position at the center of the arena, calmly gazing down at Li Xian without a hint of urgency. He was being compensated for his efforts, aiming solely to prevent Li Xian from entering the inner sect. Should Li Xian ascend the stage, he would not hesitate to incapacitate him, and if Li Xian chose to remain below, his objective would still be fulfilled. Either way, it mattered not. Meanwhile, Han Wanshan was coldly fixated on Li Xian. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, I am keen to see whether you dare to participate in the assessment. His animosity towards Li Xian was unabashed. This scoundrel had slain Chu Xiaotian and his companions, effectively severing one of Han's sources of income. How could he not harbor resentment? In truth, he hoped that Li Xian would withdraw, for if he did, not only would he be barred from joining the inner sect, but his reputation would also suffer greatly. As the foremost disciple of the outer sect, to lack the courage to engage in a single battle would be utterly unacceptable, a significant blow to Li Xian's martial spirit. Li Xian paid no mind to Han Wanshan's icy glare. He did not even glance in Han's direction. After finishing his conversation with Ge Xian and the others, he strode purposefully toward the arena. What? He intended to participate in the assessment? That was Guanhu, a prodigy of the inner sect. Was he not inviting torment upon himself? There was a palpable air of conspiracy. Guanhu had been assigned to oversee Li Xian's evaluation, undoubtedly orchestrated by someone with ill intent. Be quiet. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish for death? Just keep it to yourself. One could not help but admire Li Xian's audacity. Yet, it remained to be seen how many exchanges he could withstand at the hands of Guanhu. As Li Xian approached the arena, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Particularly among the inner sect disciples, astonishment reached its zenith. Their eyes were riveted on Li Xian, eager to discern how this rising star of the outer sect would fare against Guanhu. 30 exchanges would signify a successful assessment. Could Li Xian endure such an ordeal? Absolutely not, they deemed. In their estimation, enduring even 10 exchanges would be the limit. Li Xian remained unfazed by their chatter and soon arrived at the center of the arena. Guanhu looked up at him, unable to suppress a grin. I am Guanhu, an inner sect disciple at the first level of the Unrivaled realm. I implore you to enlighten me. His gaze towards Li Xian was laden with amusement. Li Xian met Guanhu's eyes, his expression equally composed. Yam Di Suan, an outer sect disciple at the 7th level of the innate realm. I implore you to enlighten me. The elder, overseeing the proceedings, seeing that both participants had exchanged their introductions without further ado, promptly declared, the assessment begins. Boom! No sooner had his words left his mouth than Guanhu unleashed his full momentum, charging at Li Xian like a ferocious tiger. Under the ferocious eruption of his power, the entire arena resonated with a thunderous roar, as an overwhelming aura of terror permeated the atmosphere. Goodness! Is he truly unleashing his full strength without so much as a moment's hesitation? That Li Xian is in for a dreadful fate. Witnessing the scene, countless spectators gasped in astonishment. Those disciples positioned near the arena, even some from the inner sect, found themselves unable to withstand Guanhu's terrifying presence. Their faces pale with fear as they began to retreat in haste. This is reckless. Surely, there is no room for doubt now. Han Wanshan, observing Guanhu's actions, couldn't help but smirk, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Lu Ming let out a sinister laugh, scoffing at Li Xian's audacity, thinking him a mere frog at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Now, I shall see how you meet your end. In stark contrast, Ge Xian and his companions wore expressions of deep concern, their gazes fixated on Li Xian atop the arena, their hearts racing in trepidation. Such bullying. Guan Hu is truly crossing a line. Despicable. Li Xian, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of the crowd. The moment Guan Hu charged towards him, he simultaneously activated the Gale steps, swiftly retreating backwards. Boom! As Guan Hu's strike missed its target, he was momentarily taken aback, yet Li Xian's voice echoed back. One move. Upon hearing this, Guan Hu's pupils involuntarily contracted, and the next moment, he could not suppress a sinister grin. Is this a provocation? Boom! His aura surged violently, his foot striking the ground with a thunderous crash as he charged once more at Li Xian. A punch was thrown, causing the space to tremble, and the air erupted with a deafening sonic boom, visible shockwaves radiating outward. Yet, Li Xian remained remarkably composed. With an astonishing twist of his body, he narrowly evaded Guan Hu's fist, reappearing behind him. 2 moves. The calmness of his voice sent tremors through the hearts of all present. This speed Han Wanshan's expression darkened instantaneously, his eyes gleaming with unmasked coldness. Li Xian's words, seemingly a taunt towards Guan Hu, were in truth a slap to Han Wanshan's face. Damn it, you seek death. After 2 consecutive missed strikes, Guan Hu's fury reached its peak. Awaken, he roared, his already imposing figure swelling further, a surge of blood energy coiling around him, amplifying his aura yet again. The blood transformation technique. He has actually resorted to the blood transformation technique? Goodness, has he lost his mind? Is this not an assessment? Why does it feel like a battle of life and death? As they witnessed Guan Hu's transformation, countless intersect disciples could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The blood transformation technique is a method that amplifies one's strength by harnessing blood energy, but it comes with severe repercussions. Under normal circumstances, it is only employed in moments of desperation, during life and death situations, or in battles where survival is at stake. At this moment, the battle between the two had barely commenced. Li Xian had yet to launch a counterattack when Guan Hu unleashed his power. Chapter 68. A frantic slap in the face. Observing the inflated form of Guan Hu and feeling the overwhelming aura that emanated from him, Li Xian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. This guy genuinely intends to incapacitate me, it seems. With a cold snort, his gaze turned icy. Kill. At that instant, transformed Guan Hu let out a furious roar and charged towards Li Xian once more. At this juncture, his aura had surpassed the first level of the Unrivaled realm, reaching the mid-stage of the second level. Furthermore, a dark red, long staff materialized in his hands, sweeping through the air and producing a deafening explosive sound as it hurtled towards Li Xian. Witnessing this scene, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. It was evident to all that Guan Hu was genuinely furious, indicating that matters had turned serious. Swift wind steps dodge. Li Xian let out a cold laugh, opting not to confront Guan Hu's long staff head-on. Instead, he sidestepped with deftness. With a resounding crash, the long staff struck the martial arts platform, causing the entire structure to tremble. 3 moves. Li Xian's voice rang out calmly. Guan Hu, even more incensed, perceived Li Xian's actions as a personal affront. He lunged forward again, madly pursuing Li Xian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long staff sliced through the air, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, as if the very atmosphere were on the verge of rupture, displaying an utterly ferocious intensity. Each sweeping strike sent shivers down the spines of those beneath, who could only break into a cold sweat for Li Xian. The onslaught from Guan Hu was simply too ferocious. Should Li Xian be struck, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. However, what astonished them was Li Xian's unwavering calmness and grace under pressure. He consistently evaded Guan Hu's attacks with pinpoint precision. Explosive sounds reverberated throughout the martial arts arena as the platform bore the brunt of numerous strikes, developing fine cracks. For moves, 8 moves, 15 moves, in a mere moment, Guan Hu had unleashed 13 strikes, yet not a single blow had found its mark on Li Xian. Li Xian's words echoed like resounding slaps, driving Guan Hu to the brink of madness. Even Han Wanshan and the elder presiding over the assessment bore expressions of fiery indignation. Li Xian's actions were a public humiliation, a brazen display before all. It was clear to everyone that Guan Hu's examination of Li Xian was inherently flawed, driven by ulterior motives. Now, with Guan Hu's reckless fervor, he had utterly crossed the line of propriety. This was no longer an assessment. It was a blatant attempt to annihilate Li Xian. Furthermore, Guan Hu's audacity to act in such a manner must have been sanctioned by the elder overseeing the assessment. Otherwise, he would not have dared to appear here. At this moment, Li Xian not only refrained from retaliating, but also repeatedly announced the techniques employed by Guan, who, a clear provocation, a brazen slap in the face. 20 technique, 25 techniques. In the blink of an eye, another 10 had passed. At this juncture, Guan Hu had completely lost his composure, and the expressions of Han Wanshan and the others grew increasingly grim. The disciples below held their breath, their hearts already tumultuous with astonishment. 25 techniques. Li Xian had astonishingly withstood 25 techniques. This was nothing short of incredible. It must be noted that Guan Hu was fighting with all his might, not to mention those at the 7th level of innate realm. Even those at the 2nd or 3rd level of the Wheel-C realm could not possibly manage such a display of ease as Li Xian did. Although Li Xian relied on his speed to evade Guan Hu's 25 techniques, it is essential to understand that without a sufficiently formidable mental fortitude, even the fastest speed could not sustain such an endurance. The pressure was simply too great to bear. A single hit, even once, would lead to a fatal or crippling outcome. The margin for error was exceedingly slim. Astonishingly, Li Xian had evaded Guan Hu's 25 techniques, an unbelievable feat, a prodigy. His speed was nothing short of extraordinary. He was merely at the 7th level of innate realm. How had he achieved this? Speed is one aspect, but mentality is another. Li Xian's mindset was exceptionally robust. I dare assert that as long as this individual survives, he will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. A clamor erupted, and the disciples below were utterly exhilarated. Their gazes directed at Li Xian were filled with shock, awe, admiration, and disbelief. 28 techniques. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian had evaded 3 more. If he could endure 2 more techniques, he would pass the assessment. At this moment, Guan Hu was thoroughly agitated. He roared, Li Xian, do you only know how to dodge? Do you have the courage to confront me head-on? Initially, his role in assessing Li Xian was merely for monetary gain. However, now he was genuinely enraged. Who was he? Guan Hu. In front of so many witnesses, he unleashed the blood transformation technique, exerting all his strength. Yet he could not defeat a mere 7th level innate realm practitioner. If this were to spread, how could he possibly face the world? Where would he place his dignity? Guan Hu was a man who valued his face, and he could not allow such an event to transpire. He could not withstand such humiliation. The elder in charge of the assessment glared at Li Xian with a dark expression, eager to speak, yet ultimately refrained. For the assessment did not stipulate that the examinee must retaliate. As long as one did not leave the arena and endured 30 techniques, they would pass. To demand that Li Xian confront him head-on would be overtly oppressive, the bias too glaring. Han Wanshan similarly yearned to bellow for Li Xian to engage directly. Yet he too restrained himself. He cast a glance at Lu Mingbao, who immediately understood and bellowed, Li Xian, are you utterly useless? Do you only know how to evade? As the foremost disciple of our divine flames sect, is evasion all you can muster? What kind of first are you? You bring shame upon our sect. Han Van Fan, the second elder of the outer sect, had at least some semblance of dignity, but Lu Mingbao had no such reservations. To him, ingratiating himself with Han Wanshan was all that mattered. By heavens, Yu Shaohai nearly erupted at Lu Mingbao's words. How could a person of such caliber even aspire to be an elder? It was utterly disgraceful. Not just him, many disciples shared the same sentiment. Such shamelessness was truly astonishing. Should Li Xian succumb to this provocation and face him head-on, he would be finished. 29 moves. At that moment, Li Xian had once again evaded an attack, enduring through 29 moves. If he could withstand the final strike, he would pass the assessment. Guan Hu, upon hearing Li Xian's voice, felt his blood boil with rage. He ceased his assault and fixed his gaze upon Li Xian, directly asking, do you dare to confront this final strike head-on? Li Xian replied nonchalantly, what is there to fear? Guan Hu was momentarily elated, but then Li Xian continued, but who are you to command my actions? Guan Hu was nearly driven to the brink, his frustration palpable. Li Xian, however, was determined to aggravate him further. Speed is also a form of strength. Do you not comprehend this? Moreover, the assessment does not stipulate that I must engage you directly. Guan Hu clenched his fists on the verge of explosion. Even Han Wanshan and Lu Mingbao were seething with suppressed anger, nearly at their breaking point. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Chapter 69, Assessment Passed. Li Xian observed the furious expressions of Guan Hu and the others, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. They had relentlessly targeted him, and he had grown weary of their antics. Now, being able to rattle them brought him immense pleasure. He relished witnessing their frustration, knowing they were powerless to change the situation. Li Xian, does this mean you dare not confront my final move? Guanhu fixed his gaze on Li Xian, still unwilling to accept defeat. Li Xian chuckled, I dare, but I simply choose not to engage. Does that infuriate you? Guanhu's face turned a shade of green. By heavens, Li Xian continued. Now we are left with only the final move. Will you strike, or will you not? If you choose not to, we can continue to stall. I have all the time in the world to spare. Guanhu glared at Li Xian, wishing his gaze could obliterate him 1,000 times over. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless against Li Xian. What use was raw power if one could not land a blow? Han Wanshan and Lu Mingbao were equally incensed. They had not anticipated that Li Xian possessed such a shameless aspect, resorting to a strategy of giving up. As Li Xian himself stated, he was indifferent and could afford to wait. However, could they afford the same? They certainly could not. This was an internal examination. The longer the delay, the greater the scrutiny it would attract. If the situation escalated, they would all be unable to bear the consequences. Goodness, Brother Li Xian's tactic was indeed ruthless. It was remarkably powerful. It seemed I too needed to enhance my speed. Indeed, as the saying goes, if one cannot win, one must be able to escape. No matter how formidable your strength, if you cannot strike me, what good is it? Although I may not be able to defeat you, I can certainly infuriate you. The disciples below, after a brief moment of stupor, could not help but burst into laughter. Truly delightful. They had learned a new trick. The elder responsible for the examination, although equally displeased, understood that a stalemate could not persist. He spoke, let the examination continue. Upon hearing this, Guanhu's expression stiffened. He glared fiercely at Li Xian. In the next moment, without hesitation, he charged forward, his staff raised to strike Li Xian with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed. The air crackled with a piercing blast as the shadow of the staff loomed, seemingly intent on tearing through the very fabric of space with its weighty power. Whoosh! Li Xian, unfazed by Guanhu's strike, moved with agility, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage, successfully evading Guanhu's 30th attack. The impact of Guanhu's strike reverberated through the training platform, creating a thunderous uproar. Damn it! With the final blow missing its mark, Guanhu could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. Just as he intended to pull back, his expression suddenly shifted. Before he could react, with a resounding thud, Li Xian delivered a powerful kick to him. In the next moment, Guanhu was launched into the air, landing awkwardly off the training platform. Witnessing this scene, the audience fell into a deathly silence. All were left agape, frozen in shock, utterly stunned. Goodness, this was exceedingly ruthless, though the damage might not be severe. The humiliation was undeniably profound. I concede. Li Xian stood upon the platform, cupping his hands in salute towards Guanhu below. Guanhu, struggling to rise, wore a face twisted with rage. Leaning on his staff, his gaze was fixed intently on Li Xian. In that moment, he truly despised Li Xian. However, Li Xian did not cast another glance at Guanhu, but directed his attention to the elder overseeing the examination. Elder, may we announce the results now? The elder's lips twitched involuntarily as he regarded Li Xian with a penetrating gaze before declaring, Li Xian, you have passed the examination and successfully advanced to an inner disciple. Excellent. Remarkable. Brother Li Xian is formidable. Invincible. As the elder's voice resonated through the air, the outer disciples could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into cheers and shouts, their voices rising like a tidal wave. Li Xian's prowess is truly remarkable. Not only does he shine in the outer sect, but even before the inner disciples, he remains equally impressive. Their admiration for Li Xian has reached an apex. Han Wanshan and Lu Ming, upon hearing the resounding cheers, wore expressions as dark as thunderclouds. It was as if they had been struck by an overwhelming blow, a realization that none could have anticipated such a conclusion. Particularly, Li Xian's final kick, though seemingly directed at Guanhu, was, in truth, a fierce strike against their very pride. This was nothing short of a blatant provocation. As their tempers flared, Li Xian's gaze fell upon them. The challenge in his eyes and the grin on his lips ignited an intense urge in them to tear him apart. Li Xian flashed a smile at the pair before leaping down from the arena, making his way to Gu Xian and the others. He paid no heed to Guanhu, dismissing him entirely. If this fellow sought to provoke him, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Li Xian felt no pity for him. Senior Sister Jiang, might you escort me to the inner sect? Li Xian directly addressed Jiang Yanran. According to tradition, all who passed the assessment were to follow the elder's arrangements and enter the inner sect together. However, at this moment, Li Xian was devoid of such intentions. Why should he seek discomfort when it was clear that these individuals had openly targeted him? Jiang Yinran nodded, affirming her willingness to assist. With that, the two proceeded toward the intersect. The elder overseeing the assessment and Guan, who exchanged glances, their faces darkened, yet they refrained from voicing any objections. Within the inner sect of the Xinyan sect, 12 peaks towered, each brimming with spiritual energy tenfold that of the outer sect. Even the outermost peak 12 possessed a far richer and purer essence than the first peak of the outer sect. Junior brother, the inner sect differs vastly from the outer sect. Once you become an inner disciple, you are regarded as a true core member of the Xinyan sect. While the competition here may not be as ruthless as that of the outer sect, it remains equally fierce, with strength being the sole criterion for success, Jiang Yinran explained, her finger gesturing toward the outermost peak 12. Typically, newcomers reside on peak 12. Only those who reach the second level of the Xianxia realm or possess combat prowess equivalent to it may ascend to peak 11. To reach peak 10, one must attain the third level of the Xianxia realm or comparable strength, and so forth. Upon achieving the ninth level of the Xianxia realm or equivalent combat capability, one may compete for a place among the top 3 peaks, where the most formidable inner disciples vie for supremacy. You may consider that any disciple able to cultivate on the top 3 peaks is among the most extraordinary talents within our Xinyan sect. Each of these peaks houses only 36 caves, and without sufficient strength, entry is simply unattainable. Li Xian nodded in understanding. Soon, they arrived at the Grand Hall, where the inner disciples received their garments and tokens. Jiang Yinran approached the elder in charge and respectfully said, "Elder Zhao, this is Li Xian, a disciple who just passed the assessment today. I have brought him to collect the inner disciple attire and token." Elder Zhao nodded, offering no further remarks. He swiftly produced an inner disciple's garment, a token, and a vial of elixir, which he handed to Li Xian. Li Xian accepted the items and departed alongside Jiang Yinran. Along the way, he glanced at the elixir, which was a Xianxia pill, the finest auxiliary pill for breaking through to the Xianxia realm, imbued with an immense and pure essence of spiritual energy worth a fortune. Naturally, it was also usable by disciples at the Xianxia stage. Junior brother Li Xian, in a month, the inner sect will open the Spirit Spring secret realm, and all inner disciples may participate. If you're interested, you can give it a try, Jiang Yinran remarked, as if recalling something. Upon hearing this, Li Xian immediately inquired, "Senior sister, could you elaborate?" Jiang Yinran glanced at him and nodded. In our Divine Flame sect, the Spirit Spring secret realm opens only once a year, with only 12 slots available. 3 slots each for the early, mid, late, and peak stages of the Xianxia realm, making the competition exceptionally fierce. Given your current cultivation, you must place among the top 3 in the early Xianxia stage to qualify for entry, with a training duration of 3 days. In truth, she merely brought this up to broaden Li Xian's horizons, not genuinely believing he could secure a spot. After all, he would be competing against all early Xianxia stage disciples, not just those at the first level. Despite Li Xian's strength, it was improbable he could ascend to the top 3 within a mere month. Presently, his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the innate stage, without clever tactics. He could barely contend with Guan Hu, let alone vie for a top position. Li Xian nodded. "Thank you for the information, senior sister. I will certainly give it a try." One of his objectives for entering the inner sect was indeed the Spirit Spring secret realm. How could he let this opportunity slip by? As for securing a top 3 position in the early Xianxia stage, he felt little pressure. A month was ample time for him to break through to the 9th level of the innate stage, or even reach the Xianxia realm. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang Yinran led Li Xian to a cave dwelling. This was a residence located at the foot of the 12th peak of the inner sect, designated for newcomers. Jiang Yinran pointed to the cave and said, "Junior brother Li Xian, this will be your residence from now on. You may cultivate here, and feel free to find me if you need anything." "Thank you, senior sister," Li Xian replied gratefully as she departed, leaving him to enter the cave. The dwelling was modest, spanning only about 20 square meters, furnished with a bed, a table, and a mat, quite simple indeed. Certainly, the spiritual energy here is significantly more potent than that of the outer sect, even surpassing the first cave of the outer sect by far. Li Xian was not concerned and soon commenced his cultivation. He promptly cast all his elixirs and spirit stones, including the Xianxia pill, into the god-burying cauldron. He had no intention of saving the Xianxia pill for a future breakthrough. To him, Resources were only of true value when transformed into strength. Holding on to them, only to risk losing them to others, would be a grave injustice. Boom! After devouring those spirit stones and elixirs, particularly the Wheel C pill, the cauldron quickly exuded an extraordinarily rich and pure aura of spiritual energy. Xian wasted no time and immediately employed the mortal technique to begin absorbing it. For a full 3 days, he remained within the cave, diligently cultivating. After this period, Xian's cultivation broke through to the 8th level of the innate realm. While his resources were entirely depleted, he chose not to continue cultivating and instead departed from the inner sect, intending to train in the 10,000 Great Mountains until the Spirit Spring secret realm opened a month later. Just as he stepped out of the cave and had taken only a few strides, 5 young men approached him. Among them, 4 had reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of the Wheel C realm, while 1 had attained the early stages of the 2nd level. Xian recognized 2 of them, Chao Ran and Guan Hu. Their gazes towards him were filled with unabashed hatred and murderous intent. Each recollection of Xian's humiliation ignited their fury. They had waited outside his cave for a full 3 days. Had it not been for the inner sect's regulations prohibiting disturbances during a disciple's cultivation, they would have long since summoned Xian out. The 5 quickly blocked Xian's path, and Guan Hu coldly remarked, "Xian, you have finally emerged. I thought you would hide in your cave for eternity." Chao Ran, fists clenched, added, "Do you still remember me, Xian?" Xian glanced at the 2 and smiled. "Hide? Guan Hu, you overestimate yourself. During the inner sect assessment, I could easily have you face down, and that remains unchanged." At these words, the other 3 nearly burst into laughter. Guan Hu's face darkened instantly, quickly morphing into rage, furious. Indeed, this was utterly outrageous, a blatant provocation. Xian, however, turned his attention to Chao Ran, saying, "As for you, of course, I remember. You are the one who gifted me 200,000 spirit stones and was left unrecognizable by your own father after I bested you. What is this? Are you planning to offer me more resources now that you see I'm newly admitted to the inner sect and strapped for supplies?" Chao Ran's eyes widened, and his breath quickened, nearly exploding from indignation. Was this even human? Why must you always bring up such painful matters? The disciples observing this scene from a distance could not help but let out a chuckle. It was indeed rather amusing. A proud figure, Yinbai, who had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level of the Wheel C realm, stepped forward and coldly fixed his gaze on Xian. "I did not come here today merely to listen to your empty rhetoric, but rather to demand compensation from you." He gestured toward Chao Ran. "Initially, you extorted 200,000 from him and nearly left him incapacitated. We do not ask for much, merely 1 million in compensation and an apology while kneeling. Then, we shall consider the matter settled. What say you?" Yunbai exuded an air of superiority, his mid-stage Wheel C realm aura enveloping him as he spoke. "You were once an outer disciple, and your cultivation was merely at the innate stage, which is why we refrain from confronting you. However, now that you have become an inner disciple, it is no longer against the rules for us to seek you out. This is the best resolution. Do not be ungrateful." Xian looked at Yunbai, a cold smile curling his lips. "What did you say? 1 million in compensation? And you want me to kneel and apologize?" Yunbai nodded. "Indeed." He added a threat. "If you're unwilling, do not blame me for using my realm to pressure you. Should you find yourself in a compromising position, do not claim that I bullied you." Xian regarded Yunbai, pausing momentarily before launching into a tirade. "Get lost. If you have issues, seek help. Do not flaunt your presence here. You dare demand 1 million from me and expect me to kneel and apology? Are you out of your mind?" At this outburst, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone was left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one anticipated that Xian would confront Yunbai, who was at the mid-stage of the Wheel C realm, with such audacity, unleashing a torrent of scorn. Yunbai's expression turned pale with anger as he glared at Xian. "Xian, do you dare to fight on the martial arts platform?" In that moment, genuine fury sparked within him. This individual was far too arrogant, far too domineering to speak so insolently. Guan Hu also fixed his gaze on Xian, inciting him. "Xian, what skill is there in mere verbal bravado? Do you possess the courage to face Brother Yun on the martial arts platform?" He longed to ascend the platform and take matters into his own hands for revenge, yet he was acutely aware that his speed could not match Xian's. Even if he tried, he would only embarrass himself. Chao Ran gritted his teeth, unwilling to be outdone. "Indeed, you are so arrogant. Surely, you do not rely solely on your words. Do you have the guts to ascend the martial arts platform? Li Xian cast a disdainful glance at the three of them. What is the martial arts platform? A life and death battle. Do you dare? Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Everyone stared at Li Xian, clearly astonished that he would propose such a condition. In a life and death battle, the stakes are indeed profound. Without deep-seated enmity, sufficient confidence, and audacity, who would dare to step forward? A life and death battle? Yunbai fixed his gaze intently on Li Xian, incredulous at the latter's audacious proposal. Li Xian, with a disdainful air, declared, "Of course, I am certain. If you dare, let's proceed at once. If not, then be gone and cease flaunting your superiority here." He was thoroughly exasperated with these individuals, desiring simply to eliminate one adversary after another. After all, if trouble seekers continued to plague him daily, would he ever have time to cultivate? Very well, let us head to the platform of life and death. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yunbai could not possibly back down and agreed without hesitation. Without further ado, the group swiftly made their way toward the arena. Throughout the journey, Yunbai's expression remained grim. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Originally, he had intended merely to teach Li Xian a lesson and humiliate him. Never did he foresee being compelled to confront him on the life and death stage. However, he felt little fear. After all, 3 days prior, during Li Xian's assessment, he had only reached the 7th level of the innate realm. 3 days had passed. No matter how fervently Li Xian had trained, how much stronger could he possibly become? Yunbai was already in the mid-stage of the 2nd level of the Wielding realm, his strength far surpassing that of Guan Hu. How could he possibly fear Li Xian? Li Xian, on the other hand, maintained an air of calm, seemingly indifferent to the impending duel. Soon, the group arrived at the Fengyun Square, situated at the heart of the 12 Peaks, where the intersects life and death platform resided. Upon their arrival, they found a considerable gathering of disciples, some already present, while others had rushed over upon hearing the news. In addition to the disciples, several elders were also in attendance. Li Xian even spotted Xianxia, who was trailing behind an elderly figure, her eyes filled with astonishment and concern as they beheld Li Xian. What trouble is he stirring up now? She wondered. Master, if Li Xian fails, can you spare his life? Xianxia whispered to the elder, named Su Yuanshan, an intersect elder and her mentor. Su Yuanshan, upon hearing her words, shook his head resolutely. They are engaged in a battle of life and death. How can I intervene? In a regular challenge, I might be able to step in, but in a life and death situation, I cannot undermine the established rules. Su Yuanshan spoke not out of reluctance, but from genuine conviction. After all, a life and death battle is precisely that, one where only one can survive. How could he disrupt the order? Unless, at a crucial moment, Yunbai chose to relent, there would be no one capable of saving Li Xian. Xianxia, upon hearing this, could not help but let out a soft sigh. Su Yushan sighed. Ah, impulsiveness, such reckless impulsiveness. Do they not understand the virtue of patience? The youth's excessive display of brilliance is hardly a commendable trait. Meanwhile, Li Xian and Yunbai had ascended the life and death platform. An elder descended between the two, inquiring as per custom, this life and death battle, do you both consent? They nodded in unison. The elder continued, well, since you are both willing, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Let the battle commence. With that, he departed the platform, and a runic barrier rose, enveloping the entire area. Li Xian, you, a mere 7th realm in the innate stage, dare to provoke me, a 2nd realm in the Wielding stage. I must say, you possess quite the audacity. Yunbai observed the rising barrier, not rushing into action. He regarded Li Xian as if he were a fool, a smirk of derision adorning his face. I am aware of your speed. It was precisely that which allowed you to narrowly pass the assessment by Guan Hu. But do you truly believe that speed alone can surpass me? He sneered. Do not dream. You shall soon realize the chasm that lies between the 7th realm of the innate stage and the 2nd realm of the Wielding stage. As he spoke, his aura began to surge. Enough with the prattle, Li Xian retorted with a cold smirk, eschewing any further chatter. In an instant, he vanished from his original position with a thunderous boom. Executing the gale, stepped to its fullest potential. He grasped his black sword and, in the blink of an eye, closed the distance to Yunbai, delivering a swift strike. The air shattered. A resonating hum echoed as the sword light gleamed, tearing through the atmosphere like a bolt of lightning. Fast, incredibly fast. Yunbai's pupils constricted as he witnessed Li Xian's terrifying speed. His inner energy erupted, compelling him to retreat immediately. His speed was commendable, certainly swifter than that of Guanhu. However, how could his momentary burst of speed possibly compare to Li Xian's full-throttle assault? Furthermore, he had only initiated his eruption after Li Xian had already begun his. With a sharp thud, the keen tip of the sword flashed past, carving a gory wound across Yunbai's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What? He already injured? Such a swift blade, such incredible speed. Fool! That idiot Yunbai. If you wish to fight, then just fight. Why all the unnecessary chatter? This is infuriating. How can there be so much talk in a life-and-death battle? Jiang Yinran's heart raced at this scene, disbelief washing over her. She could distinctly sense that Li Xian's power had indeed grown stronger. How had he trained to achieve such prowess? On the other side, Guanhu and Xiao Ran felt their scalps tingle, cold sweat soaking their garments. That speed, that single strike, if it were them in this situation, they would likely have already met their demise. They felt a chilling sensation coursing through their bodies, nearly succumbing to despair. On the life-and-death platform, one exclaimed, "You're not at the 7th level of the innate realm, but rather at the 8th level?" Yunbai's face was pallid, his gaze betraying astonishment. Was it not said that Li Xian was merely at the 7th level? How had he ascended to the 8th? Your verbosity is tiresome, Li Xian retorted, hardly inclined to engage in further discourse. Having seized the advantage with a single stroke, he swiftly closed the distance once more, his sword slicing through the air with relentless precision. Chapter 72. Come, dare to threaten once more. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As streaks of sword light traversed the air, Yunbai's body was soon marred with fresh wounds. The onlookers below were left in awe, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Good heavens, Li Xian's speed is astonishing. His sword strikes like a shadow, utterly indefensible. They mused. Yunbai is a fool. Had he not been so loquacious, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Was it not claimed that Li Xian's cultivation was merely at the 7th level? How has he attained the 8th level in just 3 days? How has he trained? As they witnessed Yunbai's repeated retreats, the inner sect disciples were genuinely astonished. An 8th level innate realm practitioner had forced a 2nd level Will See realm opponent into such a vulnerable position. This was nothing short of unfathomable. Get away from me. Suddenly, Yunbai howled, and in the next moment, a crimson glow flashed, forcefully repelling Li Xian's sword. In Yunbai's hand appeared a blood-red long blade, emanating a ghostly radiance, with faint runes swirling upon its blade. Is this a low-grade spiritual weapon? Yunbai has actually produced a low-grade spiritual weapon? It seemed that misfortune awaited Li Xian. With Yunbai's already superior cultivation, augmented by the spiritual weapon, how could he possibly contend? The crowd erupted in astonishment upon witnessing the blood-red long blade in Yunbai's grasp. A low-grade spiritual weapon was an exceedingly precious artifact, not something that a typical early-stage Will See realm practitioner could afford. Even within the Divine Flame sect, most early-stage Will See realm disciples could not purchase such an item. Only those who had reached the mid-stage of the Will See realm possessed the means to acquire such a valuable artifact. Now, with Yunbai brandishing a low-grade spiritual weapon, what hope did Li Xian have? Li Xian, you have forced my hand. You have compelled me. Yunbai, wielding the blood-red long blade, fixed his gaze upon Li Xian, roaring, I had no intention of using this low-grade spiritual weapon, but since you have been so aggressive, do not blame me for being merciless. If you are willing to kneel and concede now, I might grant you a swift death. His expression was grotesquely fierce, his eyes glinting with unabashed malice. Yunbai, a 2nd-level Will See realm practitioner, found himself so thoroughly humiliated by an 8th-level innate realm opponent. This was an affront to his very being. Simply killing Li Xian would not suffice to quell his rage. He sought to humiliate him, to strike at his heart before delivering the fatal blow. A low-grade spiritual weapon? What of it? Upon hearing this, Li Xian merely smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, he charged towards Yunbai once more. Swiftly, his long sword slashed through the air, creating a multitude of sword shadows, as if the very fabric of space was on the verge of being torn apart. Yunbai coldly fixed his gaze on Li Xian. His mid-stage strength at the 2nd level of the Will See realm pushed to its limits, wielding a blood-red long knife, boldly meeting the attack head-on. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resonant sounds erupted as sparks flew through the air. Under the relentless assault of Li Xian, akin to a raging storm, Yunbai began to retreat repeatedly, fueling a growing anger within him. He realized that he could not continue in this manner. Mere defense would render him increasingly passive. To turn the tide and gain the upper hand, he understood that he must take the initiative, With this thought in mind, Yunbai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from Li Xian's blade, and with a fierce determination, he raised his knife and slashed downwards at Li Xian. Dominant blade slash. He bellowed, the air resonating with a thunderous roar, echoing fiercely. A formidable and overwhelming blade force surged forth, resembling a mountain of blades descending upon Li Xian. Li Xian, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, deftly sidestepping with a quick shift of his foot. A tremendous crash reverberated as Yunbai's blade struck the arena, unleashing a deafening sound. Despite the barrier in place, several nearby disciples found their faces paling as they instinctively recoiled. What a domineering strike! What an assertive blow! To think Yunbai could cultivate such a low-tier Earth-grade martial technique to the entry level. What a prodigious talent! Alas, it still fell short, failing to land a hit on Li Xian, whose speed was nothing short of astonishing. As the crowd gasped at the sight of Yunbai's failed strike, they could not help but be in awe of his talent, especially for a practitioner at the second level of the Wheel-C realm. Yet, it was unfortunate that Li Xian outmatched him, evading the attack effortlessly. With his first strike missing its mark, Yunbai's anger intensified, and he bellowed, Li Xian, I shall see just how many of my blades you can evade. As he prepared to unleash a second strike, Li Xian had already appeared at his side like a flash of lightning, thrusting his sword towards Yunbai's rib. Get lost! Yunbai sensed the impending danger and shouted in anger, attempting to parry with his blade, but he was a moment too late. With a piercing sound, Li Xian's sword pierced through his rib, instantly drawing forth a spurt of blood. Yunbai staggered, swinging his blade in a desperate attempt to strike sideways. Yet, Li Xian had already evaded swiftly and positioned himself behind him. Another thrust. Yunbai's chest was penetrated, and blood erupted from his mouth. The scene fell into a profound silence, the entire arena enveloped in an eerie stillness. No one anticipated that despite wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon, Yunbai would find himself at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing even more swiftly. His expression twisted in agony, having endured multiple strikes from Li Xian, particularly the one that pierced his chest, leaving him gravely wounded. Should this continue, his demise would be inevitable. Li Xian, however, paid no heed to Yunbai. He swiftly appeared before him, his sword slicing through the air once more. As Yunbai's eyelids flickered, he attempted to retreat, but with a sickening sound. His entire right hand was severed, the crimson blade slipping from his grasp. You dare to sever my hand? Yunbai seethed with rage. At that moment, Li Xian had already swiftly claimed the blood-red blade, his sword now poised at Yunbai's throat. Witnessing this scene, Yunbai's voice faltered, and silence enveloped the arena. Every spectator stared in disbelief at Li Xian, their hearts quaking with astonishment. Defeated. Yunbai had indeed been defeated. How could a practitioner at the mid-stage of the Wheel-C realm be vanquished by one at the 8th level of the innate realm? Who would dare believe such a tale? Feeling the icy chill at his throat, Yunbai's expression froze in horror. Li Xuan, Ukshen, mais patrifiadamente, escufa. Is being at the second level of the Wheel-C realm truly remarkable? Is possessing a low-grade spiritual weapon such an achievement? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to demand my submission or to belittle me based on your realm? Yunbai glared at Li Xian, paralyzed by fear, and hissed, Li Xian, I admit my defeat, but do you dare to kill me? My brother ranks among the top 10 disciples in the early Wheel-C realm. If you dare to take my life, he will not let you go. With a swift motion, Li Xian thrust his sword deeper, blood gushing forth. Dare to threaten me? He retorted, one hand pressing the blade to Yunbai's throat while the other swung toward his face. Go on, threaten me again. I dare you. As Yunbai faced the arrogant Li Xian, the chilling aura emanating from him instilled a profound fear, silencing any further words. In that moment, he was truly terrified. He feared death. He did not wish to die. Li Xian, you have triumphed. Let this end here. At that instant, a faint voice resonated from the crowd below. The throng parted, revealing a young man clad in a blue robe stepping forward. He appeared poised and elegant, bearing a resemblance to Yunbai. Stopping approximately 10 meters from the death arena, he raised his gaze to Li Xian and spoke calmly. I am Yun Xian, the elder brother of Yunbai. At the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the Wheel-C realm, might I request a modicum of leniency? Chapter 73, a favor? I'm afraid I cannot grant even a smidgen. Yun Xian, how did he arrive here? This individual is among the top 10 prodigies in the early Wheel-C realm, and his intervention suggests that Li Xian may hesitate to deal a fatal blow. Shameless, truly shameless. Is this not an overt display of bullying? Yet what of it? After all, their strength is formidable. However, in my opinion, Li Xian may not afford him any courtesy. I have learned about that individual. He is impervious to both softness and harshness, exceedingly arrogant. Upon the arrival of Yun Qian, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Not only did the inner disciples at the early stages of the Wheel C realm change countenance, even some of the inner disciples at the 4th level of the Wheel C realm could not help but pale. This is due to Yun Qian's formidable combat prowess. Those ordinary 4th level disciples truly stand no chance against him. On the life and death arena, upon seeing Yun Qian's arrival, Yun Bai felt an increase in his confidence. He fixed his gaze on Li Xian and said with difficulty, "Li Xian, why not cease hostilities? Let's end this here. Rest assured, I promise not to trouble you again. Otherwise, my brother will not let you off lightly. It will be a matter of life and death." His audacity stemmed from the fact that he had Yun Qian as his greatest support, which emboldened him in the 12th peak. Without Yun Qian, he was nothing. Thus, with Yun Qian's arrival, his confidence soared. Silence. Li Xian sneered, exerting pressure with his right hand. With a swift motion, the sword tip plunged deeper. Crimson blood gushing forth from Yun Bai's throat. Yun Bai's eyes widened in terror, nearly losing his sanity, no longer daring to utter another word. In that moment, he truly felt the specter of death and the suffocating grip of despair. If the sword tip were to penetrate just a fraction deeper, he would meet his end. The spectators were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock, their breaths quickening. This man truly dared to deliver a lethal blow? How ruthless! Witnessing the scene, Yun Qian's gaze narrowed, a chilling murderous intent surging within him. He fixed his stare on Li Xian and coldly remarked, "Li Xian, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. You must carefully contemplate the consequences." Li Xian glanced at Yun Qian, scoffing, "Consequences? What consequences? I'm going to give you face. Who are you to me? I'm afraid I cannot afford such a luxury." His irritation was palpable. This is the life and death arena. We are engaged in a duel to the death. Do you understand? If I were to be defeated, would he spare me? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian tightened his grip. With a swift thrust, Yun Bai's head was severed, soaring into the air, blood gushing like a fountain, spraying upwards over 10 meters. At this sight, the arena fell into a deathly silence. No one had anticipated that, even in the presence of Yun Qian, Li Xian would show no mercy, ruthlessly slaying Yun Bai without a hint of hesitation. It was utterly unhinged. Had Li Xian not considered the repercussions of his actions? Alas, this fellow is doomed. Having offended a prodigy like Yun Qian so early in his journey, his future days are bound to be fraught with difficulty. Impulsiveness, such reckless impulsiveness. How will he navigate the days ahead? After a brief moment of shock, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. In their eyes, Li Xian was undeniably impulsive, displaying a complete lack of restraint. His actions were, without a doubt, exceedingly foolish, inviting trouble upon himself. Yun Qian's gaze fell upon the severed head of Yun Bai, and his expression instantly turned ashen. The calm demeanor he had exhibited moments ago vanished, replaced by an overwhelming and terrifying aura of murderous intent that surged forth. Sensing the horrific malice emanating from Yun Qian, the surrounding disciples changed color, retreating in fear, desperate to avoid being caught in the impending storm. They understood that Yun Qian had been thoroughly provoked. Consequently, Li Xian was likely to face dire consequences. However, Li Xian paid no heed to the erupted animosity of Yun Qian. With practiced ease, he retrieved Yun Bai's Qinkuan ring and then leapt down from the life and death platform. In truth, he had intended to collect Yun Bai's corpse as well. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, such an act would undoubtedly appear inappropriate. He did not wish to expose the god-burying cauldron, and thus he had no choice but to abandon the idea. Alas, a mere corpse of the 2nd layer of the Wheel C realm, considering his current level, it would hardly enhance his cultivation. Letting go was of little consequence. Moreover, such worthless refuse was unworthy of being absorbed by the esteemed cauldron. With a sigh, he consoled himself. Upon hearing this, the cauldron seemed quite pleased. Indeed, young man, you are correct. Such trash cannot catch the eye of this cauldron. There is potential ahead. Just as Li Xian descended from the life and death platform, Yun Qian barred his path. Li Xian looked up at Yun Qian and inquired, "What? Do you wish to engage me in a life and death battle to avenge your useless brother?" Yun Qian glared at Li Xian, his eyes aflame with fury. "What? Are you afraid?" Li Xian's anger flared instantly. Damn it, You defeat the younger and now come for the elder. Is this never-ending? Are you not done yet? Everyone was taken aback. Li Xian continued his tirade. Could you show a modicum of dignity? Can you not act in such a manner? I am merely at the 8th layer of the innate realm. What are your respective cultivations? A first layer of the Wheel C realm I could tolerate, and a second layer as well. But now, a third layer dares to question my courage? Do you not have any semblance of shame? How about this? You challenge someone at the 8th layer of the Wheel C realm to a life and death battle. If you manage to win, I shall fight you. How does that sound? Xianxia's face was a stormy gray. The surrounding disciples were similarly stunned. A challenge to the 8th layer of the Wheel C realm, especially in a life and death battle. Was this a jest? How could Xianxia dare? Not only was he unlikely to challenge someone at the 8th layer, but even a 6th layer opponent was beyond his courage. Li Xian persisted. You, like this, claim to be a genius? I am utterly appalled. You are simply embarrassing our sacred flame sect. He pointed accusatorily at Xianxia. Even if you were determined to disregard your shame and insist on challenging me, could you at least grant me some time to recover? Laozi had just finished his battle when you come demanding more. Is this what they call a genius from the intersect? Xianxia glared fiercely at Li Xian, his murderous intent reaching an extreme. It was the first time he had been so vehemently scolded in public, and yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter. How should he respond? It was only then that he noticed Li Xian's cultivation level was merely at the 8th level of the innate realm. What does that even mean? His younger brother was at the 2nd level of the Wheel C realm, and to challenge Li Xian to a life and death battle was already somewhat of an overreach. The fact that he ultimately lost and was killed was justly deserved. Now, here he was, a 3rd level Wheel C cultivator, leaping forth to demand another life and death battle. It was indeed shameless and quite a bit of bullying. Yet what of it? Should he not avenge his brother? Xianxia took a few deep breaths and coldly declared, Li Xian, spare me your meaningless words. Regardless of anything else, the fact remains that you killed my brother, and this matter cannot simply be resolved. As his elder brother, it is my duty to seek vengeance for him. As for your lower cultivation level, that is solely your fault. Who else can be blamed? Now, I demand vengeance for my brother and challenge you to a life and death duel. Do you dare accept? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Although they felt Xianxia was somewhat shameless, they could not voice their objections to his desire for revenge. Damn it! Li Xian cursed under his breath. He had not anticipated that Xianxia would resort to such tactics. Chapter 74, The Burial God's Sword Technique. How about you grant me half a month? Li Xian turned to Xianxia. I need to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains for training, and I do not have the time for a life and death battle right now. I will return in half a month to face you. How's that sound? Xianxia was initially reluctant upon hearing the first half of Li Xian's statement. Half a month felt a bit too long. If Li Xian's cultivation level were comparable to his own or had already reached the Wheel C realm, he might not have minded this delay. However, the reality was that Li Xian was only at the 8th level of the innate realm. The thought that such a prodigy could slay someone at the 2nd level of the Wheel C realm made Xianxia unwilling to grant him even a moment's respite. He simply wished to eliminate Li Xian as swiftly as possible. Yet upon hearing the latter part of Li Xian's words, he nodded in agreement. Fine, I will grant you half a month. In his heart, he smirked. Li Xian's intention to go to the 10,000 Great Mountains was indeed good news. This way, he would not even need to engage in a life and death duel with Li Xian. It would be far better to settle matters directly in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Moreover, resolving things there would be far more convenient than on the life and death platform, free from excessive concerns and complications. The surrounding disciples were taken aback upon hearing Li Xian's words. They could not comprehend why Li Xian would reveal his plans to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Wasn't this essentially inviting Xianxia to pursue him there? The battle of life and death may possess a semblance of fairness, yet within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, such equity dissipates entirely. There, no one adheres to conventions. If one cannot prevail, a concerted assault may ensue at any moment. Upon witnessing Xianxia's acquiescence, Li Xian promptly departed from the Fengyan Square. Unbeknownst to those around him, a perilous grin had crept upon his lips, and an enigmatic smile flickered in his eyes. The mere trial of slaying demonic beasts held little allure. He sought to infuse his endeavors with a measure of amusement. Li Xian was confident that news of his venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains would swiftly reach the ears of his adversaries. When that time arrived, they would undoubtedly grow restless and venture into the mountains to hunt him down. Although this would heighten the difficulty of his trial and bear an element of risk, Li Xian was utterly unconcerned. After leaving Fengyan Square, he did not return to his dwelling, but instead exited the Divine Flame sect and entered the 10,000 Great Mountains. Brother Yun, are we truly going to hunt him down in the 10,000 Great Mountains? Could this be a trap? In a secluded cave, a young man gazed at Yun Xian with a tinge of apprehension. Another young man furrowed his brow and interjected, "Indeed, I perceive that Li Xian is no fool. If he is not a simpleton, why would he disclose his intention to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains? This seems decidedly amiss." Upon hearing this, Yun Xian could not suppress his frown. It did indeed seem rather peculiar. However, he reassured them, as long as we exercise caution, there should be no significant issues. He turned to the first young man, Gu Yong, and inquired, "Are you certain he entered the 10,000 Great Mountains alone, without companions?" Gu Yong affirmed, "I am certain. I have also conducted an investigation. Li Xian has only recently joined the sect and has no friends within. The only person he is familiar with is Jiang Yanran, who remains within the sect and has not departed." Yun Xian nodded, concluding, "In that case, he likely dares not confront me on the stage of life and death." So he proactively mentioned his journey to the 10,000 Great Mountains to buy time. The terrain there is intricate, and the abundance of demonic beasts makes it neither exceedingly difficult nor overly easy to hunt him down. As Yun Xian spoke, he suddenly turned to Gu Yong. "I have heard his conflict with Elder Han Wanshan of the Outer Sect. Thus, I need you to discreetly convey this information to him, urging him to lend his assistance." Gu Yong nodded in agreement. At the Outer Sect Elder Peak, Han Wanshan rose abruptly upon receiving the news. "Li Xian has left the sect?" he inquired. Lu Ming affirmed, "Indeed, I just received word that he has entered the 10,000 Great Mountains." Han Wanshan was taken aback, and Lu Ming added, "Moreover, according to my sources, he recently executed Yun Bai, who was in the middle stage of the Wielding realm." "What?" Han Wanshan could not contain his astonishment. Do Minghai, standing nearby, echoed his disbelief. He actually killed Yun Bai, who was in the middle stage of the Wielding realm. How is that possible? Was he not merely at the 7th layer of the innate realm? How could he possess such prowess? Han Wanshan found it truly astonishing. Could this news possibly be erroneous? Moreover, the Yun Bai you mentioned, is he not the younger brother of Yun Xian? They were genuinely unaware of this incident. After all, the event had transpired only recently, and news had yet to circulate among the Outer Sect. Were it not for Gu Yong's deliberate revelation, Lu Mingmao would not have learned of this information so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingmao nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is Yun Bai, the brother of Yun Xian." His expression was grave. "Furthermore, I've already verified this news. It is undoubtedly true, without a shadow of doubt. Li Xian openly executed Yun Bai on the life and death platform, and many witnessed it. Additionally, his cultivation has not merely reached the 7th layer of innate stage, but has ascended to the 8th layer." As Lu Mingmao spoke, turmoil raged within him, his heart unsettled. After all, Li Xian's rate of advancement was astonishingly rapid. He still vividly recalled that when Li Xian first joined the sect, his cultivation was barely at the 2nd layer of innate stage. The 2nd layer? How brief a time has passed. In less than a month, he had surged to the 8th layer. It was simply incredulous. Hearing this, Han Wanshan and Do Minghai wore equally grave expressions, their hearts stirred by waves of anxiety. Li Xian's rapid cultivation pace instilled in them a sense of unease, even sense of threat. Han Wanshan spoke in a low tone. "Elder Lu, Elder Do, you must personally lead a group to address this matter. We cannot afford any missteps. He must be prevented from gaining any further opportunity to grow." As he spoke, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Such a prodigy, if not offended, would be one thing, but now that he has been wronged, he must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves restless and plagued by endless repercussions. Agreed. Both Lu Mingmao and Do Minghai nodded in unison. They were not fools. They certainly recognized the gravity of the situation. Without further ado, the two swiftly rose and departed. Shortly thereafter, each gathered a dozen companions and quickly exited the sect. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, Li Xian pondered. "Master Ding, what is the rank of the god-burying sword technique? Why is there no classification provided?" He was still absorbing the information that Master Ding had imparted to him. Shortly after Li Xian had arrived in the 10,000 Great Mountains, Master Ding had taught him the god-burying sword technique. The name sounded impressive, yet its rank remained unspecified, leaving Li Xian uncertain of its true might. Rank? Master Ding scoffed. What relevance does that hold? It does not suffice to describe the potency of the god-burying sword technique. Li Xian was left speechless. This was a bit too much bravado, wasn't it? Not wishing to press further, Li Xian continued to examine the description. The god-burying sword technique was divided into 3 swords. First sword to exterminate immortals. Second sword to sever saints. And third sword to bury gods. As he read this, Li Xian could not help but widen his eyes, feeling quite incredulous. Goodness, this boast is rather excessive. Isn't it? I wonder which esteemed individual dared to proclaim such audacity. If I were to shout this during battle, I would likely be summarily dispatched by those immortals, saints, and gods. Master Ding seemed to sense Li Xian's thoughts and coldly snorted, "Young man, do not perceive this world through your limited perspective, as a mere frog at the bottom of a well. How vast do you suppose the sky you can see truly is? And do not dare to speak of your so-called imperial lineage before me. In my eyes, you are but an insignificant insect." Li Xian's expression darkened. Master Ding continued, "Enough of this idle chatter. Waste not your time. Hasten to your cultivation. With your current realm, you may barely manage to practice the first sword. However, this is merely a struggle to wield the first sword. As for the second sword, you must attain the Tribulation Crossing realm at the very least. The Tribulation Crossing is the pinnacle above the Dan Formation. Beyond the Wheel C lies the Dan Formation, and beyond that the Dharma aspect. Following the Dharma aspect comes the transformation of spirit, and only after that can one achieve the Tribulation Crossing.